Hey truckers, today we're seeing Peerless Genius Woman in the 24th century Isekai as Genius Doctor. Let's dive into the video. Mountains shrouded in darkness, yellow flames flickered and danced while devouring the mountain villa, accompanied by countless screams as they echoed through the silent valley. A 14-year-old girl, staring blankly at the sight, with a fire torch in one hand. The ravenous flames engulfed everything, leaving only the crackling sound of burnt wood. Burned, all burned. This evil cage has disappeared. At last, this prison for the past 10 years has now turned into a sea of flames. Get the latest chapters on n/velben.com. Where are we going? A tender voice softly asked as the little black cat sitting on the girl's shoulder looked at her intently with a pair of clear eyes as it licked its paws. Anywhere will do, as long as it's out of here. The girl gave a last look at her masterpiece, turned and walked toward the mountains, as the sound of broken chains rattled, restricting her slender ankles as she walked on emotionlessly onto the rugged jungle path. Just as she turned, a body wrapped in flames rushed out from within the chaos, with eyes filled with a hint of madness staring fixedly at the back view, fading into the darkness, when an ear-piercing scream rang through the air. "Wuxia! Come back! You can never get out of here. You belong to me." More than 10 years of hard work engulfed into nothingness. The girl calmly stopped in her tracks as she turned around to see the man swallowed by the flames. She coldly said, "You are dying, while I still live." The man was screaming in anguish. As she gave a last look at her greatest nightmare, she coldly said, "Farewell, grandfather." The little black cat sitting on the girl's shoulder gave a contemptuous ridicule and sneered. Grandfather? For someone who was obsessed in studying medicine, a madman who locked his own granddaughter up deep within the mountains using her as a guinea pig, what right did he have to be its owner's grandfather? "Mistress, what are your plans?" Ignoring that voice, which was gradually engulfed by the flames, the little black cat asked the girl. She looked at her slender hands and softly answered, "To test for a veterinary license." "Ha ha ha. That old man, if he knew that you, a peerless genius in the medical field, actually want to be a vet, he would certainly not rest in peace," exclaimed the cat as it was laughing hysterically on the girl's shoulder. "He won't rest in peace?" The girl's eyes were downcast as her lips slightly brought back a hint of a smile almost. A year later, she settled in City A and obtained a veterinary license, and went on the path of treating animals. Life is very unpredictable. Just a moment before, she was still in the operating room performing a surgery. However, there was a sudden explosion, and she fell into darkness. Heavy rain poured down as she stirred. She found herself lying on some rocks as she gave a calm judgment of the current situation. She was in a strange new world, replacing a dying soul, and as she searched the fragments of foreign memories that flooded her mind, she came to realize that this new her was also known as the Wuxia, but with a surname, Jun Wuxia. Lin Wang's granddaughter, notoriously known as the overly pampered young miss of the Lin Palace. Arrogant, haughty and unreasonable, everyone was a minuscule existence in her eyes, royalty included. Lin Wang and the founding emperor of the kingdom went way back. They had a great relationship, and they even swore an oath to the heavens to be sworn brothers. When the kingdom of Qi was formed, the founding emperor personally granted Jun Xian a grand title, Lin Wang, which rendered him power almost akin to the royalty. In the whole kingdom, it is one of the most revered place. Even the current emperor has to be courteous to them. Lin Wang has 2 sons, however his extreme doting of his granddaughter Jun Wuxia has reached a pinnacle. When she took a liking to the second prince, Lin Wang coerced the emperor to have the second prince and his granddaughter betrothed. However, this arrogant woman was now lying on some jagged rocks in such a sorry state. If not for Wuxia's soul, she would just be a dead body dumped in the wilderness. Both legs fractured, 3 broken ribs on the left side, dislocated right wrist. Falling from such a height, this body has miraculously survived. Another voice in the body of Jun Wuxie sounded. It was the familiar voice of the little black cat which accompanied her for more than a decade, and surprisingly it was in the same body. Still alive. Jun Wuxie muttered as she lay on the rocks without any hint of pain on her face, as if the physical pain had nothing to do with her. Congratulations, mistress, you've escaped death once again. Black smoke seeped out from Jun Wuxie's chest and condensed into a little black cat, strutting at her side. She survived a calamity, however she was still hovering near death's door. She felt her energy slowly seeping away as she shuddered from the torrential downpour which was raining down hard on her body. She needed to find a place to shelter from the rain quickly before her body temperature drops further. Luckily, there was a cave under the low cliffs nearby. Relying on her two hands and the sole thought of survival, she dragged herself in the direction of the cave. Her tattered clothes, soaked in sweat and drenched in the downpour, hung from her battered frame. Crimson blood trailed along the path from the wounds on her legs, washed away from the merciless rain hammering down upon the small crawling figure. The little black cat gave occasional nudges as encouragement as they made their way towards the cave. Having mustered every ounce of strength she had left in her frail body, although the distance wasn't far, it was an enduring feat. With such an amount of injuries and over a rough terrain, even those with high endurance would have fainted numerous times. When she finally reached the dark cave, her face was deathly pale, void of any color. Huddled against the walls of the cold cave, finally free from the barrage of the rain, she let out a small sigh of relief. Suddenly a ghostly voice came from within that deep dark cave. "WH. Who is it?" The black cat asked in a scared voice, body arched, as it lunged itself in front of Wuxie. Geht the L-Testvels on no/v/elben.c/om. Go take a look. Wuxie choked out as she knew her current predicament. Alone in such an environment without any medical equipments, she's unable to carry out her own treatment, hence she can only look for other possibilities. Having another person around to help her would be best. Leading the way, the little black cat inched closer towards the source of the sound. In the darkness, Wuxie felt the presence of another person. "You're about to die." A masculine voice doused with a trace of playfulness came from above her head. Although Wuxie was unable to see the man's appearance in the darkness, she could clearly hear familiar sounds of the metallic clanging of chains. This man was chained? Beneath the depths of this desolate cliff? As soon as it heard the man's voice, the little black cat immediately turned into a wisp of smoke and hurriedly fled into Wuxie's body. This man was dangerous. "You're chained up?" Wuxie totally disregarded his tone of voice as her mind only echoed a single thought: this man can help her. All she needed was his freedom of movement. "Ah. You mean these small things?" The man in the dark was pulling chains, a deep magnetic voice echoed in the dark caves. "I guess so. I'll free you, but you'll have to save me." Wuxie stuttered as she struggled to get the words out. She was trembling from all the cold and pain. Her body temperature was falling dangerously low, and her battered body, which was riddled with severe injuries, wouldn't hold up if she didn't do anything soon. The man in the dark kept quiet. He seemed surprised that this half-dead girl would say such words. Silence means consent, Wuxie self-reasoned, as she had no other alternatives, so she decided to gamble on this chance. As she groped around in the darkness, she leaned on the man and pulled out a thin pin from her hair. She was a doctor, not a thief. That fool had once performed this trick for her. She wasn't sure if she could pull it off. Wuxie's little hands tried to reach for the chains as she fumbled around in the dark. From a doctor's perspective, she could feel that this man's physique was exceptional. Using her last shred energy, Wuxie attempted to free the man with her poor skills. She had never felt so clumsy in her life. With all her toiling efforts, she finally unlocked one. This effort had left her breathing heavily as she struggled to keep her consciousness from fading. "As per your wish." The man finally spoke with an enigmatic deep smile. His deep masculine voice echoed throughout the cave. Before she could even react, click, 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 a series of broken metal sounded around her. He broke free from the other 3 shackles as she felt some warmth as he pulled her into his arms as he embraced her. He gently lifted her up and carried her as he trudged along towards the light. Outside, the rain continued to fall relentlessly. Although the weather was gloomy, it was daytime and just this little light was enough to show off his exquisite face. The man's high cheekbones perfectly accentuated his face along with his long satin hair casually draping down. As the crystal-clear rainwater ran down his neck, it was God's most outstanding work. The source of this content N/O/V/L/N. The man was looking up at the sky. When felt a gaze from her, he bowed his head slightly, violet eyes slightly narrowed, his lips breaking into a smile. Wuxia looked on indifferently into that pair of purple eyes, without any trace of expression. The rain was falling on her pale cheeks as she calmly watched him. He raised his eyebrow slightly. Her unusually calm demeanor was a refreshing reaction. This is the first time someone didn't scream and panic when they saw his eyes. "Aren't you afraid?" he asked in his deep husky voice. "I'm about to die," Wuxia reminded him matter-of-factly. Her dark eyes looked deeply into that pair of purple eyes, without any hint of desperation or fear, but rather with a clear gaze, as though the death she was talking about wasn't her own. The mysterious man raised his eyebrows as he sought to calm his own emotions as the deep black obsidian eyes stared back at him coldly, almost as if it could freeze him over. How he wanted to rouse her calm demeanor and mess up her pace. This girl was unbelievable. How can she be so calm in such a situation? "Don't worry, I won't let you die," he said gently. "Send me home," she retorted. Vist and Velben. CM for new updates. Considering how badly injured she was, the best option and only use for him was to send her back to her own home. He gave a devilish smile, leaned down and kissed Wuxia right between her eyebrows. "As you wish." He chuckled. The little black cat hidden in the depths of Wuxia was petrified. Its mistress had just been taken advantage of. June Wuxia felt her surroundings slowly fading away as she slipped into darkness. When she finally stirred, her long eyelashes fluttered open and she found herself lying down on a nice warm bed in a luxuriously decorated room. A white-haired old man was sitting by her bed, and when he saw that she had awoken, his whole face lit up and exclaimed, "Silly girl, you finally woke up. Don't scare your grandfather." "Silly girl, it's just a contractual spirit." "So what if you don't have any? Who do you think I am?" "I am the almighty Lin Wang. I'll support you no matter what. There's nothing to be afraid of." Jun Xian huffed. "Grandfather?" Wuxia furrowed her brows as the body's memories flashed through her mind. The old man sitting by her bed was none other than Kingdom of Cheese Lin Wang, which is also the former's grandfather, Jun Xian. What Jun Xian mentioned, contractual spirit, was unique to this world. When a baby is born into this world, contractual spirits will form a bond with the human soul, and the contractual spirits will sleep in the soul and only awaken at the age of 14. A ring will appear on the right hand's ring finger. Each spirit is like an evolution of the soul, where each person's contractual spirit's form is different. Some can be condensed into a powerful weapon, while some can morph into mighty beasts. A few days before was Jun Wuxia's 14th birthday, and there should have been a spiritual awakening, but the whole day nothing happened. She was henceforth labeled as a waste. In this world where one's future is determined by the strength of their contractual spirits, those that didn't have any were regarded as wastes. Jun Wuxia refused to believe it and had never received such a heavy setback in life. She actually went missing for 2 whole days. Jun Xian was shocked, thinking that this proud granddaughter of his couldn't take this heavy setback and had actually attempted suicide. Jun Wuxia remained silent. Commit suicide? I don't think so. After inheriting all the memories of this body, Wuxia was clearer than anyone else that it definitely wasn't suicide. The reason she left Lin Palace was simply because 3 days ago the second prince had arranged to meet up with her. As the previous June, Wuxia was depressed that she did not have any contractual spirit. When her beloved second prince asked to meet up with her, she had agreed in a heartbeat. She yearned to be consoled by her beloved prince. However, when she arrived at the appointed place, in place of her handsome prince stood a mysterious masked man in black instead. That very man was the one who wounded her and pushed her down into the abyss. If it weren't for those trees growing by the cliff breaking her fall, she wouldn't have had the second chance in life. Not suicide, but homicide. June Wuxia's mind quickly pondered on the situation. Whether that masked man in black was the second prince himself did not matter. This definitely was related to him one way or another. Jun Xian had contributed greatly to the expansion of the kingdom's borders with his elite troops, the Ruilin army. No one else wanted to get tangled with them unless they were courting death. Even the current emperor is polite towards Jun Xian. His Majesty still treats Lin Palace with extra care, but the decline of the Jun family is apparent. Jun Xian had 2 sons, but one died and the other was disabled, leaving only a wastrel Jun Wuxia who only knew how to keep her nose in the clouds. The future of the Jun family looked bleak. It can be said that today's Lin Palace is just a paper tiger. The main powerhouse Jun Xian was already over 70 years old. After all, he's been through so much, especially since after that great war which caused him to lose his eldest son and crippled his younger son. All the hardships had contributed to Jun Xian's health deteriorating, coupled with occasional bouts of illnesses, and his age, he feared, didn't have much time left. As of late, the royal family has been acting more blatantly towards the Lin Palace. Jun Wuxia's encounter could very well be the designs the royal family had towards the Lin Palace. It's obvious that the second prince no longer holds the Lin Palace in regards and even dared to act so brazenly. The source of this content n/o/v/l/by/n. The black cat muttered. At first it had thought that its master was reborn into a good home, but did not expect her to be embroiled in such a situation where she still had to fight for her own survival. Jun Wuxia raised her eyebrows slightly. The small black cat immediately curled into a ball, burying its head between its pair of furry paws. Seeing that his granddaughter was silent, most probably still feeling scared, Jun Xian did not nag any further. He looked lovingly at Wuxia and said, "It's all right, as long as you are back. Take a good rest. If you need anything, call your brother." Brother? Jun Wuxia searched through the memories, yet she did not find any brother. Jun Xian had only 2 sons. The eldest son was her father, while her mother had died soon after she gave birth to Jun Wuxia. In that fateful war, she had lost her father in the bloody battlefield, and her uncle was gravely injured and had become a cripple. "Wu Yao, come in and take care of your sister, I'm heading out for a while." Jun Xian called out. The door was pushed open and a tall man's figure could be seen. She looked at her brother in amazement. Exquisite handsome face, just like God's most perfect work, that magnetic pair of eyes as dark as night. "Yes." The man smiled. Jun Xian nodded with satisfaction. He repeatedly nagged at Wuxia to rest before he left this pair of siblings alone. On one end of the room stood Jun Wuxia and at the other end stood a dazzlingly striking Wu Yao. The next moment, a black shadow flashed by Wuxia's body, and in front of Wuxia stood a little black cat fiercely guarding her as it stood by the bed with its small mouth slightly curled up, revealing its sharp teeth as it hissed. Jun Wuxiao casually looked at the small hissing figure while he leisurely walked over and slowly pulled out the chair. As he sat down on the chair and crossed his legs, his gaze finally landed on Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia looked calmly at the charming man who was exuding a dangerous aura, the man who claimed to be her brother. Lin Palace never had a Jun Wuxiao in the family registrar. That man sitting in the chair was that very man she had saved from the cave that day, but the only difference was that pair of deep purple eyes were now black as obsidian. "What did you do?" she asked with a frosty expression as she stared menacingly into his eyes. Jun Wuyao gave her a casual side glance as he propped his chin, raised his eyebrows slightly and curled his lips upwards in a teasing fashion as he stared back at this presumptuous girl. "Repaying my gratitude," he replied. "No need," she retorted. "Unfortunately, the choice is not yours," he threw her an enigmatic smile. Jun Wuxia furrowed her eyebrows. "This man is dangerous. What method did he use to make even the great Lin Wang acknowledge him as his own grandson? What did you do to the people of my Lin Palace?" Jun Wuyao faintly smiled at her and lifted his hands to reveal a small hair-like snake coiled around his fingertips. "Don't be afraid, I just let these little things into their body and temporarily tweaked a little of their memory. I will not hurt anybody here, you can rest assured." The little black cat was completely shocked. What kind of demon did its master save this time? Also, those black hair-like snake creatures had its instincts on high alert. They were not to be trifled with. They can enter a human's body and can even alter people's memories? "Is this kitten your contracted spirit?" he asked as he looked on amusingly while studying the various expressions on the black cat. "That has nothing to do with you," she sneered. FIDDEU UPTS on NOV/E/LN.com. "Why are you so cold towards me, my dear sister?" he chuckled. "This place is not for you, it's time for you to leave," she stated. Her inner thoughts were in turmoil. This man was too dangerous. Nothing good will happen with him staying on in the Lin Palace. Just as Jun Wuyao lowered his voice and smiled, a sudden surge of power could be felt as those black hair-like snakes started dancing wildly on his fingertips. "Don't be so heartless, you saved me, all I want is to exact vengeance on my enemies. If you can't even accede to this humble little request of mine, then I can only destroy these little things in the body of those of your Lin Palace. It's just that. If these were forcibly destroyed from within, I'm afraid they may suffer. I wonder what will become of the Lin Palace? Are you threatening me?" Jun Wuxian narrowed her eyes. "Nope, this is a request," he replied as he curled his lips upwards. "Request?" If she did not agree, he would kill everyone? This is considered a request? "Don't be so nervous, it's just that I have temporarily nowhere to go to. When the time comes, I will naturally leave. Before leaving, I would also like to repay your kindness. I can assure you, I won't hurt anyone here," Jun Wuyao said with a smile. "Won't you kill everyone off when you leave?" she asked in a chilling voice. "I won't. When it's time to leave, I can promise you that I won't harm anyone," he patiently replied. "It's not as if I have a choice," she icily said as she gritted her teeth. Jun Wuyao shrugged. Knowing that she can't get rid of this dangerous man for the time being, she simply closed her eyes to rest and no longer paid him any attention. The little black cat was assured that no harm will come upon its master for the moment. It let out a small sigh of relief as it nimbly leaped onto the bed and curled up at the edge of Wuxia's pillow, but it maintained its vigilance as its pair of watchful eyes never once left the man sitting on the chair. This man is very, very dangerous. He's the most dangerous person it has ever encountered. Jun Wuyao saw that she had already settled back in bed and knew that she had acceded to this request of his. By some stroke of luck, he had regained his freedom. Since the heavens had blessed him, he would definitely regain all that was lost. Before he exacted this vengeance of his, he needed to rebuild his strength back to its peak. Meeting this interesting little girl along the way might relieve his boredom. She was unlike those other boring people. Staying here would be entertaining. Over the next couple of days, all sorts of rare pills and potions were being sent into her room, while all the best doctors in the country were summoned for Jun Wuxia's treatment. If she had a choice, she would have treated herself. Looking at the treatment those white-haired doctors were administering, Wuxia was trembling with anger within. They were quacks. They were all quacks. If it was her, such injuries would have been easily treated within 10 days, but from the mouths of these doctors all of them reported the healing period of not less than 1 month. As her injuries were too serious for her to tend to herself, she didn't have any choice but to patiently bear through the month. During this period, her grandfather dropped by to visit her every day to check on her recovery. Jun Wuyao rarely visited. When she had finally recovered enough to walk on her own, Jun Wuyao appeared at the door. "You are finally looking much better," he chortled as he leaned against the door and flashed her a devilish grin. "I'm going to change clothes." Jun Wuxia expressionlessly glanced at him, all with a single meaning. Scram. Unfortunately, someone did not seem to get the hint. Your F4 stories on /o/v/lbn.cm. Rather than going away, he actually strode over to Jun Wuxia's side and raised his hands and gently lifted her up. The little black cat's fur stood on ends. "Release its mistress, you beast!" it screamed out in its head. "Sister has not completely healed yet, it's very inconvenient for you. This kind of thing, it's natural for brother to help you." When he finished, Jun Wuyao completely ignored the black pair of flaming eyes as he carried his dear sister to the bed and began picking out a set of clean clothes for her and began changing Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia's brain crashed as she sat there dumbfounded while he removed her outer robes. No matter be it past or present other than medical situations, Wuxia never had any intimate contact with the opposite sex. He simply helped himself? Jun Wuxia gave him a death stare as she pursed her lips tightly. The only one who was behaving correctly in this situation was the little black fur ball. Its master was being taken of such a huge advantage. And yet she had no response? Now it's not the time to be in a daze. Slap him! Jun Wuxia sat there petrified without any resistance as he changed her. Her calm demeanor startled him, and after changing her, he gave her a teasing smile as he carried her out towards the door. "Where are we going?" Wuxia finally choked out. She waved to the cat and it leaped up into the air and it turned into a black mist returning to her. "We have a guest," Jun Wuyao replied as he gave her a dazzling smile. In the Lin Palace Grand Hall, tea was being served to the guests. Hosting the session was a good-looking man in his early 30s. He was wearing a pale blue robe, but he was seated on a wheelchair. It was such a pity that such a good man turned out to be a cripple. To his right sat another man wearing a light yellow silk brocade. He was handsome and had an air of arrogance. Next to him was an elegant beauty dressed in white. "Please wait for a while, second prince. Wuxia has not fully recovered, hence she would take some time to come over." The man in the wheelchair politely informed his guests. He was none other than the youngest son of Jun Xian, Jun Qing. Second Prince Mo Xianfei nodded with an indifferent expression. Although he was Jun Wuxia's fiancé, during this entire time, this was actually his first time coming round to visit. What's more, he even brought along another woman. Jun Qing's face naturally did not look good. Your F48 stories on /o/v/lbn.cm. Soon, Jun Wuyao came to the hall. Mo Xianfei's indifferent attitude dispersed immediately as he creased his forehead. Mo Xianfei can be said to be one of the best-looking men in the entire kingdom of Qi, but now his fiancée Jun Wuxia was carried out by a man far surpassing his own league. As Wuxia was still recuperating, she had lost her former rosy little face. It was now slightly pale, which made her features exude a feeling like a blooming white lotus. She was quietly nestled in the arms of a strange man. Her former domineering attitude was replaced with a delicate and charming demeanor. Mo Xianfei did not like Jun Wuxia. This was a well-known fact known throughout the entire kingdom. Their promised marriage was only due to fear of antagonizing Lin Wang, as he had complete control on his Ruilin army. But this does not mean that Mo Xianfei was happy to see his fiancée make a cuckold of him. And this is? Mo Xianfei asked with a deep frown. This is Jun Wuyao, Wu Xia's brother, Jun Qing subconsciously answered. What? Mo Xianfei's expression changed for the worst. Lin Palace third generation only had one person. Where did this Jun Wuyao appear from? Does that mean that Lin Wang had long taken precautions against the royal family and actually concealed such an important fact? Mo Xianfei's eyes slightly narrowed. No, Wu Yao is an orphan, brought up by my father who had picked him up and raised him outside. This time as Wu Xia was seriously injured, with father's poor health and I can't help, we decided to call Wu Yao back to take care of her. Jun Qing replied. They had no blood relations. Mo Xianfei heaved a sigh of relief. From the beginning, Mo Xianfei did not care about Jun Wu Xia. Jun Wu Yao and Jun Wu Xia slowly settled into their seats. She gave the opposite couple a casual glance, and secretly sneered. So this was the man the original Wu Xia was so fascinated with. However, she had no recollection of the woman seated next to him. Imperial father learned that Wu Xia is injured, so he sent some tonics over. Yun Xian happened to be around and I asked her to come by and take a look at the injury. Yun Xian is skilled in medicine and it's better that she take a look to make sure you recover well. His indifferent expression had already returned, however whenever he mentioned that woman, he would gaze affectionately at her and his tone softened whenever he mentioned her name. That look was as though he was looking at his own sweetheart. That scoundrel! The little black cat echoed in Jun Wuxia's mind. In front of his fiancée, he was actually flirting with another woman. Explore Tati stories at no/l/bin.cm. Jun Wuxia, who had been silent the entire time, finally spoke. There's no need. This world's doctors have tormented her enough. Jun Wuxia's refusal had caused Mo Xianfei and his companion's smiling face to crumble. Mo Xianfei voiced his displeasure and said, Yun Xian is the direct disciple of Qin Yun clan's sovereign. Qin Yun clan? Jun Wuxia raised her eyebrow slightly, even Jun Qing's face bore a hint of surprise. There were several major powers outside Kingdom of Qi, one of which was the Qin Yun clan. They are well renowned through the continents and had remained undisputed in the field of medicine for generations. They have a long history of producing geniuses, each whose name had fame that could shake the entire continent. The most famed was their sovereign, who has the ability akin to a saint, garnering every kingdom's respect. The Kingdom of Qi will definitely be on the losing end if they angered the Qin Yun clan. Bai Yun Xian was the sovereign's disciple, which meant that her status in the clan was quite high. After Mo Xianfei had introduced her, Bai Yun Xian lifted her chin up slightly and her features could be seen clearer, and it was of an otherworldly appearance. I spent a lot of effort to invite Yun Xian over. Furthermore, Wu Xia has no contractual spirit. If she doesn't heal well, what will become of her? Although we are not destined for each other, no matter what, as an acquaintance or even a friend, I should also help her. Mo Xianfei finally conveyed his intentions. Jun Qing's face was black as coal. Previously Mo Xianfei had taken Jun Wuxia as his fiancée, entirely due to Lin Palace's military power, but now he had nothing to fear as he found an even stronger backing. Even Jun Xian's military power, no matter how big, is not Qin Yun clan's opponent. Mo Xianfei's purpose was very clear, he wanted to break this marriage engagement. Does this mean that second prince wants to break your engagement with our Wu Xia? Jun Qing was gripping the wheelchair so hard, his knuckles turned white. This is quite upsetting. Although I have no feelings towards Wu Xia, since I had gained her affection, I wanted to try to get along and see if we could progress further. But it's been so long, I really do not harbor any feelings towards her, and it's been determined that she has no contractual spirit. We are not destined for each other. Emo Xianfei patiently explained. How can he marry such a spoiled and haughty girl who did not even have a contractual spirit? No matter what he was a prince of a nation. How could he marry a waste and become a laughing stock? He did not care about Jun Wuxia and had thoroughly humiliated her by bringing out her infatuation with him as well as her status as a waste. He had completely pushed the blame to her and wiped his slate clean. Jun Qing's already ashen face silently cursed himself and blamed own uselessness. Due to his disability, others are bullying his niece in his own home, yet he could do nothing at all to protect what's precious to him. Has Lin Palace declined so much? Jun Qing could not bear to see Wu Xia's forlorn expression. Knowing how much she was smitten with Emo Xianfei, with her arrogant temper, and now she was insulted by that very man she had pinned for, how she can stand it? However, what he saw left him stunned. Instead of a drama unfolding before his eyes, what he saw was entirely different from his expectations. Jun Wuxia, with an aloft and indifferent aura, casually glanced at Emo Xianfei and Bai Yunxian. She did not get angry? Is that all? Jun Wuxia looked at them indifferently. Her calmness had made not only Jun Qing but Emo Xianfei shocked speechless. This was beyond their expectations. When she wanted the engagement, she desperately did every single thing in her power, even to the extent of abusing her grandfather's position to corner him into agreeing. However, now that he himself had announced the annulment, she acted as though it had nothing to do with her. Jun Wuxia, let's go our separate ways. Let Yunxian heal you and we'll owe each other nothing henceforth. Emo Xianfei furrowed his eyes as he couldn't read her. What was she scheming this time round? Jun Wuxia cast a glance at Yunxian and she looked at her from head to toe as if appraising an item, and her lips curved into a gentle smile. The world is a vast place, why don't you go out and have a look? Jun Wuxia asked in a playful tone. What do you mean? Emo Xianfei was puzzled. Jun Wuyao simply chuckled. I think she meant it's time for you to scram, his eyes slightly teary, trying hard to hold back his laughter as he very kindly offered them her explanation. Emo Xianfei's face instantly became livid. Jun Wuxia, even if you do not agree to the annulment of our engagement, you have to. Imperial Father has already prepared the edict and it would be announced to the whole world tomorrow. Bai Yunxian, who was quiet all this time, finally spoke out in a gentle and soft voice. Miss Jun, my master once said that all life will eventually end. Some things can't be forced. In your current predicament, it is not wise for you to further pursue this marriage. She kindly offered her advice guised with an undertone of arrogance. In short, do not be shameless and stick to Emo Xianfei. How dare she? Mistress! This woman is berating you. Little Black Cat was fuming at this adulterous couple. I'm tired. Jun Wuxia gave an exaggerated look of fatigue and didn't even bother to cast her glance at the couple, although they were directly in her line of sight. She turned and looked over at Wu Yao. Jun Wuyao stood up naturally, stretched his hands out as he scooped Wuxia's petite body into his arms and left the hall without looking back. Emo Xianfei's face got uglier by each second. Jun Wuxia had never ignored him before, but today, she practically ignored his existence. It's getting late already, dear guests, please return. Jun Qing said coldly. If not for their special identities, he would have kicked them out long ago. Emo Xianfei was about to say something, but Bai Yunxian stood up with a hint of dissatisfaction. He swallowed whatever he was about to say and could only follow quietly as she stormed out. In the quiet hall, Jun Qing's face was as white as sheet. When did Lin Palace need to tolerate such insults? Looking at how things are progressing, with his aging father and no suitable successor to the Ruilin army, the royal family is starting to act out their thoughts. From Emo Xianfei's actions today, it can be seen that the royal family no longer held the Lin Palace in any regards. Whilst carrying Wuxia in his arms, Wu Yao had on a playful smile. Up-to-date OVLS on OVL bin.cm. You're not angry? He lowered his gaze and looked at her. It was clear as day that the second prince had purposely brought his new love to visit with bad intentions. However, not a trace of anger could be seen. She raised her head slightly. Staring at him was a pair of eyes as calm as night filled with question marks. Jun Wuyao could not help but his smile deepened as his crescent eyes revealed a faint glint. No one could fathom what he was on his mind. Wuxia, you really have a good temper. I'm hungry. Jun Wuxia's main priority was to get well fast. The longer she left it to those quacks, she shuddered just from the thought of it. Jun Wuyao left her in the care of the servants and quietly disappeared. After storming out from Lin Palace, Bai Yinxian's face was full of discontent. No matter how much Emo Xianfei tried to coax her, she simply ignored him. Geet the L testvels on no/v/elben.c/om. If it wasn't you who had requested me, do you think I would have even stepped into that place? Who does she think she is? Bai Yinxian huffed as she bit her lower lip. As Qingyun clan sovereign's disciple, the number of people seeking her was as long as a dragon. However, on the account of Emo Xianfei, despite her own reluctance, she still went over. The result? She was driven out. She had never suffered from such humiliation before. Yunxian, why waste your energy over a waste? He cajoled her. No matter what, you are a prince of a kingdom. By lowering your head in front of another, you sneered Bai Yinxian. Emo Xianfei's face flushed with embarrassment. Do not be angry, I will definitely take revenge for you. Appeasing her was the key. Sure enough, after hearing those words of his, Bai Yinxian's expression was slightly better. Don't forget this promise of yours. She peeked over at him. Definitely, I won't make any empty promises. Emo Xianfei heaved a sigh of relief. To cheer her up, Emo Xianfei did not directly head back to the palace. Instead, they traveled in the carriage with a team of guards and went out of town to sightsee. Only when she finally revealed a smiling face after watching the sunset at the famed Sea of Flowers did they head back to the city. On their way back, in the carriage, Emo Xianfei was holding onto Yinxian's hands as they leaned on each other. The carriage came to an abrupt stop. The carriage was traveling at a relatively fast pace, and when it was stopped so suddenly, they almost fell out of the carriage. Why did you stop? Bellowed Emo Xianfei. But no one responded to his question. As he went out to reprimand them, he could see a silhouette of a person quietly standing in front of the entourage as the darkness of the night enveloped him. The light from the flames of the torches could not reach his face. Who is there? Emo Xianfei asked with a guarded expression. By this time, Bai Yinxian had also stepped out of the carriage. The team at the front watched the stranger cautiously as they watched him slowly raise his slightly opened hands when he suddenly clenched his fist. Instantly, all the bodyguards' bodies burst at the same time, splattering blood everywhere. Ah! Bai Yinxian let out a shrill scream as the bloody remains splattered onto her beautiful skirt. The fire torches all fell to the ground, turning their surrounding into a wall of fire. In the middle of it all were two frightened figures closely huddled together. Watching the ring of fire, a lone figure took a step back. Unfortunately, I don't have a good temper. He whispered under the moonlight. The little black cat was lying comfortably on Jun Wuxia's lap, enjoying its mistress's touch. Mistress, this Lin Palace is not safe. Should we leave? The little black cat purred. What happened today only showed that Lin Palace could not hold out much longer. The royal palace actions were clearly getting out of hand. We're not going anywhere. Jun Wuxia casually replied. This world was not the same as her past life. though Lin Palace was slowly crumbling, it was still the safest haven. Even though she was an expert in medicine, she can't change the fact that the current her was physically very weak. In this strange world there are too many dangers lurking around. Lin Palace's main power is Jun Xian. Since I'm here, I will not let him die so easily. Jun Wuxia eyebrow raised her eyebrows slightly. Whoever she wanted to protect, she would not fail at it. This body's constitution is too poor, even lacking a contractual spirit. If I had one I would be able to survive better in this world. What is a contractual spirit? The little black cat knew nothing of this world. Jun Wuxia raised her right hand, and showed it her ring finger. Slender fingers, soft and smooth like white jade. Normally upon reaching the age of 14, a ring will appear on the right hand's ring finger, but there was nothing on hers. Meow. Black Cat held onto her slender fingers with its furry paws, clinging onto her slender fingers and gently licked the finger she stuck out. Suddenly it constricted its pupils. Mistress, there seems to be a strange power on your finger. Are you sure it is not a contractual spirit? The black cat could sense a small trace of spiritual fluctuations. Jun Wuxia eyebrow raised her eyebrows slightly, stroking her right hand's ring finger. She could not see anything, but when her fingers grazed past she could feel a strange surge of spiritual fluctuations surrounding her fingertips. Her heart was beating with excitement as she felt the power converging around her ring finger. There was a sudden burst of brilliance which illuminated the whole room. A white lotus enveloped in a silvery white light was floating in midair. Meow. A flower? The pair of black eyes blinked a few times and looked over at Jun Wuxia hesitatingly. Contractual spirit species are divided into two types. They can either turn into weapons or morph into mighty beasts. But Wuxia's spirit turned out to be a white lotus. Plant contractual spirits were really unheard of. Jun Wuxia carefully reached out as the white lotus slowly landed on her palm. As she was slowly studying the lotus, there was a knock on the door. At that moment, the white lotus disappeared without a trace. Come in, she answered impatiently. Jun Wuxiao stepped in as he lazily leaned against the door, hands holding a bowl of medicine. Time to take your medicine. Jun Wuxia glanced at him as he plopped himself in front of her, and in a very smooth and practiced motion, he personally fed her the medicine. For Jun Wuxia, she didn't think too deep into those actions as she naively took for granted that he was honestly repaying his gratitude. From birth, she grew up in the secret villa for over 10 years. From a naive young child to her teens, she didn't get much chance to learn and understand the outside world. How to get along with others were not within the scope of her thinking. During that period of time, only numerous medical books and medical knowledge filled her brain. Her only relative held her captive deep in the mountains. Do not expect anything from her with regards to the ways of the world. Jun Wuxiao bent over slightly, one hand on her back firmly supporting her while a bowl of medicine in the other hand, slowly feeding her. When he bent over she gave a slight frown. I do not like the smell of blood, she said grimly. Jun Wuxiao smiled stiffly. Jun Wuxia continued sipping the medicine. As Jun Wuxiao carried the empty bowl away, as soon as he left the room, his smile faded. Raising his hand he sniffed his sleeve, a very faint smell of blood. Earlier on, he was careful not to get any bloodstains on himself. It seems that next time, I must take a bath first. Frivolous smile appeared once again on Jun Wuxiao's handsome face, dark eyes so deep that reflected no traces of any emotion. Check new novelchapters at novelbin.com. The second morning, the news spread like wildfire in the imperial city. Last night, on his way back from the Sea of Flowers, the second prince and his entourage was attacked by a mysterious group and all his guards were annihilated. Second prince had a bloody battle with the enemy and only managed to protect the life of his own and a beauty. This matter has enraged the emperor, who had ordered a thorough investigation of the matter, putting a huge bounty on the culprits who had dared to assassinate the prince. There was a huge outburst within the imperial city walls. There were many discussions going around the grapevine. Everybody was talking about it. Everyone knows that the second prince and the Lin Palace's Jun Wuxia have an arranged marriage. However, that night when the second prince was attacked, that beauty whom he saved was not his fiancée Jun Wuxia. This meant that earlier that day he had gone with another woman to the Sea of Flowers. Jun Wuxia was a tyrant. Everyone knows that Lin Palace young miss was extremely rude and arrogant, always stirring trouble in the city. People cannot help but speculate that the perpetrator on the attack on the second prince was none other than Jun Wuxia. After all, her fiancé went out with another woman. A normal woman cannot stand for this, let alone the tyrannical nature of Jun Wuxia. In only one morning, the imperial city was in chaos. The second prince was unwilling to endure the outrageous tyrannical Jun Wuxia and secretly went out with a beauty. However, she found out about it and had sent the Rui Lin army to go undercover and attempted to kill the second prince and his new love. The rumors went down the grapevine, versions recollected as if they were the ones who had witnessed it. An imperial edict arrived the very next day, dissolving the marriage engagement between the second prince and Jun Wuxia. Yesterday, there was speculation that the attack on the second prince might have been related to Jun Wuxia. However, with the arranged marriage dissolved at such timing only proved one thing: they were definitely related. Within the imperial city, Jun Wuxia's reputation had hit a bottom low. After the rumors spread, she was said to be the most vicious woman at the tip of everyone's tongue. Many women, who were also smitten by the second prince's handsome looks, berated her actions endlessly. Vis sit en velben, cm for eu ovals. All these chaos enveloped the perimeter of Lin Palace walls. Inside, all was tranquil. She cooped herself up in her room, busy studying her own White Lotus contractual spirit. In the Lin Palace study, Jun Xian was enraged, suppressing the urge to tear the imperial edict up into shreds. Good. Very good. Now that I'm old and useless, everyone thinks they can bully my granddaughter. He clenched his teeth as he gripped the edict tightly in his hands. Jun Qing had told him of the previous day's happenings, and although he expected the imperial edict to arrive sooner or later, he didn't think it would have been at such a crucial timing. Receiving the edict at such time will only let the rumors run amok with speculations that Jun Wuxia had a hand in the attack. Although Jun Xian knew his granddaughter had an arrogant attitude, he knew she didn't have the guts to kill anyone. Not to mention she was at home throughout the whole time to recuperate. She hadn't left the house even once. How could she have engaged anyone to attack Imo Xianfei? The chaotic grapevine even involved the Rui Lin army, saying that she had engaged them to help her with her little revenge. How was this even possible? Despite his excessive fawning over her, and although the Rui Lin army was his own troops, he had an upright and strict character. Not once had he ever let her be in contact with the troops, let alone give her precedence over such a great power. Imo Xianfei had yet to recover from the shock of the attack, and yet the edict was sent out. This couldn't help but make others think that the Lin Palace was involved in this, and rendered a great black mark towards the Lin Palace. Father, are we going to tell her all these things that are happening? Jun Qing's sullen face was apparent. He hated the fact that he was crippled and he had no power to protect his family. Jun Xian shook his head. You can't tell her anything. Knowing her temper, what kind of ruckus would she cause? Also, her body has not fully healed. His Majesty has appointed me to lead the investigations of the attack on the second prince. I will find out the truth and clear her name of all charges. After serving his country loyally for so many years, this was what he was repaid with. His 2 sons were sacrificed in the process. One died in battle, while the other was crippled. He only had his precious granddaughter left, but with the imperial decree, it washed her reputation down the drain. Who else would dare to marry her after such treatment by the royal family? His Majesty, you are really very heartless. Jun Xian whispered as he closed his eyes wearily. It was apparent that the Lin Palace had not much hope for the future, but they even wanted to involve his only granddaughter in this power struggle. Jun Qing lowered his head in silence and bit his lower lip as he unconsciously clenched his hands on his pair of wasted legs. If he could return to the battlefield, even if they were facing Qingyun clan, His Majesty would not have been so ruthless towards Lin Palace. Over the years, Jun Xian was aware of his excessive military merit as he continued to reduce the Ruilin army. Who knew that this would have paved the way to the current situation? I'm going to protect Jun Wuxia to my last breath. No one can even think about touching my granddaughter, he proclaimed with a glint in his eyes. I have already lost my son. I cannot afford to lose his daughter as well. She is my one and only Lin Wang's precious granddaughter. Deep into the night, this father and son pair were in the study discussing in hushed tones the precarious situation the family was currently facing. Standing by the door was the silhouette of two figures. Jun Wuxia listened on quietly as she stared at the door. Grandfather. In her previous world, that grandfather of hers made her spend over 10 years in bleak darkness. What was suffering, what was despair, she had a thorough grasp on them. Check new CHDers at novilbin.com. However, the grandfather of this body was like a sunlight piercing through the darkness. When she had first met him, he had poured out overwhelming love and concern which she had no idea how to react to. This was something that she has never experienced before. Whenever he found something interesting, the first thing he did was to send it to her room. If she had a slight frown on her face, he would try all means and ways to coax her. Subconsciously, she started to avoid contact with him as she did not know how to respond to him as the memory of her grandfather was completely different. But she did not think that he would have done things for her to this extent. Also, Lin Palace has been suspicious towards the royal family's schemes but had turned a blind eye to it as he had sworn his loyalty and believed that all the years of service he had rendered wouldn't be overlooked. But this time, with the spearhead pointing towards his granddaughter, the blind loyalty dissipated. For his granddaughter, he was willing to give up everything. With her faint heart still throbbing, she squeezed her skirt tightly. Are all grandfathers supposed to be like that? She asked with furrowed brows. Standing beside her, Jun Wuya was looking at her pale little face, and he did not know why her face suddenly flushed with excitement. Do you still want to go in? He asked as he looked at her curiously. No, she shook a head as her usually calm expression had a glimmer of warmth. She had initially wanted to discuss with her grandfather on doing her own treatment but did not expect to hear these by the door. She turned to leave the study. She needed some peace and quiet to think things through. As she turned to leave, his amused dark eyes revealed a hint of dark purple. He felt that these human monarchs behaved in a ridiculous manner. He just wanted to kill them all. Dangerous fire from the depth of his half-amused eyes was ignited. But if things were done this way, it will also get her into trouble. The killing intent slowly faded. Let's wait and see. When she went back to her room, the little black cat immediately appeared and jumped onto her shoulder as it rubbed against her cheek affectionately. Visit nvelben.cm for EU ovals. Are all grandfathers supposed to be like this? She was sitting in front of the bronze mirror, looking at the strange yet familiar reflection. According to normal relationships, that's the way should be. The black cat was swinging its bushy tail. It was the only one who knew what the word grandfather meant for her. Is that so? Her eyes lowered as she gently clutched her chest. Within it, she felt a warm feeling radiate, something she's never felt before. A little sour, a little warm. She loved it. Jun Wuya once asked her whether she was angry when Mo Xianfei and Bai Yinxian came over to break the marriage arrangement. The answer in her heart was, why should she be? For her, the past of this body had nothing to do with her. Even the Lin Palace did not have much relationship to her, so she did not feel the need to be angry, but now things are different. Jun Xian's voice echoed in her head. The constant nagging to eat her medicine, the little attempts at jokes when he was trying to get her to smile, these were all foreign to her. He is my grandfather. The reflection in the bronze mirror revealed a small smile, one that was enough to melt snow and ice. God had given her compensation for her past experience, giving her a chance to feel what it's like to have someone to care for her and to protect her. She will certainly not let anyone destroy this newfound happiness. I will not let anything happen to Lin Palace, myself or my grandfather, she said with conviction as she narrowed her eyes. In the past, nothing was worthy of her concern, but now, things have changed. Lin Palace is now in muddy waters, and to protect it, she must take some decisive actions. Things were not so simple. My White Lotus, in the end. What are you? She whispered under her breath as she traced her slender finger over the empty ring spot. Faint light diffused from her fingers and the White Lotus appeared once again. Meow. Do you want to try and see what can it do? The black cat was swishing its tail in excitement as it cocked its head and stared intently on the White Lotus. She placed the White Lotus on her palm and gently brushed its petals. A sweet fragrance permeated the entire room. Its scent is lovely, as she took in a deep whiff. Somehow she had always felt that whenever she smelled the scent, her blood flowed deemed smoother, as though the scent had a relation to this feeling. This lotus fragrance is very strange, it has a very enticing smell and even conditions the human blood. Perhaps this lotus might have other uses as well. As she reached out to pull off a petal, at that moment, before the petal was pulled off. Ouch! Pain, 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 a gentle childlike voice sounded out as her surroundings turned misty. When the mist gradually dispersed, a small little boy was sitting on the floor tearfully holding his arm, looking dejectedly at Jun Wuxia. Meow! The sudden appearance of this little kid scared the black cat out of its wits and it almost fell off as it scrambled to sit back on Jun Wuxia's shoulders. Jun Wuxia looked on speechlessly at the small milky white doll-like boy seated on the floor. He was wearing a small bib with a vivid white lotus design which looks exactly like her White Lotus contractual spirit. Where did this little thing pop out from? His delicate little face and his big watery eyes filled with grievances looked at Jun Wuxia as if she had done something very wrong. Monster! Black Cat exclaimed loudly, staring at the little guy. I'm not a monster. The little boy said, startled by his own outburst as he fiddled with his fingers. Who are you? Jun Wuxia looked at him innocently. Get him thrown out. This guy is definitely a monster. The black cat felt almost numb. Ever since they transversed into this world, the variety of bizarre things have happened so much. When the little boy heard the cat said that he should be thrown out, he immediately started crying. I am not a monster, you cannot throw me out. I'm your contractual spirit. Contractual spirit. How could you throw out your own contractual spirit? The sobbing little boy claimed, while looking at Jun Wuxia. Big tears from his eyes were falling when suddenly, the room was infused with a deep lotus scent. I didn't know that contractual spirits could turn into humans. Jun Wuxia rebutted harshly, her gorgeous face not a trace of softening up. Little boy opened his mouth, looked at Jun Wuxia as if wronged. I really am your contractual spirit. If you do not believe me, I can change into a more familiar form for you. Then it slowly stood up, stifling its tears when he disappeared without a trace. In his place, a beautiful white lotus was floating in midair. Jun Wuxia no longer knew how to express the shock in her mind. Poof, the white lotus disappeared once again and the little boy once reappeared in the same place. For that moment, Jun Wuxia thought of the magicians in her previous world. Now do you believe me? The little guy was watching Jun Wuxia's response in earnest. Although he also knows that even in the spirit world, he was different from the rest, but he really is a contractual spirit. June looked leisurely at her own contractual spirit white lotus flower, which was already hard to accept as it was the first she had heard of a plant contractual spirit, but now that it could even transform. However, looking at the little arm and legs, not to mention fighting, if others gave him a punch, it would most probably put him to death almost immediately. Sure enough, it's still useless? June Wuxia muttered out loud, frowning slightly, not hiding her discontent that this was not her ideal contractual spirit. Brooding June Wuxia did not notice, after she carelessly said those words, the already uneasy little lotus was again on the verge of tears. Find the new st ovals on n/velben.com. Sniff, please do not turn me away, I'm useful, I'm really useful. Alert to his own master's loath, the little lotus could no longer bear it. He threw himself at her while clinging onto one leg, tears running like a tap. I am very useful, really, do not throw me back. Little lotus stubbornly clinging to her leg, fearing her outright rejection. Throw back? Where? June Wuxia finally answered when the words from the little lotus awoke her from her previous stupor. When a baby is born into this world, contractual spirits will form a bond with the human soul, and the contractual spirits will sleep in the soul and only awaken at the age of 14. No known method, except in the event of death, can separate them. One can only form a bond with one contractual spirit for life, so no matter how useless her own contractual spirit is, she has no other choice in the matter, and even more so to throw it out. The spirit world, little lotus bitterly replied. That's where you're from. This was the first time she's heard of this place. Little lotus nodded, as if afraid of June Wuxia disliking him. In a well-behaved manner he added, before the awakening, the contractual spirit will stay in the spirit world. If the person dies, we will go back there again. That place is terrifying. I've just managed to escape. Please, do not throw me back, okay? She'd like to, but can do that? I can prove to be useful, please wait. A sudden determination seemed to have possessed little lotus when he finally let go of her leg, his small frail body quivering as he stood up, lifted his tender little arm straight out in front of June Wuxia. Ah. June Wuxia asked with big innocent eyes looking at him. Little lotus snorted, his tender little face with a painful expression looking at her. He mustered up his courage and finally shouted, Eat. What's there to eat? I am a special lotus. If you eat my petals, it can purify your blood and remove all impurities within it. Little lotus declared with vigor and pride. Read latest chapters at n/velbi.co/m. June Wuxia eyes lit up when she heard that. No one knew better than her. How rare was it to purify one's blood? Even if a medicine is amazing, there was still a limit. To be able to condition the human body and to improve the physique was possible. To truly cleanse the body of all impurities was akin to being reborn. In her previous world, despite technology and medicine being very well developed, many scientists were still researching genes and how they affect the human body, but still have not found any suitable methods. If what little lotus claimed was true, then he really is important. In order to determine if little lotus was speaking the truth, June Wuxia held onto his little tender arm. Although she knew the little guy in front of her was in fact a white lotus, the appearance of him in human form made it difficult for her to act any further. She brought his arm to her lips and looked at him. He was already bawling with huge teardrops falling. She really wasn't a monster. Softly sighing, she put his tender little arm down. Although the little lotus was determined to be useful to his master, when he saw that she had put his arms to her lips he couldn't control his own fear and tears started falling on its own. When the expected pain did not come, he had mixed feelings. He was really very happy not to be eaten, but the owner will feel that he is really useless and abandon him. I am really not afraid of pain, little lotus weakly declared. June Wuxia glanced over to his red and watery eyes. Little lotus was instantly discouraged. Well, although it hurts, but it will grow back. Little lotus softly said. Your petals are part of your body? Jun Wuxia clarified. Little Lotus nodded. So if I want to pluck a petal, I am actually pulling your arm? Little Lotus nodded again. Diascover dated novels on NOV/E/Lbin.co. Jun Wuxia was completely silent. Just when she finally found a use for this little fellow, it kind of turned into cannibalism, which no matter what it crossed her bottom line, and it was not something she would do. Hence, he had reverted back to his useless status. Ah! I have this! Little Lotus suddenly exclaimed as he touched his little apron and held out his small clenched fist. He slowly opened his hand, revealing 5 small seeds quietly lying on his palm. What are these? Jun Wuxia asked. These are lotus seeds. Little Lotus blinked a few times. Although the effect isn't as great as eating the petals, consuming it can strengthen the bones, purify the bone marrow, though it's unable to renew the tendons and flesh. He slowly trailed off. Only 5? Jun Wuxia raised her eyebrows. Having such an effect is pretty good too. I'm left with 5 for now. I can produce one once a month, the others ate them all up. I could only save these 5 seeds. Little Lotus explained timidly. They? Jun Wuxia found it really hard to understand his manner of speaking. However, once a month is still good. After keeping the 5 lotus seeds safely, Jun Wuxia thought about her own little lotus. Although he had no fighting ability, his ability to sense seems quite good, and these lotus seeds, although they are not at the same level as elixirs, it can significantly improve a person's constitution. This is what she needed most now. Whether it was herself, Jun Xian, or Jun Qing, they all needed to improve their body's constitution. Conditioning drugs can only achieve a certain effect. There will still, however, have some side effects, and targeting the bones were one of the hardest to achieve. These lotus seeds have solved the first major step. With strong bones as the base, conditioning the rest of the body is simply child's play to her. With a contractual spirit meant that she could start cultivating in this new world. Even tough little Lotus was unable to fight, at least she could start cultivating and rely on herself. Little Lotus was waiting anxiously at the side, waiting for some kind of affirmation from Jun Wuxia as it fiddled with its fingers when she finally nodded at him. Knowing that it would not be abandoned, Little Lotus gave a wide smile as tears started trickling down. He vowed in his heart to be a good contractual spirit and do his utmost for his new master. She started studying him in earnest as she found that various parts of his body have different effects. His flesh and blood could practically make one's physique reborn. Even his tears have the effect of conditioning the blood. It can be said, other than its 0 combat abilities, it could be considered a priceless treasure. To harvest the tears, the little black cat nipped Little Lotus a couple of times, causing the tears to flow like a faucet, only this time, the tears were all collected in a small bottle. This was specially prepared for Jun Xian and Jun Qing. Before she grew strong on her own, Lin Palace safety fell on the shoulders of the two of them. After crying so hard, the poor exhausted Little Lotus changed back into a barely visible ring and sat quietly on her finger. Diascover dated novels on NOV/E/Lbin.co. After the little harvest, Jun Wuxia fell into a deep slumber. At the crack of dawn, she went to look for Jun Xian. Jun Xian was surprised to find his precious granddaughter look for him on her own accord. Ever since she was injured, he rarely had the chance to spend time with her. Every time he tried to interact with her, she seemed quiet and withdrawn, prickling his heart. Wuxia! Why are you here? Come, sit down quickly. Jun Xian hurriedly ushered her to the nearest seat. Jun Wuxia was treated like a treasure, as she is the only in her generation. With Jun Qing's disability, having children may not be possible. She sat down meekly as she slowly warmed up to her new grandfather. Grandfather, I'd like to discuss something with you, she said solemnly. Her sudden declaration made his heart skip a beat. Could she have heard all the rumors that have been going around? Just say it. Whatever you want, just name it. As long as it is something within my means, I will do it for you, he addressed her warmly. June Wuxia cleared her throat. This was her first family formal conversation she's ever had. Grandfather already knows that I have no contractual spirit. I know that I'm unable to cultivate, and I've been thinking, ever since I've been recuperating in my room, I've been looking through some medical books. My writing skills are not that bad, and since I can't cultivate any spiritual power, I was thinking of studying medicine. He looked at her with a shocked expression. She actually came to say something so sensible? Although he loves his granddaughter, he knows she has no skills other than brewing trouble. He sat there petrified. June Wuxia saw that he was frozen in place. She persisted on, Lin Palace is not as peaceful as before. After my injury, I've come to terms with a lot of things. You don't have to worry about me, I really want to change. Jun Xian remained silent. Lin Palace's current predicament wasn't good. Even Mo Xianfei personally broke off the engagement shows that their standing was no longer stable. He knew he could no longer conceal anything from her. His granddaughter was still so carefree despite experiencing so much hardships. On top of that, she even became so well-behaved and sensible. This caused Jun Xian to feel conflicted and inevitably sad. After all, having him as a grandfather was useless. Although she had lost both her parents since young, as her grandfather he couldn't even protect her and give her a stable life. This matter I'll leave it to you. As long as you want to, just go for it. Just remember, as long as I am around, no one can bully you. Jun Xian declared with a glint in his eyes. Jun Wuxia's change naturally made him very happy. Thank you, grandfather, she nodded. We are family, no need for such formalities. As long as you are happy, as your grandfather, I feel at ease. If she was really interested in medicine, it would be a good instead of letting her think of the scoundrel Mo Xianfei. I will ask the servants to prepare some medical books and herbs for you. If anything is lacking, just tell Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu was an authoritative figure in Lin Palace. He had followed Jun Xian from a young age and was second in command in the Ruilin army before handing down his power to Jun Wuxia's father. After retiring from the army, he took charge of all the household matters in the Lin Palace. Before it was even lunchtime, Uncle Fu sent the servants to send over medical books and herbs. Her room was quickly filled up with medical books and large boxes of medicinal herbs. Jun Xian even instructed for a room near her courtyard to be converted into a pharmacy. Uncle Fu came by to check if everything was in order, after which he left her room. She quickly glanced through a few books nearby. After reading a few casually, she placed them aside. Those books that were sent to her might not be top-tier medical books, but they were still very rare books. But once they went through her hands, she could memorize everything and even describe an even more advanced treatment than what was described in the book. She was despairing at this world's medical level after experiencing firsthand through those quacks. She needed to see if the herbs and treatments were any different from her previous world. Although there were some similarities, her comprehension of fusing the medicine and herbs of this world and her previous world was terrifying. In one day, she fully comprehended all of it. The books recorded most of the herbs and efficiency of this world, and within a short span, she had them all clearly sorted in her mind. When are you going to start? The black cat walked elegantly around the pharmacy. The room was filled with the scent of nostalgia as the fragrance of herbs filled the room. It suddenly had a flashback of its mistress seated in a similar room surrounded by various herbs and medical books as she dabbled in various prescriptions and treatments for a decade. I'm in no hurry. Jun Wuxia calmly replied as she took Little Lotus out. To condition and maximize Jun Xian's and Jun Qing's potential, she must master the effects of the Little Lotus. The white lotus looked like a crown jewel, with each petal looking like a crystal, unlike any ordinary lotus she's ever seen. She sucked in a deep breath as she savored this beauty with her eyes. She took out a small lotus seed and swallowed it gracefully. What better way to test the effects than herself? It started off with a dull and uncomfortable pain from her bones as an itching sensation took over. She narrowed her eyes as the pain became more unbearable as the feeling changed with each minute. From a dull itching sensation to a sharp knife-like pain as though someone was sharpening a knife with her bones. She was soon drenched in a thin layer of sweat as she bit her lower lip. Check out LTSTVL on novl/bin.cm. This feeling was worse than being stabbed by a knife. She endured the excruciating pain for close to an hour when the pain finally subsided. Her clothes clung onto her slim body frame as she was drenched with sweat and a layer of black sticky fluid. She was finally free from the torment. She gave a sigh of relief as she looked at her hands and those impurities that were expelled out. That little guy didn't lie. Jun Wuxia muttered absent-mindedly as she tried to feel what changes were made to her body. She could feel that her joints were more flexible and her body felt lighter as well. In this world, if one wanted to cultivate their spiritual power, one needed an excellent physique. Previously she did not hurry to start cultivating as she had wanted to hone her physique to an almost perfect state before embarking on the arduous journey ahead. Starting with a strong foundation will lead to exponential gains in the future. After experiencing all the pain and reaping the enormous benefits herself, Wu Junxia was convinced that she was ready to start the treatment for Jun Qing and Jun Xian. It was time to improve their constitutions and put Lin Palace back in their rightful place. One of the main reasons why the emperor dared to act so presumptuously was because Lin Palace has no successors in line. With Jun Qing crippled and the arrogant good-for-nothing Jun Wuxia, the seemingly bleak future encouraged such acts against them. If Jun Xian and Jun Qing are in the pink of health, with their valiant vigor and aura, one would have to think twice before acting against them. With Jun Xian as the backbone of the Ruilin army, there can be only one outcome: blood will be shed. During this time, Jun Wuxia spent her time scurrying to and fro her little courtyard to her pharmacy, busy conditioning her body's physique through her diet, when her pale face finally turned a hint of rosy. Jun Xian was worried that his granddaughter would play doctor only for a short while before her interest died out, hence he was pleasantly surprised to hear that she was busy scuttling to and fro her pharmacy and felt relieved that her complexion was looking better each time he saw her. In the Imperial Palace, they still have yet to receive any action or any retaliation from the Lin Palace, which made the emperor smile. Lin Palace had chalked up too many military merits over the years. Who would pass up such a great chance like this to bring their name down? This was the desired result he had wished for, crushing them in spirit. By now, the flames of the malicious rumors of Jun Wuxia engaging the Ruilin army to act on her personal selfish whims had long spread out far beyond the city's walls. New chapters will be fully updated at novl/bin.com. All this while, Jun Xian was trying to trace and find the group of mysterious men in black and get proof to clear Jun Wuxia's name. He had, however, a trace of suspicion that they were hiding something important. All the second prince's guards had no complete corpse, as though they had exploded from within. Also, the second prince was said to have been badly injured due to fighting with them and fending off their attacks. However, he had not been granted any audience with the second prince to determine what injuries or what type of weapon had caused them. Clearly the Imperial Palace was withholding important clues to slow him down in his investigations so as to bring down Jun Wuxia's reputation. From morning till night, Jun Xian is always out looking for clues. On the other hand, Jun Wuyao's figure was rarely seen in the compounds of the Lin Palace. As for Lin Palace matters, only Jun Qing and Jun Wuxia remained. A servant pushed Jun Qing to the side of the lotus pond in the backyard to view the lotus flowers in full bloom. Jun Qing, however, was not in the mood to appreciate it. Hearing small footsteps from the side, Jun Qing turned his wheelchair in that direction and smiled as he saw a slightly flushed Jun Wuxia. "You are finally willing to come out?" Jun Qing asked, feigning annoyance. Ever since Jun Xian permitted Jun Wuxia to study medicine, she was practically a shut-in, only going to her pharmacy and nowhere else. Such an appearance was rare indeed. Jun Wuxia looked at her uncle who was smiling dotingly at her. She was slightly surprised as her body had undergone intensive conditioning through the special lotus seed and tears. Although she has yet to cultivate any spiritual power, her footsteps have become very light. Unless she was in the person's line of sight, otherwise anyone within 5 steps from her would not be able to discover her presence. However, this time she clearly had just entered the spacious backyard, and her uncle who was facing the lotus pond knew right from the start that it was her. His hearing was too amazing. Uncle's legs were injured on the battlefield? Jun Wuxia searched hard through the fragments of memories related to this little uncle of hers, but not much information could be obtained. From her memory, Jun Qing had always been sitting on a wheelchair and had rarely talked about his legs. Only once at a family feast had he mentioned that he was injured on the battlefield. Yes. Jun Qing answered. It isn't an ordinary injury, right? Jun Wuxia pressed on as she was certain that there was more to it than a simple battle wound. When he was injured, Lin Palace was at its prime, where all the superior doctors from all around would be invited to heal him. When Jun Wuxia fell off the cliff, her injuries were very serious as well, with broken bones as one of the main bane. Within a month, she was able to walk, hence a simple wound from the battlefield should not have any reason to take away his ability to walk. It's poison. I was stabbed in the back by the enemy with a fatal poison. If not for your grandfather, I'm afraid you won't have any uncle to talk to. He was able to get Qingyan clan's sovereign to heal me, he said melancholy, as he raised his hem at his waist to expose a hideous scar. Although the wound was over a decade old, there was still a trace of dark purple surrounding it. Qingyan clan, she slightly frowned. Your grandfather traded our family heirloom in exchange for his help. Jun Qing quickly explained and attempted to clarify as he thought of the deep enmity between Qingyan clan's Baiyun Xian and his niece. Up-to-date OVLS on OVL.bin.cm. Previously, when Jun Wuxia had told Jun Xian of her intentions to pursue her future in medicine, he had wanted to suggest to enroll in Qingyan clan as that was the mecca of medical studies in this world. Unfortunately, with Mo Xianfei and Baiyun Xian's entanglement, having her join Qingyan clan was no longer possible. Let me look at uncle's leg. Jun Wuxia had never once thought of that pair of adulterers. Okay. He quickly obliged and rolled up his pants. Jun Qing's legs were pale and slender. If not for that injury, this pair of legs, which were once robust and strong, was now reduced to a pair of thin and weak legs. After more than a decade of not utilizing the leg muscles, they shrunk, and now his upper body and legs were very out of proportion. Jun Wuxia started to examine his legs as she applied pressure over a few areas. Are you not able to feel anything at all? CHCK for US Tirais on no/v/l/bin.c0m. Occasionally a few chills, but not very obvious. He replied. She continued to examine his legs, and finally, after some time, she looked up and asked, Uncle, do you trust me? She asked calmly. Of course. He smiled warmly at her. Jun Wuxia looked around her surroundings, and her gaze landed on the lotus pond as her eyes flashed a trace of excitement. These lotus flowers are so beautiful. Take for instance this lotus here in full bloom. I wonder if Uncle likes to eat lotus seeds? She casually asked. Jun Qing gave a quick thought and replied, I do eat them occasionally. I just picked some yesterday and thought they tasted really good. Would you like to try some as well? She asked again in a casual tone. Of course I would, it's been hand-picked by you. He happily agreed. His own little niece is now so sensible. If it was before, even if she ever picked any lotus seeds, the first person she would give it to would be Mo Xianfei. Uncle, open your mouth, she added. Jun Qing was surprised, although he didn't know what she was up to, but as a doting uncle, all he wanted was for his niece to be happy, so he listened to her and opened his mouth. As soon as he did that, Jun Wuxia immediately flicked the lotus seed into his mouth, and before he could even react, she closed his mouth and tilted his head up, forcing him to swallow it down. From her gentle feeding method, he almost choked out tears. Just when he thought she was finally getting more sensible, the way she did things was still a little rough. Jun Wuxia can't be blamed for crude method of feeding medicine. It's just that it was never in her genes to begin with. With regards to patients who refused to eat medications, she always had a single thought, that was to have the patient eat it, and her method was crude but effective without room for resistance. "Isn't it delicious?" she inquired. Jun Qing looked at her with a dumbfounded expression. She simply shoved it down his throat. When did he get the luxury to taste it? Delicious. He coaxed her. Then I shall leave first. After doing what she came for, she whizzed away back to her courtyard. Jun Qing stared at her back as left, feeling a little baffled. This little girl came all the way here, and after talking so much, it was merely to feed him a lotus seed? Master's body still has some remnants of poison, as the lotus seed is of cooling nature. Would you like me to brew a bowl of ginger soup to warm you up? The servant who had been standing behind him all this while broke the silence. If one looked closely, this man had a tall and robust stature. With his stoic expression, one would think he resembled nothing like a servant. Jun Qing raised his hands. There's no need to kick up a big fuss over a single lotus seed. I'm not that weak. That man no longer pursued on and said his thoughts out loud. Little Miss seems a little different lately. Ever since Jun Qing was injured, he had been tending to him for over a decade and had watched Jun Wuxia grow up. He never had a good impression of her due to her lofty and arrogant nature, hence he did not even bother to greet her when he saw her. You think so too? Jun Qing's lips curved upwards as he gave a deep thought. With a trace of nostalgia, he absent-mindedly said, seeing her now somewhat reminds me of brother. Please do not jest, some things cannot be compared. That man frowned as he sternly replied. He didn't seem to agree with the words of Jun Qing. Jun Qing immediately lost his smile and shook his head. TSK. The only person who can tolerate this temper of yours is only brother. Do not forget, that child she is the child of the man whom you swore your fealty to. If one day father and I are no longer around, she will be in your... Before he could finish his sentence, an uncomfortable itch was felt as if someone was sawing his bones with a blunt knife, and he hunched over as this feeling started to spread to every single bone in his body. Master! The man looked worriedly at the pale-faced Jun Qing. Jun Qing's poison from that time had yet to be fully purged, and the residual toxicity had penetrated deep into the bone marrow. Even the famed Yun Qing clan's sovereign had failed to neutralize it. Over the years, Jun Qing had been very cautious right down to his diet. He was fine just a moment ago and was still rebuking him. Why did he suddenly? He suddenly thought of something. That lotus seed? But how could it be? No matter how much he disliked Jun Wuxia, the blood of the Jun family still flowed within her. That's why when she had approached Jun Qing just now, he did not have any apprehension towards her. How could it have been her? Jun Qing clenched his teeth tightly as he felt the itch slowly became an indescribable pain. It was as if they were slowly being crushed, and the overwhelming pain swept over him as he broke out in cold sweat. As the man watched Jun Qing's condition worsen by each passing moment, he quickly lifted Jun Qing up with his wheelchair and rushed back to the room. All these was not relayed to Jun Wuxia. She was cooped up in her pharmacy researching. She had not given it a second thought, as she had personally gone through the bone cleansing process, and although it was not the most comfortable experience, it was still manageable in her opinion. However, what she did not know was that the cleansing of a regular human bone and one that had been poisoned had a totally different effect. In a different courtyard, at this moment Jun Qing was suffering from an excruciating pain, as if 1,000 knives were hacking away at his bones. An emergency summon for all the capable doctors of the state to quickly head over to Lin Palace to treat him. However, all the doctors were helpless in their diagnosis as Jun Qing lay on his bed as his body temperature soared, as his body kept twitching and soon the sweat soaked through the sheets. The sweat expelled also carried a faint black smelly substance. This scene scared the wits out of the group of doctors who knelt at the bedside quivering. Jun Xian had received the news and rushed back to see his son lying on the bed, complexion as white as sheet. His condition did not look optimistic and it was as if he had one leg in the grave already. Jun Xian broke out in cold sweat as he roared, "What the hell happened?" A pair of bloodshot eyes was staring viciously at the doctors kneeling by the bed. This humble one, does not know how his blood flow is in chaos and the poison in his bone marrow suddenly spread to warehouse. Whole body. This humble one really tried my best. Lin Wang, please have mercy. The group of doctors all cried for mercy as they all had the same diagnosis. Jun Qing did not have long to live. Get latest level chapters on nve.lbj/n.c/m. This bolt of information almost made Jun Xian faint as he steadied himself. Was his last son going to die? No! This can't be happening! He immediately rushed over to the royal palace, intending to seek out Bai Yin as she is Qing Yun clan's sovereign's disciple. To his dismay, Bai Yin had refused audience with anyone, saying that she was still frightened from the attack and was still recuperating. He immediately stormed into the grand hall to seek an audience with the emperor instead. His Majesty was placed in a difficult situation, and as he did not have much of a choice, he could only watch on helplessly as he saw Jun Xian lead all the imperial doctors in the royal palace back to Lin Palace to assist with the treatment. For one whole day and night, Jun Qing was lying on the bed hanging over the verge of death. All the doctors that came and took his pulse all had the same worried expression, all had the single verdict: Jun Qing was one step away from death's door. Jun Xian seemed to have aged 10 years overnight as he sat by his son as he waved his hands and asked them all to return to the palace. He sat there sadly as he buried his face in his hands. Is that true? The emperor, who was seated in the study, was listening to the doctor who was reporting Jun Qing's situation to him, his face void of any expression as he listened solemnly. This humble one does not dare lie. Jun Qing's poison has indeed acted up and the poison has attacked the heart. The doctor reported truthfully. That's a pity. Order for the Snow Mountain ginseng and the red lingji to be sent over to Lin Palace. The emperor was feeling very generous. Both the Snow Mountain ginseng and the red lingji are rare herbs that was used to prolong life, and it was apparent to everyone that Jun Qing has not much longer to live. Yes, Your Majesty. Withdraw. The emperor waved his hand. When the doctor left, the emperor leaned back in his chair as he went through all the various scrolls on the desk. A small smile could be seen. In the Lin Palace was overshadowed with gloom as Jun Qing lay on his bed motionless. His breathing was very weak. Jun Xian sat by his side with red eyes. Why did this suddenly happen? You were all right all these years. Why did the poison suddenly flare up? Jun Xian could not understand. All these years his condition had been stable. What could have triggered it? The man standing by the side had on a solemn expression as he clenched his fist tightly. Has any suspicious personnel entered the palace lately? Jun Xian asked with a deep frown. The man shook his head as he looked over at Jun Qing lying on the bed. His heart was struggling internally. Before Jun Qing fainted, he had specifically told him not to tell anyone that Jun Wuxia was there before. No matter what had happened, he believed from the bottom of his heart that Jun Wuxia would not hurt him. He simply took it as his life was going to end a little sooner, that's all. He did not want to implicate his niece into anyone's grand scheme to throw the Lin Palace into further turmoil. But now all the doctors have diagnosed that he did not have much time left. Did he have to hide this forever? the man was conflicted. If it was anyone else, he would have directly interrogated them, but the perpetrator was Jun Wuxia. If Jun Qing really died, Lin Palace had no more future. What happened here? A puzzled voice suddenly sounded. The man and Jun Xian both turned to look at the same time as they saw Jun Wuxia carrying a black cat in her arms, with a quizzical expression at the doorway. Wuxia, Jun Xian's husky voice was full of sorrow. The man clenched his trembling fist and choked back the words he wanted to say. Your uncle has been poisoned. Jun Xian slowly broke it to her as he closed his eyes in despair. Poisoned? Jun Wuxia was slightly surprised when she heard this. She immediately went to the bed, ignoring the surprised Jun Xian and man as she took Jun Qing's pulse. His pulse was very weak, barely discernible. Jun Qing's face was pale and covered with sweat mixed with a dark substance. All these fit the description of being poisoned. If it was others, they would have concluded it as severe poisoning. However, who was Jun Wuxia? She had immediately found something different. The/W novel chapters are published on no/vel/bin.co/m. Although Jun Qing's pulse was weak, it was also very stable. Jun Wuxia immediately pulled off the quilt and removed the pillow. Wuxia, what are you doing? Uncle is fine. Jun Wuxia's mind was focused on the treatment and did not know how her sudden actions and words had impacted the rest who were standing there with their mouth agape. Jun Qing's situation was not as bad as everyone had made it out to be. It looked as though the poison had penetrated the bone marrow, as the lotus seed actually cleanses the bones and as it purges all the toxins out, these will be purged out from the pores of the body together with the sweat. Before the process is complete, this accumulation of discarded toxins will confuse people and think that the terrifying amount of poison had actually reached his heart and hence the death verdict. In actual fact, it was not so dangerous. Jun Wuxia placed Jun Qing on a flat position as she wanted to smoothen the detoxification process. She swiftly took out a needle bag as she pulled out a long slender needle and accurately pierced a main meridian point. She continued on with a few other points to unblock them with the intention to increase his blood circulation and to hasten the process and put an early end to his ordeal. As she was self-immersed in an ethereal state as she skillfully used her needles to treat him, she was oblivious to her surroundings. When she had initially pulled out the needle, the man could not take it anymore and had stepped forward to stop her when the equally shocked Jun Xian raised his hand and blocked him. They stood beside the bed and watched her quietly as she skillfully and accurately unblocked his meridians. They had all seen Jun Wuxia grow up and had never expected her medical skills to be so good. Prepare 10 stoves in the room and shut the door and windows, she calmly ordered. What are you up to? He's your uncle. Can't you see, he's dying? The man bellowed. He could not take it anymore. Jun Qing was already so sickly and his sweat had soaked through the sheets, and she still wanted him to be cooped up in the room with 10 stoves? Jun Wuxia glanced over and spoke in a cold voice, I don't speak to idiots. She did not care about how horrid his expression was, she simply carried her black cat in her arms and left. There was nothing wrong with Jun Qing's detoxification process, but his body was very weak as his lower body was immobile for too long. His internal organs were all in disarray, hence even if the bones are cleansed, she still needed to help him rebuild his whole body constitution to what it was before, or even better. Now, her main goal was to purge out all the remaining toxins in the shortest time possible. She immediately rushed to get the prescription for stabilizing and boosting his internal system. In Jun Qing's room, the air was very stifled as the man's face was as black as coal while Jun Xian wore a heavy expression. As Jun Xian watched Jun Qing on the bed with that deathly pale complexion, Jun Xian was struggling for a bit when he finally ordered, prepare 10 stoves. Shut the doors and all the windows tight. Lin Wang, you would even let the little miss mess with his life? He gave Jun Xian an incredulous look. Jun Xian sighed. You've heard what all the other doctors have said. They said there was no way to cure him. They have all given up on him. The fact that there is a glimmer of hope, no matter how ridiculous it is, I am going to try it. I have only one son left and I'm not going to let him leave me so easily. Even if the chance is 1 in a million, I'm going to cling on to it. He was pushed into a corner and had no way out. He was willing to risk it all. After all, what did he have to lose? When he saw his granddaughter's skill with the needle, a glimmer of hope ignited within. He'd rather place his hope within his family. CHCK for US Tirais on no/v/l/bin.c0m. You are going to place all your hopes in her? How long has she dabbled in medicine for? This is too much. It's a life you are playing with. Isn't Qingyan clan sovereign's disciple currently residing in the royal palace? Even if His Majesty doesn't agree, I'm going to tie her up and drag her here. He argued bitterly. Jun Xian shook his head. Jun Qing's been poisoned too heavily, even the sovereign cannot neutralize it, what more his disciple? Even if you tie her up and drag her here, what's the point? It's no use. The man slumped against the bed as he clenched his teeth. Soon, the stoves were placed in the room as the servants hurriedly closed all windows and the door. The sudden increase in temperature forced both Jun Xian and the man to circulate their spiritual energy, and soon they were each covered in a thin cloak to protect themselves from the extreme heat. Jun Qing's sweat mixed with black substance came trickling out and he was completely drenched. It was as though he had just been fished out from a pool of water. Those sweat beads that dripped onto the floor evaporated quickly and soon the room was filled with steam. A creaking sound was heard as Jun Wuxia entered the room with a bowl of her own concoction as the little black cat stayed by her side. Without paying heed to anyone, she marched straight up to Jun Qing. Suddenly, she felt a strong grip on her wrist. The man had rushed forward in an attempt to stop her. He's your uncle. He stared at her menacingly. Although he did not tell Jun Xian that the cause of this was all because she had fed him the lotus seed, he still held her responsible in his heart. Although he did not want to believe that she was out to hurt Jun Qing, the facts were right there. Let go, she said icily as she frowned. She immediately broke free from his grasp as she flung her hand away. She was very annoyed to be interrupted and questioned repeatedly while treating a patient. The man stood quietly at the corner with a gloomy expression as he watched her slowly feed Jun Qing the bowl of black liquid. After drinking the bowl of medicine, there was no response from Jun Qing as he lay quietly on the bed. As time slowly ticked by, the intense temperature of the room was a great torture to Jun Wuxia. As she had yet to start her cultivation, much less protect herself with a cloak of her own spiritual energy from such extreme temperature. She continued to sweat profusely as her thin dress was soaked through, but no matter what, she just sat there quietly as she meticulously paid attention to every single change in his pulse. The black cat leaped onto the bed as it stared at Jun Qing and looked up at Jun Wuxia. Meow. Physical conditions seem stable. Jun Wuxia nodded slightly. An hour later, crystal-clear beads of sweat started forming, a huge contrast to the previous murky sweat that was expelled. Jun Wuxia immediately called for the servants to remove all the stoves and air the room. Prepare hot water and help freshen second master up, Jun Wuqing ordered. Everyone outside the room looked at her with a puzzled expression. What was their young miss up to again? The situation for their second master was already very bad, with almost every doctor in the kingdom giving him the death verdict. Now she comes in and play doctor? The servants hesitated as they looked towards Jun Xian, and when he nodded, they scuttled in and went to clean up. You there, go to my pharmacy and take the medical pot I left on the table over and add it into warm water and let second master soak in it for 3 hours. She called out to the man standing nearest to her. During this whole process, Jun Xian stood quietly by the side, never once interfering with her arrangements. As he watched her with his tired eyes, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Regardless if everything she did was useless, at least she had changed for the better. After she finished all the necessary arrangements, she discovered that her dress had many stains. These were all from the black substance expelled out from Jun Qing's body, and it had an odious stench. She quickly retreated back to her own room to take a bath. She really hated all these smells. Jun Qing was soaking in the medicinal bathwater that Jun Wuxia had specially prepared for him. Although he was unconscious, it was apparent that his condition had improved, as his breathing was no longer as weak and his face, although pale, it was not deathly white as before. The man could see this, but he still huffed his chest up haughtily, as he still bore some grievances towards Jun Wuxia. Jun Xian was by his son's side all this while, and when he saw the improvement, he gave a sigh of relief. After all, Wuxia is his daughter. She may have been somewhat naive in the past, now she is all grown up. You must not have any prejudice against her. She may need the protection from you guys to grow up safely in the future. He patiently explained. He could tell that man did not like Jun Wuxia very much. He wanted to try to diffuse the animosity as much as he could. The man remained silent and left the room as soon as he saw that Jun Qing's complexion had finally turned for the better. After her bath and changing into a fresh new set of clothes, Jun Wuxia sat in the pharmacy as she held a teacup in one hand while the other was writing down all the various names of herbs with fervor. Jun Qing's condition has stabilized, but to return his condition to its peak, a lot of effort is needed. As such, she was busy scribbling away all the medications needed. To complement the medicine, she also wrote down the list of dishes to pair them with, to complement each other so as to nourish him and speed up the process. A knocking the door interrupted her thoughts. "Come in." The door creaked open, and there stood the same tall man who had been interrupting her all these while. She furrowed her eyebrows. "If you've got something to say, spit it out now, or else just scram." For people other than family, she does not pay any heed to the words used. She says whatever comes to mind without a care. As she just finished speaking, the man standing in front of her suddenly went down on one knee with a loud thud. "Major General of the Ruilin Army Longqi has greatly offended young miss. Please punish me as you deem fit," he said grimly as his tall frame was kneeling with on one knee and his head slightly bowed. Ruilin Army's Major General. She glanced over at Longqi. She had always felt that he was always staying quietly by her uncle's side and fussing over him on quite a few occasions. Although she had always thought he did not seem like a servant or a bodyguard, it never crossed her mind that he would be Ruilin Army's Major General. But... okay? Jun Wuxia frowned. Upstat from N, 0/V/LBN/.co/M. Longqi continued kneeling on the ground without uttering a single word. He did not deny he had always some prejudice against her. He even deeply suspected that she poisoned Jun Qing. When he saw how meticulous she was as she treated Jun Qing and the effects of her treatment could be seen, he knew he was in the wrong. Ruilin Army's protocols have always been severely strict, hence he had habitually sought his own punishment. It was an ironclad rule that every single member had been drilled into since day one. If one did something wrong, it's punishment. Since it's nothing, then you can leave. She had no interest whatsoever in his position or request. This man had repeatedly interrupted her so many times, but this was all due to him worrying over Jun Qing, so when he was rude, she really did not care nor take it to heart. He maintained his position for a while longer, stood up and left the room. Only this time, he was very respectful towards her and had even bowed slightly before he closed the door. "Wow, what extraordinary thing did you do when I was not around?" "This looks interesting," an enigmatic voice with a hint of mischief trailed off from the doorway. "TL, did you notice the way he had changed the way he called her?" Jun Wuxia was a little startled as she looked over with a slight frown. He casually made his way to the nearest chair as he sat down and lazily plopped his head on his hand as he gave her a charming smile. His long black satin hair draped down the side and framed his gorgeous face. All test NOVL on novelben/.cm. That picture itself was a sin. Jun Wuxia had not seen him for the past few days and had almost forgot about his existence. Didn't think that he would appear so suddenly. With his appearance, she could vaguely smell the familiar scent of blood. Despite it being covered by the strong fragrance of herbs, with her sensitive nose, she could still sniff out that faint trace. Jun Muyao looked at her happily, but his expression almost crumbled when he saw her frown at him as she covered her nose with her hand. His handsome smile was frozen. Next time, if you have not completely removed the smell, you are not allowed in the pharmacy. She warned him with a deep frown. She did not care where he's from, as long as he didn't provoke her and Lin Palace, he could do whatever he want. Jun Muyao slowly stood up as he looked at her with a distressed expression. The smell was barely discernible. Moreover, this place had such strong pungent herb smell. How keen was this nose of hers to be able to sniff that out from this myriad of smells? You dislike that smell this much? He chuckled. Yes. She saw him walking towards her slowly. She subconsciously took a step back as he came closer. This smell made her feel really sick if she wasn't treating any patient. Really, sorry. As he looked at the Jun Wuxia without outwardly avoiding him, an evil smile flashed by as he suddenly disappeared. Before she could even react, she was embraced by a pair of strong arms. Her delicate little face was forcibly pressed into his broad chest as the smell of blood assaulted her nose as it was many times stronger. Jun Wuxia stood there petrified. Let go. Be good, next time I will not let you smell it. Jun Wuxia not only did not let go, he actually hugged her even tighter. So petite, so soft, it was like a small little animal hiding in a safe place, but the little one he's holding onto seems to have sharp fangs and was bearing it. She was in a frenzy as he hugged her tightly and rubbed her head as if she was some kind of pet. The clothes which she had just changed into had to be changed again as it now had the stench of blood. When he finally let her go, she rushed out of the pharmacy and scrubbed herself many times before she willingly came out. After being abandoned by its master, the little black cat could only glare at Jun Muyao. Jun Muyao could not help but laugh out as he saw the fleeing shadow of Jun Wuxia. The black cat could feel some strong energy fluctuations and realized how dangerous this man really was. He immediately followed his master's footsteps and fled the pharmacy. Master! Don't leave me alone with this crazy man. Jun Qing finally stirred as he groggily saw a familiar silhouette sitting by his bed. As his vision slowly restored, he realized that it was his worried father who seemed to have aged since he last saw him. Father? Jun Qing struggled to sit up, but his body felt as if the bones have all been broken up and it was so intense he could not move. Don't move. Lie down. Jun Xian quickly reached out. What happened to me? Although his whole body felt as though it was breaking apart and he could not move, he still felt a hint of comfort and ease. You really almost scared your father to death. Jun Qing helplessly looked at the sullen figure by his bed. Stop sleeping already and get something to eat. Jun Xian heartily nudged his son. Now that he's much better and can finally eat to replenish his strength and nourish the body, what more are they waiting for? When the servants entered the room with the piping hot porridge, the aroma was so enticing that both father and son momentarily looked at the steaming bowls absent-mindedly. The porridge had a faint smell of herbs, but the smell was not too overpowering. Having not eaten for such a long time, Jun Qing could feel his stomach contracting once the bowl was placed in front of him. Once he took in a deep breath, the aroma assaulted all his senses and his previous loss of appetite was history. He struggled to sit up in his bed to enjoy his first meal for these past few days. After he had eaten his fill, with a bit of difficulty as he sat up in his bed and had only realized that he was in a very precarious situation while he was unconscious. Every doctor who saw you concluded that you were on at death's door if not for her. Jun Xian sighed as he thought about the pain of losing his eldest son. If this kind of thing happened again, he really did not know if he could survive. But, Jun Wuxia just started on her medical studies not too long ago, how could she have known that I could be saved? Jun Qing was full of questions. It seems that this time, it was really a huge change in Jun Wuxia. The wayward rude little girl from before seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Even in the face of Mo Xianfei's bullying, she still did not express any discontent, unlike the her before who would have whipped up a storm. She's so sensible and level-headed now. Recently that child has changed a lot, she's become very sensible. I think her injury before might not be as simple as we have thought. If not for the major turn of events, she would not have changed so much in such a short time. Jun Xian did not say it out, but he had been thinking about it for a while and made a few guesses. All these started only after she came back riddled with all those injuries. What did she go through? Jun Qing hesitated for a moment before he finally told the truth that Jun Wuxia had given him the lotus seed right before this incident. Lotus seed? Jun Qing frowned slightly. Initially he had thought that someone had secretly tempered, but now Jun Wuxia is suddenly involved. Perhaps she gave it to me without any deeper meaning, or my body simply could not hold up against the poison. No matter what, I believe that Wuxia will not harm me. But I have to say, although I'm tired now, I'm feeling much better than what I've felt over in a decade. The poison has deeply seeped into my bones, all these years, and though it didn't manage to take my life away, but it has been wearing my mind and spirit down. Jun Qing was worried he would implicate Jun Wuxia further as he hastily tried to explain. He really wasn't exaggerating, his body still felt very weak now, however his mind was very alert. Also the poison before seemed to have rendered him unable to muster up any spirit energy, but now he could feel a slight throb as he tried to sense his spirit energy. Really? Do not think that you can pull a fast one over me. Naturally I believe in our Wuxia. But if you still feel any discomfort anywhere, do not hide it. No matter what, both of them are his closest kin and he did not want any harm to befall them. Jun Qing smiled and nodded as he moved his arms in exaggerated motion in an attempt to show his father that he was really fine. However, in that moment, there was a surge of a strange feeling. His whole body stiffened as he was deep in thought. Discover new stories at nv/lbin.c/o. What happened? Jun Xian quickly asked as he saw the strange expression Jun Qing had on. Jun Qing gulped as he gave a bewildered look of disbelief. My legs. What happened to your legs? Jun Xian asked anxiously. They feel a little sore? Jun Qing's voice trailed off. Ever since Jun Qing had been poisoned, his legs were not able to feel any sensations, except for occasional chills from the bitter cold winter. However, he could clearly feel something now, something he had missed all these years. Even though it was pain, nevertheless, it was still a feeling. Father, where is Wuxia? He had a sudden flashback. Uncle, do you trust me? When Jun Wuxia had asked him that question, he didn't think too much into it, but now after all that has happened. After she had asked him that very question, she fed him that lotus seed, after which his body underwent major changes. All test NOVL on novelben/.cm. All these were too coincidental. Jun Xian had sent someone to invite Jun Wuxia over. When she entered the room, there was a faint aroma of herbs as she carried her little black cat in one arm and walked over to the bedside. Uncle woke up. As if she was expecting it, there was not a trace of surprise in her voice. Wuxia, this time Uncle really need to thank you properly. Jun Qing smiled warmly at his niece. He saw the cat that was looking happy and contented in her arms. Jun Wuxia had always liked animals, but because of her impatience, whenever she approached animals, they couldn't keep still and would run off. He even tried grabbing various cats and dogs and let her touch, but they always end up running away, so it was a very rare sight. "No need, this is my fault," she softly said as she stroked the cat's fur and looked down. This shocked both father and son. "Wuxia, what do you mean?" Jun Xian asked gently, fearing his tone was too harsh and scaring off his granddaughter. Jun Wuxia looked at both of them with bright eyes and slowly said, "In fact, there's no reason to hide from both of you. That time, when I fell from the cliff, almost all my bones were broken. If not for Master saving me, I'd have long be dead." "Master?" Jun Wuxia nodded. "He was the one who saved me and sent me back to Lin Palace. However, he did not want other people to know about him, which is why he handed me over to Wu, brother. That entire time while I was recuperating, Master saw that I was interested in learning medicine and he took me in as his disciple. Although I don't know about his origins, he's my savior and I know he has amazing skills. The reason why I picked up studying medicine is not because I had an interest in it, but because Master said that since my body constitution was weak and I had no contractual spirit, this was a way for me to protect myself." She glanced over to look at them as they looked at her seriously. She continued on, "Actually, that was not an ordinary lotus seed, it was given by Master and it has the ability to cleanse the bone marrows. Although Uncle has been crippled, he's still able to feel occasional chills and his tendons are not damaged, so I thought I could try to treat it. I also ate the lotus seed, though some discomfort, my body did not have such a reaction like Uncle's. His poison flaring up scared me, but luckily Master taught me the way to treat it." Jun Wuxia spoke calmly, though her voice a little immature, she sounded very credible. This speech was thought up after some deliberation to gloss over the origin of the medicine. She had originally wanted to build up their body constitution discreetly, who knew that lotus seed would have triggered off such a big incident. Now she had to find a plausible excuse as a cover-up for her medical skills. Hence, the little black cat and her had been discussing it and they eventually came up with a master. Pushing everything to her mysterious master would pave her way free from all future problems. After listening to her explanation, Jun Xian and Jun Qing were both in shock. They did not think that Wu Xia would ever acknowledge anyone as her master. When she had returned back that day, their memories were tampered with and all they knew was that her brother had brought her back, however the specifics were not known. T/his chapter is up.d by nvel, bin.co/m. Her explanation may have sounded a bit too incredible. What kind of luck did she have to meet such an expert? However, it did fit all the current questions they had in their minds, like her change in personality as well as her interest in medicine. "Well, Wu Xia, all these time did you meet your master here in our Lin Palace?" He had on a weird facial expression when he asked her. Jun Wuxia nodded. Jun Xian and Jun Qing exchanged glances. If one looked closely, you could even see their eyebrows twitching. Lin Palace may not look heavily guarded, however there is a great number of Rui Lin army secretly guarding it in the shadows. Not to mention strangers, even any animals, they would be the first to know if any trespassed into Lin Palace. However this time, they had not heard anything at all. This meant that her master was an expert who could enter and leave this fortress at his own will while escaping the tight net of surveillance of the Rui Lin army. He did not leave behind a single clue. Towards this master of hers they were piqued with curiosity, but they knew he meant them no harm or else he wouldn't have saved her and taught her medicine as well. For you to have such a master is a fortunate thing. Since he doesn't want to meet anyone, just help us express our gratitude for all his help. From his vast experience, Jun Xian deduced that this master of hers did not want to get involved in worldly affairs and hence did not insist any further. To have this master was good for both Wu Xia and Lin Palace. Jun Xian was elated. "All right," she calmly replied as the black cat in her arms shot her a look of misgiving and let out a small meow. Master, you've been led astray. You've actually learned how to lie so blatantly. What, Master? Oh, please, he does not even exist. Jun Wuxia remained calm and collected, topping it up with a frosty expression. What? You said you ate the lotus seed as well? How are you? Was it very painful? Jun Xian had witnessed his son, who was a battle general, curl into a shrimp because of the intense pain. What more, a mere 14-year-old girl who did not have an ounce of spirit energy. He was very frantic as he asked with a worried expression. Jun Wuqing shook her head. I'm fine, there was a bit of discomfort but nothing like uncle. His body reacted badly to it as he was poisoned before, and the poison has seeped deep into his bone crevices over this long period. The lotus seed cleanses the bone marrows, giving him a set of bones akin to being reborn. He experienced such pain as it squeezed out all the poison from every nook and cranny. As the poison is embedded deep in his bones, the purging process is very thorough to expel all the impurities and poison out. All these have been expelled out through his pores with his sweat, so there is no need to worry for any future complications. If she wasn't able to even save Jun Qing, she really didn't deserve to live anymore. When Jun Xian heard that all of Jun Qing's impurities and poison has been expelled out with his sweat, his eyes almost popped out. When I woke up, I did feel a difference. My body feels much lighter, and when I sat up just now, my legs could feel some sensations. Jun Qing stated excitedly. It had been the same for all these years, it was as though he didn't have any legs. Now, even with the slightest feeling, he was delighted. All west ch.rs on n.o/vli/n/.cm. Master said that after everything has been cleared, with additional medicine and medicinal bath conditioning, in half a year's time your legs would be like before. Borrowing her master to reveal how skillful she was. The whole room was silent. Both men stared agape at Jun Wuxia, with eyes wide open. After struggling for over a decade, they finally see a glimmer of hope. Wuxia, what do you mean by, like before? Could it be that your uncle can really walk again? Jun Xian could not stop his excitement, he was just short of jumping in joy and fear of scaring her. She nodded. He'll be able to walk like a normal person, it's just that he's been on a wheelchair for over a decade, his muscles are not very developed. Hence, if he wants to return to his previous condition, he'll need up to a year to train and develop his lower body. What, I am able to return to that state in a year's time? Jun Qing felt as though he was floating along in a dream. He was simply dumbfounded and ecstatic to the point he felt dizzy, and his expression was that of shock mixed with happiness. He had thought that this life, he would be wheelchair-ridden for good. Any hope that he could ever walk again was a dream. A dream he would trade anything for to be real. And Jun Wuxia said that he could walk and restore to his previous condition too. Is he really not dreaming? Jun Wuxia looked at the two men who were verge of tears as their whole face were red with excitement. She looked at them with a hint of puzzled expression. Was there a need to be this excited? She could not understand, his legs were never a problem. Extracting all the poison that had seeped deep in his bones was the problematic issue, however now that it's been dealt with, why would they get so excited? In Jun Wuxia's view, her uncle was unable to walk was not because the poison was too toxic, it was because the doctors in this world sucked big time. It never once crossed her mind that the problem did not lie in the doctors of this world but rather that she was too abnormal. Her skills were at an unprecedented level, it was as though a university graduate was doing an elementary school kid's homework. That was the vast difference. Yes, she replied to their excitement. They remained silent, but one could see the flame ignited within their eyes as they tried to digest all the information. Lin Palace was on a decline as there was no successor, however if Jun Qing was able to recover within the next couple of years to his peak, Lin Palace would once again be able to bask in glory. This opportunity was too important to them right now. Wuxia, There's a lot of important things at stake here. The matter on your uncle's recovery must be kept with strictest confidentiality. About your master, Jun Xian immediately thought of this critical matter. Master said he was not interested in worldly affairs. What can a non-existent person disclose? That's good to hear. We must really thank him for all his help. Please convey to him that if there is anything that Lin Palace can help him with, if it's within our means, we will do everything we can to fulfill it. Jun Xian started chattering excitedly. I will convey it to him, she faintly responded. Discover EU chapters at novelby.co. Wuxia, thank you. Jun Qing looked at Wuxia with his warm eyes and a gentle smile. He was very thankful that he had such great family support all these years, and now his beloved niece said that she could cure him with her master's help. He simply could not wait. His thank you made her feel something stirring within. She was slightly surprised. In the past she had saved many people and she had received countless thank yous from all those she had saved, but those thank yous never carried any weight in her heart. However, this time, Jun Qing's thank you indeed made her feel a nice warmth from within as she felt a glimmer of joy as she let out a rare gentle smile. So it turns out rendering treatment to a family member feels completely different. As she was intoxicated with this feeling, she carried on, Master gave me a few lotus seeds and I wanted to give one to grandfather as well, but due to uncle's special case, I'll need to concentrate on uncle's treatment for the time being. I will need a bit more time to prepare the conditioning of grandfather's body. She could not be too careless as Jun Xian's was rather advanced in his age and she had to be extra vigilant. She would want to prepare everything fully before she started and get rid of any variables. Jun Xian never thought he had a share in this fortuitous opportunity. Listening to Jun Wuxia, he had guessed she had already started in her preparations for him. His chest felt warm and fuzzy as he awkwardly turned away as he silently wiped away the tears that were threatening to fall. His granddaughter is all grown up now. She is finally sensible. In the future, who would dare call his granddaughter a waste? He'll not let anyone touch a single hair on her. No one will get away with bullying her. I'll leave it all up to you. I will let Uncle Fu know and ask him to brief the kitchen staff. Do what you need to do, no need to ask me for my advice. He chortled heartily and heaved a sigh of relief. In the past, although he had doted on her and loved her unconditionally, he knew that she loved to play pranks on others and she had a haughty temper, so he had placed many restrictions on her to prevent any trouble. But now he felt that his heart is finally at ease as he looked at his precious granddaughter. Sensible, calm, amazing medicinal skills, cares deeply about her family and even backed by a powerful master. Where else in the world can you find such a great granddaughter? He wanted to scream out to the whole world how amazing his granddaughter was. He wanted to flaunt her in front of the other old geezers, gloat at their shocked expressions and see if they still dared to call her a waste. Find up Tedovels on n/v/elbin.co/m. Lin Palace's current predicament could be overturned with Jun Wuxia's help. She was the key to its revival, and to keep her protected as well as Lin Palace, they had to keep everything under wraps until Jun Qing fully recovered. Jun Xian had suffered greatly under someone's grand scheme and it caused him to lose one of his beloved sons, another was gravely injured and could not even live normally all these years. To keep Lin Palace safe, he had to reduce the Rui Lin army over the years. If they had found out that Jun Qing could recover and the person doing the treatment was Jun Wuxia, he was not sure he could keep them both safe with his power alone. Now, keeping Jun Wuxia safe was top priority. Under Jun Xian's orders, Jun Wuxia had complete freedom to do the things she wanted without anyone raising any questions. All the servants no longer procrastinated when she asked them to do something. In order to prevent any repercussions after eating the lotus seed, Jun Wuxia decided to use herbs to aid in the conditioning of Jun Xian's body. Jun Wuxia meticulously prepared various herbal concoctions and diets to complement and condition Jun Xian's and Jun Qing's body. She also added in a drop of the white lotus's tear each time. During this whole process, every day Uncle Fu personally delivered all the food and medicine from the hands of Jun Wuxia to Jun Xian, while Long Qi delivered Jun Qing's portion. Jun Wuxia treated this very seriously, and she could only trust the both of them. No other point of contacts were allowed in case someone slipped in and tampered with anything. This way she could personally supervise their progress without any worries. Both father and son were recovering at an astonishing rate under her care. The only victim was little Lotus. As his tears were the special ingredient was needed, every few days he had to contribute his part. Every time he appeared, the black cat would always be hot on his tracks as it pounced on him and chased him around as it scuffled with him. The room will be eventually filled with muffled sniffles and sobs. He really deserved some sympathy. Battered little Lotus once again contributed his tears as he huddled at the corner of the room with his little body still trembling as it looked at the black cat that was calmly licking its paws by the bedside. Jun Wuxia had just finished collecting the tears when a light knock on the door sounded. In a practiced manner, she swiftly flicked her hand as the little white lotus instantly disappeared as it turned into a barely visible ring on her right hand's ring finger. "Come in." The door swung open and Long Qi stood there and bowed slightly while maintaining this posture with his head hung low as he held out 2 scrolls. "Second Master has instructed me to hand these over to you, young Mississippi." Long Qi was a man of few words. Although he did not talk much, the tone he was speaking in was totally different from the past. Although it still was cold, it had a hint of respect. Jun Qing's body had been improving at an alarming rate, and he knew that all the credit lay in this young maiden in front of him. "Put it over there," she pointed to the table nearby as she raised her head slowly. Long Qi bowed once again as he entered the room without making any eye contact. He looked towards the ground as he made his way in. After placing it on the table, he was about to leave when she suddenly said, "Wait." He immediately froze on the spot. "Take the medicine that's on the table with you as well," she asserted. Long Qi raised his head and looked at the table, saw a small white porcelain bottle. As he picked it up, he asked, "How should I apply this for Second Master?" "It's for you," as she glanced over at him. His whole body stiffened. "With your injury, how do you expect to do a good job in protecting my uncle? In the future, do not do such silly things." As a doctor and her acute sense of smell, how could the faint smell of blood escape her notice? Long Qi stood frozen for a moment before he straightened up and put his right fist stiffly over his left chest, bowed slightly and silently left the room. Jun Wuxia glanced at the closed door and resumed what she was doing. "Cold on the outside, warm on the inside." So that saying was referring to people like you. A teasing voice came from the window. Jun Wuxia furrowed her brows as she looked towards the source of the sound. Jun Wuyao was sitting at the windowsill with his hands leisurely crossed over his chest. His mouth had a faint smile as he looked at her with a bemused expression. This time she could not smell any trace of blood on him. Doing something wrong and getting punished for it is not a big deal. "Didn't think that you will be so kind to have prepared medicine for him." His half-amused eyes gradually disappeared as he stared at her. That day, after Long Qi had apologized to her and asked her for punishment, she had brushed it off. This stiff and upright man had imposed his own punishment by getting flogged by the pole 150 times until his whole back was in a complete mess. However, he did not even let out a scream and he appeared as per normal beside Jun Qing the very next day. Incidentally, Jun Wuyao had known about this, however it did not have anything to do with him. Moreover, he had no interest and had almost completely forgotten about this if not for her actions today. "I hate that smell," she replied grimly. Jun Wuyao let out a chuckle as he lightly leaped into her room. "Wuxia is so unfair. When I was injured, how come you didn't give me any medicine?" With a slight pout he walked over to her side and leaned in with one hand against the wall behind her as he backed her into a corner. His black hair draping down the side of his exquisite face, as it tickled her cheek. Jun Wuxia frowned as she swept the hair away. Because of your name. She glanced at him and took a step to the side, and she walked away calmly. Jun Wu Yao, no medicine, incurable. TL, this is a literal translation from his name. Ha 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 ha. After hearing her explanation, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. He grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his arms and gave her an overbearing hug. Diascover dated novels on NOV/E/Lbin.co. Her small body was so soft and it carried a faint scent of herbs, it really made one feel at ease. She did not struggle, did not resist, just quietly stayed in his embrace except for that bright pair of eyes glaring at him full of disapproval. Today I cleaned up properly. Here, smell me, is any of that distasteful smell still lingering? He whispered closely to her ears as his deep magnetic voice mixed with a tinge of mischief resounded as he teased her. No, Jun Wuxia felt that something was wrong, but she could not pinpoint what with this closeness of his. Rest assured, as long as it's anything you not like, I will not let it exist. As he gave her his commitment with a smile, he wrapped his arms around her tighter. He realized that no matter what he did to her, she did not have much of a reaction. She did not seem to know the meaning behind his actions. Similar to a blank sheet of paper, with a blank expression. It really makes one want to leave a little mark on that paper. Lin Palace was steadily gaining pace to its recovery as their hope for the past decade had finally been unearthed in the hands of Lin Wang's granddaughter. On the other hand, Mo Xianfei always had a good reputation in the imperial city. With his handsome face, he had captivated many young girls' heart. He was swooned over by many, and when news of him and Jun Wuxia were betrothed got out, many hearts were broken. Many had secretly cursed in their hearts as they sneered how plain Jun Wuxia was and how unmatched they were. She was so undeserving of their handsome prince. Now when it was announced that their engagement had been dissolved, it was a dream come true for many. After the session at the royal court, Jun Xian was about to leave the royal palace as per usual when several old men who were wearing the official long robes walked over to him with beaming smiles. Lin Wang, do you have any updates on the culprits that attacked Second Prince? The roundest one out of them spoke out. Jun Xian looked at the man who gave a greasy smile. This round ball was the king's brother, Wu Wang. Wu Wang was in his 60s and did not contribute much as he was not skilled in anything. He had been riding on his brother's influence and living the high life all these while. He always viewed himself as almighty and was unaware of his own incompetence. Due to his royal birth, all the ministers have always fawned over him and complimented him no matter what he did. However, Jun Xian was an exception. He had always been straightforward and always pointed out his shortcomings. Thus he and Wu Wang had been bickering for years and had never seen anything at eye level. Back in the days when Lin Palace was at its prime, when both of Jun Xian's sons were healthy, Wu Wang never dared to show his discontent and had always maintained an amiable front. However, after Lin Palace started its decline, he gave up all his regard for Lin Palace and had been behaving as he liked without holding anything back. The reason why Mo Xianfei and Jun Wuxia's broken engagement spread like wildfire was thanks to him as well. All the ministers started crowding around them to watch the good show. Diascover dated novels on NOV/E/Lbin.co. This matter does not require Wu Wang to worry, although they are as slippery as eels, I will chase them to the ends of the earth and catch them to ensure the safety of Second Prince. He replied without any emotion. That must really be hard on you. Lin Wang is no longer young and still have to work so hard. How can we let you handle all that by yourself? You should simply pass it on to the next generation for them to handle. Wu Wang laughed as he hit his own forehead with his palm. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot about your two sons. One has died for the country and the other. Wu Wang did not finish what he was saying but looked mockingly at Jun Xian. It was apparent that the news of Lin Palace's predicament had spread all around. Lin Wang's little son's poison had acted up and all the royal doctors and almost every other doctor in the state had seen him and all came out with the same verdict: Jun Qing's life was hanging by a fine thread. He didn't have much time left. I'm sorry, I'm not good with words, ha ha ha. I'm really sorry. Wu Wang sniggered as he lashed his words out without any holding anything back. Jun Xian's furrowed his brows. From all the killing on the battlefield and after countless wars, he had accumulated a lot of bloodlust. Usually he will keep it contained, but now, he unleashed a little of it as he glanced at all the surrounding ministers. They couldn't help suck in a deep breath. The surrounding temperature seemed to have dropped and the air was very heavy. His piercing gaze rested on Wu Wang. Wu Wang felt all the hair on his back stand as the invisible pressure piled on him under Lin Wang's glare. This was the first time in his life he had felt so threatened. He's been around for over 60 years and during this period, Lin Wang's awe-inspiring name have resounded far across the borders of Qi State and he certainly felt the reason why firsthand. He involuntarily let out a gulp in an attempt to calm his own nerves. Matters regarding my Lin Palace are of no concern to you. Do not trouble yourself to worry about it. Seeing the surrounding ministers all laughing nervously, he finally retracted all the bloodlust and the pressure released. Well, I was worried about the matters of our kingdom. After Jun Xian retracted all his bloodlust, Wu Wang concluded one thing: Jun Xian has become a toothless tiger. Now that he is old, he had lost his former courage and did not dare to act too brazenly. Oh, I've heard that the little miss hasn't stepped out of Lin Palace for quite some time. She's still young, even if she and our Xianfei are not meant to be, she doesn't need to be so sad. She should come out and get some fresh air, it's not good for a young girl like her to be cooped up at home all day. Thinking that Jun Xian was no longer the fierce tiger of the past, Wu Wang carried on mocking Jun Wuxia after talking about Jun Qing. Jun Xian glared at Wu Wang. His chapter is up.d by nvel bin.co/m. Wu Wang smiled and said, "It's the Crown Prince's birthday next month and His Majesty has left the birthday celebrations for me to handle. Since your Wuxia has not been out for so long, let her join the celebration to lift her spirits." His Majesty also said that he felt bad with regards to what happened with the engagement and has specially extended the invitation to your Wuxia. Fine. Jun Xian did not want to waste any more of his precious time with these geezers as he flicked his sleeves and walked away. Wu Wang laughed gleefully as he watched Jun Xian's retreating back and defeated demeanor. Still putting on such an arrogant front? Does he still think that he is the Lin Wang of the past? Wu Wang scorned as he put on his trademark greasy smile as the other ministers laughed along. Lin Wang is unable to accept hard reality and his head is still living in the clouds. That Jun Qing is not able to live much longer and with him gone, Lin Palace is only left with that waste. Let's see how long the Rui Lin army can last. Another minister sneered with a smile. Humph, he still thinks himself as a great general commanding an entire army, but all he has accomplished is losing his two sons. Wu Wang and the other ministers continued on their banter. None of them had noticed that once Jun Xian had turned his back on them, there was a glint in his eyes, and as he walked away, his retreating back lost its former vicissitudes and he strode on with vigor, no different from when he was commanding the entire army, reverting back to the very same hero which made the kingdom of Qi today. As he entered Jun Wuxia's courtyard, he could smell the familiar scent of herbs. Jun Wuxia was holding 2 pots of herbal concoctions as she slowly stepped out of her pharmacy when she saw Jun Xian. "Grandfather." She called out gently as he acknowledged her with a warm smile and nod. "You are still fiddling around with these? Don't you feel bored staying at home all the time? Next month the Crown Prince will be having his birthday celebration, I'll bring you along." He gave her a loving smile. "All right." She didn't give it much thought in her reply. Jun Xian smiled and patted her on the shoulder. Without saying another word, he went back to his room. Jun Wuxia stood rooted to the spot as she watched his disappearing back. Only after his back view was no longer visible, she then continued on her way to Jun Qing's room. Meow, the little black cat, was playfully rubbing itself against Jun Wuxia's calf while walking. Grandfather's expression was a little off. Jun Wuxia had noticed that as well. Meow. Is it related to the crown prince's birthday? It's a high chance it is. The former Wuxia brought along trouble wherever she went. Grandfather wouldn't take the initiative to invite me over to such an important function. Since he just came back from the royal court, most probably the idea came from the man on the throne. Jun Wuxia softly answered the black cat as she continued walking. Meow. T/his chapter is up.d by NVEL, bin.co/m. Why does he want you to go to the crown prince's birthday celebration for? In other people's eyes, my uncle is already a dead man. Lin Palace is left with me as the younger generation. So to them, Lin Palace is left with a kid once Jun Qing dies, and his grandfather is already advanced in his age. There is nothing for them to worry about anymore. No matter what they have to put on a show. They weren't able to dig out any information from my grandfather's mouth on Jun Qing's situation, but if it was a 14-year-old kid like me to prattle on. Moreover, what do you think if a girl who was dumped by a guy and she attends his older brother's birthday celebration and sees him cajoling with another woman affectionately in the presence of others? Isn't this a motive by itself? Jun Wuxia was usually a lady of few words. Even with her family she had seldom engaged in long conversations. However, with the little black cat, words just flow out naturally. Meow. The little black cat hair stood on its ends. Shameless. This is too outrageous. No wonder he and the second prince are related. On the surface they act all good, but in actual fact they want to take this opportunity to embarrass you and make you lose face. How can there be such shameless people in the world? It's all right, this is not a big deal. I'll let them wallow in their happiness for a little while longer. I'll show them, she said indifferently as a cold glint flashed across her eyes. Bother her? She does not mind. However, those people even dared to put her grandfather and uncle in their calculations? Then they can't blame her for being ruthless. Foolish ones who do not deserve to live in this world will perish. She stared icily at the pot of medicine she was holding. Meow. Master, show them your might. Kill that group of idiots. Jun Wuxia no longer spoke as she calmly walked on with her mind full of thoughts. Jun Qing was recovering very well, however to get back to his peak, he needs more time. During this period, she will not be idle. She has her contractual spirit as well, and she will train too, one step at a time to be stronger and pull out all those weeds. Clear them all out. To be more powerful, she must start her cultivation. Having a contractual spirit was her key secret. Ever since Jun Xian had given her more authority and lifted most of her restrictions, she could be seen frequently in the resource hall where she could be seen flipping through various cultivation techniques. Unfortunately, none of the books in the resource hall were suitable for her. In the world of cultivation, the techniques and practices were all based on the type of contractual spirit one has. Those with weapons and those beast-type forms each have a totally different technique. However, Jun Wuxia's contractual spirit did not even fall into these two conventional categories. So no matter how much she read, how much she scoured through each book, she could not find a single cultivation technique suitable for her. If she wasn't able to find any technique, she wouldn't be able to cultivate her spirit energy. Where was she to find a plant cultivation technique? This problem became a headache for her. She bore no more hope of finding it within Lin Palace. An idea flashed through her mind. In the memories of this body, there was a secret place hidden deep within this imperial city. It was an underground market which entrance was tucked in a secluded corner of the city. Many rare items which could not be found in the city could be found here. It also had many unconventional things for sale. The only difference was that the items on sale cannot be bought with money. They could only be exchanged with something equivalent in value. N/W novel chapters are published on no/vel/bin.co/m. It was pure simple barter trade. The former Wuxia had once been there when she was on a date with Mo Xianfei. She did not even know of its existence even though she grew up within the city walls until he had brought her there. She did not like that place as it was dark and gloomy. However, that place was the only place she could think of now, and she needed to make a trip there in hope of finding a suitable cultivation technique. Her face was well known in the imperial city and she needed to go there incognito. She took out various herbs, grinded some into powder, extracted some of the juices and combined them into a paste as she applied it to her face and carefully molded and changed her face shape. Looking in the mirror was now a young scholarly-looking man. She had slightly tweaked and changed her facial features to a more masculine look and changed into a white robe. Before going to the underground market, she needed to prepare the currency there where ordinary silver was deemed worthless. These days she had been in the pharmacy making various elixirs and potions to nourish and aid Jun Xian and Jun Qing's recovery. She picked a few bottles, stuffed it into her robe and snuck out of the back door in the still of the night. The imperial city was extremely quiet at night, and although it was her first time stepping out of Lin Palace, she followed her body's memories to the entrance of the underground market. She stopped in front of inconspicuous restaurant. It was a humble-looking place, no different from any other buildings lining the streets. Sitting at the counter was a waiter who was lazily resting his head on the countertop. When he saw her, he did not say hello and continued lazing. The entrance to this underground market was in the backyard of this inconspicuous place. At the backyard, an entrance with a flight of stairs could be seen leading deep down into the ground. A few men who had just climbed up the stairs looked at Jun Wuxia, stunned for a moment. This kid is actually going to Ghost City alone, how rare. They whispered amongst themselves as they left. Ghost City was the name of the underground market. Jun Wuxia stepped into the dark entrance as she slowly descended the steps. When she finally reached the bottom, she was greeted by a lively sight. Even though it was a quiet night in the imperial city, over here it was just like another world. The streets were bustling alive with various people selling their wares. There were no shops here, only makeshift wooden stands littered the street. These wooden stands were around half the height of a person and items are placed there for sale. 2 men were stationed at the entrance of Ghost City. They each wore a mask and only a pair of sharp and quiet eyes could be seen through the slit of the mask. Jun Wuxia walked over to them and they did not even blink. Meow. The little black cat followed her closely as it looked at the sight before them. Mistress, how are we going to find a suitable cultivation technique for you? If it is suitable for me, when we are near it, Little Lotus would be able to sense it. Jun Wuxia whispered. Each cultivation technique had a small spiritual imprint, and if it was suitable for the contractual spirit to cultivate it, there would be a spiritual resonance between them. This would help her in identifying it amongst this myriad of items placed in this vast marketplace. Meow. Are you sure that little crying idiot will be able to sense anything? The little black cat held the Little Lotus in contempt. Whenever they met, it only knew how to cry. We'll have a look around first. Jun Wuxia still held onto a small strand of hope. Despite going through the huge book collection in Lin Palace, Little Lotus did not have a single reaction to any of the cultivation techniques. This was her last resort. Ghost City was big, but Jun Wuxia was purely focused on books and had no interest in any other things as she sieved through the crowds as she carefully inspected the items on display at each stall she passed. The only thing was, when a group of people crowd together, the surrounding is mixed with a variety of odors, sweat, perfume, and as the number of people in this marketplace was not small, this led to an increase in temperature which made it hot, humid, stuffy and smelly. Get the L test VLS at .o/v/e/l/buy.co. To others, they were simply too excited about the items on sale here and paid no heed to such minor discomfort. To Wu Xia, however, this combination was driving her crazy. She wrinkled her brows as she tried her best not to get into contact with anyone as she weaved her petite body through the crowd. This place, she will definitely not come again. The little black cat who was nimbly following by her side could clearly feel her frazzled nerves. For its mistress who had an acute sense of smell, this place was simply hell. Meow, the little black cat was trying hard to calm her nerves. Unfortunately, from her rigid expression and grimly locked lips, it had no effect whatsoever. Ghost City was simply too big. Under these harsh conditions, she had a hard time concentrating and looking for cultivation books as the items sold there were not specialized shops but individual sellers who sold anything and everything. After great difficulty, she finally reached a less busy place as she calmed down a bit. The stalls here were remotely scattered about. As she was about to move on, she felt a trace of warmth emitted out from the ring. She stopped in her tracks. She could feel her ring warming up. Is it here? The cultivation technique? This was the first time little Lotus had responded to anything as she scanned her surroundings intently. Where she was currently frozen in place, there was a total of 10 stalls nearby. Her eyes darted around as her gaze finally landed on a stall which had a few old books on sale. Get the L Testvels on no/v/elben.c/om. Displayed on the stand were a bunch of dilapidated books, some of which even the cover was barely intact, some titles could not even be read. Manning the stall was a pale-faced unkempt teenager who was shabbily dressed. He was sitting on a wooden stool, chewing on a blade of bamboo leaf and smiling happily as he was deeply engrossed in a book he was holding. Even when Jun Wuxia stood in front of his booth, he did not respond. Both parties did not bother with each other as they both each did their own thing. Jun Wuxia was now focused on the row of books displayed in front of her as she felt the intensity of little Lotus's reaction much stronger as she came closer to the books. She was sure that the book she needed must be within these books. All the dilapidated books may have lost the former glory of their cover, but their contents were still intact. However, after flipping through the contents a few times, a frown appeared between her brows. These books were not books on cultivation. These books were clearly meant for a gardener. The contents taught people how to grow plants and flowers and had absolutely no relation to cultivation. On her scholarly masculine face, her lips were twitching as she tried to compose her inner self. Little Lotus' intense reaction was definitely related to these gardening books. She knew that if it wasn't for the fact that they were outside, little Lotus would have turned into his human form and snatched them all up. Little Lotus was on the edge as he couldn't transform and take the books himself. He kept on urging her. "Dear lovely master, please bring these all home. Dear almighty master, please bring these books home. Dear lovely master, please bring." Jun Wuxia clenched her fists. She had accepted that her contractual spirit was a rare plant-type lotus and had resigned herself to her fate. However, now that she wants to embark on her cultivation, this little guy wants her to pick up some gardening books? Jun Wuxia wanted to leave, but little Lotus kept pleading and urging her to bring the books back. Meow. The little black cat looked at Jun Wuxia with a puzzled expression. The unkempt youth finally pulled himself away from his book and noticed that there was someone browsing as he raised his head and lazily looked at the scholarly youth in front of his stall as if appraising an item. He looked at Jun Wuxia from head to toe. "Welcome!" Once the unkempt youth saw that there was someone browsing through his stuff, he immediately put his book away and gave a very bright smile. Although his pale face had dirt smeared all over, he gave his best business smile. "Please have a look. If you see anything that interests you, just let me know," he said enthusiastically. Jun Wuxia forced out a smile as her lips tightened into a straight line. She still felt conflicted on these books as she fiddled her fingers against the warm ring. What do you want in return for these books? Jun Wuxia asked coldly. She came to this marketplace full of hope and expectations. Never had she thought that she would end up trading for some dilapidated gardening books instead. All of these? You want all of these books? The unkempt youth flashed a bright smile as an excited glint flashed across his eyes, as if looking at a fat sheep. Yes. She nodded curtly. All she wanted was to quickly get this over with and continue looking for her cultivation technique book. The unkempt youth grinned as he stuck out one dirty hand, emphasizing all 5 fingers. 5 Eastern pearls. Jun Wuxia stared at him blankly, looked at the books and swiftly turned around to walk away. 1 Eastern pearl's value was equivalent to a ton of gold. That would be millions of gold coins worth. This youth's opening price was ridiculously exorbitant. Hey! Hey! Don't go! Don't leave! The youth immediately got flustered as he saw her turn away. Jun Wuxia did not even bother with him and continued to walk away as the ring started to glow, and suddenly there was a bright burst of light. Do not go! Do not go! Do not go! From her side came an anxious yet tender voice. Jun Wuxia was startled as she glanced at her right sleeve. This little lotus dared to defy her? For the sake of these dilapidated books he actually defied her and transformed so openly? Not to mention how eye-catching his appearance was. When he appeared, the bright burst of light in such a dark environment was enough to cause an uproar. A strong lotus scent was floating in the air along with his sudden appearance. This had attracted a lot of attention of many people close by, and they all had stopped in their tracks and started looking around. If only she knew how, she would have sent him straight back to that spirit world he mentioned before. Shut up and stay still. Jun Wuxia growled. No one knew that she had a contractual spirit, and if it was exposed here, things will get messy. During their banter, the unkempt youth had managed to catch up to her, and within his hands were those few books she had indicated her interest in. Please do not go. If you think it's too much, I can give you a discount. How about 4 pearls? He ran in front of her to obstruct her path as he tried to hard sell the books in hand. Jun Wuxia knew that little Lotus would not let her go back without kicking up a fuss if she did not purchase these books. She sighed in resignation as she looked over to the youth and said, I do not have any Eastern pearls, only elixirs. Ariad updated stirise at n/vel/bin.com. Huh? Elixirs? The unkempt youth did not bother masking his disappointment as he scratched his head, and his smile slowly faded as he muttered, What can I do with elixirs from such a place? Well, let's forget about it if you do not have any Eastern pearls. He turned and walked back listlessly. Just as he did that, little Lotus started acting up by struggling and kicking about in her sleeves. Jun Wuxia's face turned completely black. She deliberated for a moment but finally choked out, Wait. The unkempt youth slowly turned his head as he gave a disinterested look as he apprehensively said, Really very sorry, I'm not interested in elixirs. I know. Jun Wuxia nodded. The contrast in his reaction was evident. I just need you to tell me where can I find a stall in this vicinity that accepts elixirs and I can trade it for something you want? She asked him in a straightforward manner. He looked at her as he deliberated for a while as he touched his nose and replied, There is actually a man trading Eastern pearls for elixirs, it's just that, the type of elixirs he wants is a bit, truthfully, I don't think a kid like you has the type of elixirs he wants. This kid in front of him looked kind of fragile and he didn't want to dash his hopes and have him humiliated in front of so many others. Although such a young kid in Ghost City was rarely seen, at such a young age what kind of elixirs could he possibly have to trade for Eastern pearls? Bring me their, Jun Wuxia curtly said. The youth looked at her wide-eyed as he looked back at his empty stall. If the trade is successful, other than your 4 Eastern pearls, I can give you a bottle of elixir. Jun Wuxia had seen his reluctance and wanted to get this over and done with as soon as possible. FIDDEU UPTS on NOV/E/LN.com. I really do not want your elixir. If I had wanted elixir, I do not need to come all the way here, he grumbled and muttered to himself. He looked over at this kid in front of him and could not place this nagging feeling within. Somehow he had felt that there was something different about this kid standing in front of him. The calmness he exuded was very different from all the other people he had came across in Ghost City. Usually young masters from prominent households would be swaggering around with a bunch of people fawning over them. This kid, however, despite his young age, seemed to emit a confidence that was rarely seen. Oh well, I might as well accompany you to that old man's place. Since it's been so many days I've been here and you are the only person to have made an offer, he said decisively as all the apprehension he had disappeared. Compared to the unkempt youth's stall, this stall selling Eastern pearls was packed with people as the crowd was gawking at the various treasures lined up. 9 large luminous pearls were placed around a velvet box. With these luminous pearls surrounding it, the Eastern pearls seems to be glowing with breathtaking iridescent sheen. Other than Eastern pearls, the stall also sold many other spiritual gems of various grades. After the contractual spirit has established the bond with their master and formed the ring, such gems and pearls were excellent cultivation resources that could nourish the spiritual energy and amplify the bond. Such spiritual gems were worth much more as compared to normal precious gems. Each spiritual gem could make one's cultivation improve by leaps and bounds. However, the price was exorbitant, hence these resources are usually limited for the rich and powerful. Lin Palace had the luxury to secure a few of these in their vault as the founding emperor had bestowed them a generous amount to reward them for their military merits. Jun Xian had especially set aside a few top-grade spiritual gems for Jun Wuxia to use once she had become of age, but there was no chance to use them. For now, Jun Wuxia had little interest in these spiritual gems. It was too early to use them as she had not even found a suitable cultivation technique. It was like a baby trying to run before it even learned how to crawl. The stall owner was a man in his 50s, smoking a pipe as he openly gauged all the patrons surrounding his stall. Even with such a demeanor, the crowd at his stall did not seem to mind. In fact, more people began crowding around. The difference, The difference, the unkempt youth wailed in anguish as the difference in patrons was apparent. You want those Eastern pearls? Jun Wuxia pointed to the Eastern pearls on display. All West ch.rs on n.o/vli/n/.cm. The youth nodded. As she weaved her way through the crowd to get to the front, she was surprised to find 2 familiar figures standing within the crowd. A handsome young man dressed in a grand brocade with a beautiful young maiden dressed in elegant white robe by his side stood before the stall. This attractive couple was eye-catching as people kept sneaking glances to admire them. This place has some good stuff, the young man said gently as his almond eyes were glued to his lady companion. The lady simply nodded with an air of arrogance. The little black cat which was by Jun Wuxia's side went ballistic. Its fur stood on ends as it hissed. That adulterous couple! The couple was precisely Mo Xianfei and Bai Yunxian. Jun Wuxia casually glanced over without much response. These 2 spiritual gems as well as these 9 Eastern pearls are quite something. Mo Xianfei chirped. Ever since that incident, Bai Yunxian had been very gloomy and never smiled. He had tried all means and ways to make her smile, but nothing had worked when he suddenly thought of Ghost City. With all its novelties and rare items, he was sure he could find something to cheer her up with. After strolling about Ghost City for quite some time, Bai Yunxian was not moved. She was Qin Yun clan sovereign's disciple. What rare things had she not seen? They had combed almost the whole marketplace when she finally found something that caught her interest. Each spiritual gem was barely the size of her pinky fingernail, however it was considered big, and it was filled to the brim with spiritual energy as both of their contractual spirits had reacted to it. The 9 Eastern pearls made even a prince of a state sigh as Emo Xianfei looked at them with admiration. Such exquisite quality Eastern pearls in the Imperial Treasure Vault were very rare. These 9 Eastern pearls are a perfect fit for the crown that I've specially prepared for you. Do you like them? He nudged her tenderly as he looked into her eyes, seeing if she understood the hidden meaning behind his words. Bai Yunxian nodded coyly as she finally let out a smile. While this couple continued their flirty exchange, the crowd was busy whispering amongst themselves and spun some tales of their own. Everyone around them had long known who this infamous couple was. Previously, when Emo Xianfei and Jun Wuxia were officially engaged, Emo Xianfei had been the subject of sympathy. Everyone had pitied him and empathized with him. However, now that he was together with Bai Yunxian, he became the object of jealousy and hate as people around stared at him enviously. Jun Wuxia was notoriously known throughout as a tyrant. Although she was as beautiful as a flower, her personality and actions had overshadowed her looks. Not many could stand that fiery temper of hers. Bai Yunxian was completely different. Not only was she beautiful, she exuded an aura of a celestial being with her gentle demeanor and soft-spoken manner. To top it off, she was Qin Yun clan sovereign's disciple. No matter what, she was the goddess of many men, and when news was out that Emo Xianfei and her were together, it aroused the animosity all around. People respected Bai Yunxian all the more when they saw her in real life and berated Jun Wuxia as they chattered among themselves. Word for word, all these had been heard by Jun Wuxia, but she remained calm and collected. Not a single reaction or expression could be seen. Instead, the little black cat standing by her lost all its patience and saw red. All it wanted to do now was to charge at all these imbeciles standing before it and wipe them all out. It hissed menacingly. What do these imbeciles know? How can they even compare that woman with my mistress? Tisk, what's so great about Qin Yun clan, it's not even worth mentioning. A voice full of disdain came from Jun Wuxia's side as she turned and saw the unkempt youth muttering under his breath while chewing on a blade of bamboo leaf with his hands behind his head. He gave the surrounding crowd who were admiring Bai Yunxian a look of contempt. He had said it very softly, but Jun Wuxia had caught what he said. When the youth met Jun Wuxia's gaze, he gave her a grin and he laughed out. Didn't I say I wasn't interested in elixirs? Naturally, I won't be interested in Qin Yun clan as well. The youth tried to explain, however Jun Wuxia paid no heed to him as she strode past him. He helplessly laughed to himself and said no more. What do you want to trade for in exchange for these 2 spiritual gems and the 9 Eastern pearls? Once Emo Xianfei saw the smile on his beloved, he had decided to splurge on her. That time when Emo Xianfei brought Jun Wuxia to Ghost City, not even a single gold coin was spent. They had only walked a couple of streets and they headed back. Now with Bai Yunxian by his side, he was much more generous. The old man looked up at Emo Xianfei, exhaled some smoke from the pipe and casually said, I only accept elixirs. Emo Xianfei was slightly startled. As a second prince to a nation, he had seen all sorts of treasures and had access to a large portion of them as well. However, in terms of medical advancements and elixirs, State of Qi was not as developed as its counterparts, and this was one area he was lacking in. All the valuable potions and elixirs were locked up in a separate vault which he had no access to. FIDDEU UPTS on NOV/E/LN.com. I'll trade it with you for jade. Emo Xianfei countered. He did not want to lose face in front of Bai Yunxian, as he casually took out a piece of fine jade almost as big as his palm. This jade was indeed a rare treasure. Emo Xianfei was determined to impress Bai Yunxian. Unfortunately, the old man did not bother to even give it a glance and continued smoking his pipe. It was clear that he wasn't interested. If this had happened in Imperial City, Who would dare to offend Mo Xianfei and not give him any face? He was a dignified prince and he actually wanted to buy something from you, and that meant that he had placed you in his sight, and that itself should be the greatest honor. If you did not comply, the guards will dismantle the stall and the person thrown in the dungeon. But this was Ghost City. Although it was opened beneath the Imperial City, it wasn't owned by the Kingdom of Qi. It was opened and managed by a mysterious origin that had brawny guards wearing masks and maintaining the order within the marketplace. It was truly a unique place which was hidden away from the mainstream, but these guards were not to be trifled with. No matter what you sell, no one bothers. However, if someone wants to stir trouble by not matching the trade, the guards will immediately throw that person out. There were also those who tried to play dirty tricks were invited out and banned from returning to Ghost City. There was a zero-tolerance policy on troublemakers. There was once when the Prime Minister's son had been thrown out into the streets and had disgraced the entire family. However, the Prime Minister did not dare create any trouble in Ghost City and suffered silently by pretending that no such incident ever happened. Since then, the people knew that the identity behind Ghost City must be from a powerful background, and no one dared to mess around again. As for Mo Xianfei, he did not know who exactly was behind Ghost City, but he knew that it was someone he could not afford to offend. If he did, he may end up with the same outcome as the Prime Minister's son. Mo Xianfei had on an ugly expression as he tried to suppress his emotions. Bai Yinxian slightly wrinkled her brows as she stepped forward and handed the old man a small porcelain bottle. "These should be enough?" She tilted her chin upwards and asked smugly. The old man took the bottle as he lifted his brows and glanced over at her. All the onlookers craned their necks to see what Qingyun clan sovereign's disciple handed over. It certainly must be good stuff. Find the new st ovals on n/velben.com. The old man opened the bottle and took a whiff. Once he opened the bottle, a sweet refreshing scent permeated the surroundings and left the crowd fascinated. "This is?" he asked in a raspy voice. Bai Yinxian sneered and replied, "This is Qingyun clan's infamous Qingyun pill." Once these words came out from her mouth, gasps could be heard everywhere. Qingyun pill! This was the rumored elixir which was personally concocted by Qingyun clan's sovereign. It was infamous to be known as the life-saving pill. Even a person who had half a foot in the grave could extend their lifespan by having a pill a day. This recipe was a closely guarded secret, and the sovereign was the one and only person who knew how to concoct this pill. For this, many kings and rulers had tried all means and ways to get their hands on it. This time, Bai Yinxian had made this trip to Kingdom of Qi to specially deliver this prized elixir to the emperor. The one she had just handed over was specially given to her by her master for her own use. The name of this pill resounded throughout various nations and was an elusive name that many wanted but could not get their hands on. Wow, she really lives up to the name of being Qingyun clan sovereign's disciple. She could even pull out the Qingyun pill out so easily. This old man is really lucky and have scored big time. Many people were secretly envious as they stared agape at that little porcelain bottle as they discussed in hushed tones. Changing these items for a Qingyun pill was a huge loss for Bai Yinxian. What do you know? These pills were personally concocted by Qingyun clan's sovereign. Even if she finished it, all she need to do is to simply ask for more from her master. Don't mix her up with the ordinary folks like yourself. These pills to her may not be worth that much. One of the onlookers said as he looked enviously at the golden couple in front of him. To be able to hook up with Bai Yinxian, the second prince's influence had gone up by a few notches. Bai Yinxian was definitely in a different league from Jun Wuxia. Although these were spoken in hushed tones, it could still be heard, and Bai Yinxian nodded in approval inwardly as she smiled towards Mo Xianfei. However, after sniffing the elixir, the old man simply stuffed the cover back and chucked the bottle back to her. Bai Yinxian's smiling face stiffened. "This is something I do not need." Not changing. Not changing. He said wistfully as he sat back in a laid-back position and slowly inhaled a deep breath and blew out the smoke from his pipe. For that moment, everyone's eyes almost popped out. Had this old man gone senile already? That was the Qingyun pill. Bai Yunxian's smile immediately crumbled and her displeasure was shown on her face. This was the first time someone had rejected her master's personally concocted elixir. Dear sir, this is the Qingyun pill. Qingyun pill. Ah. Are you sure you don't want it? She broke it down for him in exasperation. No, no, no. If you don't have any other types of elixirs, then don't disturb my other patrons. He snorted impatiently. This was a huge blow to the couple as they stood there awkwardly, their expressions black to the extreme. They even began to suspect this old man was not out to do business. He even had the audacity to slight and reject the Qingyun pill. If you don't want to trade, then we won't trade. You really think your items are worth that much? Mo Xianfei coldly rebutted. The old man glanced at him, sneered and no longer bothered with him. I do not know if this elixir would interest dear elder. Just as Mo Xianfei was wallowing in frustration, a small voice came from the crowd as a small figure squeezed out. A fair young boy around the age of 14 finally emerged out from the crowd, holding onto a small white porcelain bottle in one hand. He strutted to the stall and handed it over to the old man. Hey kid, do you think this is a party? Just squeezing in and following other people's footsteps by simply handing in any elixir you have with you? For goodness sake, the old man just rejected the Qingyun pill. Ah. The Qingyun pill. Do you even know what that entails? Careful he doesn't throw it right back in your face. A rowdy bystander heartily added oil to the fire. Jun Wuxia simply ignored the others as she looked at the old man. Check out LTSTVL on novl/bin.cm. The old man looked at the fair boy standing in front and got up as he reached for the bottle. Little boy, what do you want to change it for? Eastern pearls. Jun Wuxia replied. Oh. The old man casually opened the bottle. Once he opened the bottle, a sweet refreshing scent of herbs mixed with a hint of lotus permeated the surrounding. Those that were near enough had the luxury to inhale this immediately felt physically and mentally more comfortable. Those gathered close to the stall could not help but let out an involuntary sigh as they felt their mind at ease and their spirits uplifted. The old man's once clouded eyes seemed to have regained their brightness, all the apprehensiveness dissipated away as he raised his head and looked at Jun Wuxia with a bewildered expression. Little boy, what is this elixir? What is the name of it? The old man asked in an urgent tone. It doesn't have a name. It's just a regular blood conditioning elixir. Jun Wuxia had not bothered to come up with names for these as they were created simply for Jun Xian and Jun Qing's body conditioning, part of their recuperation regime. She did not need to waste time on something so trivial. How much do you want to trade it for? How about this? You give me this bottle and you can take these 9 Eastern pearls and choose any other 3 spiritual gems? The old man's nostrils flared up as he asked in an overly excited tone and looked at Jun Wuxia with sparkly eyes. He folded his hands across as he carefully tucked the bottle within his embrace, making it clear he had no intention of handing back the medicine. As soon as the old man made the offer, the crowd was rendered speechless. In a moment, there was an outburst of discussions as they stared at the incredulous scene in front of them. This eccentric old man blatantly rejected the Qingyun pill and yet he coveted a nameless elixir from an unknown source? What did this imply? That kid's elixir was even better than Qingyun clan sovereign's infamous Qingyun pill? No, I just want the Eastern pearls. Jun Wuxia was not interested in anything else. How about you have another look at the other items? The old man coaxed as he looked at her anxiously, tightening his grip on the bottle. No need. Jun Wuxia frowned in annoyance. This old man was really long-winded. Then tell me, what do you need? If I have it, I'll change it with you. He bent down and started digging for something, and he retrieved a pouch and opened it. As he revealed the contents, everyone's eyes were sparkling and intermittent gulping sounds could be heard all around. In it were various precious spiritual gems full of brilliance and spiritual energy. The quality of these made those previously displayed pale in comparison. For a moment, everyone stared at the pile of precious spiritual gems in a daze. I just want the Eastern pearls. Jun Wuxia's voice had a hint of impatience in it. The old man was about to say something when a figure took a step and stood between them. Young master, I was wondering if you have another bottle of the same elixir with you? I am willing to use anything to trade it with you. All I want is to let my beloved woman be happy by getting a suitable present for her. Please help me fulfill this wish. Emo Xianfei arrogantly stepped between the two as he voiced his intentions. He did not know what backing this kid had, but this trip today was to cheer Bai Yanxian up, if not this would all have been for naught. He didn't have any more ideas to cheer her up. That old man did not know his stuff and did not want the Qingyan pill. He, however, treated a nameless elixir with an unknown origin as a precious treasure. He wanted to show that with his identity and resources he could get his hands on whatever he wanted. That fool of an old man should awaken from his stupor. Jun Wuxia narrowed her eyes as she looked at Emo Xianfei. Humph. All these years, these people from the Imperial Palace kept looking for trouble with her Lin Palace. They've been bullying her dear grandfather and uncle for so long. They are really asking for retribution. These pills she made herself? She'd rather feed the dogs than to give it to him. Not trading. She said coldly. You want elixir? Maybe in your next life. Now? I can consider feeding you poison. With compliments, at no extra charge at all. When the old man first rejected him, he felt as if his face was being slapped. Once again, within a short span, this little kid in front slapped his face yet again. Emo Xianfei had never felt so humiliated in his entire life. He was raging inside, his face was utterly black and ugly to the extreme. TL, it's more like a metaphor. When he lost his face, it's as though someone slapping his face. Emo Xianfei's timely interruption made Jun Wuxia change her mind. She immediately took a step to the side and asked the old man, I can give you another 2 bottles as well. Just give me all the spiritual gems with the similar attributes as the first 2 you offered me. Jun Wuxia casually pointed to the new pile of gems the old man had taken out from the pouch. All eyes were shocked wide open. How many bottles of elixir did he have? Looking at this reckless kid casually pointing to the spiritual gems as though he was choosing fish in the market. He chose all the similar attributes to the first pair the golden couple had their eyes on. This sudden turn of event shocked everyone silly. At first he had rejected the old man's offer, however even though Emo Xianfei had put up a ridiculously generous offer for the unknown elixir, the kid actually rejected Emo Xianfei as well. The craziest thing was that after Emo Xianfei made his offer, the kid changed his mind instantly. Everyone's attention was now on the golden couple, they were all focused on the couple's reaction. Emo Xianfei nodded in approval as he felt much better. This kid was really clever. He had understood the hidden meaning behind Emo Xianfei's proposal. By refusing him, the kid could change all the spiritual gems and present it to Bai Yanxian and himself for other treasures. The kid had settled the whole matter beautifully. The old man did not care for the reason, as long as he got his hands on the wondrous elixir, and it was not only 1. The kid had 2 more. What a fruitful encounter! Okay, I'll get it for you. Without a trace of hesitation, the old man began picking out the various gems as he was smiling and humming a tune. Jun Wuxia took out another 2 bottles and passed it to the old man. Jun Wuxia tucked the 9 Eastern pearls away safely and took some spiritual gems in her hand. She looked at the sparkly beads in her hand and looked over at Mo Xianfei and Bai Yunxian. The couple had on a relieved expression while their eyes betrayed them as their eyes were burning with desire for those spiritual gems in her hands. Everyone was waiting anxiously in anticipation. Waiting for that kid to pass these treasures to the second prince as the kid picked up 2 gems with 2 fingers. Crunch. Everyone focused on the 2 spiritual gems held between the fingers and mouth dropped open when they saw the boy crushing the spiritual gems, as the broken gems turned into specks of sparkling stars falling to the ground. Jun Wuxia blankly looked at the couple in front and little by little, her hands began crushing all the priceless spiritual gems in her palm, turning them into stardust. She then casually dusted all the sparkly dust off her 2 hands after doing the deed. Find the new ST-ovals on n/velben.com. Spiritual gems may be more priceless than precious gems, however their toughness was their main flaw. They were very brittle, being the main reason why they were so rare as well. If one was not careful, it would easily turn into dust. While looking at the sparkling stardust trailing off her fingertips, Jun Wuxia did not have a single trace of emotion shown on her face. Everyone stood at their spots petrified and stared at her dumbfounded with their eyes and jaws both wide open. Mo Xianfei and Bai Yunxian were absolutely livid. From the beginning, this kid had no intention to win their favor. What this kid did was akin to slapping them in the face. As she swept off all the remnants off her hand, she looked at Mo Xianfei in the eye as she slowly trailed her pinky finger across her neck as she looked at him provokingly. Mo Xianfei was seething and had almost gone ballistic. The veins around his neck were popping out. If this wasn't Ghost City, he'd have killed this arrogant young punk a million times. Bai Yunxian bit her lower lip. She stared viciously at Jun Wuxia. Feeling satisfied from watching Mo Xianfei's expression, Jun Wuxia turned around and handed the box containing the 9 Eastern pearls over to an unkempt youth behind. "My book," she demanded. The youth froze for a moment as he absent-mindedly handed over the few dilapidated books to her. As the crowd saw the exchange being carried out, their mind frazzled. This kid is not that stupid, right? Crushing priceless gems into dust easily and now traded a box of precious Eastern pearls for a few dilapidated books. Everyone went crazy. This kid really had character. He was too rich. Too domineering. When Mo Xianfei saw that Jun Wuxia had changed those lustrous Eastern pearls for some old and worn-out books, he almost vomited blood. Some of these books had some of their covers partially torn. These books were in such bad condition that even if they were left by the roadside, no one would have bothered taking a look at them. These books were actually traded for 9 Eastern pearls? Today, he was really humiliated to the bone. Once Jun Wuxia had gotten hold of the books, she could feel little Lotus's happiness. Now that all has been settled, she turned to leave. See check out LTSTVL on novl/bin.cm. Little guy. When you have time, please come again. Come by whenever you are free, no matter if it's Eastern Pearl or whatever spiritual gems you are looking for, I have plenty. The old man clamored after her. After she left, Jun Wuxia felt someone following her from behind. She whirled around and saw the unkempt youth. He blinked a few times and gave her a rogue smile. "What do you want?" she asked coldly. "Well, I was wondering if you still have any more of that elixir you've just traded." He scratched his head in an embarrassed manner. "You said you had no interest?" Jun Wuxia frowned. It was because he had rejected her elixirs that she had to go through all that just now. I did not know you had such quality elixir. In such places usually nothing of that caliber appears." He answered truthfully with a sheepish tone. He did not even put Qingyun clan in his eyes. What more could a young kid offer? However, when that old man opened the bottle, he knew he had made a huge mistake. "Well, didn't you say that you would give me one?" he asked as his dirty smeared face had some of the redness. "That box has 9 Eastern pearls," she cautioned. Previously she had promised him an elixir, but now that she had paid in double, she no longer needed to pass him a bottle of the elixir. What's more, he didn't want it in the first place. "I can pay you 5. he quickly offered. "I don't need," she answered immediately as she turned around. She still needed to find a suitable cultivation method for herself. Seeing her leaving just like that, the unkempt youth scratched his head in a depressed manner as he looked at the box of pearls in his hands in frustration. "Oh no, I'm finished. I screwed up again. When I go back, that group of people will never let me hear the end of it." The unkempt youth drooped his head down in dejection as he walked back to his stall. Jun Wuxia's luck wasn't very good. After scouring through the whole of Ghost City, she still could not find a suitable cultivation method for herself. During this trip, she had not gained anything. All she had were those few gardening books, and she even made a loss of 3 bottles of elixir. It was late in the night and not a single soul could be seen. On an empty street of the Imperial City, Jun Wuxia and the little black cat were on their way back, the lonely silence of the night with the moonlight shining on them, elongating their shadows, only her footsteps could be heard. She walked back in resignation with her mind full of thoughts. As they continued walking, the cold wind was howling loudly through the dark streets. As they turned at the corner of the street, with the veil of darkness shrouding it in its entirety, an outstretched arm reached out for her and pulled her into the darkness. "Meow!" the cat called out shrilly. Jun Wuxia was drawn into a warm embrace as the man behind her hugged her from behind, gently pressing a finger over her lips with breath of warm breath beside her ear. A deep enigmatic voice hushed her. "Shoo!" the black shadow directed at this time to the black fur ball. The little black cat stiffened. Going out so deep into the night all alone is not a very good choice. The deep voice said in a teasing voice as he breathed down her slender neck. She trembled slightly. "Jun Wuyao, let go of me." Without turning back, Jun Wuxia knew who it was right away. This playful voice was ingrained deep within her. "Hold still, it's so cold at night. Look, your body is so cold. Here, let me warm you up." Under the veil of darkness, Jun Wuyao smiled contentedly as he held her close and hugged her even tighter. He loved this feeling, so small and petite, and her body was so soft. "I'm not cold," she retorted. "Oh. I'm cold, you help me warm up then." The chuckled as he leaned in further bending slightly, chin resting on her shoulder. "You're really not aware of your surroundings. You need to be more alert. You've been followed by other people for a whole night and yet did not notice." His dark purple eyes narrowed. Her small stature coupled with her faint scent of herbs made it unbearable for him to let her go. She fitted perfectly in his arms. "I thought you were not considered a person," she replied calmly. Never once had she thought that he was a normal person. "I'm not referring to myself." Jun Wuyao raised his hands as he used 2 fingers and gently clasped her chin and turned her head to the direction of the street. Along the deserted streets suddenly appeared a tall figure anxiously looking for something. The source of this content n/o/v/l/by/n. The moonlight shone on his face and his features were slightly revealed. Long Qi. Jun Wuxia immediately recognized that man. "Lin Palace has so many guards, yet you ran out in the middle of the night, turning the whole palace into a state of frenzy. Once you stepped out of Lin Palace, the news already spread to Jun Xian." Jun Wuyao hugged her closely as he spoke to her in a playful yet soothing tone. "Long Qi really knows how to show his gratitude, personally protecting you in the dark." Jun Wuyao scoffed as a dangerous glint flashed across his deep purple eyes. All these years, Long Chi had been solely responsible for the care of Jun Qing, never meddling in any others of Lin Palace's affairs. With Jun Wuxia sneaking out at night, just having some of the elite shadow guards following her would have sufficed. There wasn't a need to have Long Chi personally guarding her. Her medicines seem pretty incredible. They have really won quite a number of people over. Jun Wuyao frowned slightly, not waiting for her to say anything. He turned her back, with one hand on her waist, the other hand clasping her jaw, and lifted her face. Under the moonlight, a face that could move countries was replaced by a plain ordinary face. As Jun Wuyao's rough fingertips gently rubbed against her delicate lips, he gave a teasing and playful grin. Really ugly. The foreign face with the different facial features staring back at him really made him want to wipe them away completely. Do not look then. Jun Wuxia frowned. She really could not understand what was on his mind. He rarely stayed in Lin Palace. His presence was very elusive. He would sometimes surprise her by suddenly appearing. At times not a single trace could be found. As he had said before, he had no animosity with Lin Palace, meant no harm to them. He only tampered slightly with their memories. When those people see him they will remember his identity. Or else, no one will think of him. If he's not around, Jun Xian and Jun Qing almost forgot his existence. I want to go back. Jun Wuxia voiced out rather abruptly, as she looked down at his hands, suggesting him to let go. All right. Let's go back together. Jun Wuyao said as raised an eyebrow as he suddenly lifted her up and carried her like a princess. Jun Wuxia glared at him. Jun Wuyao paid no heed to her silent threat as he whisked her out, the little black cat following closely behind. On the street, Long Chi was angry at himself for losing sight of Jun Wuxia as he surged frantically. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Jun Wuyao carrying Jun Wuxia in his arms as they came out from a dark alley. LA test NOVLS on n/co. Young Master, Mississippi. He called out, but he was secretly astonished that he could not sense the presence of his young master previously. Without even giving a glance at Long Chi, Jun Wuyao simply continued to carry Jun Wuxia as they headed back to Lin Palace. Long Chi silently followed behind them. The whole incident of Jun Wuxia was simply forgotten. When the sun rose the next day, Jun Xian and Jun Qing did not bring the matter up as Long Chi still followed Jun Qing and tended to him as they carried on their daily routines. As soon as Jun Wuxia and the little black cat entered the pharmacy, Little Lotus was called out in a firm voice by the little black cat. You rascal, come out. A trembling little figure could be seen as it quickly sprawled into the ground on all fours with its head bowed down. Jun Wuxia had her arms folded across her chest, looking at that little figure with a cold glare. Little Lotus shook involuntarily. The room was quiet. After half an hour standoff, Little Lotus could no longer bear the suffocating pressure. He started to cry out, with his watery eyes looking pitifully at Jun Wuxia. Do not leave me. Please do not, *sniff star, send me back. Little beads of precious tears came rolling off his cheeks. He quivered as he looked over at Jun Wuxia. He knew that he had incurred the wrath from his master when it appeared on his own accord in Ghost City. Jun Wuxia narrowed her eyes as she gave him a piercing stare. Little Lotus' small legs began to shiver again. When I said that you were useless, I didn't think that you were that useless, even forcing Master to get these dilapidated gardening books. Tell me, what are we going to do with these musy old things? Little Black Cat jumped onto the table as one of its paws touched the pile of old books that were placed there as it looked menacingly at Little Lotus. Little Lotus was sobbing and sniffling as it protested, those books aren't useless. Humph. Little Black Cat lifted his paw and swiftly swept the top book off the table as it landed with a loud thud. No. Little Lotus' face became pale as it scuttled forward and lunged forward to save the book as he brought it into his embrace protectively. Little Black Cat narrowed its eyes as it looked at the little audacious Lotus looking at him with pleading eyes. Swish. Little Black Cat ignored Little Lotus as it swiped another book off the table. This went on as Little Black Cat continued swiping the books off the table as Little Lotus scuttled about with its tear-stricken face and his short legs scurrying around in his bitter attempt to save the books. Enough. Jun Wuxia finally spoke up, interrupting the little drama of those two. Little Lotus fell to the floor in exhaustion with its two hands tightly clutching onto the few books that he managed to save, with its teary eyes looking at Jun Wuxia. Why do you hold these books so dear? What do you want them for? Jun Wuxia glanced over at the sobbing figure on the ground with her hands resting on her chin. It's not for me, it's for you, master. Little Lotus sniffled. Jun Wuxia raised her eyebrows slightly. Check new CHPters at novelbin.com. When she browsed through the books yesterday, they were technically books on gardening, teaching people how to raise plants and flowers. Unless this little guy wanted her to be a gardener? This is what you all call it cultivation technique. Little Lotus brought the books over to her with his little hands. Cultivation techniques? Jun Wuxia was surprised. Little Lotus nodded. Yes, I'm a plant type, so you can't use the ordinary cultivation techniques that you've been flipping through. Do not underestimate all these books, they are very hard to come by. The previous owner never found these good stuff, so they could not cultivate any spiritual power. I must say your luck is really good. Little Lotus tried his best to explain it to Jun Wuxia, except that his shy and reserved demeanor did not seem to be very convincing. Jun Wuxia looked at the books in hand. If Little Lotus had not explained it to her, she really can't imagine these dilapidated gardening books actually turned out to be prized cultivation techniques. Growing plants can enhance spiritual energy? Jun Wuxia casually flipped through the topmost book. Little Lotus nodded enthusiastically. What should I plant? She did not recognize any of the species of plants in the book. Little Lotus immediately raised his hand and pointed to his nose. Me. Plant me. Jun Wuxia was speechless. She also could not help but imagine herself planting the lotus seeds in the earth, and when it was harvest time, there were many little lotuses. Only their heads were poking out of the earth while their body were still buried beneath. This was really quite a scene. She shuddered for a moment. Well, as it states here, as long as you place me in a place with water, well, not me but my seeds, and they will start to absorb, develop and grow and accumulate spiritual energy, after which only you can absorb. When they grow into lotuses, although the effects isn't as great like me, eating them will have lots of benefits. Little Lotus chirped merrily as he blinked his eyes, which still had some tears attached to them. Jun Wuxia felt that if he had a tail, he would be wagging it happily. It seems to be easier than the other types of techniques I've come across. She had perused so many variety of books, and they were all rather complicated, some even nitpicked about the way you breathed. These books, on the other hand, were simple, straight to the point. All you needed to do was to plant flowers. Chapter 54, Strange Cultivation Technique, 1. Jun Wuxia carefully read through the contents of the book she had on hand. In addition to lotuses, there were many other types of plants that could accumulate spiritual energy as well. However, those strange plant names, she had never heard of before. In addition to lotus seed, where do I get the other type of seeds? Jun Wuxia asked. Little Lotus frowned and hesitated for a moment before replying, I'm not too sure as well. Most of the names I'm not sure where they're from, but for some of the other guys, I do know of them and where they're from. It's just that it's currently out of reach for you. What do you mean? Jun Wuxia pressed on as she raised her eyebrows. Little Lotus dropped his head and his two little chubby hands grabbed his apron and whined, those few guys can't come out yet. So it's out of reach for you. Jun Wuxia furrowed her eyebrows. What this Little Lotus was trying to say was really difficult to understand. He always says things that were hard to comprehend. When he first appeared, he once said that his lotus seeds were eaten by some guy. And now from this little mouth if is he once again referred to some guys. Jun Wuxia was referring curious to who those guys were. Who are they? Contractual spirits, little Lotus muttered. So they have to wait for an owner first before they are able to come out? She asked. Vist and Velben, CM for new updates. Little Lotus nodded. Then shook his head, frowned hard as he was trying to explain himself. Jun Wuxia was even more puzzled. That. Actually, if Master practices hard and cultivates properly, you're sure to be able to find the others. However, as you are now. Isn't it better to grow my seeds first? Little Lotus hesitated for a bit before looking nervously on at Jun Wuxia and took 2 quick steps and stood in front of and raised his little head with a pitiful expression. Master, you do not need to be in a hurry to find the other plants, okay? I'm sure I'll be of help to you. Can you please start planting me first? Little Lotus pleaded with his misty eyes. Jun Wuxia had a feeling that if she shook her head, he would start bawling. All right. She affirmed. Little Lotus immediately laughed and the whole room was filled with a sweet lotus scent. Jun Wuxia started looking through the pile of musty old books, searching for one that had a water cultivation method. Previously she had thought that these were some regular gardening books, however after Little Lotus's explanation, she noticed that the water stated in the books were not regular water. The term rootless water came out a few times and this rootless water was the lowest grade and this was water that flowed out of heaven but have yet descended on earth, not the waters in the lakes and rivers. The book described various water plants, one of which was the snow lotus cultivation method. After reading that portion, Jun Wuxia's face went black. To plant the snow lotus, one needed water. To call it water was no longer feasible as the records explicitly stated it needed the water from the heavenly spring. Heavenly spring? Jun Wuxia searched through her memories of both worlds but to no avail. She has never heard of this or heard anyone else mention this heavenly spring before. Jun Wuxia had always thought that there was always a balance in the world, her cultivation techniques were way simpler than others but the conditions were pretty tough. Who can tell her where can she find this heavenly spring? Do you know what is this heavenly spring water? She asked Little Lotus while frowning. Little Lotus shook his head left and right vigorously. Jun Wuxia's mouth twitched slightly. The book stated that snow lotus required a very special environment to be nurtured and could not be planted in regular water. If the seeds were placed in regular water, the lotus will wilt and have no chance of recovery. In other words, if she placed the seeds in regular water, they will die. Sure enough, this troublesome lotus could not be raised with any regular water. In addition to the heavenly spring, she noted that another liquid that could plant the snow lotus was called jade nectar. In this world, this term meant that it was wine of the highest quality. Even Jun Xian only ever had one chance to drink a small cup of this when the first emperor had bestowed him a cup in celebration of winning the war. You can even use wine to cultivate a plant, Jun Wuxia rubbed between her furrowed brows to ease the tension as she was in deep thought. Although this wine was very precious and rare, at least she knew what it was. As for the heavenly spring, she's never heard of that before. Jade nectar was given by the first emperor. This meant that there was a high chance that there's still some stored away in the royal palace. La test novls on n velby/.co. Jun Wuxia thought back to the conversation she had with Jun Xian that day. It will soon be the crown prince's birthday celebration and she was invited as well. This would be a great opportunity to check if they still had this in the palace. Although she got her cultivation techniques on hand, however she was not able to start her cultivation due to the lack of resources. Just as she was pondering hard over the issues on the resources needed to kickstart her cultivation, ever since they returned from Ghost City, Emo Xianfei and Baiyin Xian's mood had hit rock bottom. Under the laws of Ghost City, Emo Xianfei could not do anything to that punk who made him lose his face completely. He gritted his teeth as he thought back on how hard he was trying to appease Bai Yin after the whole incident at Ghost City. That young punk! How dare he cross his path like that? He had summoned the court painter urgently and had him draw out that kid's face based on their description. Even though he could not touch him in Ghost City, once he's out, he won't let him off. Emo Xianfei mobilized his secret forces and had them comb through the entire imperial city that very night. However, the strange thing was that no trace of that kid could be found. It was as if he mysteriously vanished into thin air. He even had his men stationed at the entrance of Ghost City to inform him once that kid was sighted. However, there wasn't any news at all. Time passed quickly as the whole city was busy in preparation for the Crown Prince's birthday celebrations. Just the night before the birthday, Jun Xian called Jun Qing and Jun Wuxia over to his study. This time round, not only the waste Jun Wuxia was invited, even the dying Jun Qing received an invitation. The Crown Prince's birthday is tomorrow, both of you need to come along with me. Long Qi is not allowed in So Wuxia, I'll leave the care of your uncle in your good hands. Jun Xian looked over at Jun Wuxia with pride. His little girl had grown up to be so dependable and this was such an assurance. Unknowingly he had placed all his hope of Lin Palace's future in this little girl's hands. All right. Jun Wuxia nodded. One more thing, people outside do not know the condition of your uncle. As of now, they all still think that he has not much longer to live. If they find traces of his recovery, I'm afraid. Wuxia, can you ask your master if there is any way to make your uncle seem terminally ill? Jun Xian was worried as he only received Jun Qing's invitation just 5 days prior to the Crown Prince's birthday. All these years, only Jun Xian was invited to the Crown Prince's birthday banquet, however this year was an exception. Lin Palace had an additional 2 guests which made Jun Xian a little worried. Jun Wuxia's invitation was due to the Emperor's grace when he extended his invitation to her as an apology for breaking the engagement. Whereas Jun Qing's invitation came late as it's since been more than a month since he was diagnosed and everyone that thought that he would die during this period. However, no news of his expected death had spread and this made many restless. It seems that tomorrow's Crown Prince birthday banquet was not just a simple celebration. Many wanted to take this chance to probe Jun Qing's situation. How's Uncle recovery during this period? Jun Wuxia did not answer Jun Xian immediately as she did her usual checkup routine, turning towards Jun Qing and checking on his recovery progress. Jun Qing's condition had improved drastically. After his blood had been cleansed and all the poison purged from his body, they had started the body conditioning stage. With all the acupuncture and medicines personally done by Jun Wuxia, even his legs had both recovered and he could feel his legs again. Now, he's doing therapy to strengthen his leg muscles and training to start walking again. He's been practicing walking with crutches to aid his recovery. Although Jun Qing was struggling, as compared from before, this was a huge improvement. It's much better than before, I think I may be able to walk in half a year's time. Jun Qing beamed brightly, as he chortled. This time of recovery had been the happiest time he had in a decade. Everything cannot be rushed, even if you are recovering well we cannot overdo it or else it would all be in vain. Jun Wuxia warned Jun Qing. Although he looks very gentle and docile, when it comes to doing things, he was very resolute and aggressive and tended to push things to the extreme. This could be seen when he had been doing therapy lately and only until he collapsed and was carried back by Long Qi had he stopped practicing. Jun Wuxia was called over many times due to this. Jun Wuxia had to sternly remind Jun Qing or else his over-enthusiasm might result in a backlash instead. Being nagged by his own niece Jun Qing laughed loudly as he slapped his legs in excitement, eyes filled with vigor. Wuxia, whatever you said I definitely understand, it's just that for over 10 years, I've been a cripple. For over 10 years. Now I have this chance of walking again, I really can't wait. The feeling of being able to walk again, I don't think ordinary people can understand this. After he was crippled, the amount of ridicule and the humiliation he received was countless. However, the times he laughed could be counted easily. The despair he had felt were all washed away by this brilliant niece of his. Up.dfrm no/v/e/lb/i/n.co/m. The day when he will soar back into the sky is near, and it would be payback time. Take it as if I didn't say anything then. I will add in more tonic for you. Jun Wuxia had seen such overzealous patients before, however this post-treatment therapy stage was not entirely her responsibility. Jun Qing was different from those other patients. She would not let anything happen to him no matter what. You've worked hard. Jun Qing looked warmly at Jun Wuxia. In the past his fondness for this niece was because they had blood ties, but now he really loved this niece of his from the bottom of his heart. He wanted a speedy recovery so he could protect with his 2 hands this family which was very dear to him. Don't worry, grandfather, you've said things that master had also thought of. Tomorrow I will give something for uncle to take. It won't be detrimental to him, it just masks his health and let others view his pulse and his symptoms as though he is hanging on by a thread of life. She had long thought of this and had prepared in advance some pills that could act as a deterrent in the event of any emergency. Jun Xian and Jun Qing were glad that her master had such foresight and had everything prepared so comprehensively. It seemed this master of hers was determined to help their family. During this period of recuperation, Jun Qing was not only given back the use of his legs, his whole body had been strengthened and conditioned from inside out. On the other hand, Jun Xian's health had improved so much, his whole body had become more robust, his mind was sharper and clearer, his whole body was conditioned to its peak. Your master has contributed greatly to the Lin Palace, we are forever indebted to him. Jun Xian sighed. This elusive master of hers had helped their family so much, yet he refused to show up or made any demands on them. He does not care. Jun Wuxia looked down wistfully while stroking the little black cat in her arms. All she could do now was to let Jun Xian and Jun Qing get more powerful. However, that was not enough. She wanted to be more powerful herself, strong enough to wipe out all the enemies off the face of this earth. The day was soon over as everybody was busy preparing for the grand banquet. The sun rose and all the households were busy preparing for tonight's banquet. Horses brushed, carriages polished, lavish outfits donned on, and as the sun began to set, the whole imperial city was set abuzz as the streets were filled with the most luxurious carriages as they all went towards the imperial palace. With all the various carriages lined in front of the palace, all the various ministers had with them treasures from all over gathered here today to celebrate the crown prince's birthday. Jun's family carriage arrived grandly at the palace gates. Long Qi was sitting outside the carriage as he looked coldly at the carriage coming over to the side. Wu Wang's extravagant carriage caught up with them, crystals clinking could be heard as Wu Wang stuck his head out of the crystal-beaded curtain. Why isn't it Lin Wang? What a coincidence, he sneered with his plump face and gave a greasy smile. Jun Xian drew his own carriage curtain and nodded. When Wu Wang saw the other 2 Jun family members in the carriage, he smiled even more. Little Highness and Wu Xia really came? Wow, it's going to be so boisterous. Oh, but I wonder if His Little Highness's body can take it? Rest assured, Lin Wang, based on our close relation, I've already informed the servants to wait on him during the banquet, no need to worry. Thank you for the arrangement. Jun Xian retorted curtly as he clenched his fist tightly and put the curtain down, not wanting to see that sickening face any longer. Oh! Wu Wang contentedly shrank back into his own carriage as the crystals clinked together noisily. Within the carriage, Jun Wuxia raised her head and asked, "What filthy thing did that man eat? His mouth was really cheap." Jun Xian and his son immediately knew what she meant when she cursed that way as they smiled wryly. He is the king's brother, Wu Wang. He doesn't have much skills, so he relies heavily on his relationship to have things his way. He doesn't use his brain much, no need bother about him, he's just a waste. You have to remember that the real danger are those who hide their hostilities deep within and stab you in the back when you least expect it. Jun Qing was worried about Jun Wuxia as she was still young and had not much experience with the real world. All West ch.rs on n.o/vli/n/.cm. He really wanted to protect her from all danger if he could, to forever shield her from this cold and deceptive world. I won't call for a dog that bites, Jun Wuxia casually said while stroking the little black cat's smooth fur. Want to stab her in the back? Well, she must first give you an opportunity for that. In the past, she only trusted her back with one person. In this world, she wouldn't give anyone that chance other than Jun Xian and Jun Qing. Seeing that she understood his meaning, Jun Qing laughed. Sometimes he felt that his little niece grew up way too fast. Her perception and mentality seemed to have gone through an enormous change overnight. Fortunately, it was a good change. More and more carriages entered and dropped off various important ministers of the state as the crowd trickled in to join in the celebration of the Crown Prince's birthday. While waiting to enter the banquet, all the guests entered from the side door and were ushered into a large waiting reception area. When it was finally their turn as the carriage arrived at the side door, Long Qi prepared the wheelchair, assisted Jun Qing and took a thin blanket to cover his legs. With the arrival of the 3 generations of the Jun family, there was a huge commotion as many shifted their attention to the newly arrived guests. Upto.dfrm no/v/e/lb, I, n.co/m. Jun Xian was like a sleeping tiger, although he had more wrinkles over the years, no one dared to underestimate him. By his side was a young maiden who was an alluring beauty. She was like a little flower bud which had yet to bloom. In a few years, she definitely would be a beauty that could topple nations. She seemed to grow more beautiful each time they saw her. In terms of appearance, very few could rival this precious flower from the Lin Palace. However, everyone knew under this beautiful exterior lay a hot-tempered fiery girl who could burn them easily, and she brought trouble wherever she went. Jun Wuxia's notoriety was known throughout, no one dared to treat her as a well-behaved little rabbit. However, now the one that they were most concerned about was the handsome man sitting on the wheelchair. Although he sat there quietly with his pale face, one could tell he had quite a bit of difficulty even breathing. His raspy and disorderly breathing could be heard, gripping people's hearts as they hear him struggling for his breath. It was known that Jun Qing was in a bad shape for quite some time, and everyone speculated that he would have died after a few days when Jun Xian forced his way into the palace asking for all the royal doctors. With one look at Jun Qing today, one did not need to be well versed in medicine to tell that he was really hanging on to his life by a fine thread. Even if Jun Xian used up all the precious herbs, nothing would be able to save his son. Affirming their own notions, they looked over at Jun Xian and saw him brooding. This further confirmed their own speculation. Some ministers went over and offered him some words of encouragement, portraying a noble front, and disappeared into the crowd soon after. This whole facade went on as both father and son played the victims and looked vulnerable. Jun Wuxia, on the other hand, was totally ignored. Compared to Jun Qing's imminent death, being dumped by Mo Xianfei paled in comparison. Anyway, the impending fall of Lin Palace was nearing. What can this outrageous, tyrannical little girl do? She seemed to have toned down a lot from previous occasions. At least she knew her place. Various inner thoughts and whisperings went around, masked with bright smiles and vibrant music. Regardless of what's happening on the surface, everyone had deemed Lin Palace a huge joke. They had been in power for such a long time, showed their prowess before, but all of that was in the past. Now they were only waiting for their downfall. After passing through the reception area, the guests were led to their seats in the banquet hall. Soon, it was in full swing as music, laughter, and lantern lights filled the whole palace. Many gasped at the scale of this banquet. The banquet was held at the Crown Prince Palace wing, and one could see that the emperor really held the Crown Prince birthday in high regard. The main hall was decorated lavishly and the feast itself was pure luxury. Silk brocades with exquisite embroidery could be seen all around as beautifully carved wine glasses out of precious materials graced their presence. The finest dishes were brought out with rare and delectable ingredients and beautiful artistic designs were presented to the guests. For this banquet alone, how much gold was splurged? Jun Wuxia was pushing Jun Qing on the wheelchair, following quietly behind Jun Xian as they entered the banquet hall. A small memory flashed by. In the past, the previous Wuxia had attended the crown prince's birthday once and that was the time when she had met Mo Xianfei and fell for him. The crown prince doesn't have it easy as well. Jun Wuxia looked at the grandeur surrounding her as she coldly stated her thoughts. Jun Xian and Jun Qing's expressions stiffened. Jun Qing was about to say something when Jun Xian suddenly cut it and said, "Wuxia, why do you think so?" Jun Wuxia replied, "If His Majesty really loved the crown prince, he would create an image of a benevolent ruler that doesn't spend the people's money in such ways. The way I see it, it's not the case. The crown prince's abode is so luxurious and just for a banquet such extravagance splashed out isn't it just for all to see?" She stated everything very matter-of-factly. In front of her this beautiful scene was just like an invisible shackle. Jun Xian widened his eyes in shock. He did not think that the young Wuxia could see through the secret. Jun Xian glanced at the servants walking in front of them as he whispered softly, "His royal crown prince was born by the queen, her own family was very powerful which enabled her to sit on the queen's throne. In just a few years after her death, her family also faced an unexpected calamity and their power declined tremendously." Jun Wuxia finally understood, the only reason why the crown prince could hold onto his title was because of his mother's side of the family, not because the emperor favored him. From the look of things, with the decline of the crown prince's support, the emperor seemed to have started making his move. To say the least, the current crown prince's predicament was similar to Lin Palace. Without a powerful backing, the emperor who was previously helpless before them had his own designs. However, his schemes really ran deep. Even when dealing with the crown prince, he portrays it as if he doted heavily on this son of his. Then who does His Majesty actually favor? Jun Wuxia asked softly. The second prince. Jun Xian answered coldly. Up.dfrm no/v/e/lb in.co/m. Jun Wuxia suddenly realized how everything fell into place. No wonder Mo Xianfei was so persistent on pursuing Bai Yunxian. Her identity itself could boost him up to take over the coveted position of crown prince. If they were engaged, it was a great opportunity to make the favored son the crown prince instead. He have eyes but fail to see, how ignorant, she scoffed. Although she did not know the crown prince very well, however in the eyes of Jun Wuxia, Mo Xianfei's personality was rotten to the core. Even a lump of was better than Mo Xianfei. Jun Xian laughed, although his little princess did not talk much, her mouth was really quite toxic. After all the ministers have arrived and sat at their seats, the emperor turned to his right and whispered something to the handsome youth seated by his side. The youth seated by the emperor was handsome and had similar features to Mo Xianfei, however he looked more uninhibited. When the emperor was conversing with him, his brow was wrinkled. He was donned in a silver silk brocade, however he was dressed quite casually for the occasion as compared to all his guests, with his inner snow-white robe peeking out. He was sitting idly with a wine cup in hand. Although the feast had yet to start, he had already drank a lot. His eyes seemed to be intoxicated but there was still a hint of sharpness. At first glance, Jun Wuxia felt something was amiss with the crown prince but she said nothing and continued sitting quietly at her seat. On the other side of the emperor sat the second prince, and Mo Xianfei was seated with his beautiful lady companion, Bai Yunxian. The golden couple was smiling and in high spirits as their laughter added to the festive mood. When viewed from the hall, the contrast between the crown prince and second prince was apparent. A beautiful cue presented by the court musicians invited the emperor to make a toast. Emo Xianfei straightened his back and gave a congratulatory speech to his brother and expressed gratitude for everyone's presents and gifts. The main lead tonight, Crown Prince Emo Qianyuan, had been silent throughout, sitting at his own corner drinking his wine. Qianyuan, today is your birthday, when you were just born, when you and your mom were in grave danger, luckily Jun Gu saved you both. Today, Lin Wang, Jun Qing and Jun Wuxia are all present, why don't you take the opportunity and give a toast to them? The emperor smiled and asked the silent Emo Qianyuan. Emo Qianyuan frowned deeper as he contemplated for a short while before taking his wine cup and got up, trying to stabilize himself. He seemed to be a bit drunk as he staggered over. A lot of ministers secretly shook their heads. People were really not optimistic about this future king as they inwardly judged him. Emo Qianyuan held out his cup, "Thank you Lin Palace for your grace." Without waiting for any response, he downed his whole cup of wine in a single swig. His actions were very brash and sudden that he lost his balance and tumbled towards the table. Jun Xian helped the crown prince up as the strong smell of alcohol assaulted his nose. Jun Xian couldn't help but let out a sigh softly. "Sorry." Emo Qianyuan straightened himself as he frowned and tapped his head absent-mindedly as he muttered a few more words and went back to his seat. Jun Wuxia looked at him as a glint flashed by her deep eyes. "Meow." Faint meowing came from her sleeves. Before entering the banquet, the little black cat had hid itself in her large sleeves. Fortunately it was very small and it had gone in unnoticed. "Master, that man has something nasty on him." The little black cat had an extraordinary sense of smell, and with a whiff of the strong alcoholic smell from the crown prince, it sniffed up something bad along with it. Jun Wuxia sat there without moving. The reason why she herself had an ultra-sensitive nose was mainly due to her soul link with the little black cat. In her previous world, this deed was due to that person's extreme experiments and had her increase her sense of smell by few times. Although it was nothing compared to what the little black cat, it was still much more sensitive than an ordinary person's. At that moment when Emo Qianyuan had tumbled over, she could pick out a faint floral scent, one that she was very familiar with. In the previous world, there was a type of flower and the extract of that flower could be made into a type of drug. If a person was taking that drug, their clothes would have this faint floral scent on them. After taking this drug, it would make people all floaty and happy, throwing all their problems away. If taken long-term, it could change a person's mental capacity. If a person ate it for an extended period, he would turn into a waste very quickly as the drug not only damaged a person's nerves, it also corroded their organs. Moreover, it was highly addictive, and if not taken on time, it was as though there were hundreds of ants on them, and this extreme discomfort could even cause personality disorders. Jun Wuxia did not think that such a vile drug had existed in this world as well, and what made her even more surprised was that this scent came from the crown prince. Looking at his disorderly state, it seems that it was not simply excessive drinking of wine but more related to that flower scent emitted. The period of him taking the drug seems to be for quite some time. She touched her chin as she assessed it based on her experience. It seems that he had been taking this drug for a few years. He can't drag this on for much longer. If he continues, it is estimated he had only 2 more years left. It made no difference to her if he lived or died. However, the emperor can justify his death and use it as a means to raise the second prince, Emo Xianfei. This was something she did not want. This man cannot die. She decided immediately as she narrowed her eyes in determination. It may also be a great opportunity to help a desolate prince, and perhaps he may prove useful to change the current state of Qi. Well, whatever makes her enemy unhappy, she'll be more than happy to lend a helping hand. "Grandfather, father saved the prince's life before?" she asked softly. "That was a long time ago. Your father had just taken over the command of Ruilin army. That year, the crown prince was born and the queen was on the way to bring him to visit her family. They met with bandits on the way, Luckily your father happened to be in the vicinity and he saved them. Jun Xian casually replied. Mo Qianyuan's performance had been pretty good, however, over the past few years he seemed to have undergone a personality change. If he really becomes the king of Qi, perhaps our Lin Palace might not have such a hard time. Jun Xian sighed. The only promising crown prince was now also at stake. Jun Xian and his sons had saved too many people before, hence he didn't say much more. Jun Wuxian narrowed her eyes as she looked at the crown prince. From the memory of the previous Wuxia, she could only find a little bit of rumors on him. Mo Qianyuan was born 6 months earlier than Mo Xianfei. As the emperor's eldest son. Once he was born, he was given the title of crown prince. When he was young, the common folk had all said that he was talented, modest, mindful and polite. Many sang praises of him. At that time, the emperor too had doted on him and everyone praised him. All these of course was when the queen was still around and her family was a large faction that had lots of power. She was still in charge of the harem then. N/W novel chapters are published on no/vel/bin.co/m. With the passing of the queen, the whole country was mourning and Mo Qianyuan fell terribly ill for 3 whole months, and after his recovery, his temperament had undergone major changes. Jun Qing also came today? Are you feeling better? The emperor smiled gently at Jun Qing. Jun Qing sat weakly on the wheelchair, and as he tried to speak, his breathing became chaotic and he started gasping for his breath. The emperor's face changed immediately and quickly said, "Quick! Imperial doctors, quickly go have a look." Upon the emperor's order, the 2 imperial doctors on standby quickly rushed over to Jun Qing's side and attended to him. During the whole process, Jun Qing's face was pale and his breathing was very faint. Jun Wuxia sat there quietly sipping her tea, looking at the 2 doctors taking the pulse of her uncle. This uncle of hers was not bad, he added, quite a clever touch. The purpose of the emperor's invitation to Jun Qing was clear as day. When the emperor started probing, Jun Qing immediately gave him this opportunity. Jun Qing's situation was no different from the previous time they had taken his pulse. His pulse was very weak and his breath was faint. His life seemed to be so fragile and could be extinguished any moment. After both the imperial doctors thoroughly checked, they whispered amongst themselves and turned towards the emperor with a serious tone, said, "Please pardon us, but we are unable to resolve this for His Highness. We can only advise His Highness to rest as much as he can and do not cause any unnecessary strain on the heart." They were very subtle in their diagnosis. The 2 imperial doctors were helpless, and with their diagnosis, Jun Qing was already deemed dead. U updates tnvel/by.com. The mood was heavy as all the ministers showed a face of regret and remorse, a total different emotion from what they were feeling inside. "Go prepare some ginseng," the emperor ordered as he gave out a long sigh, giving the impression of a helpless enlightened ruler. He turned to Jun Xian and said, "If there is anything you need, just feel free to speak out. Since today Bai Yin Xian is also present, how about we let her have a look as well?" Jun Xian got up respectfully. "This humble one is touched and very thankful for your Majesty's grace." The emperor nodded, and Bai Yin Xian, who was seated beside Mo Xianfei, got up from her seat and walked over to take Jun Qing's pulse. Jun Wuxia rested her chin on her hand and looked at the approaching Bai Yin Xian. Her eyes flashed an icy cold glint. "Meow. This old fool is really disgusting. If he had truly wanted to save your uncle, he should have asked Bai Yin Xian to have a look earlier. What use is there to ask her come now?" The little black cat sneered as it puffed its chest up unhappily. It naturally cited Jun Wuxia's family and was lamenting on the unfair treatment they received. "She's not here to see if she's able to save him, but to check whether is he really dying," Jun Wuxia calmly assessed. The emperor thought that he was so smart, but to her he was hopelessly stupid. Want to use Bai Yin Xian to check on Jun Qing? He really regarded that woman too highly. Qing Yin clan's disciple? So what? In her eyes they were nothing but a joke. Bai Yunxian carried an air of aloofness as she covered his wrist with a thin cloth and tapped his wrist gently and took his pulse. Jun Xian was nervous as he looked at Bai Yunxian. She was after all not an ordinary doctor but from the famed Qingyun clan. He was not sure of how good her abilities were as he had not witnessed them for himself, but he knew they had to take this gamble. His heart was filled with anxiety, but when he looked over at Jun Wuxia, he was surprised that his own granddaughter was preoccupied with the teacup in her hands and too lazy to even look at Bai Yunxian. With Jun Wuxia's calmness, Jun Xian had a little peace of mind. Shortly after, Bai Yunxian straightened herself with a cold and aloof expression. The imperial doctor's diagnosis was not wrong. My master had tried his best to neutralize his poison, but if my master can't even clear his poison, I'm afraid no one can. It is already a miracle that my master managed to suppress the poison for so many years. After singing praises of her master, she proudly glanced around the hall. Even if Qingyun clan's sovereign could not cure, who else is in this world could? Bai Yunxian's diagnosis gave the emperor a huge relief. He felt as though a huge boulder was lifted off his shoulders. Jun Xian whispered his thanks with a pale face as he silently sank back into his seat. Those with sharp eyes noted his hands holding onto his wine cup was trembling. Looks like Jun Qing's condition was really hopeless. Look, even Jun Xian's hands were shaking. Indeed, his hands were trembling, but it never crossed their minds that it was not due to grief but due to him holding back his own laughter. If it wasn't for the situation at hand, he could not wait to shout out to the whole world and tell them that his son's poison had already been completely cleared by his brilliant granddaughter. Not only that, his son would soon be able to walk again. Qingyun clan was simply. To simply put it, they were simply. Just his granddaughter alone could clear the poison that the Qingyun clan sovereign deemed hopeless, under the guidance of an esteemed master. This Bai Yunxian actually had the audacity to say that her master's solution was the best, and if he could not cure it, no one else could. Humph. Previously he had admired the Qingyun clan fervently, however after seeing with his own eyes how his granddaughter easily did what their sovereign could not accomplish, he had lost all his respect for the clan and scoffed at them instead. Other than his family's Wuxia, who else dares to say that they are best in the world? Jun Xian looked around at the reaction of the crowd and swore in his heart that after the comeback of his Lin Palace, he would make these guys know where they stand. He couldn't wait to see their expressions after they knew the truth. For now, he played a distraught man. Jun Wuxia simply admired her own grandfather and uncle for their acting skills and gave them full points. After completing the task, Bai Yunxian went back to the second prince's side. He immediately looked at her gently and said, "Yunxian, you've worked hard." Bai Yunxian smiled sweetly back. "You really are a romantic at heart, dear brother. Looks like your feelings run deep." The silent crown prince suddenly spoke up, with a pair of sharp eyes staring intently at Mo Xianfei. "Big brother, you really know how to joke." He did not know why his brother suddenly praised them. "Well, I don't know if this romantic you is a bit too irresponsible. Favoring the new over the old is not the style of our royal family. Now here you are acting all lovey-dovey with Miss Bai. Have you ever thought about the feelings of others?" Mo Qian Yuan sneered. Mo Xianfei's face stiffened. Even a fool knew what Mo Qian Yuan meant as all eyes subconsciously shifted to Jun Wuxia, who had been neglected the whole night. You updates tnvel/by.com. The infamous lady in question was surprisingly really quiet tonight. If not for the crown prince mentioning her, everyone had almost forgotten about her presence. Mo Xianfei and Jun Wuxia were betrothed, however after the appearance of Bai Yunxian, Mo Xianfei no longer met up much with Jun Wuxia, and not long ago, the emperor even broke their engagement. When their engagement was broken off, the incident sparked a major uproar that spread beyond the state of Qi. Everyone had been anticipating the trouble she would bring with her, however she had instead remained low-key and disappeared for such a long time. In fact, this was the first time people had seen her after that incident. Although she was more beautiful now, somehow they felt that there was something different about her from the past. In the whole country, it could be said that she was one of the finest beauties. However, with her brash, fiery, rude, and arrogant personality, it conflicted with her outward appearance. Today she was sitting quietly in the corner made her seem like totally different person. Misty ramblings. In the beginning it was emphasized that she was not a beauty, however it changed after a while. My guess is that, after she went through the whole lotus seed conditioning, her complexion had improved and she looked fresher too. In many other novels usually such changes will let them have virtually poreless skin, almost akin to a baby's skin. So think models without the Photoshop and without makeup. Also her demeanor is now different, so the charisma she exudes now makes her more poise. And also she's still growing. There's this Chinese saying which if you do a search, these are the literal, a girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood idiom, and not so literal, girl changes fast in physical appearance from childhood to adulthood. Also, it had been emphasized over and over again how horrid the previous Wuxia's character was, so perhaps her personality really was so bad that her beauty did not matter. No one wanted to have anything to do with her. Jun Wuxia sat there quietly with a pair of downcast eyes, without putting anyone in her sight, as she sat there detached as if the commotion had nothing to do with her. She was austere and alone in a world of her own. Elegant, pure and transcendent beauty were words that immediately appeared in their minds. Those words which were initially tailored for Bai Yin now seemed to fit her better. Her reserved demeanor made her unapproachable but made one's heart long to keep looking at her. Although they hate to admit it, but truthfully, the quiet Jun Wuxia, no matter in terms of demeanor or charm, had risen significantly. She had been very low-key, too low in fact that people had almost forgotten all about her, but after placing her in sight and noticing her subtle changes, they could not help but be attracted to her. Sneaking a peek at Jun Wuxia and shifting their gazes to Bai Yin. Bai Yin didn't seem to be as elegant as they had previously thought. It looks like the real ice-cold elegant goddess position would be given to Jun Wuxia. It was time for Bai Yin to step down. Qian Yuan, you are drunk. The emperor frowned. He did not understand why the usually silent crown prince would suddenly speak up for Jun Wuxia. He clearly remembered that this was only the second time they had met, and previously when they met, Qian Yuan did not have a good impression of her. Ah, yes, I'm drunk. Your son had drank too many cups of wine. I've let Imperial Father seen something funny. Please allow me to go back and rest first. Qian Yuan straightened himself up as he let out a faint smile. Go. The emperor bellowed. Qian Yuan no longer hesitated and immediately got up, raising his hand and waving away the servants who wanted to assist him. He narrowed his eyes as he hissed, I still can walk myself, no one is to allowed to touch me. The manner which the crown prince left had instilled discontent in many. Jun Wuxia looked at his departing back as she pondered for a while amidst the toasts that were going on around. She spoke to her uncle in a soft tone, Uncle, I want to go out for some fresh air. Jun Qing was surprised for a moment, thinking back on how this niece of his was devoted to Mo Xianfei and looking at how lovey-dovey he was with Bai Yin now. She must be feeling miserable. He sighed loudly and said, Go have a walk around, but do not leave this palace wing. Don't stay out too long. All right. Wuxia. Yes? Don't be so sad over Mo Xianfei. He does not deserve you. Jun Wuxia's steps froze midway. How did he come to that conclusion? Which eye did he use and see that she was upset over that scum Mo Xianfei? The moonlight streamed into the garden and brightly illuminated the pavilion which Qian Yuan was as he chugged down wine straight from the jug. He was sitting on the stone chair as he smiled bitterly by himself. If you want to die early, go ahead and drink more. A tender voice with a coldness broke the tranquility of the still night. Qian Yuan was very surprised. Under the moonlight, a beautiful young maiden dressed in a lovely yellow silk brocade holding a little black cat in her arms stood there. surrounded by flowers and with the moonlight gently shining on her body, her delicate features against the surreal background, she looked like a fairy that had descended into the mortal realm. Jun Wuxia. Mo Qianyuan's lips curved upwards as he looked at her in a drunken stupor. I was still wondering who had the audacity to curse me, the crown prince, to die early? Jun Wuxia walked towards the pavilion as the stench of alcohol assaulted her. She stopped just before entering the pavilion. Even if I don't mention it, you will also die. Moreover, how long more will you be able to stay as the crown prince? She replied icily. Check out LTSTVL on novl/bin.cm. Mo Qianyuan's expression suddenly changed. His blurred eyes immediately turned sharp as the silence swept through and the air became stifled. He seemed to have transformed into a panther that was waiting in the dark ready to pounce onto its prey. What are you talking about? His eyes had a dangerous glint in them. Jun Wuxia casually stroked the fur of the little black cat. Without even looking up, she said icily, some people do not want you to continue being the crown prince and are hoping for you to have an early demise. If you also think the same way and want to find an earlier release, just hit your head here against the stone table, no need to waste everybody's time. Mo Qianyuan's mouth twitched slightly. He had always thought that she was a little outrageous, but he just realized he had thoroughly underestimated her after experiencing her poisoned tongue firsthand. This little girl, couldn't she say things properly? Did she need to say it in such a manner? This kind of words can't be said so carelessly. I'll just take it as I didn't hear this. He rubbed his wrinkled brows. Careless words? Well, since I'm already saying it, I might as well continue. If you want to avenge your mother and your maternal family, you have to live and keep your position as crown prince. She slowly looked up with eyes that were filled with intensity, looked at him straight, which startled him. What do you know? His eyes had a trace of panic in them. I know that you are a coward and a waste. Jun Wuxia raised her eyebrows. You. Mo Qianyuan was infuriated. He should not have spoken up for her just now. If you are not willing, then find all means and ways to survive. If not, just raise your hands and surrender. She retorted. Mo Qianyuan sucked in a deep breath. This little girl really knew where to stab where it hurts the most. As he had been drinking wine prior to this, he was lightheaded when he felt a sudden rush to his head. He stood up and flung his jug of wine into the floor. It shattered into pieces as the strong smell of wine permeated the surroundings. You think I want this? Huh? Do you think I asked for it? So what about the title of crown prince? Ha! I don't even want anything. My life, my position, they all don't belong to me. Even my own father wants me dead. Everyone thinks that I'm an incompetent prince. Who else in this world can save me? So what if I'm not willing? What can I do about it? He yelled with bloodshot eyes as he unraveled everything that had been plaguing him deep within. All the years of bottled-up emotions came forth like a gushing spring. You're right. I'm going to die soon. Going to die. What else can I do about it? I'm almost as good as dead. Tell me, what can I do? Jun Wuxia looked at him coldly as he flung about and wallowed. What if you do not need to die? What? He looked at her wide-eyed. It was as though a sudden jolt of lightning had struck him. Well, to be more precise, not only do you not die, in fact you won't die in the next few years or decades. She corrected her own words. What do you mean? He swallowed his saliva as he asked nervously, not daring to hear what he had wished for most. Find up Tedovels on n/v/elbin.co/m. Jun Wuxia did not bother answering him as she impatiently said, You've been poisoned, right? How did you know? What was this little girl? He was very surprised. She furrowed her brows. She really wasn't very good at explanations, might as well spend the time proving it instead. Little Black, hold him down, she said as she suddenly threw the little black cat in her arms out. Under the bright moonlight, the little black cat, which was the size of her hand, suddenly transformed. Its body grew bigger in an instant and it became huge and strong panther as it pounced onto Imo Qianyuan. The unsuspecting Imo Qianyuan, who was standing there just moments before, was now pinned onto the ground by a huge black panther. He was petrified as he stared with his mouth and eyes agape at the black panther on him, trying to digest what had just happened. In an instant, a little black cat actually turned into a huge black panther? The panther's huge body kept Imo Qianyuan pinned down as Jun Wuxia walked over to its side. I'm not used to speaking rubbish, so if you are not stupid, you will soon find out what's going on. Jun Wuxia bent down as one of her slender white hand gripped on firmly to his chin. Although her fingers looked so delicate, who knew they mustered such strength? In a very practiced and swift manner, she opened his mouth and shoved a pill in as she closed his mouth and hit his chest. It happened in seconds. It was simply fast and accurate. Before he could even react, he had swallowed whatever she had thrown in. Wah, what are you up to? He looked at her with bloodshot eyes as he felt his heart palpitating quickly. He didn't know what she was planning and it made him fear her a little. Little Black, keep an eye on him. She didn't bother replying him as she walked over to the stone chairs in the pavilion and casually sat on one of them. Imo Qianyuan still tried to break free as he struggled. The huge panther opened its mouth wide as it gave a warning growl and lowered its head as it positioned Imo Qianyuan's neck between its sharp teeth. If he utters a single word, feel free to bite him, she said emotionlessly as she gave the panther the order. The black panther stood there motionless as it stared at the man beneath it. Find up Tedovels on n/v/elben.co/m. Imo Qianyuan's mind was distraught as he thought to himself. This was the worst birthday ever. Tonight must be one of the most depressing nights he ever had, to think that he actually let a little girl pull a fast one over him. Under the threat of the panther, he slowly closed his eyes, as he reluctantly began to accept his own fate. Sure enough, he really is a good-for-nothing. He gave up so easily. He did not dare move a single muscle. Time ticked by slowly. Imo Qianyuan felt that the discomfort he had, all the prickly sensations, all that disgusting feeling of ants crawling all over him for all these years seemed to be subsiding. He flung his eyes wide open as he looked at Jun Wuxia with a shocked expression. You! Roar! The panther issued another warning as it tightened its grip on his neck. Jun Wuxia glanced over and said, Little Black, let him go. As soon as she uttered those words, Imo Qianyuan felt the pressure on him suddenly released as the huge figure swooped towards Jun Wuxia and a cute little black cat once again appeared in her arms. Meow. Ugh, his whole body reeks. It stinks of alcohol. The stench is killing me. Jun Wuxia gently stroked its fur lovingly. No. You, what did you feed me with? Why am I? Imo Qianyuan had not felt so clear-headed for such a long time. With this sudden soberness, it had happened too suddenly that he did not know what to ask. Something that can save your life. Jun Wuxia felt that this approach was much simpler as results could be seen quickly. Imo Qianyuan looked deeply at her, his fingers slightly as he asked in a low voice, Why do you want to help me? Jun Wuxia replied very matter-of-factly, I want you to fight against your father and Imo Xianfei. I want you to ascend the throne so that you can keep my Jun family safe. The position of the emperor should have been changed long ago as the current emperor will die, Imo Xianfei too. Since the country needs a ruler, she will choose one that would protect her family. You want me to usurp the throne? Imo Qianyuan was completely shocked. Never had he expected such an outrageous matter to be discussed so lightly. Moreover, it was Jun Wuxia who had initiated it. Such treacherous words coming out from her mouth shocked him silly. Jun Wuxia raised her eyebrows. You do not want to? Mo Qianyuan looked at Jun Wuxia as his shocked expression gradually changed into a smile. He started laughing crazily. Ha ha ha. If you want, why not? Since they want to kill me, why can't I do the same to them? Tell me, can you really save my life? He stared intently at her. Hanno looked at her in a different light. She was no longer the outrageous superfluous young girl he had in mind. Of course. Jun Wuxia answered simply as her eyes showed determination. But it's not enough. He frowned. There is no faction that will support me in the fight for the throne. Even if I've fully recovered, I have no way to wrest the throne from him. If he's really intent on killing me, he has his ways. There will be. She replied blandly. Lin Palace will be your backing. Rui Lin Army will support you for this fight for the throne. But you do have to remember this one fact clearly: I can save your life. Similarly, I can also take your life away. Our Lin Palace can support you to get the throne, but we also have the power to drag you off it. When the crown changed, she needed someone with the royal bloodline to be the next in line. Lin Palace just needed to be in the shadows. Rui Lin Army, but he gave her a conflicted look. Jun Qing's own situation was more precarious than his own. Who will lead them when he's gone? Were they able to maintain the same might? You do not need to worry about these things. Just mind your own problems. If you want to live and exact your revenge, you have to accept the condition. If you want to die, I will not force you. That pill you ate just now can only relieve your discomfort temporarily. There's too much toxins accumulated in your bloodstream, so we need more time to completely clear it. She explained. Mo Qianyuan took a deep breath. He knew he had no choice as he's been backed into a corner by his own family already. He still had to avenge this blood feud. Who cares what condition she threw at him? Even if he had to brave through fire and hell, he'd do it. I agree. He made this life-changing decision instantly. Very good, next time you'll have to find some reason to meet up with me. I will slowly get rid of all the poison. She looked at him in the eye before turning around as she softly said, Mo Qianyuan, you won't regret this choice you made today. She carried the little black cat in her arms as she went back towards the banquet hall. Looking to her fading back, he clenched his fist tightly, trying to suppress all the emotions that he was feeling now. Over the years, he had felt that his soul and mind had slowly breaking down into many pieces, and he even considered giving up. Never had he thought that this day was possible. He felt that today he had finally found back a small piece of himself and was determined to recover back all that he had lost. Jun Wuxia, no matter what you want, as long as you help me accomplish what I want to do, this life of mine belongs to you. In Jun Wuxia's arm, Little Black was swishing its tail excitedly. Meow. It's been such a long time since I've transformed. I'm still not really used to it. Say, Master, how did you know that the Emperor was the one behind the Queen's death? How did you also know that it was the Emperor that destroyed her family? Little Black was certain that it did not hear such news from Jun Xian and Jun Qing, so how did she acquire such privileged information? I did not know. What? I said it casually. She answered calmly. She slipped back into the banquet as she sat there quietly. The Emperor sat on his throne as he was enjoying himself as he talked and laughed loudly among the various ministers. The banquet was heating up as the music and dance carried on through the night. As the main star of the party, Mo Qianyuan had actually left in the midst of it, giving Mo Xianfei a chance to perform his perfect king candidate role. He and Baiyin Xian entertained the various ministers and was every bit the golden couple everyone was talking about. They had completely ignored Jun Wuxia. On the other hand, the one who kept sneaking glances to see if she was alright was Jun Qing, who was worried that she was heartbroken. Find up Tedovals on n/v/elben.co/m. However, the facts proved that Jun Qing's theory was all wrong. Throughout the rest of the banquet, Jun Wuxia did not even bother to look at the couple. Mo Qin Yuan really was very efficient. Just right after his banquet, the very next morning, using the pretext of Wuxia and I really hit it off as the reason, he invited Jun Wuxia to the palace. The biggest reaction came from Jun Xian and Jun Qing. They did not understand why did Mo Qin Yuan suddenly invited Jun Wuxia over. What was even more surprising was that Jun Wuxia had expressed her intention of accepting the invite. They could only helplessly let her go as she pleased. It was noon as Jun Wuxia sat across Mo Qin Yuan in his study, with one hand on his wrist, taking his pulse. "Your grandfather actually let you come?" Mo Qin Yuan asked with an incredulous tone as he propped his chin with the other hand, looking at Jun Wuxia, who was concentrating on his pulse. Lately the royal family had not been too kind towards Lin Palace. With such strained tension in the air, he was surprised that Jun Xian had allowed Jun Wuxia to come alone. Jun Wuxia did not look up as she continued on with her diagnosis. "With a prince that is deemed a good-for-nothing, what's there to be afraid of?" Mo Qin Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. This little girl's mouth was really poisonous. He glanced over at the little black cat that was curled up on her feet as he recalled everything that happened last night. He involuntarily gulped as he still had lingering fear of that black fur ball as his heart pounded faster. Come to think about it, if I had a strong enough backing and held quite a bit of power, Lin Wang would surely stop you from making any contact with me to avoid arousing any suspicion. However, my status now is that of a crown prince that's going to lose his own crown. No smart person would want to have anything to do with me." He chuckled. Lin Palace held half of the country's military might, and if they formed close ties with the crown prince, at first glance, this was a very powerful alliance. However, if thought through carefully, it was a sinking ship with two ailing tigers on it. Vist and Velben.cm for new updates. Can you guess? What reason did I tell him that made him consent to your visit? Mo Qin Yuan looked at her with a pair of bright eyes. Privately, he did not want to call that man imperial father. Jun Wuxia ignored him as she continued on what she was doing. Mo Qin Yuan continued excitedly, "I told him that I fell in love with you." Jun Wuxia finally raised her head, but her eyes had not the slightest trace of surprise in them. She just looked at him with a pair of clear eyes. "So, you are prepared to let him think that you have caught interest in someone that was discarded by Mo Xianfei?" When she said this, he was completely defeated and lost all reason to retort her. Mo Qin Yuan laughed bitterly as he looked at her dumbfoundedly. "Do you always speak like that? Do you always speak in such a ruthless manner even to yourself?" Why was she so hard even to herself? Using terms like discarded so easily on herself. Mo Qin Yuan felt that his brother was really stupid, and the biggest mistake was letting go of Jun Wuxia. The past Jun Wuxia may not have been that great, but the Jun Wuxia that was sitting across him now was the most intriguing woman he has ever met. Well, more accurately, young maiden. A girl that dared to make a prince yield and even forced him to usurp the throne. What kind of guts did she possess? "I'm just stating the facts," she replied. Mo Qin Yuan chuckled, shaking his head in exasperation. He really could not read her. "During my birthday banquet when I had spoken up for you, all I wanted was to spite him. Who would have known that it's the perfect cover now?" He chortled as he thought back to the expression that the emperor had when he had told him about his feelings towards Jun Wuxia. That look was priceless. The two people that he wants to get rid of most are now paired up. He should be so happy, right? Now he can kill two birds with one stone. Won't that be much easier? He laughed at the very irony of it all. "You're very noisy." Jun Wuxia furrowed her brows. Mo Qin Yuan's face stiffened. Jun Wuxia looked up as she retreated her hand from his wrist and happened to meet his gaze. There's an immense amount of toxins accumulated in your system. You've been poisoned for quite a long time. As for your body, I can treat it and have you well again. However, I'm unable to determine the source of the poison. To completely rid yourself from this, you'll have to find out it and eliminate it to prevent this, or else you will be caught up in this mess again. Although this man was nearing death's door, how come he still had so many thoughts? He had been going at it for almost half a day as he chattered on incessantly. Mo Qian Yuan was rendered speechless once again. This girl had regarded everything he talked about as noise. In the end, what was up with her? She was the very person who asked him to seize the throne, but she was not interested one bit in how he did it. How you want to go about it is your problem, I'm only a doctor. She looked at him with a blank expression. Get latest level CHs on nve.lbj/n.c/m. Mo Qian Yuan threw his head back in laughter. This Missy of the Lin Palace was really something. How old was she only? She's so young, but she could be so calm and collected. More than that, her thoughts ran so deep. Yes, she was absolutely right. How he went about it was his own problem. If he succeeded, Lin Palace would be celebrated and hailed as loyal supporters. If he failed, he would be the only one to bear the consequences. He had no relationship between Lin Palace and Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia, you're really smart and can be so cruel at the same time. He laughed wryly. Jun Wuxia looked at him, not easing any of her wrinkled brows. Meow. Master, he must have misunderstood what you meant. This imbecile. For Little Black, it had been with Wuxia for the longest time and it understood Wuxia the most. It very clearly knew that she had no other meaning when she said that. She definitely wasn't scheming anything like what the idiot prince was thinking about. All she really meant was that these things would be better handled by the prince, who was more experienced in these matters. Now all that she needed to do most was to get him back in shape so that he could put up a good fight. The crown prince, who had been brought up in the tangled royal palace where schemes ran amok so frequently as if having a regular meal, his way of thinking was conditioned to survive in such a treacherous place. To simply put it, they were on two totally different wavelengths. This little misunderstanding had caused Mo Qian Yuan to have the impression that Jun Wuxia was a very resourceful and an adept natural-born conspirator for a long, long time to come in the future. Not wanting Mo Qian Yuan to have any further strange thoughts, Jun Wuxia rebutted, "Stop talking so much nonsense. If you want to live properly, you'll have to find the source of the poison." Mo Qian Yuan sighed softly. Truth be told, when my body was getting weaker by the day, I had also faintly guessed that I may have been poisoned. In fact, only after you asked me last night was when I finally confirmed my suspicion. I do not know the source of the poison as well. He smiled bitterly. If he knew what the source was, he wouldn't let himself be in such a dire situation. Jun Wuxia took out a small porcelain bottle and handed it over to him. You've been poisoned by the wheat night flower. Drink this, and if you're in contact with any extract of this flower, you will have a reaction. To find the source of the poison was child's play to her, as she knew the method. However, she didn't want to use it herself. Because the reaction she mentioned earlier was really too disgusting. She definitely did not want to experience it herself. Jun Wuxia convinced Mo Qian Yuan to drink it as he downed the contents of the whole bottle in a few gulps. Immediately after, he got up and started searching the room thoroughly. Mo Qian Yuan searched it through once and couldn't find anything suspicious. He combed through every nick and cranny. Nothing was found. The always dignified prince was now in his own quarters, sniffing and scurrying about like a rat. This made Jun Wuxia speechless. Should she have told him that the extract of the wheat night flower could not withstand being exposed for an extended period of time and hence he would not be able to find it on all those items he just tried searching? Looking at the current prince who was busy searching through his clothes as he studied each single one of them intently, she decided to keep this to herself for the time being. Exercising more would also aid the detoxification process. Ah, yes, that's it. Mo Qianyuan almost turned his whole residence upside down as he searched through, but yet he could not find anything suspicious. After such intense searching, he could feel the strain and the poison from the wheat night flower had already invaded his system and eroded away his health and stamina. His healthy, robust body was now a thing of the past. As he sat down to get some respite, his whole forehead was covered with a thin layer of sweat. "Are you sure that vile thing is really in my residence?" he asked in a resigned manner. Jun Wuxia was leisurely sipping tea when she finally placed the cup down and answered him, "To administer the poison of the wheat night flower, it has to enter the body orally." Mo Qianyuan's face turned livid as his mouth twitched. This girl. Fine, he admitted he did not ask and he just assumed it was something near him. However, why did she not tell him earlier and only told him after he had went through all that fuss? "I'm hungry." Jun Wuxia was not bothered that Mo Qianyuan's face was black as coal. Mo Qianyuan gritted his teeth as he reminded himself that they were in this together. He could only silently simmer as he ordered for the servants to prepare lunch to be sent into the study. What does it want to eat?" Mo Qianyuan looked at the black fur ball that was now curled up on her lap, swishing its tail as it looked back at him. His eyes twitched. Top VL updates on n/o/v/lb/in.com. This. After the incident yesterday, this black cat had left a shadow in his heart. He still could not figure out the origin of this black cat. If it was a contractual spirit, wait, that couldn't be right. Jun Wuxia's affinity with contractual spirit had been known throughout the country. This girl did not have any during the awakening ceremony. "Wanna eat?" Jun Wuxia looked at the little black cat on her lap. Meow. The little black cat blinked as it brushed its bushy tail on her arms, gently swishing it up and down her arms. "Fish. I want to eat fish." "Fish," she replied. Mo Qianyuan's mouth twitched slightly once again. Watching the strange conversation between this cat and girl refreshed his view on the world. Shortly after, servants came into the study and filled the desk with a huge array of food as colorful dishes filled the entire table. At the side was an 8-treasure mandarin fish. Without any need for anyone to call for it, it swiftly jumped onto the table and contentedly helped himself to the delicious fish. Jun Wuxia sat down to eat silently. On the other side, Mo Quanfei had no appetite as he had no mood because he had failed to find the source of the poison. He just poured himself a cup of wine, resting his chin on one hand as he watched Jun Wuxia slowly sampling the spread before her. Although Jun Wuxia was petite, her notoriety was so well known that people had subconsciously avoided and feared her. However, the girl in front of him was just a young girl enjoying her food. If she was not born into the Lin Palace, she would have had a very calm and easy life. Jun Wuxia was slowly tasting each dish. Amount of food she actually ate was a similar amount the cat had. Mo Qianyuan felt more and more intrigued by this female tyrant which the whole capital had called her. Although this was only the 3rd time he had met her, the feeling she gave him each time was different. The first time was also his birthday. He remembered clearly that year her bright smile and that pair of sparkly eyes always followed his younger brother wherever he went. She was clearly smitten by him. She was a lovely young maiden in love. The second time was yesterday's birthday banquet, but this time her reputation had gone up a notch, but in a bad way. Her name was at the tip of everyone's tongue for quite a period of time. She was seated quietly at one corner. Too quiet until her presence was almost forgotten. Despite Mo Xianfei and Bai Yin Xian's loving scenes, She did not waver and sat there as if she was in a different world. When he had met her again in the garden, he was surprised that this small girl actually had a strong character. The third time was today. He felt that he had found out another side of her. She had watched quietly by the side, the entire time of him making a fool of himself as he searched for the poison. This girl also had a little mischievous side to her. Although she was being stared at while eating, Jun Wuxia still continued on eating in a calm and composed manner. Her eyes were downcast as she picked at the food with her chopsticks as if she was all alone in her room, not in the study of the Crown Prince's residence with the Crown Prince seated across her. After staring for a long time, seeing that she had no reaction nor had she the intention to raise her head, Mo Qianyuan got bored as he lifted his cup up and downed it in a single swig. Once the wine entered his mouth, a sizzling spicy sensation scorched his whole throat all the way down to his stomach. Before he could even understand what was happening, he felt another wave as though there was a fire within as he lurched forward and vomited. Without any warning, he had emptied his entire stomach onto the table full of food. Jun Wuxia finally looked up. In her hands was a small glass bowl and the other was a pair of ivory chopsticks, as she looked at the Mo Qianyuan who was still vomiting with a calm pair of eyes. The little black cat froze. It looked at the uneaten portion of fish that was still on the table that was covered in a suspicious liquid. It also had some splashed onto its fur. Mo Qianyuan knew he had messed things up and had wanted to explain himself, but before he could even speak any further, he felt another burst of nausea as he quickly covered his mouth and rushed to the corner of the room and held into a wooden barrel and vomited into it. Jun Wuxia calmly put the bowl and chopsticks down as she got herself up and left the table of ruined delicacies. Meow! The idle black cat recovered from its previous stupor as it arched its back. It jumped off the table and rubbed itself crazily against the clean soft carpet. Master! Why are you always like that? You knew that the effects of coming into contact with the wheat night flower poison would result in vomiting. Why couldn't you just warn that imbecile? Little black cat had tears streaming out as it frantically rubbed itself against the carpet, trying to clean its precious black fur. I forgot. Jun Wuxia calmly at a corner, watching Mo Qianyuan at one corner of the room belching out as he was clutching tightly to a wooden barrel. On the other side was the black cat rolling itself frantically on the carpet. Her lips curved upwards into a small smile. From the outside of the room, the guards could hear a commotion from within. They however did not dare enter as they asked if everything was all right. Mo Qianyuan who had been vomiting felt like crying as he roared at them to go away. His whole face was as white as sheet. Only after drinking 10 whole cups of water did he feel much better as the spicy burning sensation subsided. He sat weakly at the corner of the study. His whole body had lost all its energy as he sat there limply, his clothes were messy and his collar slightly open, his eyes were hanging traces of tears as he sadly looked at Jun Wuxia. Is it the wheat night flower poison? He asked, seething with anger. Jun Wuxia nodded. Why didn't you say anything earlier? He lamented. Even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't believe that she did not know the reaction if he came in contact with the poison. After he saw her calm demeanor, he knew that she had expected it. There is no difference. She sat there at one corner looking bright and fresh, and most importantly, she was clean. She took out the small porcelain bottle and opened it. A refreshing fragrance filled the air as she poured some onto her hands and she rubbed her hands together. The refreshing scent filled the room and the stench slowly disappeared. Even if she had told him in advance, he still had to vomit it all out. What difference did it make? So that was why she did not bother telling him. Mo Qianyuan felt that his alliance with this girl here was a double-edged sword. He might eventually die in her hands instead of his father and brother. So, what did you eat? Jun Wuxia faced him without the slightest bit of guilt as she asked him in a nonchalant manner. Get latest double chapters on nvelbj/n.c/m. Emo Qianyuan was taken aback for a moment before his gaze filled with murderous intent landed on the jug on the table. He did not eat anything, he had only drank a cup of wine before he. Someone poisoned the jade nectar? Emo Qianyuan's face contorted as it paled further. He did not have a big appetite nor did he not have much interest in pursuing delicacies. He only had this habit to drink this king of wines termed jade nectar, and he would drink a few cups every day. This wine, although drank in small amounts, however, as it accumulated over time. Wait. Jun Wuxie's expression suddenly changed. Jade nectar? Why did she find this term so familiar? Emo Qianyuan did not know what she was thinking as he briefly explained, this is the first emperor's personally brewed prized wine. He had brewed this wine himself. The recipe is extremely complex. After the death of the first emperor, there wasn't anyone else who could brew it other than my mother. After she has passed on, there was no one left in this kingdom that can brew it, hence the only jade nectar left are the ones that my mother had personally brewed. They were bestowed to him after her passing, so every day he would drink this wine in small amounts to remember his mother by. Who in this world could be so cruel, to actually put poison in this precious keepsake he had left? Emo Qianyuan clenched his fists tightly until they turned white, visible veins could be seen protruding out as his eyes had a murderous glint in them. In memory of his mother, the only thing she had left for him, they actually polluted it with such a vile thing. He would never ever in the slightest suspect that it was in this precious keepsake of his. How much jade nectar are you left with? Jun Wuxie's eyes had a slight sparkle as she asked him calmly. There's a few barrels left. He gritted his teeth. Bring me over, let me have a look. She stood up quickly as the little black cat who was still rolling on the carpet immediately stopped and followed behind. Emo Qianyuan did not put much thought into why she wanted to go as he brought her along to the cellar. On the way over, he did not forget to put some blame on the food, saying that the ingredients were not fresh and Jun's family Missy felt uncomfortable after eating it. Having the entire blame shifted onto her was so ridiculous that Jun Wuxie shot him an incredulous look with a cold glint in her eye. Emo Qianyuan could feel the murderous cold gaze coming from his back and did not dare turn around to look at the source as he quickly hurried and brought her to the wine cellar. In the cellar, there were 5 huge barrels, for were sealed tight as one was temporarily sealed for his daily consumption. In the entire state of Qi, there's only these 5 barrels jade nectar left. He said with a hint of pride in them. Looking at these barrels of wines, he reminisced on the past when he was only half the height of these barrels and was sitting by the side, watching his mother brew this wine with undivided attention. Today, his mother was no longer around, he only had the wine left. Jun Wuxie dipped her little finger into the barrel that was used for his daily consumption. She sniffed it and she could smell the extreme complex scent of a full-bodied wine without any traces of the wheat night flower poison. These wines are safe to consume, the poison is only administered before your consumption as it loses its effectiveness if left exposed for too long a period. From the beginning, Jun Wuxie's line of sight never once left those 5 barrels of jade nectar. Really? Emo Qianyuan's face lit up, he could still keep his mother's personally brewed wine? Jun Wuxie nodded, a trace of loneliness was reflected in her eyes. She could feel her little lotus's excitement and she knew that this was the jade nectar she had been looking for. Get latest double CHDers on nvelbj/n.c/m. She had finally found the jade nectar. This wine, I want some. She immediately asked him in the most direct manner. Emo Qianyuan was surprised for a moment before he retorted, you are a minor. You can't even drink. Jun Wuxie calmly replied, for making medicine. For ordinary people, having a drop of jade nectar could be regarded only as a dream. Even within the royal family, only Emo Qianyuan and the emperor had access to this privilege. Even Emo Xianfei could only sit idly by and watch them drink this. However, this wine held a deeper meaning to Mo Qianyuan. It was a precious memory of his mother. Jun Wuxia wanted to use this wine to brew medicine, made Mo Qianyuan surprised. It can be used as medicine? The only reason why he drank a little of this wine every day was because he missed his mother, not because he was an avid wine lover. Now, if the perpetrator knew that he had found out the source of it, they would use other means. Rather than alerting them, he had to use another method. All right, you can have some. He had made his decision. I'm going to give you the wine only because I don't want to go through all that again to find out a new source. Just the thought of that tragic response, he felt suffocated once again. How his dignity was crushed in an instant when he had vomited all over the table. Thinking back also made him feel a little queasy as his face paled. Jun Wuxian knew that this chance was hard to come by. Such a precious commodity that could kick-start her cultivation was just in front of her. What heavenly spring! Who knew if she could ever find that in this lifetime? Please prepare a small jug for me to bring back whenever I come visit you. Jun Wuxia decided to lay low and do this discreetly. Anyway, the wine was here and she could get it from him every time she visited. Her supply for this has been secured. But if they poisoned the wine, then... He looked at her wryly. If it's poisoned wine, how could she make medicine out of it? No need to worry, she confidently replied. Mo Qianyuan thought, the perpetrator wouldn't want to drag her into it lest she gets tangled in it, which will pull in Peerless into this. If they knew it was for her, they wouldn't poison it. Okay, I'll have it prepared for you. He decided that he would deal with this step by step. He would let them know that this wine was a gift for her. He shuddered to think that he didn't even know that he was poisoned in his own quarters, and means that he was simply living in a cage where most things were not within his control. The servants watching him are the accomplices as well. When the day comes, he shall return tooth for tooth, blood for blood. He was relieved after ascertaining the source of the poison. Now he could start fighting back. He was also thankful that Jun Wuxia had left some pills to aid him in his recovery. To completely cure him and have him back in the pink of health, time was of the essence. She had also set aside a lotus seed for him, but that had to wait till his body was in a better state, after which she would let him condition his whole body with the best of her ability. Towards people who were useful to her, she was rather generous. Mo Qianyuan accepted the bottles she had given him. He knew deep down that she could spare no effort to save him, however she could also do the same by sparing no effort to dispose of him. After Jun Wuxia had left him all the instructions on the various medicines, he had personally prepared a small jug of jade nectar and walked with her all the way up to her carriage. He stood rooted to the spot even though the carriage had long disappeared from his sight. He let out a big sigh as he stood there for quite some time. Full 0W current novels on n/o/v/3l/b in.co/m. He looked up into the blue sky. He was feeling elated. Mother, I have found an incredible ally. A group of servants looked at him with a complex expression as they saw the smiling Mo Qianyuan staring happily into the sky. To see such an expression on him, did it mean that he had really fallen head over heels for that tyrant? Jun Wuxia did not think that such an action would have triggered such a huge uproar. Within half a day, there was a new wave of gossip. Lin Palace's Jun Wuxia had just been abandoned by the second prince. However, during the crown prince's birthday banquet, she had set her claws on Mo Qianyuan and seduced him. Early this morning, the crown prince had asked permission from the emperor to let her visit him in his residence. For half a day, they were both cooped up in the room, a lone girl and a lone guy. Before she left, the crown prince even personally gave her his very own prized jade nectar as a gift. What was even more shocking was that he had personally walked her all the way to the carriage, and after she had left, he had stood at the same spot watching for a long time, and he was smiling the entire time. What did all of this imply? The news spread like wildfire within the imperial city. His Royal Majesty has only 2 sons, the oldest was Crown Prince Emo Yuan, the younger son was Emo Fei. The Crown Prince's reputation had far surpassed the second prince, however with the death of the Queen, the Crown Prince who was known for his extraordinary disposition and intelligence had suddenly changed. Not only had he become eccentric, his grace also slipped. His mannerism had turned 180 degrees. His reputation went downhill and now even people found it hard to compare the current Crown Prince and second prince. In terms of appearance, he definitely did not lose to Emo Fei in this aspect. However, because of his capricious character, people kept him at arm's length. On the other hand, Emo Fei had been actively interacting with the citizens quite frequently as he slowly garnered support. Even that night at the banquet where he had spoken up for Jun Wuxia, others thought that what he did was uncalled for and it wrecked his image even further. Today, the Crown Prince was known to be a capricious character and being paired with the tyrannical Jun Wuxia, people were shocked silly. This couple had not met many times, in fact they had met only twice and both were at his birthday banquets. The first banquet Jun Wuxia had set her eyes on the second prince and used her family's position to get her engagement to him. At the second banquet, shortly after her engagement with the second prince had just dissolved, she had found another target so quickly. For a period, rumors on Jun Wuxia's frivolous nature spread fast with many going with the version of Emo Yuan picking up his brother's old shoes. Some people scoffed at Emo Yuan and said that he had eyes but was blind, some laughed at the new perfect trash couple. Either way, in a few hours, various versions were running across the grapevine as everyone on the street was talking about it. When Jun Xian saw Jun Wuxia carrying the jug of wine, his face was pitch black. With Emo Yuan's sudden invitation, it would have led to others' misunderstanding and now he actually gifted her his own precious treasure, the jade nectar? One had to know how much the Crown Prince treasured this jade nectar, even if the Emperor wanted to drink it, unwillingness was written all over his face. There was also an incident on the previous birthday banquet when Emo Fei had drank a small cup of it, Emo Yuan had rebuked him harshly for it. Read the latest stories novelbin.com. Since then, everyone knew that this treasured wine was only for him alone. Even his own family did not qualify to enjoy this wine, but he actually gave Jun Wuxia some of his precious jade nectar, moreover a whole jug of it. How could anyone explain this? 1,000,001 questions were at the tip of Jun Xian's tongue. However, when he saw Jun Wuxia's lucid eyes, he swallowed back whatever he wanted to ask. Since she had just been bullied by that bastard Emo Fei, wasn't it good to have someone to divert her attention away? In order for Emo Fei's shadow to disappear from Jun Wuxia's life, both Jun Xian and Jun Qing decided not to say anything. Jun Wuxia was oblivious to the conclusions that were revolved around her. She would never have thought just a mere wine would make all sorts of conclusions run wild. In the eyes of others, she had already been paired together with Emo Yuan. Since she finally managed to get her hands on some jade nectar, she couldn't wait to start and quickly went back to her room. As soon as she entered her room and closed the doors, she immediately called Little Lotus out. A small barefooted Little Lotus appeared as he quickly hobbled to the table as he stared at the bottle of wine. He was greedily looking at it with some drool dangling at the side of his mouth. His eyes were bright as he took in a deep breath. Ah, smells nice. Little Lotus looked at the wine that was poured out as he gulped several times, eyes fixated onto the beautiful sparkling liquid being poured out as his tiny hands reached out. Jun Wuxia looked over at the eager Little Lotus with his sparkly eyes. You can also use this to grow? Little Lotus hesitated for a small moment before he gulped and fervently shook his head. Jun Wuxia glared at him and he immediately retracted his small hands. After using it on herself and her family and putting aside one lotus seed for Emo Yuan, Jun Wuxia was only left with one lotus seed as she casually rolled it about in her palms as she took a shallow ceramic basin that was suitable for growing lotuses. She gently poured the jade nectar into it as the fragrance filled the air. Even with a single whiff, it could make one gulp down involuntarily as the liquid entered the basin and gentle ripples formed. Little Lotus continued to stare intently at her actions with his mouth half opened, as drool dribbled down the side of his mouth. Little Black Cat was lying on the table, leaning against the lotus basin as it slowly licked its paws, intentionally exposed its sharp claws as it stared at Little Lotus with a glint in its eye. Little Lotus immediately shrank back, as he quickly wiped off the drool with one hand. According to the book, to cultivate the snow lotus, one had to pay attention to the temperature, and to cultivate the snow lotus, the optimal temperature of the jade nectar's temperature had to be cool. Jun Wuxia cautiously checked the temperature as she dipped her fingertip in, after which she placed the lotus seed in. As soon as the lotus seed was placed in the jade nectar, a fusion of lotus and wine fragrance permeated the air, and soon the wondrous fragrance filled the whole room. Little Lotus's face was flushed just from the smell as his eyes sparkled more. 7 sit envelb/n. C/m for L test vels. Jun Wuxia stared at the lotus seed in the wine for a long time but found that it did not have any further reaction, except for the fragrance that was getting richer by each moment. Despite her sensitive sense of smell, she found that this fragrance did not make her feel uncomfortable, but rather it was very invigorating and refreshing. She felt as if she was being cleansed thoroughly and felt as though she was soaking in a hot spring as all her tension and stress melted away. This also washed away all the apprehension she had held for this cultivation method, as she felt her heart felt peaceful and calm. Although she did not know what spiritual energy was, under this fragrance, she could clearly feel a warm wave of air flowing into her meridians. Could this be the spiritual energy of this world? Jun Wuxia's eyes sparkled as she sat by the table, enjoying this moment as she breathed calmly. Although the materials were hard to find, the effects were way too effective. However, she did not know if this jug of jade nectar was sufficient to develop this seed. Mo Qian Yuan had only a few more barrels left. If it was consumed too quickly, she really did not know where else could she find a new supply. The probability to find more in the state of Qi was close to zero. The first time absorbing spiritual energy was an indescribable feeling, somewhat warm yet as if there was something soft embracing her at the same time as it slowly fused together with her body. She gently closed her eyes. Jun Wuxia lost track of time as she sat there quietly absorbing the spiritual energy. It soon got dark outside as the silver moonlight streamed through the windows. What a nice smell! Jun Wuxia raised her head, and before she could even turn around, she was embraced from the back by a pair of strong arms in an overbearing manner. You're almost skin and bones and you still want to drink wine? A teasing voice drifted from the back as Jun Wuxiao looked gently at the girl in his embrace. Before he had entered the room, he had caught a whiff of this rich fragrance. It was mixed with a familiar scent. This familiar scent was from the lotus fragrance which Jun Wuxia had on her. It was a very nice, intoxicating smell. She lifted her head and glanced at him in an indifferent manner. It seemed she was getting accustomed to his displays of affection, although some part of her was unwilling, but it did not really affect her in any way, hence she was not too concerned about it. She did not want to spend too much effort arguing with him, so she did not even bother to bring it up. He moved to her side and scooped her up as he sat down, placing her on his lap as he continued embracing her from the back. So, that Mo Qian Yuan guy gave you this? Although he was smiling, it failed to reach his eyes as a cold murderous glint could be seen as he looked at the wine with displeasure. Not waiting for her answer, he picked up the jar of wine as he raised his eyebrows as he gave her a glance and brought the jar closer. This wine is unworthy of your mouth. After saying that, he flicked his wrist and attempting to pour all the wine away. Jun Wuxia narrowed her eyes as she glared at him coldly, wanting to block him. However, his grip on her was very strong as he held onto her firmly as he hugged her tightly with one arm, rendering her helpless. Give it to me. Put it back. She seethed. Jun Wuxiao looked at her with a lascivious grin. Not a trace of anger could be seen. Wuxia, don't be angry. If you like wine, I can help you find some good wine. How can you drink such garbage? Put it back. She glared at him menacingly. Jun Wuxiao continued smiling at her without moving as his deep black eyes flashed a faint hint of purple. Lu, let my master go, a tearful voice came from the side. At the corner of the wall stood little Lotus with his eyes looking at the situation with a confused expression and a slightly flushed face, his little body leaning on the wall as his legs were wobbling a little. This is... Jun Wuyao raised his eyebrows with interest. Jun Wuxiao was gloomy, little Lotus was still in his physical form, with Jun Wuyao's sudden appearance, little Lotus still stayed around. For Jun Wuyao, finding out little Lotus's identity would be child's play. Oh. I thought that black cat was your contractual spirit, well looking at things, guess I got it wrong. He lowered his head as looked at Jun Wuxia, his lips curled upwards. Yo, you. If you don't let go of my master, don't blame me for being impolite to you. Little Lotus puffed up his little flushed cheeks, looking absolutely adorable. The little black cat that was sitting quietly on the table lifted its paw to cover its eyes. It wasn't that it was too weak, but rather its enemy was way too strong. That little fool was good as dead. Oh. Jun Wuyao looked at that little boy coldly as he slightly lifted his finger and a flash of black light hit little Lotus on his forehead. Ouch! Feeling a sharp pain from his forehead, little Lotus fell to the ground as he curled up in pain. I'm speaking with Wuxia, when was it your place to interrupt us? Jun Wuyao laughed lightly as if nothing happened and as he turned around to face Jun Wuxia. He was stunned as his lips curled up. A pair of eyes filled with cold murderous intent was staring back at him. She was still restrained by him in his embrace, but in one hand she had several needles that were at his throat. New N0VL chapters are published on N0V/E/LB/IN/co/M. I've got no mood to play around with your nonsense. Stop bothering me. She glared at him icily. She usually did not bother what he did, however, if he disturbs her, she would not be polite with him at all. Jun Wuyao was surprised with her sudden actions, his cold eyes faded away, he did not seem to bother about those needles as he tried to hold back his muffled laughter. This girl was too interesting, she exposed her fangs just like that. Jun Wuxia placed those needles at several points. Although she wouldn't kill him, she also wouldn't let him off so easily. Jun Wuyao lowered his body and leaned into the needles as they pierced through his skin and into his throat as bright red blood flowed out, dyeing her hands red. Despite this all, her eyes had not a single trace of panic in them. It was my fault, I should not have disturbed you, how do you want to punish me? I'll leave it all up to you. Although all 4 needles had pierced his throat and crimson blood was flowing out, he still gave her a meek smile with a pleading expression. Put it back. She retorted coldly. UW up Tez on NOV/L/BI.com. Jun Wuyao sighed as he placed the jug of wine back on the table. Wuxia, I was wrong, if you like, you can keep this garbage temporarily to play with, but remember you cannot drink it, the alcohol content is very strong and it will hurt your throat, I'll find a good one and bring it for you tomorrow. He softly said as he tried to cajole the angry her, completely disregarding the wound on the throat. I don't want anything. She snuffed. Jun Wuyao did not force it any further as he saw that she was still upset. He raised his hand and hooked his finger as the black object that hit little Lotus's forehead flew back to his hands. I was only joking, I didn't really mean to hurt him. He's your contractual spirit, how can I bear to kill him? He tried to appease her as he gave her a charming smile. Little Lotus slowly stood up groggily, that flick to the forehead was so painful he felt as if his soul would shatter any time. This was the first time he had experienced such pain, generally injuries inflicted by humans only exhausted their spiritual energy, they can't feel any pain from attacks by humans, however this time the pain was so intense. He looked at Jun Wuyao with a lingering fear, this mysterious man was too terrible. You, come here. Jun Wuyao hooked his fingers and beckoned little Lotus over. Little Lotus was shocked as he stood there petrified. I only teased you for a bit, no need to be so afraid, Here, this is for you, take it as compensation. Jun Wuyao tossed a dark green bead over as the quivering little lotus caught it. Jun Wuyao looked at Jun Wuxia gently. Now, are you still angry? You're annoying. Jun Wuxia glared back. Your words are so hurtful. Jun Wuyao responded in a distressed tone with a slight frown. If you like to get hurt, I have here 108 needles. She looked at him icily. Jun Wuyao chuckled as he pulled her hands to his lips and kissed it. If it makes you happy, even if it's 10 times of that, I'm willing. Jun Wuxia frowned at his comments. She had seen her fair share of desperate people, however one that was such a masochist was her first time. I'll be happy as long as you do not bother me. She retorted. If he dared to touch her contractual spirit and her jade nectar ever again, she would be more than willing to use those 108 needles. I won't bother you, but I cannot bear to leave your side, he said with a weak smile. She glared at him and didn't say anything further as she stood up. This time, he did not dare to restrain her as he released her. You reek of blood. You can go now. Jun Wuxia frowned at his blood-stained hands as well as the strong stench of fresh blood that now filled the room. With the fresh blood mixed in with the wine and lotus fragrance, it made her very uncomfortable. She needed to wash up and get rid of this horrid smell assaulting her nose now. Jun Wuyao helplessly got up as he looked dejectedly at the Jun Wuxia who was avoiding him. He touched his neck as the red blood trail flowed into his hand. He didn't seem bothered a single bit by it. It seems it's my fault again, letting you smell this detested smell. I'll leave first. He smiled wryly as he let out a soft sigh, turning around, leaving the room immediately after. After coming out of her room, his smile faded as his fingers touched his throat as a faint black light glowed and all 4 needles flew out of his throat and fell onto his hands. My lord! A shadow flashed by and a silhouette of a man dropped on one knee as he appeared by Jun Wuyao's side. You're hurt. There was a blood scent and the shadow was surprised that the source was from his lord. In such a place, someone could actually injure his esteemed lord? Hurt? This counts as being hurt? He looked at the 4 needles on his blood-stained hands. His eyes no longer had any hint of black in them as a deep purple color surfaced. But this was the girl's small teeth marks, so he didn't really mind it. Have you found the person I've asked for? Jun Wuyao asked coldly. Everything has been prepared. Ah, that group of old geezers, want to trap me in there? They really know how to dream. I will make sure to repay them properly for that day. His lips curled upwards as he looked at the needles in his hand. There was a glint in his eyes. He had never experienced any rejection from her, nor had she put up a fight before. However, today he had finally seen a different expression on her usually cold and expressionless face. That look in her eyes was priceless, more precious than any gems in this world. He really wanted those eyes. However, if they left her, they would lose its beauty. Those eyes were really meant for her, they suited her perfectly and only she could draw out its beauty. How can those fools deserve to be your rivals? The shadow whispered, his voice was full of admiration and worship. Let them gloat and enjoy for a while longer. When I crush them, it'll be more interesting that way. The higher they climb, the harder they fall. Jun Wuyao narrowed his cold eyes. Yes. The shadow answered fervently. This time, I'll stay here. If you have any message, just send it here directly. Jun Wuyao ordered. Most up-to-date novels are published on n0velgen.co/m. This subordinate obeys. Oh yes, one more thing. Jun Wuyao suddenly thought of something. Tomorrow go back and retrieve a jar of jade moon. The shadow was surprised for a moment, although he did not know why his lord had requested for the wine, he quickly answered yes. Jade nectar, was it? Jun Wuyao narrowed his eyes as his murderous intent filled his surrounding. He did not mind going into the palace to make that meddling crown prince disappear for good. The shadow was just kneeling quietly at the side. He did not dare to reflect the meaning behind those words. He knew he only needed to do what he was told. After making a few more arrangements, Jun Wuyao no longer stayed around. The shadow faded into darkness and completely disappeared. In Jun Wuxia's room, she was frowning as she washed and scrubbed her hands over and over again. Only after ascertaining that there was no longer any trace of blood scent on them did she walk over to the table. Little Lotus stood there in silence as he stared at the dark green bead. Fiddling it between his fingers as he held it towards the moon and looked at it. "Does it still hurt?" Jun Wuxia asked Little Lotus monotonously. Little Lotus was slightly surprised for a moment as he raised his head and rubbed his little forehead. "It doesn't hurt anymore." His rosy face wore a sweet smile. Earlier when Jun Wuyao had retracted back the black object, all the pain instantly disappeared. Without feeling the slightest discomfort, Little Lotus began to doubt himself if he had really just been hurt by a human. "Come here." Jun Wuxia beckoned Little Lotus without a hint of expression on her face. Little Lotus scurried across quickly. Jun Wuxia lifted his fringe to check his forehead. After carefully examining it and when she could not find a trace of any injury did she finally relax as her eyes turned gentle. "In the future, do not do anything, just let him be." Jun Wuxia felt that Jun Wuyao was not as gentle as he appeared on the surface. No matter if it was that incident with Mo Xianfei or the few times that he carried the scent of blood, those were all warning signs. Jun Wuyao was strong, much stronger than anyone she has ever met. He was powerful yet mysterious at the same time and he exuded a dangerous aura. She really did not want him to be her opponent now when she was still weak and powerless. As long as he did not provoke her, she will not bother what he does. However, if he crossed the line, she would let him know that she was not to be trifled with. But... Little Lotus choked out. Based on his intuition, he could feel that man was extremely dangerous and when he saw that he was very close to his master, he could not help but felt chills run down his back. Although that man was smiling on the surface, it gave him a chill that was bone deep. "He will not hurt me." If he had attempted anything dangerous on her, she would have acted already. She just couldn't understand why he had stuck around. He was indeed in a league of his own, even if he was not here in Lin Palace. In this world she didn't think anyone had much ability to cause him any major harm. Moreover, he had repeatedly used the excuse of repaying his gratitude to her. She found it such a joke. Little Black Cat was lying on the table silently, swishing his long tail as it looked at Jun Wuxia. Up.dfrm no/v/e/lb in.co/m. Jun Wuxia didn't have much of a temperament. As long as you didn't disturb, bother or provoke her and left her alone, she was generally docile and aloof. However, if you messed with her, results were unthinkable. That night, that huge fire in the mountains that devoured everything, who would have thought that the culprit would be such a seemingly harmless and quiet girl? She had burned down everything in that villa, including her only family as well as her nightmare. Jun Wuxia was just like that. She was generally amiable and doesn't care much about what others think. However, if someone had provoked her, she would put no stop to it until the other party had no way out. Little Black Cat was never afraid that she would suffer, because even if she is disadvantaged, she would absolutely not be at the losing end. The opposing party would definitely be in a much worse condition than her. "Master, this bead, can I use it?" Although Little Lotus never knew what was his master thinking of, he could still vaguely sense that she cared about him. This was the first time that she had shown him concern. Such a nice feeling, so warm and fuzzy. "What is it?" Jun Wuxia couldn't help but ask as she looked at the dark green bead in his hands. "Embellished wooden bead. This can aid contractual spirits in their cultivation." This is the second time I've seen it. I had seen it once in the spirit world, didn't think that I could actually find one here as well. Little Lotus chattered unexcitedly, with the appearance of this embellished wood bead, compared to the miserable state he was in prior to this, he seemed to have completely forgotten about it. One had to know that this simple-looking bead was actually a highly sought-after treasure that was very precious to aid contractual spirits in their cultivation. You can also cultivate? June Wuxia raised her eyebrows in surprise. She had initially thought that the only way to strengthen contractual spirits was through the person's cultivation. It seems there was more to it. If the contractual spirit could cultivate on their own, wouldn't that save a lot of time and effort? She had to give some credit to Jun Wuyao, at least he compensated something worthy. Little Lotus immediately explained to Jun Wuxia their own method of cultivation. Contractual spirits live in the spirit world. At the time of the birth of a human, the contractual spirits will feel a resonance with the human soul, and once they've answered the call, the contractual spirit would sleep in the human soul until the human reaches the age of 14. Only upon the awakening ceremony will they be truly able to appear in this world. Find up Tedovals on n/v/elbin.co/m. In the spirit world, the contractual spirit can continue to cultivate their growth there. However, in this world, they can only rely on the human's cultivation to grow in their cultivation. When the contractual spirits cross over to this world, their cultivation would be extremely slow. The embellished wood bead was something that did not harness any power within, however it had a special ability, that was its ability to purify. In this world where humans live, the environment was polluted, hence the contractual spirits were not able to cultivate on their own, only relying on their human counterpart would they be able to cultivate. The energy they tried to absorb from the environment would be mixed with impurities that were hard to be extracted, making it a daunting task. However, things were different if the embellished wood bead was used. It could especially extract all the pure energy from the polluted surroundings, and this in turn could be easily absorbed by the contractual spirit and directly used for its cultivation. Purification. Jun Wuxia muttered out as she pondered for a while, looking at that plain-looking bead. It didn't look like much, but its use was really essential. Little Lotus's medicinal value was already very beneficial. If he cultivated more, how would he grow and develop? What would happen? However, his endurance and physical strength really required a much-needed boost. It is a treasure! Little Lotus grinned from ear to ear as he carefully held the bead in his hand. Although he had experienced such an intense pain just now, it was all well worth it. If he could exchange for a few more treasures, he really didn't mind more pain in exchange. Just keep it safe, I'll leave it to you how you want to cultivate yourself. Jun Wuxia nodded. This Jun Wuyao was indeed a mysterious person. His approach was very vicious, however he could easily toss a treasure like this out so readily, it led her to wonder what was his origin. Although she had no prior knowledge to the spirit world until Little Lotus explained things to her, for Jun Wuyao to even possess something of this caliber and throwing it so casually to Little Lotus, she really was quite speechless. If such a person was an enemy, things will be difficult, if friends. Jun Wuxia thought of the word friend and Jun Wuyao. She furrowed at that thought. This word friend only made her think of one person, and that person was from her previous world. An image of that person popped up in her mind. That idiot! Jun Wuxia's clenched fist trembled. She was originally working as veterinarian in a city, however she was discovered by a mysterious organization. She ended up joining that mysterious organization, saving people's lives with her veterinarian license. She vividly remembered that day when they were suddenly attacked by a group of people and that idiot had jumped in front of her so suddenly and shielded her from the oncoming assault. Your hands and legs are so small, what's the use of staying here? Quickly, leave, do not linger, after which that person had on a smile, but she was all ready. Jun Wuxia rubbed her brows. She didn't remember much from her previous world as she had always been a loner, even towards her only family she could bear to be so ruthless. She never had much interactions with others and never placed much importance towards life and death, only when that person had protected her in exchange for her own life. This was something she could never forget. The reason she hated the smell of blood was precisely due to that day. That person's chest was marked by the death god as a crimson-red flower bloomed on her chest as the smell of fresh blood overwhelmed her. "It's not worth to save someone like me," Jun Wuxia muttered, as she looked down and bit her lower lip. If that person had not jumped out to protect her, perhaps that person might still be in that world saving other lives now. With the embellished wood bead, Little Lotus can cultivate on his own here, to help him have a better environment to practice as plant-type contractual spirit's energy source comes from plants, hence Jun Wuxia had her yard filled with various flowers to help him to nurture. Little Lotus was holding on to the embellished wood bead as he stepped into the lotus pond. Amidst the beautiful pink lotuses in the pond was now a pristine white lotus. That's why plant-type contractual spirits are very easy to nurture. Just plant them anywhere suitable and you're done. Little Lotus needed time to cultivate on his own and could not be by Jun Wuxia's side every moment now. Jun Wuxia, however, did not really care about this point as she patiently took good care of the lotus seed in the lotus basin in her room. Just within a night, the lotus basin that was full of the jade nectar had gone down by half, as the lotus seed that was in there showed signs of germination. This speed was simply too fast. Although Jun Wuxia had accumulated a little spirit energy, the rate of consumption of the jade nectar couldn't keep up. If this continues on, it would take only 2 more days before the whole jar of jade nectar runs out and she will have to go back to the palace for more. A knock sounded and Jun Wuxia turned towards the door and said, "Come in." She waited for quite some time and yet no one came in. Seeing that, she walked to the door and opened it. There was not a person in sight, but a beautiful jar was on the floor by the door. Jun Wuxia opened the cover of the jar and a strong intoxicating burst of fragrance filled the room, masking even the scent of the jade nectar. The fragrance from this jar was much stronger than the jade nectar. Jun Wuxia did not have to even bother thinking to know who was it from. Holding the jar as she left the room, a faint chuckle sounded as Jun Wuxia smiled, looking at Jun Wuxia's back disappearing around the corner. In the study, Jun Qing was scribbling something and Long Qi stood by his side silently. As Jun Wuxia entered the study, Jun Qing's face lit up. "Wuxia. Uncle, this jar of wine is for you." She put the jar of wine on the table. "Jade nectar?" Jun Qing smiled. His darling niece whom received a jar of jade nectar from Mo Qianyuan had long reached his ears. "This isn't it. Am I able to drink wine now? Can my body take it?" Jun Qing did not want to probe any further with regards to the wine. "A few small cups is fine, this wine's quality is not bad." Jun Wuxia never had any interest towards wines, the jade nectar was specially reserved for gardening. This wine was good but it could not aid her in her gardening so it was useless to her. "That's nice of you, thanks." Jun Qing grinned. Jun Wuxia nodded back and left the study. Long Qi bowed down respectfully as he watched her leave. A tall figure was outside the room watching all that happened in the study through the window. He had also caught the act of her gifting his wine away. His handsome smile was overflowing. If he saw her pouring the wine into the lotus basin, he would have been really upset. That girl did not drink the wine but used it to nurture the lotus seed. How interesting. T/his chapter is updated by nvel bin.co/m. If it was used to grow flowers then it didn't matter anymore. For the Jade Moon, which was a better wine than the Jade Nectar, with regards to her gifting it away, someone wasn't that upset about it as the words "this wine's quality is not bad" left a good impression. Rather than using it to rear flowers, gifting it to someone else means that its grade was significantly higher, was it not? 2 days later, Jun Wuxia once again went to the palace to visit the Crown Prince and returned home with another jar of Jade Nectar. Crown Prince's precious jade nectar, which even money could not buy, was always given to Jun Wuxia whenever she visited. Whenever she left the Crown Prince's residence, she always brought a jar of jade nectar home. When this trend was affirmed, everyone around had already linked the two up as a couple. As people talked more and various versions kept going around, more and more found this funny. The incident which Imo Qianyuan had sniped Imo Xianfei during his birthday banquet was still fresh in Imo Xianfei's mind as he kept brooding over it. One of the days when Jun Wuxia was visiting Imo Qianyuan, Imo Xianfei evidently brought Bai Yin over to the Crown Prince's residence. In the Crown Prince's residence, Jun Wuxia was taking his pulse. The past few days of treatment had removed most of the toxins in his body and Imo Qianyuan was feeling much better. His usually pale face now had more color. When the second prince visit was announced, his face showed a hint of impatience. Choosing this time to come, I'm sure he's up to no good. Imo Qianyuan sneered. The relationship between the two brothers were not harmonious. Imo Qianyuan's mother was the queen while Imo Xianfei's mother was a concubine. After the queen had passed away, she took over the harem and also became emperor's favorite. The emperor had doted heavily on this concubine although the queen had passed away and this made Imo Qianyuan's heart chill. Jun Wuxia pulled her hand that was taking his pulse back as she said, "Now that your recovery is known, some people are afraid and cannot keep still." Imo Qianyuan did not conceal his recovery and this was also specified specifically by Jun Wuxia. Who would support a stupid prince in Lin Palace? He must first re-establish the reputation from the ground up, starting by gaining back the trust from the citizens and the other ministers. This point was understood well by both Jun Wuxia and Imo Qianyuan. I'd like to see what he can do to me, the Crown Prince. Imo Qianyuan scoffed as his eyes flashed a hint of cold intent. Although the Crown Prince's position was not stable, the emperor still needed to ensure his own reputation. Hence he would not do anything radical and even Imo Qianyuan wouldn't dare do anything in front of others. In a few moments, Imo Xianfei and Bai Yin strode in leisurely. In terms of appearance and temperament, Imo Xianfei had a high reputation in the whole country. Bai Yin was dressed in white like a fairy, being by his side had complemented this couple as an air of elegance and pride could be felt. Imperial brother, I've not seen you for so many days, your complexion looks much better. Imo Xianfei spewed his words out smoothly as he entered and caught a glimpse of Jun Wuxia which startled him slightly. Imo Xianfei felt a discomfort in his chest, as unhappiness filled it. The number one reason which her looks were never emphasized in the past was because of her terrible temper that had surpassed and overshadowed her appearance. She had always looked at him with eyes full of admiration and enthusiasm, however now her eyes were cold and aloof and what's more, she didn't even look his way. This change in temperament gave a feeling as if she was a totally different person. Her ethereal beauty matched her ice-cold personality as if she was a snow lotus, pristine, beautiful and unattainable. Jun Wuxia also was dressed in white today as she was seated casually on a chair with her bright eyes slightly downcast reading the book in her hands, with no intention to raise her head. Both were dressed in white, both had cold personalities, both were gorgeous women, but somehow, Imo Xianfei actually felt that after seeing Jun Wuxia, Bai Yin seemed less elegant and stunning. Jun Wuxia's indifference that she exuded was as if the mundane world had nothing to do with her as she sat there quietly, everything about it was so natural, even her sitting, her posture was perfect. In contrast, Bai Yin didn't look that natural although her chin was raised up in an aloof manner. If directly compared with Jun Wuxia, hers was simply intentional and made it seem less appealing. Imo Xianfei felt that he must be crazy to actually feel more moved when he looked at Jun Wuxia. Impossible! This must be an illusion. Imo Xianfei would never admit that his heart had such a thought. Thank you for your concern, dear second brother. Imo Qianyuan replied in a lukewarm manner. May I know to what honor renders a visit from you? Ha ha ha, I'm so happy to hear that you've been glowing lately and your whole body had improved recently, so I'm here to present you this Jade Dew pill which was personally refined by Yin. This can nourish the body, hope Imperial brother can enjoy its benefits. Emo Xianfei politely replied. With Bai Yin sitting by his side, she placed the bottle of pills on the table. Emo Xianfei said it articulately, but this concern came a little late, didn't it? Jun Wuxia's eyes were downcast all these while. She had not the slightest interest to waste her time with such a small character. If it was in the past, perhaps Mo Qingyuan might have felt a little moved to be able to get his hands on pills personally refined by Bai Yin. However, with Jun Wuxia personally overseeing his body's conditioning, he could feel that his whole physique had been significantly improved in such a short time. The effectiveness was simply too astonishing. So now, if it was Bai Yin's pills, or even her master's personally refined pills, Mo Qianyuan would not even waste his effort of giving a weak smile. In Mo Qianyuan's heart, Jun Wuxia was simply a saint. An unparalleled genius doctor. Then I'll have to thank you. Mo Qianyuan, however, had not made any movement, as he just sat there with no intention of reaching out for the bottle. Mo Xianfei's face did not look good as he subconsciously looked to Bai Yin. Sure enough, his lack of interest in the pills had made Bai Yin unhappy. Does His Highness despise this jade dew pill which I've refined? Bai Yin suddenly spoke coldly. Although the identity of the other party was the crown prince, she did not have the slightest humility in her tone. She is Qin Yun clan sovereign's disciple. No matter where she went, people had always highly respected her, and she had never given away anything so easily. Usually it was others begging from her. However, once she was in State of Qi's imperial city, again and again, she had been rebuffed a total of 3 times. The first time was at Lin Palace, where she was rejected by Jun Wuxia, who had outright refused her offer to help. Second time was when they encountered in Ghost City. An ignorant old man showed disdain over her master's personally refined elixir and chose a nameless young boy's medicine over hers. This hit of a series of 2 times was as if a nail had struck her twice. This had also led to Bai Yin's haughty self-esteem to be very dissatisfied, and now even the crown prince was behaving so perfunctory, as if he completely despised her jade dew pill. This was simply intolerable to Bai Yin. She had high qualifications in medicine, otherwise she would not be received as a disciple of the sovereign. Whether if it was in Qingyun clan or elsewhere, everyone had always fawned over her and highly regarded whatever she said. Now, Jun Wuxia and Mo Qianyuan had both hit her sore spot with nails. It made her proud heart feel as though it's been stabbed twice. Miss Bai, why do you say so? My body presently has no serious issues. I simply do not want to waste this treasure for nothing. Although Mo Qianyuan's mouth was saying so, but his face had not the slightest expression of sincerity. Bai Yin gritted her teeth. She was not stupid. How could she not see that Mo Qianyuan was simply stating a perfunctory remark? Seeing Bai Yin's face getting blacker by the minute, Mo Xianfei immediately changed the subject. Imperial brother's mood has been very good the past few days, but it's my duty as your younger brother to remind you that too close contact with someone is not a good thing. All that glitters is not gold. Imperial brother must not be confused. When he said that, his gaze naturally fell on Jun Wuxia. From the time he has stepped until now, Jun Wuxia did not even give him a glance, which made Mo Xianfei express his displeasure. He did not want Jun Wuxia was one thing, he could not tolerate that haughty attitude she was adopting towards him. That was another matter altogether. This was something the wretched human heart was like. When Jun Wuxia's affection towards him was as deep as the sea, she was completely smitten with him to the point of obsession. He even felt disgusted at one point. But now that their souls have changed, the current Jun Wuxia could not even bother putting Mo Xianfei in her eyes. The whole day he was thoroughly ignored. Indeed, this made Mo Xianfei very unhappy. Mo Xianfei thought that after he abandoned Jun Wuxia, upon hooking up with his new love, she would be busy crying and may even attempt hanging herself. She would be brought to her knees while begging him. Who knew? She acted as though nothing had happened, and even worse, she treated him as if he was heir. What's more, she further entangled herself with the crown prince. This was completely different from what he had thought. When he had abandoned Jun Wuxia, she should have been very heartbroken. How could she be so calm? Emo Xianfei's words made Emo Qianyuan's eyes flash a cold murderous intent. Whoever I choose to interact with, younger brother, do not need to worry about it. Emo Xianfei's eyes was staring at Jun Wuxia the whole time. Seeing that she had no response, his heart got more irritated as he brazenly retorted, Imperial brother has misunderstood. I was worried for Imperial brother, as a prince, the crown prince of our state of Qi. Whoever Imperial brother chooses as a bride must also be able to be a mother to our nation. Some people may be beautiful, but in reality are not very bright. Imperial brother does not know her very well yet. I was really worried Imperial brother would be fooled. Emo Qianyuan was very unhappy, since when did Emo Xianfei had the right to come over to the Crown Prince residence and start finding fault at everything? Just as he was about to rebuke Emo Xianfei, he discovered that Jun Wuxia, who had kept her head down all these while, had suddenly looked up. A pair of cold eyes with a hint of smile, as if full of mockery, looked towards Emo Xianfei. Is making a fool of oneself very fun? Jun Wuxia suddenly spoke up, as she casually glanced at Emo Xianfei and Bai Yinxian. What did you say? Emo Xianfei stared incredulously at Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia glanced at Jade Du pill. Meow. Suddenly a black cat jumped on the table, its bushy tail inadvertently swept the bottle of pills off. As the bottle fell, a shattering sound could be heard as a few white pills rolled onto the carpet. Jun Wuxia! Look at what you have done! Emo Xianfei bellowed angrily as he stared fiercely at Jun Wuxia. Bai Yinxian's pills had been ruined. Jun Wuxia did not even cast a glance to him, just stared at the little black cat as it jumped onto the carpet. It went over to the exposed white Jade Du pills and sniffed, but the next second, Jun Wuxia pulled it back into her embrace. Do not eat, it's dirty. Jun Wuxia's comment instantly made Bai Yinxian and Emo Xianfei's complexion turn green. She actually said that Bai Yinxian's refined pills were dirty. Bai Yinxian's face was completely black. She knew who Jun Wuxia was and also knew the relationship between Emo Xianfei and Jun Wuxia had before. This woman had previously stuck onto Emo Xianfei like glue. How dare she say such a thing? Emo Xianfei was about to say something, but Bai Yinxian raised her hand, stopping him. Miss Jun. Bai Yinxian slowly spoke. Her cold voice had a trace of pride and displeasure. See, check out LTSTVL on novl/bin.cm. Jun Wuxia ignored her as she continued fussing over the little black cat and even started brushing its fur. Although this Jade Du pill is not a top-tier medicine, but also very rare, and now that you've ruined the Crown Prince's pills, don't you feel that you are too rude? Bai Yinxian looked at Jun Wuxia as though she was an eyesore. Jun Wuxia was a missy of Lin Palace, so what? Before her, compared to Qingyan clan, Jun Wuxia was simply nothing. In front of her, Qingyan clan sovereign's disciple, let's see what kind of reply can she give, Bai Yinxian sneered inwardly. Jun Wuxia looked at Bai Yinxian in a condescending manner. Rare? She raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly focusing on Bai Yinxian's Jade Du pill as she felt a little ridiculous. What was this attitude? Bai Yinxian frowned. Jun Wuxia, if you do not understand, do not shamefully say such things. This Jade Du pill is concocted with Qingyan clan's secret recipe. How many people dream of obtaining it but not able to have it? Emo Xianfei could not resist saying. Somehow today's Jun Wuxia's remarks had made him feel somewhat uneasy. Even his manner of talking had become somewhat chaotic. Even if he had abandoned her, she should also continue admiring him in her heart, ignoring him like just now. How could she? Previously she had fawned all over him and was at his beck and call. She was love-stricken, and every time she looked at him, her eyes were filled with admiration. That was all in the past. Now she treats him like air. This new contrast made Emo Xianfei feel irritable. Dream of obtaining it but not able to have it? Jun Wuxia just made light of what Emo Xianfei had said, as her clear eyes were looking at the pair of adulterers hopping about. That remark sounded very familiar. When they were in Ghost City, didn't the crowd also use a similar phrase? Many wanted but could not get their hands on with the Qingyan pill? In the end, it was still rejected by other people. Well, it was that old man who knew his stuff. Meow. Little black cat nestled comfortably in June Wuxia's arms as it looked at the pair of adulterers with disdain. Really a disgrace, parading out here like fools when they treat such level of pills as rare pills. My master makes much better quality pills and much better than that master of yours. So what are you even being so proud of? She can easily outdo your master, not to mention you. Little black cat scoffed as it raised its little nose in the air full of pride. Get latest double chapters on nvelbj/n.c/m. Bai Yunxian had never been mocked by anyone so directly in her entire life, and the other party was just a young missy who did not even have the right to hold her shoes. This is Miss June despises my pill? But this pill was not given to you, you have damaged the crown prince's medicine, I'm afraid it is not appropriate. Bai Yunxian proudly glanced over at Mo Qianyuan. Lin Palace in the country is certainly powerful, but if compared to Qingyan clan, they were like ants. If Mo Qianyuan was not a fool, naturally he would know what to say. If Jun Wuxia were to offend Qingyan clan sovereign's disciple, this was not a wise choice. Bai Yunxian looked over at the couple as she started from Mo Qianyuan, and her gaze eventually rested on Jun Wuxia. Bai Yunxian was right, whoever who had brains knew who to choose out of the two. Mo Xianfei was a classic example and he chose Bai Yunxian. But... Mo Qianyuan sneered, my things are Wuxia's things, what she wants to do with it, I do not mind. Then he looked at Jun Wuxia warmly, full of affection in a doting manner. So what if it's Qingyan clan? Bai Yunxian and Mo Xianfei are close, this was a well-known fact. Even if this time he had chosen to support Bai Yunxian, what could he have gained? Mo Qianyuan was not a fool, he knew Jun Wuxia was his real ally. Bai Yunxian's face appeared a hint of surprise, and Mo Qianyuan was obviously standing on Jun Wuxia's side. Mo Xianfei secretly gnashed his teeth, he did not know how Jun Wuxia and Mo Qianyuan had hooked up together, they have only met each other a few times. If say love at first sight, it should have been at the instance they had first met. But when Jun Wuxia and Mo Qianyuan met was at Mo Qianyuan's birthday banquet, and at that time she had clearly fancied Mo Xianfei, not the crown prince. This did not happen too long ago, and now they are on such close terms? First jade nectar wine was generously being given to Jun Wuxia, and now he is directly opposing Bai Yunxian to protect Jun Wuxia. Mo Qianyuan's brain is not working? To protect Jun Wuxia, he was not even afraid of offending Qingyan clan? It's only some medicinal pills. Jun Wuxia retorted defiantly, she felt that Bai Yunxian was very funny, she was making a mountain out of a molehill and kicking up such a fuss. It's only some medicinal pills? The way you've put it sounds really easy. Do you know how much time and effort Yunxian had spent making those pills? You spoil your cat and pamper it without even doing anything to it. It was your cat that knocked them off the table, and yet you don't want to account for anything. Imperial Brother has already protected you and said not to pursue the matter any further. I naturally did not say anything, but since when could you make such irresponsible remarks? Mo Xianfei laughed coldly. Mo Qianyuan looked at Jun Wuxia's indifferent expression face and found her dazzling. Oh. Jun Wuxia raised her eyebrows slightly. Yunxian is an esteemed guest of our state of Qi, and a very important one at that. To have an untamed beast doing such nonsensical stuff in her presence, it's a bane. Today, you have to kill it to offer your apology to Qingyan clan to prevent any such things from happening ever again. Mo Xianfei's had a glint as he flashed a sinister smile. He could not touch Jun Wuxia right here in the crown prince's residence, however to push the blame onto the cat and have it killed, that wasn't very difficult. He could tell that this little black cat was very precious to her, and right now, what he wanted to do most was to tear that calm and indifferent expression off her face. Mo Qianyuan could protect Jun Wuxia but not the black cat. If he chose to protect both of them, that would be slapping Qingyan clan in the face. This was but a small matter, but blowing it up had its advantages. Emo Qianfei wanted to pressure Emo Qianyuan by using Qingyun clan's name. Emo Qianyuan narrowed his eyes as a glint of anger could be seen. Jun Wuxia was holding onto the little black cat as she looked casually at Emo Qianfei running his mouth off. The little black cat's eyes narrowed as the surroundings had a subtle change in atmosphere. Its shadow started showing signs that it was going to transform. Jun Wuxia, who had sensed the change in the atmosphere, quickly pressed her hand down firmly on the little black cat's neck as she tried to calm it down to prevent it from being further agitated. "It's only some plaything. If you all care so much about it, I'll just compensate it back to you." Jun Wuxia suddenly spoke up. "Compensation? What are you going to use as compensation? The jade dew pill cannot be bought with money. You've glossed over such an important detail and simply making things sound easier than they really are." Emo Qianfei sneered. Bai Yunxian's face turned ugly when she heard that little missy calling her jade dew pill's plaything. This Lin Palace missy, don't know if she should call her arrogant or ignorant. Although the jade dew pill was not as precious as her master's Qingyun pill, however, nowhere in this world can you find the recipe other than Qingyun clan. Its secret recipe was only exclusive to Qingyun clan's disciples, and not any ordinary disciple had access to it. How was Jun Wuxia going to compensate her? Jun Wuxia paid no heed to him as she carried the little black cat and asked Emo Qianyuan, "Is there a furnace room for making pills?" That question caught Emo Qianyuan off guard as he looked at her with wide eyes. Emo Qianyuan had absolutely no idea what Jun Wuxia was up to. Although he did not like Bai Yunxian, he did not doubt her abilities. He quickly called out, "Wuxia, you don't have to push it, don't worry, I won't let them touch you." "Is there one?" Jun Wuxia ignored his pleas and pressed on firmly. Emo Qianyuan gave a small sigh in resignation as he called a servant over. After the passing of his mother, his health had deteriorated, and for the initial period, the emperor had shown him great concern and called in all the best doctors. Due to his weak body, he did not leave his residence much, and to let him recover soon the emperor had a furnace room specially constructed in the crown prince residence. At first, the various arrangements made by the emperor had touched Emo Qianyuan deeply. He thought that his father had really wanted him to have a speedy recovery. When he had discovered the emperor's motives, he chased away all the doctors and destroyed all the medicinal pills and elixirs that were specially prepared for him. "Let him take you there. If there is anything you require, just let him know. Although the room has not been used for quite some time, I'm not sure if the furnace is still usable." Emo Qianyuan finally relented as he looked helplessly at Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia nodded and turned to follow the servant. Emo Qianyuan looked at her back as he secretly clenched his fist. "What's the matter, imperial brother?" Emo Qianfei looked at the paled Emo Qianyuan as he sneered. Jun Wuxia's temper has always been like this. She doesn't know the difference between heaven and earth. How could you not know this? We are talking about Qingyun clan. How could their pills be so easily replicated? If I remember correctly, Jun Wuxia has never studied any medicine before. The only reason she's doing this today is because she does not want to make a fool out of herself in front of you. When Jun Wuxia had asked for the furnace room, Emo Qianfei laughed. Although he did not like her, it was a fact that they were previously engaged, although it was due to the pressure by Lin Palace. One or two things he had learned during that period of putting up with her was to be patient, and had gained some insight into her temperament. Jun Wuxia was simply an arrogant girl who was blessed with looks. If she wasn't born into Lin Palace, with that temperament of hers, who knew how many times she would have died? Make a pill? That was even more of a joke. Vist and Velben.cm for new updates. Who did not know that Lin Palace's Missy specialized in brewing trouble, and had absolutely no talent in anything else? Even today, she wanted to personally make a pill to compensate Bai Yunxian. Would that not be an utter disgrace? From Emo Qianfei's perspective, this was something she would do, such an outrageous act to try to save her face in front of her favored person. She had often went beyond her means to look impressive, however it was at her own cost. Keeping up with appearance has been one of the things she had tended to do, although they were all beyond her means. When he suddenly thought of who her current favored person was, his face started to be more gloomy. "I don't need you to tell me what kind of person she is," Mo Qianyuan replied coldly. He was very clear in the eyes of others, they had an ambiguous relationship, although in actual fact they were simply allies. Jun Wuxia had some skills, this he knew. However, her opponent was Qingyun clan sovereign's disciple, and what's more, this was a secret recipe where others had no access to. She had not even touched the jade dew pill before, how could she refine it? If Imperial Brother is distressed, just kill the black cat and everything will be resolved. If she is reluctant, all you need to do is to compensate her with another. We cannot let others say that our royal family neglected Qingyun clan. Mo Xianfei chuckled, however there was a dangerous glint in his eyes. He wanted Jun Wuxia to know that Mo Qianyuan is not a good choice. Even if Mo Xianfei did not want her, it was impossible between Jun Wuxia and Mo Qianyuan. A prince who can't even protect his own beloved woman and what's precious to her, that was simply a trash. Mo Qianyuan glared at Mo Xianfei. Apparently, after strolling into his residence with Baiyin Xian, he had been forgetting his decorum and had been acting more presumptuously by the minute. This idiot really thought that he was sowing a discord between their relationship? Really stupid. He could still vividly remember the fear from that night when that huge shadow pounced on him. No way would he ever commit the same mistake again by looking down on that little black cat. Mo Qianyuan knew that if Mo Xianfei carried on what he was doing now, he would most likely be seeking death. He would experience the black shadow pouncing over him and biting his neck. On the other side of the crown prince's residence, Jun Wuxia had followed the servant to the furnace room. It was just as Mo Qianyuan had mentioned earlier, although the room was clean, it was evident that this room had not been used in a long time as the bottom of the furnace was clean. "Pen and paper," Jun Wuxia requested from the servant standing by the side. Once she had the writing materials, she quickly scribbled down a list of herbs that she needed and handed it back. The servant immediately picked up the written list and looked at it. "Bring this list of herbs here." The servant looked blankly at Jun Wuxia, her hands full with long lists for herbs, confused on what to do with them and what the Missy of the Jun family wants done. Jun Wuxia cast a brief fleeting glance, and the little servant girl was so overcome from the chill in those eyes, she immediately turned around and hastened out the door. "Your lowly servant shall prepare it." "Am I that scary?" Jun Wuxia asked the cat in her arms, looking at the back of the lowly hunched-over form of the servant as she hastened out. "No, these are people who have weak hearts." With no one around, the black cat has no need to hide its ability of speech. People do not know Jun Wuxia like the little black cat did. She is neither haughty nor superciliously aloof. She just does not know how to get along with others in a normal way. Just imagine, a person kept alone from birth, it is for certain there will be repercussions on human interrelations. Jun Wuxia was locked up 13 long years, her world had only been herself, the mountains of medicine and treatments, and the cold and lifeless medical equipment. At that time, she barely spoke 2 words throughout the years. When the little black cat first met Jun Wuxia, it thought she was mute and autistic. She viewed everything coldly, her eyes never showing a single trace of emotion. From a young age, she was able to dissect still warm bodies unfeelingly, soaking the still fresh organs in formalin. The little black cat has always felt, its owner is just a machine incapable of emotions. That was till the first time she learned to hate, it burned that cage that had imprisoned her. She was finally freed, but more than a decade of imprisonment had made her develop a regimented, closed-up lifestyle. Coming into society, she is unable to blend and mingle with people, unable to integrate. She preferred to stay in the animal clinic, treating the animals. Though animals are incapable of speech, and Jun Wuxia cannot fathom the behavior of people, she is very sensitive and understands the needs and pains of the animals. She knows why they are suffering and how to help them. At these times, Jun Wuxia does not need to speak. Having joined that organization where she met her only friend, she then began to feel like a human. Alas, the time heaven gave her was short, everything ended before she could learn to lead a normal human life. For those who viewed Jun Wuxia as an oddball, Little Black Cat had hated them. It was not its owner that was odd, but it was those people who were stupid and does not know how to get along with Jun Wuxia. The unscrupulous little thief was the exception, and it is just proves that its owner is not without feelings, just that she does not know how to show it. Because no one ever taught her. But with the Jun family father and son, the Little Black Cat believes its owner will be able to go far on this road to being normal. Meanwhile, the servant sent a lot of herbs, and the medicine furnace fire was rekindled, and the temperature in the room started to rise. Jun Wuxia had everyone leave the room, sorted out all the herbs, to treat and process them, her eyes lowered in concentration. In this moment, she was back in those 13 years of captivity, with the same eyes, familiar movements of the hands, absorbed into her medical prowess. New N0VEL chapters are published on N0V/E/LB/IN/CO/M. Extraction, grinding, crushing. Jun Wuxia's soft and fair hands seemed imbued with magic. All that passed those hands, in the blink of an eye, was processed with impeccable precision. Medicine of this present world is plainly very similar to the traditional Chinese medicine of Jun Wuxia's previous world. Though she is unable to produce Western medicine, Chinese medicine is a breeze for her. Seeing the herbs being processed one by one, Little Black Cat lay there swinging its tail, unable to shake off the feeling of familiarity with the scene playing out in front of it. In the past decade, is that not exactly what Jun Wuxia does? Holed up in the room, laboring over countless heaps of herbs? In the study, Brian Xian looked on coldly as Mo Qianfei and Mo Qianyuan were engaged in an intense war of words. Light was fading, as sunset approached, the imperial city was aglow in the last vestiges of the warmth from the waning sun, enshrouding the palace in a veil of intoxicating beauty. New N0VEL chapters are published on N0V/E/LB/IN/CO/M. How long do I have to wait? Mo Qianfei looked out at the sky, his patience gradually dissipating. It has been more than half a day. Jun Wuxia was still nowhere in sight. He even suspected that in order to protect her, Mo Qianyuan had even asked his people to secretly hidden her away. He stood up, intending to check on it. Impatience? My brother? Mo Qianyuan raised his eyebrows in ridicule as he looked up at Mo Qianfei, a sneer on his face. Mo Qianfei was now relying on Bai Yinxian's background, and his actions were getting impetuous and out of hand. He had almost completely disregarded the crown prince status. This is the crown prince residence, where you wield absolute dominance, where you can do anything without a single soul knowing. I just hope that you do not cause any friction with Qinyan clan because of a small matter. I will remind you to bear in mind that Qinyan clan is not to be slighted. Mo Qianfei said retorted. Hiding behind a woman's skirt and you can still be so proud? An icy voice sounded from a distance. Although her voice still had a hint of immaturity in it, but every word was articulated properly and it was as though each word was doused in ice water. Outside the door, Jun Wuxia was standing there with the warm orange sunlight shining on her back. Her whole body had a faint glow. With her pure white robe basking under the magnificence of the golden sunlight, everything seemed unreal. With the Little Black Cat lying on her shoulder, this contrast in black and white was so striking, and in her small hands held a white porcelain bottle. This scene was as if she walked out of a dream. Wuxia. Mo Qianyuan stood up in awe, as if his body did not belong to him. Under the beautiful golden dusk, she was a sight to behold. This beautiful scene had also impacted Mo Xianfei, who imprinted this deep within his mind as he looked on in a daze. Bai Yunxian had caught sight of his reaction and nibbled her lower lip. Jun Wuxia walked into the room and placed the porcelain bottle on the table as she carried the little black cat and took a seat. "Here's your compensation." Jun Wuxia did not look at Mo Xianfei but directly at Bai Yunxian. Bai Yunxian furrowed her eyebrows. Mo Xianfei was still in a trance. Only when he had happened to see the displeasure in Bai Yunxian's eyes did he come to his senses. He hardened his heart and immediately asked, "What is this?" "Jade du pill," Jun Wuxia replied. Mo Xianfei's mouth twitched slightly. He had thought that Mo Qianyuan had sent her away in secret and did not think she was still loitering around. She even had the audacity to claim that the bottle on the table was a bottle of jade du pills. "Jun Wuxia, this is quite a claim you are making. This thing here is the jade du pill? Even if you beat him to death, he would never believe that she could refine the jade du pill. Bai Yunxian would know." Jun Wuxia did not bother explaining anything. If these two men started their banter and kicking up a fuss, who knew how long this would take? She was not interested in wasting time. Mo Xianfei was about to say something, but Bai Yunxian stood up and picked the bottle up from the table. "Miss June, your cat ruined my pills. I do not mind, but now you just stuff something in a bottle and say it's jade du pills? That is an insult to our Qingyan clan's reputation and I won't allow it." Bai Yunxian glared at Jun Wuxia. "The jade du pills recipe is an exclusive and tightly guarded secret recipe within our Qingyan clan. Based on the time needed to refine this pill, it's already wrong. To completely refine the jade du pill, you need at least 3 to 5 days. You spent only half a day and you claim it's the jade du pill? Do you think I'm a child and you can easily fool me?" Bai Yunxian laughed coldly. She absolutely did not believe that the contents in the porcelain bottle was the jade du pill. The refining method to this pill was unique to their Qingyan clan. Others did not know that the time to refine such a pill would take such a long time. This Lin Palace Missy simply wanted to pull a fast one and stuff some medicinal pills, claiming the contents in the bottle to be the jade du pills. If she let such mockery drag on, it would really be a huge joke. 3 to 5 days? Jun Wuxia raised her eyes and looked at Bai Yunxian in a condescending manner as if challenging her. Bai Yunxian sneered. "Why don't you say something after verifying it? After talking so much, wouldn't the facts speak for itself? There is no need for that." Bai Yunxian scoffed as she raised the bottle up in an attempt to throw it. Mo Qianyuan swiftly got up. With a set of resolute eyes, he said, "Miss Bai, why are you in such a hurry? We just need to verify the contents of the bottle. Unless Miss Bai is worried that you aren't able to recognize the jade du pill?" Mo Qianyuan secretly clenched his fists under his long sleeves. After hearing the time needed to refine the jade du pill, his mind was thrown into disarray. However, when he saw that Jun Wuxia was cool and composed, he did not know why, but his heart had also calmed down. Visit n0vl/bin. For the best novel reading experience. Her expression was still serene and remained unaffected by Bai Yunxian's comments. He should believe her, he told himself. Mo Qianyuan's unconditional trust towards Jun Wuxia had prompted his previous actions, and his questions had forced Bai Yunxian to do a verification. "Yes, forced to." "Your Highness, what do you mean?" Bai Yunxian's expression was getting uglier and uglier. "I'm sure Miss Bai is able to determine Qingyan clan pills quite easily, and you are a very sensible person. Regardless whether the pills refined by Jun Wuxia are the jade du pills, if you do not personally verify it, it might cast a doubt whether or not you have the ability to accurately verify if the pill is genuine or not. Others might think you may be eager to destroy evidence." Mo Qianyuan had made his decision to carry this through with determination. Bai Yunxian had no way to back down. If she does not verify the authenticity of it, wouldn't it let their imaginations run wild and they might really think of something so preposterous? Your Highness, is this determined to protect Jun Wuxia? If that's the case, then I shall do as you wish. However, if the pills which she has refined are not the jade dew pills, then your Highness will also bear the same guilt of slandering my Qingyun clan. Bai Yin replied curtly. All right. Mo Qianyuan gritted his teeth, he was going all in. Mo Qianfei secretly sneered. It was not that he didn't pave a road for Mo Qianyuan, he was suicidal and was courting his own death. Regardless whether the crown prince has power or not, the emperor and Mo Qianfei cannot touch him directly as they needed to uphold their reputation. Now that he had threaded on this path of no return on his own by offending Qingyun clan, they did not need to dirty their own hands and let Qingyun clan crush him. Mo Qianyuan, Mo Qianyuan, you are stupid beyond redemption. You actually offended Bai Yin for this woman? No one believes that Jun Wuxia is capable of producing the jade dew pill, the authenticity of it does not make a difference. Jun Wuxia looks at Mo Qianyuan thinking, if Bai Yin refuses to verify the pill's authenticity, she knows how to make her do it. With Mo Qianyuan's intervention, she remains silent. With Mo Qianyuan dragging Qingyun clan's name into this, Bai Yin was forced to verify the pill's authenticity. Veiled under her calm exterior, her heart fostered a deep hatred for Jun Wuxia and Mo Qianyuan, as no one has ever dared to speak in such a manner to her. Bai Yin smiles coldly, and opens the medicine bottle. In the brief moment the lid is opened, a balmy fragrance permeates the air, an all too familiar smell, exactly like the jade dew pills scattered on the ground. Bai Yin paled, eyes widened in surprise. Impossible. As a disciple of Qingyun clan, Bai Yin had made the jade dew pills countless times, and its fragrance is deeply ingrained into her heart. The smell from this bottle is exactly the same? Top VL updates on n/o/v/lb/in.com. The flabbergasted look on Bai Yin made Mo Qianfei sit up tensed, his face darkening. Are you convinced? Jun Wuxia asks, eyebrows slightly raised, bringing her cup of tea to her mouth, slowly, calmly sipping. I am not done. Bai Yin answers, through gritted teeth. Pills glistening like white jade poured from the bottle into her hand, no different from those scattered across the floor. Bai Yin turned the pills over and over again in meticulous scrutiny, as a chill crept into her heart. These are clearly jade dew pills. How could this be? Bai Yin lips trembled, unable to believe herself. Mo Qianfei saw the disbelief in Bai Yin eyes and his heart sank. He hurriedly jumps to his feet and insinuates, even though the appearance and smell do have similarities, the pills are after all fake. Rest assured Yin for the insolence Jun Wuxia has shown you and the disrespect to Qingyun clan, justice will be meted out. I will not allow Bai Yin to admit the authenticity of those jade dew pills. Bai Yin looked blankly at Mo Qianfei, before it dawned on her. That's right, it is up to her to say whether those jade dew pills are real or fake. If she proclaims them fake, they will be deemed fake, irregardless of authenticity. Bai Yin composed herself, putting up her usual cold front. Miss June, these are not jade dew pills of the Qingyun clan. I see now what disciples of Qingyun clan are like, said Jun Wuxia as she threw a bitingly frosty glance at Bai Yin who was struggling to maintain her forced facade of calm. Bai Yin felt chilled from those eyes. If they are not jade dew pills, what are they? Jun Wuxia asked, head tilted slightly, staring at Bai Yin. They are just some spices, can't even call them medicine, said Bai Yin stiffly. Oh. Jun Wuxia questioned as her eyes flashed. Miss June, trying to pass off these inferior imitations as the real deal, I must say I have been rather slighted. Bai Yin Jun intoned, seeing Jun Wuxia's silence, confident the situation is under her control. Jun Wuxia sat calmly stroking the little black cat. Bai Yunxian was about to continue on her tirade when Jun Wuxia murmured, "I sent a bottle to His Majesty." Bai Yunxian stood with her mouth agape, twitching. What did she say? By now, the imperial doctors who should have verified its authenticity and sent it to His Majesty. Jun Wuxia raised her eyes, watching the paled and stiffened face of Bai Yunxian. Bai Yunxian stood lips trembling, reeling from the shock. Emo Xianfei's face darkened. He never would have imagined Jun Wuxia hid such a hand. By now, the imperial doctors should have verified its authenticity and sent it to His Majesty. Jun Wuxia raised her eyes, watching the paled and stiffened face of Bai Yunxian. Bai Yunxian stood lips trembling, body reeling from the shock. Emo Xianfei's face darkened. He never would have imagined Jun Wuxia hid such a hand. Several bottles of jade dew pills have already been gifted to His Majesty when Bai Yunxian first arrived in the imperial city of Qi. Any medication taken by the emperor has to be ascertained by the imperial doctors to be safe before it can reach him. The imperial doctors might not be able to replicate the myriad of medicines passing through their hands, but they can easily determine their properties. Emo Xianfei had intended for Bai Yunxian to declare the pills to be fake, rendering Jun Wuxia unable to refute. After all, no one will believe a nobody like Jun Wuxia over the words of a disciple of the esteemed Qingyan clan. No one could have thought Jun Wuxia had prepared her hand so well against the treachery before the pill verification. Being in the hands of the emperor, the jade dew pills gifted by Bai Yunxian must have passed through the imperial doctors, who have checked on their properties and content. Having them verify if these pills here are the same will be easy to ascertain. Judging from Bai Yunxian's reaction, Emo Xianfei can guess that the jade dew pills Jun Wuxia brought are genuine. When did Jun Wuxia become so intelligent? Emo Qianyuan watched this scene unfold from the sidelines, heaved a sigh of relief, a hint of a smile as the ends of his mouth curled up, watching Jun Wuxia intently. This seemingly young, quiet girl is more capable than she seems. Jun Wuxia could have asked Bai Yunxian to send the pills to the imperial doctors for verification, but she held back, luring Bai Yunxian to declare the pills were fake, before she revealed she sent the bottle to the emperor. When imperial doctors can ascertain authenticity of jade dew pills, and Bai Yunxian cannot, it can only mean she lacks the ability to ascertain, or she harbors ill will and deliberately made a false declaration. What is said cannot be undone. This stroke of genius from Jun Wuxia is equivalent to a slap on the face of Bai Yunxian. A resounding slap. With a single move, Jun Wuxia has Bai Yunxian slapped senseless and pinned down Emo Xianfei. He looked upon Jun Wuxia in disbelief, a stranger to him. Is this not the fawning girl who followed behind yearning and craving attention? Or the boorish, rude and mindless idiot? Why does the Jun Wuxia here feel so unfamiliar, so distant? He had thought Jun Wuxia's cold and aloof manner to him was due to her being abandoned over Bai Yunxian, and in an attempt to catch his attention, she imitated the cold mannerisms of Bai Yunxian, thinking that he liked that about her. It is clear now, it was just all wishful thinking on his part. The Jun Wuxia of the past does not even know medicine, let alone making jade dew pills. Hiding her hand, by secretly sending the pills to the emperor, the Jun Wuxia he knew should not have been capable of such. Now, in this situation, it feels like slaps across the face of Emo Xianfei, knocking him off his pedestal of arrogance, and driving the despair of defeat deep into him. Vis sit en velben, cm for eu ovals. No! He will not allow that to happen. Jun Wuxia, that was willful of you. How can you send that to my imperial father, the emperor? It might poison him. Yunxian, come with me to pay a visit to my father, we cannot let anything happen to him. Emo Xianfei was not being magnanimous as he pulled Bai Yunxian by the hand and hurried out the door. He could not allow Jun Wuxia to triumph, as long as he got to Imperial Father first, have Imperial Father instruct the royal doctors to declare that the jade dew pills were fake, Jun Wuxia shall suffer his wrath. Dragged along by Emo Xianfei, Bai Yunxian abandoned her usual contrived poise in her haste. It is clear if the royal doctors are to verify the Jade Dew pills as the real deal, she will suffer utter disgrace and humiliation. Jun Wuxia sat there watching Imo Xianfei's dramatic antics, making no move to stop him. With Jun Wuxia's inaction, Imo Qianyuan jeered after the departing figures. Your favorite ovals at n/vl/bin.com. Second brother, why the hurry? If there are issue with the pills, the royal doctors will not allow medicine of dubious origins to reach our imperial father. Imo Qianyuan taunted with a smile at the flustered Imo Xianfei, in return for the oppression suffered at the hands of Imo Xianfei all this time, freeing the heavy knot in his chest. Being helpless himself against Imo Xianfei, it was a grand sight to behold seeing Jun Wuxia's resounding slap on Imo Xianfei. That felt really good. Imo Xianfei was in no mood to bicker with Imo Qianyuan, he just needed an excuse to leave quickly. Irregardless whether he can stop the royal doctors, as long as he leaves the crown prince residence now, he could pretend that none of today's events ever happened and salvage some dignity for Bai Yinxian and him. Alas, the heavens seemed to be against Imo Xianfei. Before he could scamper out of the crown prince residence, two palace eunuchs scurried forward, carrying a tray of jewels, wide smiles across their faces. Your Highness, Miss Bai, I was thinking I will find you here. The Jade Dew pills from Miss Bai have been received and His Majesty has gifted these jewels for Miss Bai's pleasure. The eunuch bearing the gifts was His Majesty's personal senior eunuch, obsequiously smiling. What did you say? Imo Xianfei could not believe his ears. The eunuch was somewhat taken aback by Imo Xianfei's grim expression, and stammered. Hi. His Majesty ordered your lowly servant to send these gifts over. You said Yinxian sent the pills to Imperial Father? Imo Xianfei stared, eyes wide in astonishment. Bai Yinxian paled further, blood drained from her face. The eunuch did not know what to make of the situation. Jade Dew pills are exclusive to the Qingyun clan, they must have been sent by Bai Yinxian. Imo Qianyuan looked on at the stupefied people by his doorway, his mouth curled up in scorn, and turned to see Jun Wuxia, calmly head lowered, still sipping her tea. Jun Wuxia had known Imo Xianfei would develop cold feet and weasel his way out. She secretly sent the pills to His Majesty and sent it under Bai Yinxian's name. The Emperor, to garner support from Qingyun clan, will gift in return, oblivious to the fact that will cut off his way out of this mess. With the gifts here, it just showed that the pills sent by Jun Wuxia have been verified by the royal doctors and conveyed to the Emperor. It is now clear whether those Jade Dew pills were genuine. The eunuch's uncanny timing with his arrival bearing the gifts did not give Imo Xianfei any wiggling room. Jun Wuxia, you dare deceive His Majesty. Those pills were clearly not from Yinxian. Imo Xianfei eyes full of malice, refusing to be toyed around by Jun Wuxia, a woman he once abandoned. It was intolerable. Jun Wuxia slightly raised an eyebrow. It belongs to her. What nonsense! Jun Wuxia said indifferently, replacement for the bottle my cat broke. She had assured, she will compensate Bai Yinxian for the Jade Dew pills. The result is plain to see. Bai Yinxian, your conclusion? Jun Wuxia fixed her frosty gaze upon the pale quivering frame of Bai Yinxian. Bai Yinxian stood biting her lip, unwilling to admit the authenticity of the Jade Dew pills, but it was now hard to refute with what Jun Wuxia has schemed. But, how was this possible? Jun Wuxia was just the Missy of Lin Palace, there was no way she knows the recipe for Jade Dew pill. It was impossible she can process and produce those Jade Dew pills. Top VL updates on n/o/v/lb/in.com. Moreover, she achieved it in half a day. It was already unimaginable she produced a bottle of Jade Dew pills in such a short span of time. She made 2 bottles at that. Your furnace room is old and falling apart, and that wasted a lot of my time refining the pills. Jun Wuxia grumbled at Imo Qianyuan. Due to the furnace room being run down due to disuse and neglect, and much of the equipment's left not functionable, Jun Wuxia would have produced 5 instead of 2 measly bottles. Mo Qianyuan stifled his laughter at the thought of Bai Yin declaring that the production of jade dew pills needed 3 to 5 days, and Jun Wuxia's nasty rebuke by producing 2 bottles within half a day. To add insult to injury, she now claims my furnace room is dilapidated and equipment spoilt, causing her delays in production, telling Bai Yin that she is capable of more in ideal conditions? This unspoken reprimand and innocent grumbling had delivered another 2 slaps upon the face of Bai Yin. Such exhilaration! You could almost hear them. Mo Qianyuan finally understood Jun Wuxia's contempt for jade dew pills. Bai Yin's praise for her unparalleled jewel jade dew pills, in the hands of Jun Wuxia, had turned to mere worthless rocks, being thrown upon the face of Bai Yin. Jun Wuxia, how did you come to know the recipe for Qing Yin clan's medicine? Bai Yin was seething with anger, as she had never been so humiliated. Jun Wuxia replied nonchalantly, "You need a recipe for this? You can tell just by smelling them." Bai Yin almost foamed at the mouth with her dismissive tone. Mo Xianfei, sensing that the situation steering out of control, held Bai Yin's by her shoulder. "We were just kidding today, it is getting late, we should go." Mo Xianfei said abruptly, thinking they have been humiliated enough and staying any longer would only embarrass them further. "No hurry, my dear brother. Miss Bai has not verified the pill's authenticity." Mo Qianyuan was unwilling to let him off easy. Bai Yin glared at Jun Wuxia, murder in her eyes. Struggling to find the words, she faintly mumbled, "Those pills are jade dew pills." Those words seemed to have drained her completely as she stumbled, her legs giving out. "Yun Xian!" Mo Xianfei rushed to hold her up, and through gritted teeth, "We shall not impose on you anymore, Yun Xian seems unwell, we will catch up again another day." Without waiting for Mo Qianyuan's reply, Mo Yuanfei hastened out, holding Yun Xian up. The eunuch bearing the gifts, confused, hurriedly hastened behind the second prince, to present the jewels. When everyone has left, Mo Qianyuan could not suppress his mirth anymore and laughed out heartily. Jun Wuxia, you greatly surprise me, the humiliation you put my brother and Bai Yin through today, it was a sight to behold. You withheld the truth in the beginning, luring them to sink in deeper by allowing them to brag more, before you dropped the axe. That was simply wicked. Ha ha ha. Jun Wuxia glanced at Mo Qianyuan laughing heartily, and thought to herself. Wicked? I don't think so. The humiliation they suffered today was their own doing. Evil begets evil. But, your actions today will earn the wrath of the 2 of them, warned Mo Qianyuan. It's bound to happen. Jun Wuxia lowered her eyes, hiding the lethal glance that flashed briefly in her eyes. With constant nourishment from jade nectar, the lotus seed Jun Wuxia planted proceeded to bud and flower, the intermingling rich fragrances of the lotus and the wine enveloped Jun Wuxia's room at all times. The fragrance infuses Jun Wuxia with spiritual energy even while she sleeps. Contractual spirits from plants may seem useless, however their cultivation techniques were simply ridiculous. Within a mere 2 weeks, Jun Wuxia was able to gather spiritual energy within her body. Staring at the scarlet glow on her palm, Jun Wuxia finally allowed a tinge of satisfaction to show in her eyes. Spiritual energy in this world are classified into 7 stages, in the colors of the rainbow. Differentiated by red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo and violet. Jun Wuxia had only just been exposed to the spiritual energy, the red glow in her palm shows a red spirit. Spiritual energy can only be developed after the awakening of the contractual spirit, that will mean, people of this world, start their training in earnest only from the age of 14. Before that, they need to build up their bodies, and fortify their tendons, arteries and veins, in preparation for the awakening. Originally, before she took over this body, Jun Xian conditioned and cultivated Jun Wuxia from a young tender age intensively in preparation for her spiritual awakening and made it extremely receptive to spiritual cultivation now. From age 14 onwards, people have to rely on the contractual spirits to endlessly cultivate their spiritual energy. As their spiritual energy increases, the spirit absorbs more, allowing them to grow. They are intertwined and interdependent. When an average person starts cultivating their spiritual energy, the body is able to gather a minute amount of it, and to have the energy manifest outwards would take anyone at least half a year's time. Visit novelbin.c.m for updates. However, Jun Wuxia only took half a month's time to accomplish this. If anyone knew this, they would be frightened to death. Jun Wuxia suddenly retracted everything as the red glow vanished. The next moment, there was a knock on the door. After she started cultivating, her 5 senses had been heightened. "Come in." The door creaked open as Long Qi stood outside as he gave a respectful bow. "Second master has invited Miss to see him." "All right." Long Qi led the way as he brought her to the underground training grounds. It was an expansive land and it looked awe-inspiring as weapons filled the 4 majestic walls surrounding it. At the center was a lone figure, holding a sword, relentlessly practicing his sword moves. As the movements were swift and fierce, fluid and sharp, his robe was soaked with perspiration. However, he did not seem to care as he continued on with a firm determination. "Uncle!" Jun Wuxia called out to him. Once he heard her, Jun Qing immediately sheathed his sword into the scabbard on his back as he gave her clear and bright smile. "You're here, Wuxia." Jun Wuxia gave a quick analysis as she looked at him from head to toe. No one could have imagined that just not too long ago, the very same person was crippled that was just half a step into death's door. Ever since Jun Qing he discovered he could stand, he had been secretly training, pushing himself to his limits daily, in this hidden training grounds, in an attempt to make up for the time lost when he did not have use of his legs. "I asked you here today seeing the weather has been nice lately, and thought it would be nice to have my lovely niece accompany me to enjoy this equally beautiful spring." Jun Qing smiled warmly and handed the sword over to Long Qi. Jun Wuxian has no qualms going gallivanting with Jun Qing. After changing into a fresh set of clean clothes, Jun Qing got back in his wheelchair, with Long Qi pushing him out of the Lin Palace gates, and onto the horse-drawn carriage with Jun Wuxia. The carriage went around in the imperial city for a while. Jun Wuxia had no interest and paid no heed to the hustle and bustle of the city, merchants shouting their wares or the people engaged in conversations. The entire time, her eyes were lowered while she stroked and caressed the cat sitting quietly in her lap. Looking at Jun Wuxia, Jun Qing could not help but sigh. Jun Wuxia had never been talkative from a young age, but seeing this blossoming girl so withdrawn, still so quiet, does make one worry. After some time, the carriage finally stopped. Long Qi helped Jun Xian down from the carriage, and Jun Wuxia followed suit. After getting off the carriage, she looked around to see where she was and was taken aback. Just meters away, an army garrison stood. Jun Wuxia turned to look back. The imperial city sat far off in the distance. Unknowingly, the horse carriage had taken them out of the imperial city. The Jun family is famous for their Ruilin army. As a daughter of the Jun family, you will have to come here sooner or later. Jun Qing proclaimed, sitting in the wheelchair, with Long Qi pushing him from behind. "Miss, please come with me." Long Qi asked respectfully, pushing the wheelchair into the barracks. The Ruilin army, the most ferocious army in the state of Qi, had proven their mettle on countless battlefields. Their reputation preceded them. It kept their enemies holed up behind their borders for many long years. In recent years, state of Qi enjoyed stability at their borders. Only then did Jun Xian pull back the Ruilin army. To avoid suspicion from the emperor, Jun Xian handed over most of the military might over and garrisoned the barracks away from the imperial city. He housed the Jun family of 3 within the imperial city, to put the emperor at ease of any rebellion, with their 3 lives within the grasp of the emperor. It was known, only the descendants of the Jun family can command the Ruilin army. With the lives of the Jun family in your hands, you control the Ruilin army indirectly. It was the first time Jun Wuxia had set foot in the Ruilin army barracks, for her and for this body as well. It was high noon, the sun was beating down strongly. In the huge expanse of the barracks, only one group of soldiers were on patrol, the whole encampment was silent. With Long Qi leading with the wheelchair, he brought Jun Wuxia deep into the barracks. Enveloped in utter silence, Jun Wuxia followed behind without a word, intently observing all that she saw. There was no one in the barracks, there was no sign of the Ruilin army out at the garrison. The notoriously feared Ruilin army seems to have disappeared into thin air. However, the moment when Jun Wuxia came to the training grounds, her eyes widened. Rows upon rows, soldiers fully armored, under the scorching sun, weapons gripped in hands, engaged in mock battle, in uniformed unison. The heavy still air within stirred into a warm rush, from the forceful slashes of the weapons. Feeling the warm rush up close, it felt oppressive and overwhelming. You updates tnvel/by.com. This is our Jun family's Ruilin army, our sharpest sword, Wuxia. Remember, this sword can only be wielded by the Jun family. Jun Qing turned, his smile faded, his eyes steeled, chilling to look at. Ruilin army, it can be the strongest talisman of the Jun family, protecting them for centuries, but it can also attract the suspicions of the emperor. Jun Wuxia, since her rebirth, had heard much of the Ruilin army, and today she finally saw with her own eyes, the widely feared and reputed ferocious warriors, in the flesh. 100,000 troops training under the melting sun with not a single whisper of complaint. Jun Wuxia would not have thought it possible, if she had not witnessed it herself. Such a highly disciplined and ferocious army. The Ruilin army, as a whole, can defeat the enemies, fragmented can take the enemy general's head. Remember this, Jun Wuxia, no army in Qi matches up to even a minute fraction of the Ruilin army. The emperor had generally left the Lin palace to its own devices, because we command such a formidable force. Jun Qing's eyes no longer showed the soft pampering gaze of her uncle, but the gaze of a commander of an army, steadfast and proud. Any soldier picked out from the Ruilin army can easily take on 5 grown men in a brawl. One wonders what it must have taken the Jun family, to shed how much sweat and blood, in what way, to achieve command of such a formidable force, willing to fight under the Jun family's banner. No one knows. Many have tried to poach from the Ruilin army, they have either died at their hands, or unceremoniously thrown out. They are the sharpest blade, a blade that will never point at the Jun family. I understand, uncle, replied Jun Wuxia, hiding the awe she is feeling. This trip to the Ruilin army was not a mere tour. Jun Qing has deemed Jun Wuxia qualified to know of their outstanding army, and no longer looked at her as an innocent and ignorant kid, but as one of the Jun family's stalwart pillars. Jun Qing softened his gaze and nodded his head. Your coming to the barracks today was the intention of me and your grandfather. There is something we have to give you. Jun Qing gestured to Long Qi. Long Qi handed over a brocade bag to Jun Wuxia. Outlined on the black brocade bag, with silver silk thread, was a asterisk qilin, Chinese mythical creature, treading on clouds, an auspicious sign. There were 3 tubes, as wide as her finger, in the bag, and Jun Wuxia looked up in wonder at her uncle. Jun Qing explained, those are soaring cloud signals of the Ruilin army. Pull the lever on the soaring cloud signal and a flare will fire high into the sky, bringing the Ruilin army to you. Wuxia, your grandfather and me were worried you would be rash at such a young age, unable to weigh the severity, and were hesitant to hand you something that mobilizes the Ruilin army. However, you have recently surprised us with the huge changes in you, and both your grandfather and I agree, you are mature enough to handle the soaring cloud signal. The soaring cloud signal, to the Jun family, is something very closed-guarded. Once the signal flare is fired, it mobilizes the entire Ruilin army. This shows the trust bestowed upon Jun Wuxia by Jun Xian and Jun Qing. They have handed the sharpest blade over to Jun Wuxia. Thank you, was all Jun Wuxia could manage. The 3 tiny tubes were light, but the implications it came with weighed a ton. We are family, no thanks needed. Jun Qing smiled. He knew they were in Jun Wuxia's good hands. Get the latest chapters on n/velbin.com. Recently, Jun Wuxia had been on close terms with the Crown Prince, and the Crown Prince's health was improving, as was his temperament. His reputation, which had vastly improved both in court and among the commoners, was a good thing, except to the eyes of some, it was something else. Lin Palace will shield Jun Wuxia from any harm, for anyone scheming otherwise, shall best reconsider whether they can withstand the might of the whole Ruilin army storming down in vengeance. Having gone to the Ruilin army barracks, Jun Wuxia finally understands the might behind the Jun family. This razor-sharp blade has killed many who had plotted against the Jun family, and weighed heavily even on the emperor's mind, deterring any moves against them. Jun Xian and Jun Qing had backed down and ceded their authority, as there had been none capable enough to succeed the Ruilin army. Now, that has changed. Discover new stories at nv/lbin.c/o. After her return from the Ruilin army barracks, Jun Wuxia went straight to the pharmacy. The sharp blade of the Jun family must be honed further. From that day on, Jun Wuxia never left the Lin Palace, holed up in the pharmacy, having heaps of medicinal herbs delivered every day. Despite being absent from the Crown Prince residence, Mo Qianyuan had sent jade nectar to her every other day. Even the budding lotus was moved to the pharmacy, and no one knew what she was doing in there. Jun Wuxiao pushed the door open and saw the petite frame, leaning back on the chair, fast asleep. Jun Wuxia's tranquil beauty shone as she slept, with the absence of her usual cold and distant self. Jun Wuxiao glanced at the crates in the corner, strode over to Jun Wuxia and gently carried her up. Meow. The little black cat asleep upon the knees of Jun Wuxia stirred, looked up at Jun Wuxiao once, and snuggled back into the embrace of Jun Wuxia, asleep. The little black cat's movements roused her, and Jun Wuxia opened her eyes briefly. Seeing the mischievous face of Jun Wuxiao, she closed her eyes again. If I did not come here, you intend to make the pharmacy your home? Jun Wuxiao asked, an eyebrow raised. How long did I sleep for? Jun Wuxia rubbed the sleep from her eyes, a crystalline tear at the corner. Why are you working so hard? The Ruilin army is already so strong. Do you think you are made of iron? You cannot possibly produce fortification medicine for an army alone. Sitting down on a chair, Jun Wuxiao placed her on his lap, gently curling stray strands of her hair behind her ears. Why not? Jun Wuxia countered. Medicine for an army of 100,000 might be overwhelming, but with her speed, it could be done. Jun Wuxiao laughed and leaned over and rested his forehead on her forehead as he said tenderly, I thought you only cared about the father and son of the Jun family. Within a month, tens of crates of fortification medicine, every single one packed to its brim, were ready. The soldiers in the Ruilin army are all grown men, and have cultivated their spiritual energies for a long time. The harsh military training have developed their bodies to excessive extents, but their veins and arteries, crucial in the spiritual development, were hard to develop. It is widely known, the stronger the veins and arteries, the faster the spiritual development. Before one turns into an adult, one can strengthen the veins and arteries with medicine. Once they reach adulthood, and the veins and arteries mature, it is difficult to strengthen or develop them any further. Within the vast lands, many have sought to find ways to develop the veins and arteries of adults, very few have succeeded. Not by Yin Xian, nor her master. Not even the sovereign of Qingyan clan can develop medicine such as this, but Jun Wuxia was churning them out as if they did not require money, intending to give out tens of thousands pills free, to mere soldiers who were commoners. Hearing about it drives one mad. Jun Wuxia did not respond to Jun Wuxiao's statement, and got out of his embrace. She walked to the furnace, adding more firewood. The furnace was requested from Jun Qing after visiting the barracks. It was huge, yet finely detailed, most suitable for the production of massive quantities. Production of fortification medicine for an army of 100,000 was an insurmountable task. But in the hands of June Wuxia, it was relatively easy for her. Updates tnvel/buy.com. For an average practitioner of medicine, they avoid mass production of any medicine, due to the inability to control the various precise quantities of herbs in the doses, resulting in blunders. It was not a problem for June Wuxia, as in her past life, her grasp and control of medicine were more precise than machines. Medicine produced under her hands were always flawless. Let Lin Palace's Ruilin army, the sharpest blade, be honed further. Jun Wuyao, chin in his palm, watched lazily as June Wuxia busied herself. He rubbed his long slender fingers together, feeling the lingering warmth from the body of June Wuxia. This girl, I must say, has moves both smooth and bold. His lips curled up as he watched her concentrating and effortlessly making more and more. While June Wuxia was busy with the medicine, another scene was unfolding in the imperial palace. After the humiliating episode at the Crown Prince Palace at the hands of June Wuxia, Bai Yunxian had been moody ever since. Emo Xianfei had tried all ways and means to cheer her up, but to no avail. Having been snubbed by the lady, Emo Xianfei went to the emperor. Father, June Wuxia is getting rather impertinent, will you continue to indulge them? Emo Xianfei implored, kneeling in the imperial study, brows knitted as though in pain. The emperor looked up from the scrolls he was perusing. I have told you countless times to stay away from the crown prince residence. Emo Xianfei bit down on his lip and implored further, but the change in the crown prince recently has been strange. His health is improving, temperament reverting back to normal, goes out of the imperial palace frequently, spreading benevolence in the city. He is planning something. Your son and vassal does not feel at ease. With the poison from the wheat night flower purged, Emo Qianyuan had regained his strength. With his finesse and natural flair, it was easy as pie to win over the hearts of people. Mother to Emo Qianyuan, the late queen, her virtuous fame widely spread throughout the lands, made the people more receptive to him. Sensing Emo Qianyuan's strong comeback, Emo Xianfei was getting restless. The emperor sighed, you mentioned the other day, the jade dew pills were made by June Wuxia. Was that true? Emo Xianfei hesitated a moment and said, yes. With the exclusive recipe for jade dew pills with Qingyun clan, how did June Wuxia learn that? Moreover, you know too well her temperament, arrogant and ignorant, how is it possible for her? The emperor gazed down at his kneeling son, with eyes narrowed. That. Your son does not know, it is said though, that Lin Palace has recently gathered lots of medical books. May be. The Lin Palace is secretly in contact with someone, who in turn teaches June Wuxia medicine. Emo Xianfei's brows furrowed deeper at the thought that June Wuxia was able to produce jade dew pills. It was simply unbelievable. Father! Jun Qing was poisoned previously, the imperial doctors declared he did not have long to live. It has been quite a long while since and things have been quiet at the Lin Palace. Jun Qing is holding on till now, all these smells rather fishy. If what you say is true, there is a gifted doctor in Lin Palace. The emperor queried, his gaze turning cold. I wouldn't want to wrongly accuse them, but seeing that Jun Qing is still alive, that seems the only possibility. That answers how June Wuxia managed to produce jade dew pills, and the crown prince's recovery after they got close. It is making me worried for you, my father. Emo Yuanfei exclaimed, his head knocked soundly on the ground, kowtowing in subservience. The emperor pondered, gazing at Emo Xianfei. How are things between you and Bai Yunxian? Inquired the emperor. Emo Xianfei hastily replied, she has been moved by me, and it was within my control, till the episode with Jun Wuxia at the Crown Prince residence made her sulky, and she has been rather cold. She was already always distant, and now she gives me the cold shoulder. The emperor furrowed his brows. Emo Xianfei persisted, father. The Crown Prince and the Lin Palace have been in contact frequently, conspiring, if the truth of that matter was known. Enough! The emperor slammed the scrolls onto the table, brows twisted in anger. For these matters, I will handle it. How are the investigations on official Lin's corruption and forced acquisitions of houses coming along? The emperor swiftly changed the subject. Emo Xianfei stayed motionless for a long while, at a loss for words on the sudden question on official Lin. Official Lin was originally an officer guarding a city at the borders. He had spotted unusual movements in the area and promptly reported the intelligence to the commander-in-chief, Jun Gu, and the army won a resounding victory. This earned the officer praise from the emperor and was promoted from a border guard officer to an official in the city. Official Lin's full name was Lin Yuyang, a man, honest and forthright, who stuck to his principles. Even after many years in the imperial city, he kept a low profile. Though it was due to his timely report to Jun Gu that won him the promotion, he did not pander nor initiate any contact with the Lin Palace. Even when Jun Gu was slain in battle, he sent a proxy to pay his last respects and did not appear himself. Lin Yuyang was not a high-ranking official and not corrupted, but his upright principles had threaded on quite a few toes in the imperial city. I have ordered investigations into it, but with Lin Yuyang's quiet nature, and he is prudent in whatever he does, I have yet to uncover sufficient evidence. Emo Yuanfei explained hastily. Imbecile. The emperor scoffed, eyes closed in contemplation before continuing, Xianfei, you are still young. In this world, there are groundless charges that do not require much evidence. Emo Xianfei was startled, he looked up, and saw the sinister look in the emperor's eyes. Lin Yuyang was bestowed royal benevolence due to the Jun family, and saved the life of Jun Gu once. If he is accused of betraying the royal benevolence, and charged with suppression of the commoners in the imperial city, Lin Palace will surely take action for a man so closely linked. The emperor's lips curled, eyes like that of a venomous snake hidden deep in the forests. CHCK for US to rise on no/v/l/bin.c0m. Emo Yuanfei struggled to understand before it dawned upon him. A vile smile forming on his face, head on the ground, kneeling, bowed in acquiescence. I learned a lot today, I shall arrest Lin Yuyang this instant. Hold it! The emperor said, slightly raising his hand. Lin Yuyang is highly skilled, ordinary guards are not his match. If he escapes the arrest, you will have to watch your back, no need to expose yourself to harm. The emperor pointed out. Emo Xianfei's vile smile widened. Thank you for pointing that out. Jun Wuxia, this time, you have no way out. I will get you. The peaceful and tranquil imperial city was in for a big storm ahead. Finally, all the fortification medicinal pills were ready as Jun Wuxia instructed the crates to be brought over to Jun Qing. Before leaving, she went to the lotus pond as she looked at the beautiful pink lotus flowers floating on the quiet surface. Her gaze softened as she looked at the pristine white lotus floating amongst them. Master. The little lotus transformed back into its human form and splashed about as he swam back to the edge of the pond. Little Lotus used all his might as his little arms clung onto the pebbled edge of the pond. He took a moment to catch his breath as he looked at Jun Wuxia with his bright eyes as he laughed happily. How is everything? How do you feel? Jun Wuxia asked the gleeing little lotus. It's really good with the embellished wood bead. I've used it to purify the energy here, and my cultivation speed is exactly the same as it was back in the spiritual world. Little Lotus beamed at her as he laughed on. Jun Wuxia nodded, no matter if it was her or Little Lotus cultivating in secret, although their progress was slow, it would be useful one day. Continue with your cultivation, I'm heading over to see Uncle now. Once Jun Wuxia left the courtyard, Little Lotus turned back into a white lotus and floated amongst the pink lotuses around as it quietly continued on its cultivation. As soon as she reached Jun Qing's courtyard, it was full of crates she had sent over. Once the servants saw her, they immediately greeted her and gave her a helpless look. The/W novel chapters are published on no/vel/bin.co/m. Miss, Master and Second Master are in the midst of a discussion, we dare not disturb them. These crates. One servant cautiously informed her. Jun Wuxia immediately went to the door and knocked. Who is it? Jun Xian's voice came from within. Grandfather, it's me. Jun Wuxia replied. A moment later, the door opened as Jun Xian smiled happily at Jun Wuxia. He was momentarily startled when he saw the crates behind her. These are for Uncle. You little girl, only think about your uncle, anything good always comes through here first. I also remembered that you've recently given him some good wine as well. How about your dear grandfather? He pretended to be angry as he looked at her lovingly. Jun Wuxia blinked. Grandfather, if you like that wine, I can. Such a silly child, I'm only teasing you, how can you take it so seriously? After which he pulled her into the study. Jun Wuxia was still confused as she watched her grandfather smiling at her and nodding, actions which were incomprehensible to her. Grandfather did not want wine? Have a seat first. Jun Xian gestured to the nearest chair. Jun Wuxia obediently sat down. Well, it's time to tell us, what's with those boxes? What precious items do you have for your uncle? Jun Xian laughed heartily as his heart was feeling extremely happy that his granddaughter had finally passed the troublemaking phase. It's not for uncle, it's for the Ruilin army. She replied. In the room, Jun Xian and Jun Qing's smile froze while Long Qi's eyes widened in surprise. Wuxia, what did you say? For Ruilin army? What do you mean? Jun Xian asked, with a slight tremble in his voice. Jun Wuxia looked at the reaction of Jun Xian and Jun Qing and slowly explained, I've refined some fortification medicine this time round to improve their veins and arteries. These are especially useful to improve the cultivation in adults. Jun Xian and Jun Qing stared at her in disbelief. Adults can further improve their vein and arteries? How can this be? Wuxia, is it true? This is really capable of doing that? Jun Qing's voice was trembling with excitement. Jun Wuxia looked at the two of them inquiringly, Uncle, Grandfather, haven't you been taking them every day? Both father and son widened their eyes in surprise. Jun Wuxia prepares their daily meals with herbs, and sends them various medicine to condition their bodies. Their bodies were not as weak as before, but with the extravagant variety they had been enjoying, the changes were too myriad, and they did not realize the improvements to their health and bodies that enabled training and development by leaps and bounds. As it was common knowledge that development of veins and arteries stop once they turn into adults, they did not for a moment think it was due to their food and medicine that changed that and gave them such astonishing results from their daily training. This was just unbelievable. Wuxia, what we have been eating. Really? Jun Qing was at a loss for words. He had not noticed, but as Jun Wuxia had pointed out, he realized his veins and arteries were much stronger. Jun Wuxia was telling the truth. The Ruilin army is too big, so I can only manage to give them pills. Jun Wuxia would have liked to feed them medicinal meals as well, it would have been less harsh to their bodies, but for 100,000, they couldn't afford it even if they sold the entire Lin Palace. Jun Xian felt his heart beating faster. These pills are really what you claim them to be? Jun Qing asked, his eyes lit aflame with fervor. Not many things can move this father and son to such an extent. Jun Wuxia nodded. They both exchanged troubled glances. Wuxia, your master taught you this? Jun Xian asked sternly. Yes. Your teacher has exceptional medical knowledge, the things you have learned are unheard of, and the Jun family owes him a great debt of gratitude. But if news of this were to leak, it will stir up quite a storm. The Lin Palace might be able to hold his own in the state of Qi, but if the news spread beyond, not just the people of Qi, the other kingdoms will not sit idly by. Jun Xian was unusually stern. Jun Wuxia's skill and knowledge was both a blessing and a curse. Qingyun clan won its reputation throughout the kingdoms, not with might, but with medicine. They had the best doctors, the best pharmacists, under the skies. Even the mightiest of powers pay some form of deference to Qingyun clan for their well-known prowess in medicine. What Jun Wuxia has been producing was far beyond the capabilities of the Qingyun clan. Just like this fortification medicine that develops the veins and arteries of adults were simply unheard of. All this while, it was known the window to develop veins and arteries was such. Everyone strengthened and developed their veins and arteries before adulthood and had no choice but train slowly and fixedly after turning adult. Dieskouver dated novels on NOV/E/Lbin.co. If it was known, there existed a pill that allowed adults to develop their veins and arteries, it will surely be earth-shattering. If it was leaked, the lands will be in upheaval. Lin Palace might be strong within Qi, but if it attracted the eye of other kingdoms and powers, even they might be unable to protect Jun Wuxia. Despite the might of Lin Palace, they cannot match up to Qingyun clan. This medicine of Jun Wuxia's was a double-edged sword. Besides your master, does anyone else know you can produce this medicine? Jun Xian asked gravely. Jun Wuxia looked at the three men in the room, answering wordlessly. Long Qi! Jun Qing exclaimed. Long Qi abruptly kneeled on one knee. Your subordinate has neither seen or heard anything today. A single bead of perspiration ran down the side of his face. The Missy might not have realized that with the medicine left outside, the kind of commotion it could cause. N/W novel chapters are published on no/vel/bin.co/m. You have been with us from young, I trust you. Remember, bring whatever you heard in this room today to your grave, and not a single word about it is to be uttered, or it will spell the doom of the Jun family. Yes, I understand. Jun Wuxia was puzzled at the caution the three men are showing to the matter. This medicine. Was it such a big deal? She has plans for medicine with effects more heavenly defying, but was not possible due to insufficient herbs. Why is uncle and grandfather so serious about these measly pills? Wuxia, your master must be mighty and mysterious, to be unworried about medical prowess like his being known. As for you, grandfather knows, you have the interests of Lin Palace at heart, but your knowledge to produce these pills must be kept secret. The recipe must not be made known to other than you and your master, do you understand? Jun Xian spoke in rare seriousness to Jun Wuxia. Wuxia understands. Although bewildered at the anxiety of both father and son, Jun Wuxia readily agreed. As for those pills, are we sending them to the barracks? Jun Qing asked, brows creased. Yes, send them. I believe not a single soldier in the Ruilin army will betray the Jun family even when faced with death. Jun Xian had absolute trust in the Ruilin army, and turning to Long Qi, I shall leave it in your hands. Do not tell the Ruilin army anything about the medicine, and just to eat them as prescribed. Tell them to not question nor discuss any effects the medicine might bring. Not a single word to any outside the Ruilin army, and to forget they ever took any medicine at all. Rest assured, Your Highness. Your orders shall be carried out. Long Qi vowed, his heart burning with fervor. Raising his eyes, his keen sight locked on the profile of Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia shall become the leader whom the Ruilin army will die for, and that will not change. Due to the significance of the cargo, Jun Xian ordered the majority of the guards at Lin Palace as escort with Long Qi. The carriages filled with crates of pills left the imperial city after dark, with none the wiser. The nondescript horse carriages were carrying pills that can cause vast upheaval throughout the lands. That night was the night the Ruilin army was transformed. Deep into the night, the Jun family of three chatted under candlelight, Jun Wuxia just listening quietly most of the time. Wuxia, if you are sleepy, just go rest. Jun Xian coaxed, thinking the toil the 100,000 doses of medicine must have taken on Jun Wuxia, and seeing the dark rings forming under her eyes. Yes, grandfather. Jun Wuxia got up, knowing there are things Jun Xian and Jun Qing did not want to discuss in front of her as she carried the little black cat and left the room. After Jun Wuxia departed, the expressions of Jun Xian and Jun Qing darkened. The matter about Lin Yuyang is true? Jun Qing brought up the discussion they had earlier before Jun Wuxia came. Jun Xian nodded solemnly. It is strange, Lin Yuyang has always been honest and upright and does not hold a high rank. But recently, the number of impeachments against him has been astounding, and the emperor has ordered investigations into it. Lin Yuyang saved the life of my brother. If not for his report on the spies within the army collaborating with the enemies, my brother might have lost that war. Jun Qing sighed at the favor the Jun family owed to Lin Yuyang. Yes, he is an honest man, and no fool. When he was promoted to an official post in the imperial city, he distanced himself from Lin Palace. He might have sensed something and drew a clear line between us. For many years, we have not met him much, though we all live in imperial city. Lin Yuyang has been subtle all this time. Who would harbor ill intentions against him? Jun Xian pondered. For a man holding an unimportant post, without any authority, not involved in court matters, who can he offend? Are you going to investigate, father? Jun Qing queried. Jun Xian sighed. Your brother owes him a debt of gratitude, and he is an honest man. If it wasn't for that incident with our Jun family, the emperor would not even begin to suspect a border guard to be in collusion with our Jun family. We are responsible for dragging him into this mess. Jun Qing thought back to the past when Lin Palace was at its peak, before his brother died for the country, before he was crippled, its glory and grandeur covered and protected them. Since its decline, in the absence of its former glory, hidden dangers started to surface. Have someone look into it. Jun Xian shook his head, helpless. He cannot bear to see a just man framed like this. An urgent knock sounded, interrupting their conversation. Come in. Jun Xian intoned. Diascover dated novels on NOV/E/Lbin.co. A Lin Palace guard knelt at the door, the cold night wafting into the room. Reporting to Lin Wang. The General Li Ran requests for an audience. General Li Ran? What does he want from me so late in the night? Jun Xian asked, brows furrowed. I do not know. The general has quite a few soldiers with him and seems anxious. I'll go take a look. Jun Xian stood up, and Jun Qing tugged on his sleeve. The cold gets frosty, deep in the night. Father, take caution. Jun Qing implied. Jun Xian nodded. Just outside Lin Palace, a pair of soldiers brandished burning torches, driving back the night. General Li Ran stood in front of his horse, looking anxious. Seeing Jun Xian coming out of Lin Palace, Li Ran rushed up and prostrated himself. Li Ran, what is this all about? Lin Wang. Please help. Li Ran pleaded, fist in hand. Jun Xian raised a brow. What happened? To make you come here so late in the night. Official Lin's household. Li Ran hesitated. Jun Xian's heart skipped a beat, but maintained his composure. What happened? I was carrying out His Majesty's orders to bring official Lin in for questioning in regards to corruption and bribery charges. When I arrived, the mishap at Lin household had already happened. Official Lin killed 36 people of his household. When I got there, I saw him holding onto the sword, insane, that was still impaled in the chest of his wife. Li Ran was bathed in cold sweat, unable to believe what he witnessed earlier. What did you say? Jun Xian stared, unable to believe what he just heard. Official Lin knows, His Majesty has been investigating his foul deeds. I do not know how he came to know about it. He suddenly killed everyone in his household, and I wanted to apprehend him just now. Little did I know, his skills far surpass mine. He defeated tens of my guards, and escaped. I am not his match, hence, I came here to request for assistance from your highness. I implore your highness to lend a hand. If he escapes, His Majesty will not be lenient with me. Li Ran pleaded, kneeling before Jun Xian. Hidden within Jun Xian's sleeves were fists tightly clenched. Using all his might, he masked the shock that reverberated through him. It was impossible that Lin Yuyang, such an upright man, would kill his whole household over trumped-up charges. Where is he now? Jun Xian asked coldly. I had him followed. He has left the imperial city, heading southeast. Li Ran replied hastily. I will set off now. Jun Xian refused to believe Lin Yuyang was capable of such atrocities, but with Li Ran bearing eyewitness to Lin Yuyang killing his wife, they will kill Lin Yuyang right there and then if they get to him first. The Jun family is indebted to Lin Yuyang, a point Jun Xian would never forget. He will handle this matter personally, bring Lin Yuyang back to reveal the truth, in order to keep him alive. The majority of the Lin Palace guards were out with Long Qi escorting the pills. Jun Xian gathered the remaining guards, though few in numbers, every single one of them a top fighter. Without a moment's hesitation, Jun Xian was on the chase. A hidden shadow watched Jun Xian leave the city gates. He grinned wickedly, shrouded in the darkness. Your Highness, as astute as you are, you will not allow your benefactor to die an ignoble death. The shadow in the darkness let out a series of low laughter and turned, hands kept behind his back. Within the dark alley, pairs of cold and evil eyes looked at him intently, numbering in the hundreds. Is it certain that most of the Lin Palace's guards are out of the city? The hidden shadow asked cagily. I am certain. I saw a large number of guards escorting several horse carriages out earlier. Would you know where they have gone? I do not know. Guards from the Lin Palace belongs to the Ruilin army. The terrain is too open after the city gates and I dare not follow, fearing discovery. But I have also verified, most of the remaining guards in the Lin Palace have followed His Highness in pursuit of Lin Yuyang. There will be no more than 15 guards remaining in the whole of Lin Palace. 15 soldiers from the Ruilin army? The dark shadow chuckled. Discover dated novels on NOV/E/Lbin.co. I would like to see if my suicide squad of 300 can annihilate the Lin Palace tonight. Convey my orders. Infiltrate the Lin Palace, turn it inside out. I do not want anyone in the household alive by sunrise. Especially Jun Wuxiat and that useless trash, Jun Qing. I want to see their heads. It shall be done. In a flash, all the dark cloaked shadows in the alley disappeared. The shadow who issued the order ascended the tall tower in the imperial city and peered in the direction of the Lin Palace. After tonight, Lin Palace shall cease to exist. And the Jun family shall be no more. The bright moon slid behind dark clouds, obliterating the last vestiges of moonlight. In the deathly still of the night, dark shadows infiltrated the Lin Palace. Shrouded by the darkness, the hidden Lin Palace guards from the Rui Lin army noticed the abnormal movements as they stepped out from the shadows to welcome the uninvited guests. If you are here to seek an audience with His Highness, please come again in the morning. Lin Palace does not receive guests after dark. The white-haired Uncle Fu stood, hands behind his back, eyes steeled, facing the oncoming rush of shadowy assassins. Standing behind him, 15 resolute and stalwart figures blocked the only way to the backyard. We are not here to visit, we are under orders to send everyone in Lin Palace on their way to hell. The dark-cloaked figure exclaimed, laughing maniacally. Uncle Fu's eyes flashed, dropping the kindly smile as his sharply honed killer instinct took over. Then I won't be polite. Intruders to Lin Palace will only face death. In a flash, Uncle Fu and the 15 Rui Lin army soldiers rushed into the midst of the horde of shadows. The light-colored clothed guards of Lin Palace shone brilliantly in contrast to the onslaught of shadows. The deathly still of the night was broken, smelling acridly of death and blood. 2 groups of shadowy figures slipped into Lin Palace from the back as the battle in the front yard raged. They quickly killed the guards in the back of the palace. With blades still dripping with fresh blood, they walked to the backyard. The sweet smell of herbs lingered in the backyard, all was silent and still. The lotus pond rippled as a soft breeze blew, bringing a chill. One group of shadows stepped out, shattering the beauty of the night. Holding in their hands blades that dripped blood, fresh from their slaughter, leaving a smattering of red on the ground. TSK, it is not advisable to disturb the rest of Wuxia. A charming voice rang out suddenly, breaking the quietness in the yard. The shadowy figures startled as they swung around to confront the voice. A tall, slender figure stepped slowly out of the shadows and into the illuminating moonlight. The handsome figure with his boyish grin belied those eyes that exuded terrifying menace. Jun Wuyao glanced at the wary group casually as he moved his gaze to the blades that were dripping blood onto the ground, and his eyes glowed a dark violet. Dirtying Jun Wuxia's yard is a crime you shall pay with your lives. Jun Wuyao's smile slowly spread, however it was one that brought about a chilling tingle in the spine. Under the moonlight, the shadowy group could see the lone figure clearly. The gaze from those violet eyes, like a sharp sword, seemed to have pierced their hearts. Duh. Demon. That's just rude. Jun Wuyao shook his head. How can I be a mere demon? N/W novel chapters are published on no/vel/bin.co/m. The violet hue in his eyes flashed, and his body became a blur of movements. In a blink, quiet returned to the yard. Scarlet rain descended as the warm red color fell onto the ground. Jun Wuxia opened her door at that moment, still dazed from sleep. In that strangely enchanting scarlet rain, an elegant figure stood unmoving, his face tilted up, the stunning handsome face smattered scarlet from the rain. He was laughing as his half-amused violet eyes looked at her sideways, and the corners of the mouth curled up. Those eyes showed merciless annihilation, his laughter maniacal. It makes one's skin crawl, a sight that Jun Wuxia would never forget. It was extremely beautiful, strangely alluring, but chilling to see at the same time. The scarlet rain that fell brought with it an acrid and suffocating smell. Jun Wuxia glanced at the bodies scattered all over, her eyes strangely calm. Sorry I woke you, Wuxia. Jun Wuyao smiled apologetically and looked down at his blood-spattered clothes. I really wish you didn't have to see me like this. Jun Wuxia narrowed her eyes. Upon hearing fighting from the front yard, her eyes flashed a cold intent. Master! Something's up. The little black cat arched its back in anxiety. You updates tnvel/by.com. It's the Emperor. Jun Wuxia reasoned exceptionally coldly. Jun Wuyao. Jun Wuyao smiled faintly, fervor in his eyes. Kill them. As you wish. Jun Muyao smiled and his slender figure turned into a shadow and shot towards the front yard. Master, your uncle. The little black cat exclaimed. With a flourish, Jun Wuxia threw the little black cat. Its body elongated and bulked up and a majestic black beast landed in the backyard. Jun Wuxia hopped onto the beast, eyes ablaze with fury. Go! The ferocious black beast, in full stride, sped towards Jun Qing. Clamor and din tore through the night in the Lin Palace, as the stench of death hung heavily over the palace. Jun Qing sat in his wheelchair, eyes narrowed, staring down the group of men in black who broke in. A sword in hand, droplets of scarlet were dripping down the tip of his sword onto his wheelchair, as blood from the 5 dark-cloaked figures who lay dead around the wheelchair. More shadows closed in on him. I see your highness is still as skilled as before, but in your current state, are you able to win against these odds? The dark-clothed man sneered, looking at Jun Qing in his wheelchair. They know very well the formidable skills and prowess the Jun family possessed. If Jun Qing was still at his peak, he might be able to defeat them all, but the once formidable Jun Qing had been reduced to a cripple, with great sword skills, albeit without the freedom to move his legs. Jun Qing eyed the men in black that surrounded him, expression cold as steel, eyes narrowed as his eyes flashed a glint of murderous intent. These men in black, having chose this most opportune time to come here, obviously had plotted this for some time. With the majority of the guards out of the city, the few remaining guards must be having a hard time with the enemy. A small fry, showing such impertinence in Lin Palace, you overestimate yourself. Jun Qing intoned coldly. He was not afraid he was surrounded. He was more worried for Jun Xian and Jun Wuxia. Jun Xian was impelled to leave the city, and these men in black immediately stormed the Lin Palace. This whole ruse was targeted at the Lin Palace all this time. He was worried if Jun Xian was all right, and if his niece Jun Wuxia was safe. Jun Wuxia did not have any contractual spirit and was not able to develop her spiritual energy. She would not stand a chance against them if the men in black found her. Your Highness is sounding rather high and mighty. There are but a few guards here tonight, and there is no point dragging the inevitable. The remaining guards are held up in battle in the front yard, and I'm afraid the Missy of your household might have already lost her head. Tonight will be the downfall of Lin Palace. Surrender yourself and I'll give you a painless death. The dark-clothed man gloated. A sudden bright gleam flashed, and the dark-clothed man's eyes widened in horror before he collapsed. Though surrounded by the men in black, Jun Qing was unyielding, his blue cloak fluttered in the breeze, his attractive features took on a menacing shift as he gripped his sword and fixed his gaze on the enemy. Intruders of Lin Palace shall die. The decade of repression withheld within Jun Qing burst forth at that moment into a mesmerizing dance with his blade, a weaving trail of moonlight reflecting off the sword like liquid silver, weaving through the shadowed figures in a flash. Standing as though rooted to the ground, the shadows had no time to react. They stood in blank astonishment, looking at Jun Qing. Did the cripple who was sitting in the wheelchair just kill a score of his enemies in a flash? That swift and unerringly precise swordplay chilled them to their bones. Jun Qing was not crippled. He was faster than ever. They could only watch on in dismay, as their comrades were killed one by one, as chilling fear crept into their hearts. White Owl! Jun Qing summoned under his breath, and blinding brilliance burst forth from the ring on his finger. A large white owl manifested within the light, and with a screech, swooped into the enemies. The bone-corroding white owl. Jun Qing's contractual spirit, of the highest 7th level of spiritual power, had spread fear and battle throughout the lands. For 10 years. Jun Qing had hidden the spirit from people, and most have forgotten the existence of the bone-corroding white owl. With its massive wingspan of over 3 meters, it kicked up a bloody whirlwind among the enemies, in the eye of the storm. Damn it! Jun Qing legs! How can Jun Qing move like this? What is happening? The shadowed figures crowed as they were pushed back by the ferocious onslaught of blindingly fast swordplay by Jun Qing and the savage ferocity from the massive beast of an owl. With less than half their numbers remaining, they fled in retreat. Arg! The first of the retreating enemies screamed, and the dark-clothed group turned to the sound of terror. Find new stories on nov/elbin.com. A magnificent black beast stood with a dark-clothed figure's neck held mangled within its massive jaws. Bright red blood ran freely, as it splattered all over the ground. Crack! The beast broke the neck. None of you will leave here alive tonight. Perched upon the back of the beast, a beautiful youthful girl declared indifferently to the panic-stricken group of dark-clothed men, staring down at them with cold merciless eyes. The black beast sensed the bloodthirstiness emanating from its mistress, and pounced upon the enemy. With blindingly fast Jun Qing at their backs, the vicious bone-corroding white owl above, and the ferocious black beast blocking their retreat, the group of men in black fell in a symphony of screams. Even at the point of death, they did not know what hit them. The Lin Palace was on its decline. How are they still so strong? Nearly 100 men in black were slaughtered in a blink of an eye. The pungent smell of blood hung heavily, the ground littered with bodies, turning the once quiet and tranquil backyard into a scene from hell, a ghastly sight to behold. Wu Xia! Are you all right? Having killed all the enemies, Jun Qing looked inquiringly at his niece perched atop the massive beast, eyes alight with wonder. The white owl fluttered down, hooked claws on a corpse, and tilted its head, observing Jun Wuxia's mount. I'm fine, uncle. Are you hurt? Jun Wuxia asked. It will take more than these trash to injure me. I must say I feel slighted. Jun Qing gestured at the beast under Jun Wuxia, eyes bright with fascination, and asked, and this is? The black beast looked very much like a panther, but upon closer inspection, it was bigger, more bulky and muscular, and its ears were pointed, unlike the rounded ones of a panther. Meow! A gentle meow sounded from the imposing black beast with its slavering fanged jaws. Jun Qing was dumbstruck in astonishment. This is Little Black Cat, you've seen him. Jun Wuxia explained. Looking back at the times when Jun Wuxia had been carrying the tiny little black cat in her arms, Jun Qing was unable to believe the massive beast that stood in front of him and that tiny kitty were one and the same. This is your spirit? Jun Qing, amazed. Yes. Jun Wuxia was unable to explain how Little Black Cat came about, and with Little Lotus still not matured in the pond, she nodded haphazardly. Your spiritual powers have awoken? Jun Qing asked in surprise. Not too long ago, a little late though. Jun Wuxia replied. Jun Qing was ecstatic. Jun Xian and him had thought Jun Wuxia was born with no affinity with the spirits. Alas, the heavens still blessed the Jun family. As Jun Qing and Jun Wuxia was talking, a blood-soaked Uncle Fu rushed in with the 15 Ruilin army soldiers. Seeing his lord and young Miss Fine, he dropped on one knee, sword at his side. My tardiness has made you suffer, my lord and young miss. It's all right, all of you please rise. Jun Qing assured them. The bulk of the enemies charged the front yard, over 100 of them. These 16 men were vastly outnumbered, and their clothes were now in tatters. The blood on them, whether from the enemies or from the wounds they carry, was indistinguishable. Jun Wuxia reached into her robes and threw 2 white porcelain bottles to Uncle Fu. Taken orally and applied externally. Up-to-date OVLS on OVLBin.cm. Uncle Fu held the 2 bottles in his hands and looked at Jun Wuxia gratefully. Thank you, young miss. If it was not for the young master's help, we might have been further delayed. Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow in thought. Jun Wuyao was quick and nimble in the battle, but at that moment he was nowhere to be seen. Tonight has shown us someone is plotting against our Lin Palace. We managed to handle them here, but father was compelled to go out of the city. Although he brought some guards with him, it is obvious that the enemy are well prepared. Jun Qing's expression grew grim. The attack on Lin Palace tonight was a thoroughly planned out one. If not for the false weakened front that Lin Palace had put up, the enemy might have succeeded. 3 unexpected elements threw the enemy off. They did not expect that Jun Qing could regain the use of his legs. Jun Wuxia's spirit's sudden appearance blew up in their faces, and Jun Wuyao, with god-slaying prowess. The series of surprises allowed the Lin Palace to overcome the overwhelming odds the enemy threw at them and blew the well-planned ruse to smithereens. But Jun Xian was still in danger. Locate Lin Wang immediately, Jun Qing ordered. The Lin Palace was awash in a sea of red, and before the guards were able to move out, someone came before the gates. Li Ran, the general who just a while ago left from these very same gates, came in pale and gaunt, bearing grave news. Jun Xian, while in pursuit of Lin Yuyang, met with an incident. The guards were all killed, and Jun Xian himself had disappeared. Hearing the news, Jun Qing was barely able to control his rage. His eyes tore into Li Ran, suppressing a strong compulsion to shred him to pieces. Jun Wuxia stared coldly at the news, stood up resolutely and hastened out the gates of Lin Palace. Wuxia! Jun Qing looked at Jun Wuxia quizzically. Jun Wuxia walked until she stepped out past the gates. She reached within her robes and pulled out a small embroidered bag that contained the soaring cloud signals. A beam of red light shot high into the night sky above Lin Palace and exploded into a brilliant burst of fire with an ear-splitting roar, obliterated the darkness completely and shattered the quiet of night. Li Ran, who witnessed all this, fell back in shock, sitting on the ground, looking at Jun Wuxia, teeth chattering. With the soaring cloud signal fired, the entire Ruilin army comes. What was the Jun family Missy thinking? Uncle, I have to find grandfather. Jun Wuxia turned her head, backlit by the signal's flare. It was seen, the cold chilly eyes had been lit aflame. A thunderous roar resounded throughout the entire imperial city as people were abruptly awoken from their slumber, looked out their windows groggily and saw the night sky illuminated red. The citizens who did not know the reason behind the red sky felt that it was a beautiful sight as the sparkling red trailed off, as whole families gathered together, admiring it. The officials, however, were not in the mood to enjoy the red-tinged sky. Simply because that red light and that thunderous roar was all too familiar to them. Every time they heard this sound and saw this red sky, it only meant one thing: there was going to be bloodshed. Soaring cloud signal has been activated. The call to mobilize the entire Ruilin army. This was a jolt to their mind as the terror that came with it filled their hearts. Something major will happen tonight. A huge change was coming. In the royal palace, the emperor who was in his chambers let out a startled cry when he heard the resounding roar. He rushed out to see what the commotion was about as he wiped off the cold sweat, but when he looked at the source of the noise, he stood there motionless as he stared agape at the red sky. It was a familiar red, as he swallowed an involuntary gulp as his heart started to feel as if it was on fire, ablaze with fear. Who was it? Who signaled the soaring cloud signal? Under the cover of the night, the earth was trembling slightly as the mad rush of horses neighing and hooves clamping could be heard nearing the imperial city. In Imperial City, the guards narrowed their eyes and peered into the darkness with the flickering torches when they saw the cavalry of fully armored men with the Qilin emblem coupled with their oppressive presence and with ferocious eyes. The guards felt their legs go soft as they fell back onto the city wall as they looked at the entire regiment that appeared before them. The Ruilin army. It's the Ruilin army. Riding their majestic horses and galloping into the direction of Lin Palace, they were like a gust of wind as they rushed past the guards who still had not awoken from their stupor. That night, it was a sleepless night for everyone in the imperial city. In Lin Palace, Jun Wuxia was standing motionless as if deep in thought as the night breeze blew as the flickering flames from the torches illuminated her beautiful face. However, her expression was grim and cold. Once the Ruilin army reached Lin Palace, they dismounted their horses. They each had on polished silver armor with a Qilin emblem on it and immediately got down on one knee in unison as they assembled in front of Jun Wuxia. Long Qi was at the front of the ranks as he solemnly kneeled and said, "Young miss." Jun Wuxia narrowed her eyes as she looked at the most elite troops in the state of Qi. All the frost in her eyes were engulfed by a flame from within. "Wuxia! What is your intention?" Jun Qing was sitting in the hall as he looked anxiously at Jun Wuxia, who was standing at the doorway. Jun Wuxia turned around and looked at Jun Qing, her eyes full of murderous intent. "Emperor to abdicate. That foolish emperor! How dare he?" Jun Qing was startled as his eyes widened in shock, forcing the emperor to abdicate? Has she lost her mind? Li Ran, who was badly shaken by the onslaught of events, was trembling by the wall, his legs threatening to buckle any moment. He could not believe what he had just heard. Lin Palace young miss wants the emperor to abdicate? He was covered in cold sweat which even soaked through his clothes. "Little Black," Jun Wuxia coldly called out with her icy voice. A large black shadow strode into the hall with domineering steps as and walked in majestically. Its fangs were still stained with blood. "Silence him." Jun Wuxia narrowed her eyes. Li Ran's heart felt a sense of foreboding, but before he could respond, in a blink of an eye, a huge black beast had reached him. A shrill scream resounded throughout, however in a short moment, everything went silent. Jun Qing stared expressionlessly at Li Ran's body that was tossed onto the floor by the black beast as it strode back to her side. Outside the gate, Ruilin army had all personally witnessed this gruesome scene. They had all recognized General Li Ran, however they did not know how he had offended their young miss and ended up in this situation. They all looked on coldly without uttering a single word. Ruilin army had absolute obedience towards the Jun family. When she first stepped into the Ruilin army's barracks, Jun Wuxia had, in the name of the Jun family, assumed command of this formidable army as well. Jun Wuxia disregarded the General Li Ran's body and turned to face the Ruilin army. "Traitors to the crown are threatening the imperial city. Soldiers of all ranks, do your duty. Tonight, we take down the traitors." "Yes," the soldiers thundered. Perched atop the black beast, Jun Wuxia called out, "Long Qi." "Here." Long Qi replied, thinking how long it had been since the cloud-soaring signal was used. He could not remember it clearly, but when the signal flared, lighting the sky with its brilliance, it lit the dormant fire within him as well. "Bring me Wu Wang." "It shall be done." "To all commanders, turn the imperial city inside out if you have to, arrest all the traitors," Jun Wuxia ordered. "Whoever dares hurt a hair on grandfather, even if it's the emperor, he shall see, the Lin Palace is not to be messed with." Jun Qing watched on as Jun Wuxia gave out the orders, speechless as her every word added on to the shock that shook him to the core. "Traitors? What traitors?" Jun Wuxia summoned the Ruilin army, ordered a search throughout the city, not for traitors, but for Jun Xian. She wanted chaos within the imperial city, to rattle the emperor, with a grand show of force to show him who he is messing with. 100,000 soldiers from the Ruilin army can create pandemonium. With that force, one can even throw the emperor off his throne. Jun Qing finally understood why Jun Wuxia killed Li Ran. Though unknowingly, Li Ran unwittingly became an accomplice that led Jun Xian into the trap. When she mentioned abdication in front of Li Ran earlier, she had not intended to let him live. Full 0W current novels on n/o/v/3l/b in.co/m. Only the uncle and niece knew about the intention to force the hand of the emperor, and for the army to find Jun Xian. All the Ruilin army knew were the orders to sieve out the traitors. "Uncle, it's time the Jun family take a strong stand." Jun Wuxia left with these solemn words, and led the Ruilin army right into the center of the imperial city. The army of 100,000 filled up the streets and alleys, the torches they carried lit the city bright as day. Armored horses galloped, kicking up a dust storm. This night, the whole city was awoken, and they looked out, startled to see great numbers of horses galloping past them. It had been many years since they last saw the glory of the Ruilin army. Who would have thought they would bear witness to their valiant strength once again, within the imperial city of Qi. Within the imperial city, the palaces and residences of high-ranking officials were surrounded by the Ruilin army. The usually dignified officials hid within, terrified by the stoic and unyielding Ruilin army at their doors. Long Qi broke into the Wu palace with his men, pulled the Wu Wang from the warm embrace of his concubine, and threw him to the floor. Squealing in fright, Long Qi unceremoniously dragged him away without a word. An unparalleled beauty stood at the forefront of an army stopped right at the gates of the imperial palace. The emperor, who was startled by the cloud-soaring signal, came down to the imperial palace where a large crowd congregated. He widened his eyes as he saw Jun Wuxia standing in front of the Ruilin army. The once widely criticized willful and unreasonable young miss of Lin Palace had now led the huge Ruilin army and blocked the gates of the imperial palace. The rows upon rows of torches, snaking throughout the city, looked like fire dragons, entrenched within. Mo Qianyuan stood among the crowd, looking down at Jun Wuxia from high upon the palace walls, eyes full of shock and surprise. The entire Ruilin army was mobilized. Full 0W current novels on n/o/v/3l/b in.co/m. Wasn't the wide span of flickering torch throughout the city a show of the Ruilin army's complete control of the imperial city? Jun Wuxia. What is the meaning of this? Mo Xianfei shouted, standing behind the emperor, unable to believe the scene before him. Jun Wuxia raised her head. Under the flickering torchlight, her beauty was breathtaking, except her eyes, which emanated merciless murder. The Lin Palace has, under the orders of His Majesty, pursued the culprits who attacked the second prince. Jun Wuxia replied coldly. What nonsense are you spouting? Mo Xianfei stared at Jun Wuxia with an incredulous expression. The attack on the second prince happened some time ago. The matter was handed to Jun Xian to investigate, but to no avail, and everyone had almost forgotten about it. The Lin Palace has carried out your orders and executed the culprits. Jun Wuxia ignored the outburst from Mo Xianfei, her flaming eyes locked onto the lone figure in the dragon robe. With that statement, the Ruilin army soldiers piled hundreds of mangled corpses before the gates, their blood still flowing, staining the ground with scarlet pools. The acrid stench from the pile of bodies wafted with the breeze filled the air. The whole scene caused the air to feel heavy. Upon seeing the bodies' dark clothes, the emperor and Mo Xianfei were taken aback. These were the assassins that attacked the second prince. My grandfather gave orders to apprehend them, and they attempted to annihilate the Lin Palace. In retaliation, I had them all executed. Jun Wuxia explained as she coldly looked up where the emperor and Mo Xianfei stood. Other than Mo Xianfei and Bai Xian, there were no other witnesses. Only they knew that it was not a group of assassins as claimed, but a single person. Jun Wuxia knew that it was just a lone Jun Wuyao. Mo Xianfei gave false leads to Jun Xian intentionally, and now, she turned the table and used his own ruse against him. Mo Xianfei was left flabbergasted. He never would have thought a careless joke on Jun Xian has been turned back upon himself. Those bodies did not attack him, they were assassins he sent to infiltrate the Lin Palace. 300 assassins, all dead. Weren't the Lin Palace guards lured away? A mere 15 guards killed 300 assassins? The emperor saw the look on Mo Xianfei and it was clear what happened. He plastered an amicable smile and said, "You've done well. Since my orders have been fulfilled, I will reward Lin Palace personally." With 100,000 Ruilin army soldiers in the city, even the emperor didn't dare pick a fight with Jun Wuxia. The Ruilin army might be a sharp blade of qi, but the blade could be reversed and pressed against its own neck, and that blade is nothing to laugh at. Jun Xian, being a loyal vassal, would not bring the whole Ruilin army into the imperial city, not even to apprehend assassins. On top of the palace walls, the Yulin army stood shaking as they watched Jun Wuxia, the first person to bring the Ruilin army within the imperial city, the criticized young miss from Lin Palace. Not even Jun Xian or Jun Qing had dared to do it. Didn't she care to keep her head? They can see the green veins popping on the emperor's tightly clenched hands. Jun Wuxia must be fearless. This act of hers will draw undue suspicion to her loyalty. Such boldness. Such rashness. What was she thinking? The emperor's amicable words were obviously in fear of revolt by the Ruilin army. Once the soldiers retreat, the wrath of the Son of Heaven shall descend upon the Lin Palace. Alas, the emperor was helpless at the moment, and Jun Wuxia continued in total disregard of him as she pressed on. These assassins are very crafty, many have fled and have hidden themselves within the imperial city. I have ordered the Ruilin army to flush them out. Please be at ease. Lin Palace will never allow villains like them to hurt your people. Jun Wuxia shot up a wintry glance, the eyes colder than ice over a frozen lake. Jun Wuxia was usually quiet, but when she spoke, she rendered people irrefutably speechless. Scheming against the Jun family? She would like to see who shall triumph. They started the fire, and she blew it back, an inferno. Get your Avrite Ovals at no/v/e/lbn.com. The emperor bit down on his lip, unable to fault Jun Wuxia. Looking at the corpses strewn in front of the gates, they number not far from the 300 assassins Mo Xianfei sent to annihilate the Lin Palace. And seeing the mutilation and degree of wounds on them, none escaped the ferocious retaliation and walked out alive. What did she have up her sleeve? What was her underlying motive? This obviously was not merely about the capture of assassins, but to exert pressure on him. The army of 100,000, portrayed in brilliance with the glittering of torches weaving through the streets and alleys, sounded alarms within the imperial family. The emperor could not counter the situation at hand and have the army retreat. With the grand entrance the Ruilin army made, they woke the whole city, and the people gathered, curious, around the imperial palace where they heard every word exchanged at the gates. The scene that played out in front of the people seemed to be that the loyal Lin Palace had carried out their duty and apprehended the criminals. Little did the large crowd know, they had been roped in unwittingly by Jun Wuxia, to pressure the emperor to do her bidding. You want to win the hearts of the people? I'll deliver it right up to you. Under your orders, the villains have been vanquished. How will you fault me on that? Jun Wuxia had shrewdly used the orders previously issued carelessly to Jun Xian by the emperor back against him, this time a slap across the face of the Son of Heaven, the emperor himself. The emperor could only swallow the insult. He had no excuse to make the army retreat. But faced with the army within the imperial city, the claws of fear gripped his heart tightly. The people might not see the underlying battle of wits at play, but it was all too clear to the emperor and Mo Qianyuan. The imperial family's malicious intent to annihilate the Lin place was now plainly known to the Jun family. Jun Wuxia's actions tonight was a big show of might and a stern warning to the plotters. How did the plan for Jun Xian go? The emperor pulled Mo Xianfei to him and whispered, seeing the tide of events going against him. Mo Xianfei replied in a low voice, I've been told the mission was a success, and Jun Xian is being escorted to the dungeons in secret. There were two aspects to the plan to take out the Lin Palace. The first was to annihilate the Lin Palace, and the second aspect was to lure Jun Xian out of the city and ambush him. The plan for the Lin Palace had spectacularly failed, but at least Jun Xian's capture was a success. Make sure Jun Xian is watched closely. Jun Wuxia's actions are obviously an attempt to locate Jun Xian. Under no circumstances must you allow the Ruilin army to find Jun Xian. The emperor hissed as his eyes narrowed in malice, intending to hold on to this glimmer of hope tightly. As long as Jun Xian was not found, no one can prove that the culprits behind tonight's attack on the Jun family was in fact the imperial family. Just kill Jun Xian and Lin Palace prowess will drop by half. No matter how much ability Jun Wuxia has, she was still only a kid and Jun Qing was a crippled waste. The most Lin Palace could hang on was for a little while more. Once they started this, it was a road of no return. The Emperor knows the importance of this matter, and even if Jun Wuxia had suspected that tonight's attack on Lin Palace was related to them, she had no witnesses. If she dared to revolt, he had the excuse to put them down and charge them with treason, henceforth sealing the entire Ruilin army. The reason why the Emperor was wary of the Ruilin army was not only because of its military power but also because of its high reputation amongst the people of Qi. The Ruilin army were highly regarded in their hearts, and even if the Emperor had secretly harbored thoughts on disbanding them, he had to take into account the voices of the people of Qi. If he had followed through his intentions, he would be buried with petitions and cursed by many. There will be chaos that he did not have a solution to. Their plans could never keep up with the changes, as the Emperor hushly whispered some orders to Mo Xianfei. Another regiment of Ruilin army arrived. This regiment was led by Long Qi in the forefront as he dragged in a huge sack. As he was approaching Jun Wuxia, people could see that there was a constant struggle from within as well as screams as of killing a pig. Somehow the screams sounded a little familiar to the Emperor. Reporting to young miss, we have brought the person here. Long Qi flung the sack to one side as he reported the completion of his task. The big black beast which Jun Wuxia was riding went towards the sack and used its sharp claws to firmly grasp the side and tore through it as a stout round figure tumbled out. The person rolled onto the bloodied muddy floor as his luxurious robes were stained. He lay sprawled onto the cold ground, momentarily trying to grasp the situation. Before he could even make an attempt to escape, he was pushed onto the ground by the black beast's paw. His obese face was trampled into the mud as the screams continued and resounded into the sky. Everyone on the wall instantly recognized that person who just rolled out. New STRIs at n/vel/b/i/n.co. Jun Wuxia. What do you think you are doing? Why did you catch Wu Wang for? The Emperor's face was black to the extreme. That screaming round figure that was trampled on was his brother, Wu Wang. When Jun Wuxia saw the Emperor's hideous expression, her thin lips curled upwards into a hint of smile. Under the moonlight, that smile exuded a chillness that made all who saw it feel as if they were on a snowy plain, and the coldness was making their teeth chatter. Jun Wuxia had rarely smiled, be it this world or previous world. One can say that her smile was a treasure. However, each time she smiled, it was as if opening Pandora's box. It was even mentioned before that her smile was alluring and lethal. While people were still obsessed with that intoxicating smile, Jun Wuxia casually replied, Wu Wang colluded with the attackers and has bad intentions towards Second Prince. Immediate execution. That cold voice made the Emperor wake from his previous stupor and stared wide-eyed at Jun Wuxia and bellowed, Jun Wuxia. You better not mess. Ah! Shrill screams interrupted the Emperor. Wu Wang, who was still pressed down in the mud by the paw, was swiftly attacked by the black beast. Beneath the black beast now rolled out a dirty fat head that had eyes full of fear as it stared at the palace walls. Grandfather, those that dare to bully you, Wuxia will help you get rid of them. Jun Wuxia's smile widened. The public execution of Wu Wang was brutal and bestial. The people stared at Jun Wuxia as if looking at the devil incarnate. The Emperor was seething in rage. Although they were never close, Wu Wang was nevertheless a member of the imperial family, and the Emperor's blood-related brother. Executing him in the Emperor's presence without his consent was disrespecting the crown. His royal decree was interrupted and ignored, and Jun Wuxia killed the Duke before he could finish the sentence. Jun Wuxia! You dare! The Emperor trembled in contained rage. Jun Wuxia continued nonplussed, the investigation on Wu Wang has been resolved. The Rui Lin army will be bringing in the other accomplices involved in the attack on the second prince shortly. What do you plan to do? The emperor feared what Jun Wuxia has in plan next. She must have lost her mind. Jun Wuxia's smile grew more radiant and the cold seemed to have diffused out of her. I will carry out His Majesty's orders to the end. The emperor's face twitched. When did she receive orders to execute Wu Wang? Long Qi. Jun Wuxia summoned. Here. Bring to me official Wang, official Shangwan, official Su. Jun Wuxia continued on a long list of over 10 court officials. The crowd murmured in reaction to every name Jun Wuxia announced to invite over. Tonight, not one will be spared. That is enough. Jun Wuxia. All those people are high-ranking court officials, and you have executed Duke Wu. The matter should have ended. The emperor realized now the reason for killing Wu Wang in front of him. It was a show of force and for vengeance. In retaliation for what happened at the Lin Palace tonight. The order to investigate into the attackers on the second prince was to make things difficult for Jun Xian by giving him false leads. Never would the emperor have thought the same order was being used to make things so difficult for himself. Under the pretext of carrying out the orders of the emperor dutifully in full view of the crowd gathered, the emperor can find no good reason to admonish Jun Wuxia. But, if she is allowed free rein, the imperial city will be a sea of red come sunrise. Your Majesty. Jun Wuxia looked up at the emperor. These traitors harbor sinister intentions against the prince. The punishment meted fits such horrendous crimes. Moreover, the Lin Palace was given full authority to punish the culprits in any manner seen fit. This was mentioned in the conversation between Jun Xian and Jun Qing, while Jun Wuxia listened. The most up-to-date NVELs are published on n0velgen.co/m. The Jun father and son's casual conversation was remembered word for word by Jun Wuxia. The emperor's anger rushed to his head and he felt faint as he swayed on his feet. It dawned on him now. It was now clear. The reason for the Rui Lin army's grand entrance was to alarm and gather the people of the whole city, who will be curious of the ruckus in the dead of the night. Jun Wuxia knew the emperor's concern for his reputation and good standing in the eyes of the people, and with the citizens gathered, the emperor will be hard-pressed to deal with Jun Wuxia without offending the crowd that gathered. With the authority given to the Lin Palace to mete out punishments as befitted the crime, Jun Wuxia now used that power, under His Majesty's banner, to eradicate the threats to the Lin Palace, punishing them as she wished. Unless the emperor has proof to refute that the officials are guilty, he will have to put up with seeing those officials beheaded one after another. What proof can he possibly produce to refute? The corpses lying down there were sent to Lin Palace to wipe them out as a fact that was irrefutable. He cannot publicly renege on his words that the prince was attacked by a lone attacker now, can he? Mo Xianfei declared he was attacked by a group of attackers for 2 reasons. The first was to save himself from humiliation, and the second reason was just to stump Jun Xian in his investigations. No way can the truth that they sent these assassins to kill off the Jun family be made known to the citizens gathered. That truth must never be made known. What would the people think? In the eyes of the people of Qi, the Lin Palace and the Rui Lin army enjoyed a high stature, worshipped on a pedestal. For this very same reason, the emperor wanted to eradicate the Jun family. If his intentions were known to the people, he would suffer scorn and disdain. There was no exceptions. Not at all. Not just the people, with the Rui Lin army entrenched within the imperial city. If the truth was made known now, their fierce loyalty to the Jun family will have them dragging the emperor himself out and slaughtered right there and then. The emperor had his hands tightly bound, his concern on his reputation and standing to the people, and the strength of the Rui Lin army severely restricted his options to salvage the situation. With the Rui Lin army, a single word from Jun Wuxia, and his head could roll. Long Qi, proceed. Jun Wuxia looked at the emperor with disdain. With what he had done to Emo Qianyuan, she knew the emperor was more concerned in protecting his reputation and standing with the people than protecting the lives of his vassals and officials. She would test the limit tonight to see how long the emperor can stand up to this. Killing the high-ranking officials, creating chaos in the imperial city, they were all to pressure the emperor to hand over Jun Xian. Jun Wuxia was calm and collected. If the emperor plays tough, she was prepared to kill all officials and even functionaries of the imperial palace. Even the son of heaven, the emperor himself. She will find Jun Xian. Long Qi led a group of Ruilin army soldiers to arrest the officials named. All high-ranking officials' residences and palaces have already been surrounded before to prevent escape. Jun Wuxia had ordered them surrounded before they moved out from Lin Palace. The emperor watching the back of the departing Long Qi grew anxious, but the scheme Jun Wuxia rendered him helpless. He never would have dreamt that the Jun family could have an offspring so cold and malicious. On top of that, it turned out to be the little overbearing girl who followed behind Emo Qianfei like a little puppy before. The change that came over the Jun family's Missy was astounding to say the least. Equally taken aback was Emo Qianfei, who stood behind the emperor. Her deeds tonight have scarred him for life. He never knew she was capable of such malice. If she ever knew those assassins were his doing. Emo Qianfei could not continue that line of thought. The Jun Wuxia whom he disregarded before had come back a relentless nightmare, with him caged in it. The people on the wall watched on in the chill wind as Jun Wuxia deployed the Ruilin army soldiers. From their high vantage point, they could see the whole city. The wall was originally built to illustrate the high status of the emperor, and no buildings were allowed to be higher than the imperial palace. Tonight the high point only served to allow them to see the Ruilin army and its awe. They saw a sea of torches and dust kicked by the massive number of horses, riding towards to residences of the named officials. It was a cold and chilly night, but the emperor and Emo Qianfei were roasting, like they were caught in an oven, their backs soaked in sweat. Emo Qianyuan stood at the back of the people on the wall, watching the events that played out, a smile suppressed. Provoke the heavens, provoke the earth, but Jun Wuxia was not to be provoked. New chapters will be fully updated at novl/bin.com. A pity his father and brother found that out too late. A pity, too late. It was a night many would remember. Many high-ranking officials and generals, who were always arrogant and aloof, were dragged forcefully from their residences and palaces by the Ruilin army, whimpering and whining. The guards and hired mercenaries were no match for the Ruilin army soldiers, who killed any who tried to stop them from carrying out their orders. The smell of death and blood spread and hung thickly over the imperial city. Those officials and generals who resisted had their arms broken and dragged before the palace gates, their blood trailing in their wake. Overbearing might? Dominating authority? These mattered not to the Ruilin army. Not even the emperor dared use such ruthless means on so many court officials, but it mattered not an ounce to the Ruilin army, whose eyes did not see the pleading and begging of those captured but only the orders they were given by Jun Wuxia. Once an order was given, the Ruilin army carried it out to their death. There was no stopping the Ruilin army as the killing continued with pockets of feeble resistance put up. More and more high-ranking officials were tied up and carted off. They never could have imagined, with their high rank and authority, they would ever be subject to such humiliation and treatment. The brutality of the most elite army of Qi when resisted from carrying out their orders drives the strongest of men to tears. Jun Wuxia stood calmly, the wind blowing behind her, looking up at the emperor. The dust kicked up as a horse carrying a captured official stopped beside her. Squealing like a pig to the slaughter, he was thrown unceremoniously to the ground just beside the beast. The emperor recognized the man. It was the maternal grandfather of the second prince. Before the downfall of the empress's family, he received much favor from the emperor, one of the emperor's top lackeys, and he played a big part in the suppression of the Lin Palace, in cahoots with the recently deceased Wu Wang. Upon seeing his grandfather treated as such by the Ruilin army, Emo Xianfei shouted, eyes red-rimmed, Jun Wuxia. Release my grandfather at once. When will you stop this madness? Do you know what you have done? Jun Wuxia is insane. She has gone mad. She arrested the father-in-law of the imperial family. What goal? Jun Wuxia glanced up at the jumping Emo Xianfei, her gaze sweeping past Emo Qianyuan standing among the crowd. Emo Qianyuan burned up at the sight in front of him, his blood coming to a boil. He watched fixedly at Jun Wuxia, his eyes ablaze. Kill! Jun Wuxia ordered, her eyes still fixed on Emo Xianfei. No! Emo Xianfei screamed. Long Qi raised his sword, and with a single slash, Emo Xianfei's grandfather lay on the ground as two. The warm blood splashed on Jun Wuxia. The blood of the hated villain stained the hem of Jun Wuxia's dress. The warm blood, like a curse, seemed to fuel her bloodthirstiness. She has lost her mind. Guards! Arrest Jun Wuxia immediately. She murdered a court official in public. Emo Xianfei screamed, on the verge of lunacy, seeing his grandfather killed before his eyes, dismembered. He drew the sword from his hip and pointed it at Jun Wuxia, continuing to shout incoherently. The only answer to his rants was the howl of the cold chilly wind. New chapters will be fully updated at novl/bin.com. No one on the top of the walls uttered a single sound and only stared fixedly at Jun Wuxia, terror in their eyes. Not even the Yulin army. Even the emperor had his hands tied in the face of this onslaught by Jun Wuxia. Who else could stand up to her? Jun Wuxia didn't even flinch when she executed Wu Wang and even the emperor's father-in-law. They were court officials who stood above all, beholden only to one. And now, their lifeless bodies lay in the dust. Emo Xianfei, eyes rimmed with tears, surveyed the ground, sword held in his trembling hand. Why did things turn out like this? UW Evils Uptez on nov/l/bi.com. Why? The lone person who stood before the gates, who pushed him to the brink of sanity tonight, was the same lass whom he spurned and dumped? Jun Wuxia shifted her gaze from Emo Xianfei, whose face was gradually twisting up in further agony, to fall upon the emperor. She was waiting for the emperor to order the release of Jun Xian. Jun Wuxia, you claimed Wu Wang plotted to assassinate the second prince, which could still be possible. But how will his grandfather do anything to hurt the second prince, his own grandson? The emperor struggled to maintain his composure as he gripped his hands raw behind his back tightly. A young girl like this, however merciless, would tend to overlook things and leave weaknesses to exploit in her schemes. How would any grandparent be capable of hurting their own grandchildren? The emperor was confident. With this, he had a strong card in hand. Jun Wuxia saw the emperor struggle to hide his uneasiness with rage, and raised her hand. Long Qi. Here. Long Qi ran forward and knelt before her. Jun Wuxia drew 2 scrolls from a bag atop the black beast and threw them to Long Qi. Read. Long Qi stood up, unrolled a scroll, and read in a loud voice. Wei Kunhua, Kaiyuan year 23rd, 2nd month, in Dongyu City forcefully acquired 32 residences, killed a total of 76 farmers. Kaiyuan year 23rd, 5th month, accepted gold tails of 130,000 from. Long Qi's resounding voice reverberated strongly, every word hammered strongly in the hearts of the commoners. Recorded to this date, Wei Kunhua is guilty of crimes including arson, murder, looting, persecution of citizens, acceptance of bribes, and more, in a total of 367 instances. Total number of persons dead in relation to his crimes amount to 583, and total bribes received amount to gold taels 7,270,000. As the crimes were read out one by one, a murmur spread through the crowd below the wall, and they all stared with hatred at the body of the father-in-law of the emperor as it laid in the dust. Wei Kunhua had abused his power in favor from the emperor and threw his weight around, mired deep in evil deeds. With his high rank and authority, many were afraid to speak up in fear of backlash. But now, all his misdeeds were made known to all. No one in that crowd felt any pity or sympathy. They were only too glad the world was ridden of yet another villain. The emperor's expression darkened. He had known of the evil deeds committed, and had done nothing to stop it. With all the crimes fully exposed to the people in such a manner, Wei Kunhua's execution will be welcomed by the people regardless of complicity in the attack on Mo Xianfei. The emperor was still lost in his thoughts on the passing of his lackey before he realized Long Qi was already on the second scroll reading out aloud in detail of Wu Wang's various crimes. The two officials the Ruilin army executed had more than enough reason to die. Not one among the citizens lamented their passing of Wu Wang and Wei Kunhua, and they even cheered for the Ruilin army. For many among the people of Qi, if it was not for the Ruilin army, they would never have seen the day their suppressors go under the executioner's blade. The emperor trembled in fear as he stared at Jun Wuxia. He realized that when Jun Wuxia kills, she was merciless, and she fully justified it, leaving no room for dispute. As the cheers from the people grew louder and louder, and the crowd grew into a frenzy, the pedestal the Ruilin army were placed upon in their hearts soared higher and higher. They were more astounded by the previously widely criticized Jun Wuxia. She had become such a confident and domineering young lady. The negative rumors that circulated previously were all quashed tonight. A descendant of the Jun family indeed, an imposing figure at a young tender age. The pale moonlight cast on Jun Wuxia made her glow with a soft subtle radiance, a ravishing beauty. The people who saw her can't help but think what a moron Mo Xianfei was, to have spurned a young lady as mesmerizing as this. Jun Wuxia observed them quietly, her eyes surveying their reactions. The reputation of the Lin Palace was built by Jun Xian single-handedly. And her grandfather, her father, and uncle had devoted their lives to uphold the prestige of Lin Palace. She would never allow the reputation of Lin Palace to be smeared. Get the L-test VLS at .o/v/e/l/by.co. Even if she were to force an abdication, she would do it under the banner of justice, and add it to the crowning glory of the Lin Palace. Jun Wuxia wanted the emperor to see his lackeys executed before him and be helpless to stop her, while bringing the name and prestige of the Lin Palace to the top throughout the lands. Any who oppose the Lin Palace will be killed. Killing someone did not necessarily bring criticism. As long as it was justified, it could bring glory. Father, are you going to allow Jun Wuxia to continue with this atrocity? Mo Xianfei was red with rage. Besides being made to watch his grandfather executed, his crimes was made known to all. The emperor was pale. He had not expected a young lass to be so meticulous in her plans, taking every small details into account. From the moment she appeared in front of the gates, every move she made was carefully calculated and well linked, forcing him to swallow his anger with her every step. What really frustrated him was, he still cannot come up with any plausible reason to rebut her. Jun Wuxia justified her killings of Wu Wang and Wei Kunhua with strong reasons. Firstly, the Lin Palace was under orders from the emperor himself. Secondly, she detailed the crimes committed by them and exposed them for all to know. These two high walls were impossible to scale and were two very strong shields for Jun Wuxia. Although the emperor would like nothing better than to skin her alive there and then, there was nothing he could do without earning the wrath of the people. He had never suffered such a setback ever since he ascended to the throne. The suppression of his rivals and the Lin Palace had been upended by the appearance of Jun Wuxia. The emperor racked his brains for a way to defuse the situation. He knew, Jun Wuxia will not stop here. Instruct the men to kill off Jun Xian. The emperor, through gritted teeth, ordered the senior eunuch standing by his side, and the eunuch shuffled off. With Jun Xian dead, Jun Wuxia would have nothing to fight for after tonight. Come the morning, with news of Jun Xian's death announced, the Lin Palace shall perish. I just have to pull through tonight, I will have Jun Wuxia in 1,000 pieces. The emperor was blinded with rage, while Jun Wuxia was just beginning her show. More and more officials were being dragged in by the Ruilin army. They were tightly bound, and knelt in a row in front of the gates. The officials kneeling in front of the gates peered up the wall and upon seeing the emperor, started shouting, confident the emperor will save them. But when they spotted the bodies that lay in the dust and recognized them to be who they were, their hearts sank into utter despair. The officials grew quiet, even Wu Wang and Wei Kunhua did not escape the knife, who were they to hope otherwise? New chapters will be fully updated at novl/bin.com. For the first time in their lives, the high-ranked officials felt the sinking feeling of impending doom. Jun Wuxia, why have you brought them here? The emperor asked in a trembling voice. He had thought witnessing the executions of Wu Wang and his father-in-law had been all he could take. Seeing the officials kneeling in front of the gates made him sick, as he struggled to remain standing. He surveyed the officials' faces. All with none the exception, were enemies of the Lin Palace who have smeared their names or tried to bring them into disrepute in one way or another. She missed no one, nor wrongfully captured any. The Ruilin army had apprehended all the officials within the imperial city who plotted against the Jun family, in one stroke. The cold claws of fear crept into the heart of the emperor, and as he looked into the cold and merciless eyes of Jun Wuxia, he felt the claws tightening its grip. This lunatic was capable of anything. Let them read. Jun Wuxia threw the bag onto the ground in front of the officials, and the scrolls clattered as they fell out. Long Qi ordered the Ruilin army to hand out the scrolls to the officials, and have them open them up to read its contents. Their faces paled and they started to shake, overcome in fear. Read! Jun Wuxia intoned, her voice dripped with malice. Long Qi's sword snaked out of its sheath and pressed against the neck of the rightmost official. The man almost cried and in a quivering voice, he read, Lu Pu. Kai Yuan Year 13, snatched a woman, K, killed the family. The voice, though quivering, was made loud enough by the blade pressed against his neck, and heard by everyone present. He was sweating profusely in the chill night as he read out the scroll to the end, and collapsed in a heap, exhausted. Kill Jun Wuxia ordered softly. Mercy! I did not. The official Lu Pu who knelt in the middle started to plead before he was interrupted by the Ruilin army soldier standing behind him with a swift slash of his sword. The bloody head rolled, and a bright red trail formed. The officials all cringed in terror as they witnessed the sight right before their eyes. The horror of the scrolls that laid before them intensified with the knowledge that they listed past crimes of officials in detail, and whether the next one read out will be theirs. Death hung over their heads, over every single one of those kneeling before the palace gates. Jun Wuxia will spare not a single one among them. When the scroll listing their crimes was read out, those were the last words they ever heard. Your Majesty! Save us! Your Majesty! They cried, they begged, the high-ranking officials beseeched the emperor to interfere and to bestow his benevolence as they knelt upon the cold hard ground. Jun Wuxia! For these crimes, investigations will be conducted and punishments meted by the authorities. Who are you to take this upon yourself? Mo Xianfei screamed, unable to contain himself further, jumping in rage, pointing his finger at Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia raised her eyes and replied plainly, I am only carrying out orders. Nonsense! Whose orders? The Son of Heaven, the Emperor. Lies! Mo Xianfei yearned to tear Jun Wuxia apart. Jun Wuxia replied calmly, these people played a part in the attack on you, the second prince, and the emperor had given full authority to the Lin Palace to resolve. Hence, she was only killing under those orders. Right? Emo Xianfei had seemed despicable, but never one as despicable as Jun Wuxia. She was blatantly pinning the past crimes of the officials onto the unrelated charge of the attack on him. And to the topmost ranked court officials. What audacity! At this moment, even Emo Qianyuan, who had been observing in the background, started to suspect that Jun Wuxia was not born of the Jun family. Although the Jun family was mighty, people of the Jun family were religiously upright. They were incapable of action through despicable means. What made it more strange was Jun Wuxia's grave solemnity through it all. It was not a disposition of one as young as she. Where did she get these evidence for the crimes of those high-ranking officials? She had them all prepared and had them with her all this time. What was scary was the meticulous detailed planning that all these required. To attack someone using a borrowed knife. This plan really ran deep. Jun Wuxia simply took these evidence which Jun Xian painstakingly prepared. These evidence were all prepared by Jun Xian personally, however he never had the chance to use it, although Lin Palace was suppressed by them from all sides. He had them placed in his study, never would he have thought these would be used by Jun Wuxia in such a manner. Jun Xian knew that even if all these were made known to the emperor, he might not do anything and may even increase the pressure on Lin Palace instead. However, Jun Wuxia simply used these as a pretext as she slays the named officials one by one under the emperor's order, using them to perfectly justify the executions. Using the voice of the people was the most formidable weapon. Jun Wuxia had made use of every single factor and taken in every account as she contrived this plan. Whatever Jun Xian and Jun Qing could not do, let her bear it all she wanted was for her grandfather to be well and alive. She did not care what happened to her, all she want now is to flush out all of Lin Palace's enemies and force the emperor to surrender Jun Xian. One by one the officials fell to the sword brandished by the Ruilin army, the front gates were slowly soaked with red blood, an eerie deep ruby red carpet seemed to have formed as the air became thick and heavy with the stench of death. But this was not over yet. Geet the L Testvels on no/v/elben.c/om. As long as the emperor does not surrender Jun Xian, she would slay his lackeys one by one. No matter what it is, Jun Wuxia would not lose to anyone. The emperor's body was on the verge of collapse, as his lips paled and his veins popped up. He gritted his teeth as he seethed with anger. His imperial dignity was being trampled on by this girl non-stop. Every minute Jun Wuxia was doing things that were akin to slapping his face. However, under the coercion of 100,000 Ruilin army, he could not resist. Jun Xian was very loyal to the country, but he faced the persecution of the emperor. On the other hand, Jun Wuxia completely disregarded the emperor and trampled all over his dignity and dismissed his authority. The emperor had a very bad feeling. Since the good are always bullied, Jun Wuxia swore to never be a good person. Even after her death, she would let hell know that she was not to be trifled with. She was not to be provoked. If anyone touches her, she would prove to be the demon of their nightmares. As long as Jun Xian does not appear, she would not stop. Even if she turned the whole palace into a burial ground, she must find her grandfather. The emperor and Emo Xianfei hatred towards Jun Wuxia had turned into fear. They were afraid of the method she had. How cold and heartless was she? This was not the style of the Lin Palace, as they could feel themselves being ensnared. At that moment the emperor was very sorry and full of regret. Why did they have to provoke the Jun family? If he had known that their family's young miss was such a dangerous variable, he would never have attempted to touch them. Quickly! Quick, send someone to stop them. We cannot kill Jun Xian. If he is killed, that insane girl will definitely come after our heads. The emperor suddenly awakened. Such reckless behavior, what did it all lead to? What did all these killings represent? Jun Wuxia was determined to fight with the emperor to the end. Since she had blew matters up to this extent, there was nothing to fear. She was already prepared to continue the massacre and cut down anything that stood in her path. The emperor was sweating profusely. He had really underestimated this girl. To think he was originally so naive and thought that if they had somehow managed to drag on and made it through the night, Jun Wuxia would have given up. However, looking at the situation now, if Jun Wuxia did not find Jun Xian tonight, she would really kill everyone that she's dragged in and fill the whole palace with dead officials instead. Things were critical to the point that even if the emperor had calculated everything, they were all still useless. He had never met such a reckless person who completely disregarded consequences in his life, and Jun Wuxia was also the most vicious and merciless opponent he has ever met. The eunuch who had received the new orders from the emperor quickly rushed to stop them from harming Jun Xian, while Mo Xianfei, who had overheard everything, looked at his father wide-eyed. Never had he imagined that his father had actually took a step back. The dignified emperor was actually pushed to such a point by such a young girl. It was simply inconceivable. Imperial father, how can you? Shut up! Do you mean you still can't see it? If before sunrise, Jun Wuxia doesn't see Jun Xian, she would order the whole Ruilin army to storm into the palace. At that time not only you, even I, the emperor, would be slain without any hesitation. Just thinking about it made his scalp go numb. His robes were already soaked through with cold sweat. The brutality of this girl really made him feel fear for the first time. Mo Xianfei stared at the emperor, dumbfounded. How could it be? She wouldn't dare to start a massacre. The emperor frowned deeply. What do you think she's doing now? She is warning me that she can blatantly kill so many officials in front of me. In front of a large crowd means that she does not fear anything. If she does not get what she wants, she does not mind a struggle to the death. If we killed Jun Xian, she would definitely storm into the palace with the Ruilin army. Just thinking of Jun Wuxia's cold stare made the emperor shudder and chills tingled down his spine. Just relying on the palace guards and the Yulin army, how are we going to withstand the torrential onslaught of the Ruilin army? Ruilin army only listens to the Jun family, and the way she is handling it, even though she had pushed things to the extreme, but in the eyes of the common people, she has become a hero. Killing people is not the scary thing, but her quick thinking is, because no matter how many she kills, she is standing on the side of justice. Don't you think that with her abilities, inciting the Ruilin army to cause a massacre is not possible? Don't underestimate her just because she does not speak much. Her mind and methods are nothing you can compare to, even if you have decades of experience. The emperor was really affected by the courage and terror Jun Wuxia had shown him. A girl who could think of such a grand plan, a girl who used just a few words to rouse the common people's hearts, a girl who just needed to give a single command to have the Ruilin army do her bidding. How was he going to fight against her? The alleged imperial power was just a fart in her eyes. For her to kill the emperor was as if killing a pig. There was no difference. Your F48 stories on /o/v/lbn.cm. The things that were restraining Lin Palace previously meant absolutely nothing to her. The emperor was now very worried. A devil had appeared in the Jun family. Touching them in the future was only a dream. Thinking back, he really wanted to strangle Mo Xianfei alive. He and Jun Wuxia had so much contact previously, how could he not know that she could be so dangerous? If he had known, he wouldn't have opened Pandora's box and would have let her into the royal family when she was still smitten with Mo Xianfei. It was now all too late. There was no use crying over spilt milk. The emperor knew, Mo Xianfei knew. They could only pray. The men were slow to carry out their orders, and Jun Xian was still alive, or they would have to accompany him in death. The cold wind blew, but it was not as cold as the chilling scene of slaughter before the people. The suffocating smell of blood churned their stomachs. This night, the state of Qi lost 1/3 of their officials, their heads laid in front of the palace gates, in the dust. After the last of the officials fell to the ground lifeless, Jun Wuxia lifted her arm. The Ruilin army soldiers stepped back and wiped their blades and sheathed them, but unable to wipe off the fact that those blades claimed many lives that night. Jun Wuxia smiled at the emperor. That smile terrified the emperor as he stood atop on the wall. He was afraid of what might come after that smile and said hastily, "Wuxia, you have done well to rid Qi of the cancer that had been plaguing us. You are most definitely a descendant of Jun Xian. The Lin Palace shall be well rewarded." Jun Wuxia lost her smile and her eyes iced up in frost, while the emperor sweated profusely under that gaze. This was the first time the emperor had mentioned Jun Xian to her, and she understood the underlying connotation. Good, that was what she wanted. The emperor had buckled under the fear for his life, and chose to release Jun Xian. All test NOVL on novelben/.cm. But Jun Wuxia remained in silent expectation, not showing reciprocation for the royal benevolence bestowed, and sat stoic upon the black beast. The emperor's face twitched in annoyance but could only swallow any rebuke he had in mind. Jun Wuxia was not taking his word for it. She wanted Jun Xian there in person. As the two of them faced off, the emperor could only pray and hope that they bring Jun Xian safe and sound. Jun Xian was the only one who could make Jun Wuxia back down towards maintaining a harmonious relationship between ruler and vassal. Time ticked by, as the emperor's sweat trickled down his face. The hurried shuffling of feet was heard approaching from behind, and the emperor turned expectantly, his face pale as a ghost. The eunuch sent to stop the tragedy returned huffing, without Jun Xian. "Where is he? Where is Jun Xian?" The emperor screamed silently. The eunuch was on the verge of tears. "Your Majesty. When your servant arrived there, it was empty. Oh, only a pool of blood." The emperor almost sank to his knees at the news. Blood. Was that Jun Xian's blood? For many years, he had yearned for Jun Xian to be dead. With the news the eunuch brought, he felt fear like never before. Jun Xian is dead. Jun Wuxia will not spare his life. Despair fell heavily onto the emperor. He could not turn to face out to the gates. Eyes wide with terror, sweat ran freely down his face. Jun Wuxia will annihilate the imperial palace. She will spare no one. Your Majesty. The sudden cold voice inquired, like a sharp blade, which pierced his being. Why? Yes? The emperor stammered through chattering teeth, trying with all his might to maintain a semblance of composure. Jun Wuxia must never know that Jun Xian had been killed. The frosty gaze scanned the group huddled atop the wall. In that moment, those eyes flared and the murderous malice that flowed unrestrained was felt by those high on the wall. He dared. Long Qi. There was madness in Jun Wuxia's eyes, her voice chilling to hear. I'm here. The assassins have infiltrated the imperial palace, lead the Ruilin army in to save the emperor. Jun Wuxia ordered with her eyes narrowed. The emperor's expression had told her everything. She wanted the whole imperial palace buried with her grandfather. Order all the soldiers surrounding the guilty officials' residences to spare none. Uproot all evil. Jun Wuxia's two orders made the emperor turn white as a ghost. It's over. All over. It will be done. Long Qi sped off. With two short sentences, Jun Wuxia had forfeited the lives of the executed officials' families, while she nudged the beast to proceed to the gates of the imperial palace. I'll kill them all. Every single one. The Ruilin army marched behind Jun Wuxia, advancing towards the gates. The Yulin army guards tensed, nervously holding their posts. They could feel the cold menacing chill of murder emanating from Jun Wuxia in the distance. Regicide. Jun Wuxia was going to kill the emperor. Jun Wuxia! Stay back! You are a member of the upright Jun family. The emperor blathered in horror at the sight in front of him. You're right. I am a member of the Jun family. Jun Wuxia's lips curled at the corners, a mesmerizing beauty, but now, the devil lurked under that ravishing allure. She had crawled out from the depths of fire, to bring them all to hell. Grandfather! You shall be avenged! Stop them! The emperor screamed. The Yulin army lowered their heads and charged at the Ruilin army. The brief exchange only served to clearly show the disparity of strength between the two armies. The Yulin army were crushed in a flash, with no casualties on the Ruilin army. The citizens watching at the side were stunned, unsure what is happening. Follow the latest novels n/velbin.com. But they still placed their trust in Jun Wuxia, who had helped to rid them of the corrupt officials. On top of that, coupled with the high standing the people have always given to the Jun family, the words of Jun Wuxia must have been nothing but the truth. The assassins must have infiltrated the imperial palace. The dutiful Jun family were protecting the emperor. In the battle, the Yulin army was utterly defeated and the Ruilin army advanced, battering on the gates. The wall reverberated with the impact and was felt keenly by the people atop the wall. Why? Why did it come to this? The emperor staggered, as his knees buckled, and was caught by emotion Fei. The emperor had kept aging at bay for decades, but the events tonight seemed to have made him 10 years older. It's over, all over. A loud crash boomed, and the imperial palace gates had been breached. Jun Wuxia's murderous intent was at the height of frenzy. She rode the black beast, about to charge right into the imperial palace and exact her pent-up vengeance. Wuxia! An all-too-familiar voice rang out. All thought of vengeance and killing, the murder and malice that was just boiling a moment ago, melted right out of her at that moment. Her head swung around. Among the crowd, a figure standing tall and straight stepped out, the stern yet affectionate expression on his face was just all too familiar. Jun Wuxia teared, rimming her eyes and blurring her vision, as she whispered. Grand Father. Jun Xian looked at his granddaughter dotingly, and walked towards Jun Wuxia. The Ruilin army parted without a word at the appearance of Jun Xian, heads bowed in reverence, in a show of their undying loyalty to the man. Beside Jun Xian, a slender figure followed quietly. A wide smile hung on a devilishly handsome face. The eyes stared haltingly at the emotional Jun Wuxia. His little girl was about to cry. Silly girl. Jun Xian walked over to Jun Wuxia, anguish in his heart upon seeing her blood-splattered dress but relieved she was safe, and raised his hand and ruffled her hair in affection. Your grandfather is fine. Jun Wuxia blinked her eyes, and feeling the tears well up threatening to fall, she lowered her head and pushed back her tears. Jun Xian patted Jun Wuxia on the shoulder and looked up the wall at the emperor who still stood trembling. Rest assured, Your Majesty, the assassins have all been rid of, and the imperial palace is now safe. Jun Xian's appearance had shocked Jun Wuxia, and had stunned the emperor to stare speechlessly at him. He's alive? My beloved vassal, you have suffered. The Lin Palace has gained extraordinary merit again, and I will not forget it. Men! Covey my orders. The Lin Palace is bestowed 100 bolts of brocade, 10,000 taels of gold, and the Ruilin army is to be awarded commendation for protecting me. Irregardless, Jun Xian is alive. Heaven knows, he might have been killed. If not for the appearance of Jun Xian, his head would not be still attached. The emperor was so glad this day that Jun Xian was alive. Before Jun Xian replied, Jun Wuxia had regained her composure, and lifted her head to the emperor. Your Majesty, the credit for the events today was not due to the Lin Palace. The emperor's heart sank when Jun Wuxia spoke, and he remained quiet. The successful execution of corrupt officials tonight was due to the meticulous preparation by the Crown Prince. His Highness had hidden his intelligence and wisdom all this time to appear mediocre and unambitious in order to catch them all unawares and secure evidence of their crimes. The apprehension of the corrupt tonight was made possible only through the unparalleled wisdom and at the sacrifice of his image and reputation, to be misunderstood by all, in order to drive the state of Qi to greater prosperity and might. Jun Wuxia had lifted the image of Mo Qianyuan up to the skies with her statement, and not just the emperor, even Mo Qianyuan was caught by surprise, as both of them stood just staring at Jun Wuxia, clueless as to what she was up to. The glory and credit due for the execution of corrupt officials had been handed over to Mo Qianyuan on a platter. I implore your majesty to bestow the gifts to the crown prince, as the Lin Palace is undeserving of them. Jun Wuxia pushed on, ignoring the looks of puzzlement around her. The emperor did not know what to make out of it, but to escape from the scary girl who stood before the gates, he nodded hesitantly, trying his hardest to portray a look of benevolence when he turned to Mo Qianyuan. Qianyuan, it has been hard for you these years. Mo Qianyuan snapped back to his senses, trying to grasp the whole situation, and gravely replied, "It is my duty as the crown prince, and was just doing my part." "You have done well, and you will be rewarded handsomely," the emperor said, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Seeing the revered exchange between the emperor and Mo Qianyuan, Mo Xianfei was overcome in disgust. Jun Wuxia was obviously rebuilding the reputation and standing of Mo Qianyuan among the people. When news of tonight's events spread, his past idiosyncrasies and indulgences will be forgotten and instead remember him as the crown prince who sacrificed everything for the kingdom. No one will fault him for his past arrogant and obnoxious behavior. That move Jun Wuxia made was sure smooth, vicious, and precise. Things turned out beyond the expectations of everyone. Visit novilbin.c/m for the L-test updates. She reversed Mo Qianyuan's years of poor and tattered reputation to the people in one quick move. "Father, the praise is exaggerated," Mo Qianyuan replied politely. "Both the crown prince and the Lin Palace deserve merit for today's events. I will decide on the appropriate rewards. It's been a long night, and Jun Xian, you must be tired out. Please go rest, as the state of Qi cannot do without you, its pillar of strength." The emperor smiled kindly, but on the inside, he raged with the humiliation he had to swallow further. He had never felt such indignity and disgrace as what Jun Wuxia had put him through tonight. He only wanted the devil away from here and pray there will be no other incidents. Visit novilbin.c/m for the L-test updates. Jun Xian was in no hurry to reply but looked at Jun Wuxia, taciturnly turning the power bring things to a close over to her. Jun Wuxia had calmed the malice with the appearance of her grandfather, and only the cold distant demeanor remained as she replied, "Thank you, your majesty, but there are culprits still remaining, and I would like to extend an invitation to the crown prince to grace us with his wisdom in discussion on any culprits that your humble servant have missed." The emperor startled again. Culprits they missed? Jun Wuxia had massacred many, and Jun Xian returned. She still did not back down. How many does she need to kill before she is satisfied? The emperor was too tired to resist and could only squeeze out an amiable smile and nodded wearily. Mo Qianyuan walked out from the palace and stood beside Jun Wuxia. The events tonight had not only terrified the emperor and Mo Yuanfei, it had shocked him, an ally, with Jun Wuxia's savagery. "We shall take our leave. Your majesty has been subject to much fright tonight, please rest well." Jun Wuxia turned and left upon finishing, an air of indifference, like she had forgotten all that happened tonight. Jun Wuxia's simple statement was the signal for the Ruilin army to retreat as they gathered and left the imperial palace. The people who lined the streets were full of praise and respect. On the wall, watching the retreating Ruilin army, the emperor could no longer hold down the knight's suppressed anger and fear, and a surge of blood from his mouth as attendants rushed to hold him. Returning triumphant, Jun Wuxia rode the black beast alongside Jun Xian's steed. Jun Wuyao had once again disappeared into the crowd and Jun Wuxia could not find him. "Grandfather, you all right?" Jun Wuxia asked calmly. "I'm getting old. If it was not for your meals and conditioning, I'm afraid these old bones would not have lasted till now." The radiant Jun Xian who stood before the palace had his weariness showing now that they were out of sight of the people. Jun Wuxia's eyes narrowed. "Long Qi. Right here." After tonight's events, Long Qi had nothing but respect for Jun Wuxia. Most do not know the whole picture, but Long Qi who stood by her side throughout fully saw how everything unfolded under her control. "Relay my order. Before the culprits are eradicated, the Ruilin army will garrison themselves in the imperial city and no one is to leave, not even members of the imperial family. Kill anyone who defies the order." Jun Wuxia had just sealed the imperial city. Jun Xian and Mo Qianyuan were taken aback by Jun Wuxia's words. They both could guess at the intentions of Jun Wuxia but kept their peace due to the enormity of their guesses. The matter had not ended. Jun Wuxia's vengeance was just beginning. Arriving back at the Lin Palace, Jun Xian who had been hiding his injuries collapsed. Long Qi rushed up to support him back to his room, and Jun Qing followed from the gates. "Uncle Fu, retrieve my medical box," Jun Wuxia ordered with her brows furrowed. Jun Xian had gotten stronger with her fortification medicine and careful administration. Upon seeing him collapse, she could only guess at the extent of his injuries. Follow the latest novels n/velbin.com. Wuxia. Mo Qianyuan had many questions for Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia looked coldly at him and said, "Follow me if you want to live." "Shut up or I'll do it myself." Mo Qianyuan meekly followed. Jun Wuxia hurried to Jun Xian's room and performed a checkup. Her eyes flared upon finishing. "Poison." Jun Wuxia's voice was calm. But it made the hearts of everyone there sink. "I'm fine, do not worry. I made it back in one piece, didn't I?" The weary Jun Xian forced a smile, leaning on the bedpost, assured Jun Wuxia. Without a word, Jun Wuxia retrieved the silver needle from her medical box that Uncle Fu brought in, and administered acupuncture on several pressure points. Blood darkened black flowed down the needles and dripped on the bed. Jun Xian grew more pale, his lips turning frighteningly purple. "Will father?" Jun Qing asked, worried. "It's fine." Jun Wuxia, head lowered, continued busying herself. "As long as she is alive, not even the devil himself can claim her grandfather from her." The darkened blood was slowly expelled and Jun Xian lost the purple in his lips. He was still pale, but did not look as frighteningly sick. Jun Wuxia took out some of her fortification medicine and fed them to Jun Xian. Color returned to Jun Xian and the furrowed brow relaxed as he gained a bit of strength. He was still weary, leaning on the bed frame. Seeing the condition of Jun Xian improve, Jun Qing heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "Father, what happened tonight? With your skills and the guards that went with you, few within the imperial city can be a match for you." The relaxed Jun Xian furrowed his brows in rage. "Lin Yuyang was poisoned. When I found him, he was delirious. He was mumbling things about why they had to kill his family and why was he persecuted. He did not recognize me at first, and fought with the guards. I did not want to hurt him, and only ordered him subdued. Lucky for the pills that Wuxia made me keep handy all the time. I gave one to Lin Yuyang and he regained a bit sanity." Thinking back to the scene of seeing the benefactor to the Jun family insane, Jun Xian's heart wrenched in pain. When Lin Yuyang regained his sanity, he rushed up shouting at me, to leave with my men. There are people who were using him to harm me. His whole family, young and old, died under their scheming. Jun Xian clenched his fists. The savior to his son had died because of him, his entire family, not one spared, and it was all due to him. Just as he finished his words, he went into another bout of insanity. His body ballooned up rapidly and blew apart. After the explosion, we suddenly felt weak and fell off our horses one after another. After Jun Xian and his guards fell off their horses, a group of assassins rushed at them. They were defenseless against the assassins in their weakened state. All the guards were killed and Jun Xian was captured and brought back to the imperial city. The guards from the Ruilin army had followed under Jun Xian for a long time and were his comrades, and were family to him. Jun Xian mourned deeply over their deaths. He was brought to a dungeon. If not for Jun Wuyao's timely arrival, he might not have survived to see his son and granddaughter. Jun Xian narrated the tumultuous events in an even voice, though it made his audience wince at the close call. Mo Qianyuan, being from the imperial family, lowered his head in shame. He knew better than anyone the people responsible for the atrocities. Jun Qing's face darkened. In the imperial family's attempt to eradicate the Jun family, they had used Lin Yuyan as bait, knowing the Jun family would not stand by and see their benefactor die an ignoble death. The Jun family was responsible for the tragedy of the Lin family. We have implicated the Lin family. Jun Xian closed his eyes in pain. A military man his whole life, he had given his life to the country. The emperor he has devoted his unwavering loyalty to has turned out to be so callous. Get the latest chapters on n/velbin.com. The pain from his body pales in comparison to the pain stemming from the heart. Grandfather will be fine after a few days of administration. Jun Wuxia was packing up after hearing her grandfather speak. Since leaving the imperial palace, she had been unusually calm. This calmness made Mo Qianyuan, who had seen her vicious cruelty, uneasy. Grandfather, uncle, you must be tired, please rest early, reminded Jun Wuxia as she stood up. Wuxia, wait. Jun Xian sat up and looked at Mo Qianyuan. Mo Qianyuan understood that his words were not meant for his ears and got up to leave. Jun Wuxia stopped him, saying, "Sit down." Mo Qianyuan paused, and could only meekly comply. Grandfather, I know what you are about to say. I was not being rash or impetuous today. I decided that people who harbor ill intentions against the Jun family shall not live. I know you will persuade me otherwise. But forgive me for being unfilial, I will not change my mind on this matter. Jun Wuxia knelt by Jun Xian, her eyes determined. She knew Jun Xian was of humble birth, but gained favor from the late emperor to prove his mettle on the battlefield, where he gained outstanding honors. Jun Xian's tolerance of the current emperor time and again was his form of repayment to the favors bestowed by the late emperor. But Jun Xian's tolerance does not equate that Jun Wuxia follows suit. Jun Xian looked in alarm at the Jun Wuxia kneeling by his bed, and despite his weariness, he pulled Jun Wuxia upright. What are you thinking? Grandfather, my mind is set. Jun Wuxia allowed herself to be pulled up, but she will not change her mind. This child. Where did she get that stubborn streak from? Jun Xian sighed in exasperation. I am persuading you otherwise because I am worried you will be at the forefront of danger, with your actions violating the powers of the imperial family, and bring harm to yourself. If you are determined, Grandfather will protect you at the cost of my life. You committed massacre to protect the sanctity of the Jun family. This set of old bones might not be much, but it will shoulder the burden and not allow you, my dear child, to carry it all yourself. Decades of unwavering loyalty and in return, your life under threat. Even the most blindly loyal will awake to that reality. The emperor had decided to do away with the mighty Jun family, and if it was not for the decisive and resolved Jun Wuxia, who repelled the onslaught, the Lin Palace might have vanquished. Seeing that Jun Xian had accepted her decision, Jun Wuxia was greatly relieved. She would rather face the scorn from all the people under the heavens and suffer abuse and humiliation throughout the lands. But she cannot live with her grandfather and uncle hating her. Rest assured, grandfather. I have made the necessary preparation. The June family will not come to harm. I heard from your uncle you released the soaring cloud signal. You are really fearless. I know everything that happened tonight, and I am happy you handled every aspect so well. But I want to know of any future plans you make. Please do not hide anything from me. Jun Xian said in mock sternness, the twinkle in his eyes betraying him, where they were filled with love and affection. Yes, I shall. Jun Wuxia nodded. I intend to have the emperor abdicate and let the crown prince ascend the throne. Jun Wuxia's short nonchalant statement made everyone's heart almost stop. Abdication! She still wants the emperor to relinquish his throne. Jun Qing's heart almost jumped out of him. Everything I did tonight was to firstly force the emperor to release grandfather, secondly, it was to eradicate the emperor's lackeys, and lastly, I needed to shore up our support and create favorable conditions for us. Rescuing Jun Xian was her prerogative, and the other two objectives were to sabotage the imperial family's prestige and standing. The massacre of officials and generals tonight had gotten rid of powers who were against the Lin Palace, many of them strong supporters of the emperor. With them eradicated, it was now harder for the emperor to carry out any schemes in court. With concrete evidence produced, the executions of the corrupt officials had pushed the reputation of the Lin Palace to new peaks. You planned for all these? You pushed all credit at the end to His Highness, all in order to achieve your aims? Jun Xian finally understood Jun Wuxia's intentions. The emperor's wings were now clipped, and Jun Wuxia grabbed the chance to present Emotian Yuan to the people and made it memorable. All of these, to lay the foundation for the change of powers. Yes. Jun Wuxia replied, without hiding her intentions. EAD new chapter S on no/v/e/ln.com. Since the emperor cannot accommodate the Jun family's existence, she will change the emperor. In order to take over the throne legitimately, it is imperative your highness wins the support for the people. Jun Wuxia reasoned. The quiet Emotian Yuan sitting in the corner jumped. When Jun Wuxia executed Wei Kunhua, he had felt that Jun Wuxia had activated their dormant alliance. If not for the emperor's vicious hand, Jun Wuxia would have bided her time. It was the emperor's malice that brought about the massacre by Jun Wuxia. You had the Ruilin army lock down the imperial city, in preparation to force the emperor's abdication? As Jun Wuxia's intentions dawned on Jun Xian, he saw the astonishing depth the plan entailed, and she was able to formulate it flawlessly when she was caught in blinding rage. That was a feat he was incapable of. Yes, I prepared it when I summoned the Ruilin army. If they do not release grandfather, I will breach the imperial palace. If they release him, I will lock down the imperial city and force his abdication. As long as the Ruilin army controls the imperial city, the emperor will not be able to draw his troops back. And once Emotian Yuan ascends the throne, our Jun family will be free from these misgivings. Jun Wuxia explained her plans, her eyes aglow. Expose the crimes, execute the officials, lock down the imperial city, these were all within Jun Wuxia's expectations before she moved out with the army. Release or not, the emperor had to die. Jun Xian took a deep breath, getting the full picture, and was amazed at the intricately laid out plans of Jun Wuxia. How old was she? It was terrifying, even though this was his own granddaughter. The little girl who kept herself holed up at home was much more decisive and capable than many men he knew. How deep was this girl? Jun Wuxia did not kill with her own hands, but her orders had caused a sea of bloodshed in the imperial city. Not just Jun Xian, both Jun Qing and Emotian Yuan were both shocked by Jun Wuxia's control of all that happened. Emotian Yuan looked at Jun Wuxia in awe, feeling a deep sense of relief. Fortunately for him, he had been allied with Jun Wuxia. Otherwise, he would have died under her hands sooner or later. You wanted me here, not just to hear all this, but to protect me. Am I right? Mo Qianyuan suddenly realized. Jun Wuxia just looked at him in silent consent. You knew, after all that happened tonight, he will be resentful. He will not dare to retaliate against the Lin Palace, but will try to get rid of me if I had remained at the Crown Prince residence, seeing that we have shown ourselves to be allied. I am now targeted, and you invited me here on the pretext of discussion of future plans to protect me from him. Right? Mo Qianyuan persisted. The Lin Palace had torn all bridges in their relations with the imperial family, and the emperor had never shown Mo Qianyuan any favors. Moreover, Mo Qianyuan had been seeing Jun Wuxia frequently. He would definitely act to rid himself of the thorn in his side. You are not that dumb after all. Jun Wuxia replied dismissively. Mo Qianyuan slumped further in his seat, stunned by the fact that the emperor would have him killed without consideration, and by the astute mind of Jun Wuxia, who saw all this coming before anyone did. Cough. Wuxia. Jun Xian cleared his throat, glancing at Mo Qianyuan awkwardly. His granddaughter was being rather brash to the crown prince. It's all right, she is doing it for my safety. She has become my benefactor, for without her, I would have died an ignoble death. Mo Qianyuan said in self-mocking jest, when his biological father wanted him dead, and he was saved by an outsider. What a joke. Jun Xian sighed. He had heard about things happening within the imperial family. It seems this was discussed before? Jun Qing had observed Jun Wuxia and Mo Qianyuan quietly from the side. He had previously thought that romance was blooming between them since noticing Jun Wuxia's frequent trips to the Crown Prince residence. Looking at them now, it seems he might have been mistaken. Yes, it was. But it is happening earlier than we thought. Jun Wuxia replied calmly, oblivious to the funny look her uncle had in his eyes. Instead, Mo Qianyuan caught it. His face flushed red and he lowered his head, bashful. Jun Qing saw the differing reactions of the two of them but brushed the matter aside for the moment in the face of the important tasks at hand. Wuxia, when did you start to have these intentions? Jun Qing did not understand how a little girl who stayed holed up at home can even dream up such a grand scheme to change the emperor. A few months ago. Since she returned to the Lin Palace, she had toyed with the idea. Initially, it was for herself, now, it was for the whole Jun family. Jun Qing and Jun Xian were silently thoughtful, never had it crossed their minds that things would come to this. At that time, Jun Wuxia did not even step out of Lin Palace. How could she even begin to harbor such intentions? The father and son kept Jun Wuxia back with more questions, and only after being overwhelmed by the intricacy of her plans, did they allow her to leave. A room was arranged for Mo Qianyuan in the annex, and he wondered if it was intentional that it was extremely far away from Jun Wuxia's room. After coming out from Jun Xian's room, Jun Wuxia heaved a long breath. The stench from her blood-covered clothes was overpowering. The black beast who laid by the door clambered to its feet when it saw Jun Wuxia and rubbed itself against her. Meow. My master was so heroic today. Knock it off, I'm filthy. Jun Wuxia wrinkled her nose as she looked down her dress and walked hurriedly towards her room. The black beast shimmered and transformed itself back into a tiny black cat and hopped onto Jun Wuxia's shoulder. They arrived back at her courtyard. Though the bodies of the assassins had been disposed at the imperial palace's gates, the blood still covered the ground. The suffocating stench hung heavily over the courtyard and several servants were brushing and washing down the blood with water. But there was too much blood and they will not get it cleaned for a while. The servants bowed in greeting when they saw Jun Wuxia. The steward has prepared hot water for your bath. It is ready for use. Jun Wuxia nodded. Uncle Fu was so thoughtful, the stench from her clothes was driving her crazy. The smell swirled around her body, bringing to mind the scene when she was reborn. Those repressed memories came back to her as the scent of blood permeated her nostrils. She went straight to her room and flung the cat in the hall while she proceeded to the bath. Warm water filled the wooden bathtub, the air steamy from the heat of the water. June Wuxia undressed, her snowy white skin exposed to the chill air. Trembling slightly, she hopped quickly into the bathtub, the warm water relaxing her tense body, her pores in jubilation of comfort. La test novls on n velby/.co. The warm water wrapped her in comfort and she relaxed as she soaked, her eyes drooping to close in sleep. Having fallen into a deep sleep, she awoke only when the water started to lose its warmth. The moment she opened her eyes, she froze. A beautiful handsome face rested on the edge of the tub, the corners of his mouth just ever so slightly curled, smiling. His violet eyes staring at her. Jun Wuxia stared at Jun Wuyao, not knowing when he arrived. "I was thinking, this would be the moment, you should be screaming." Jun Wuyao rested his chin in his palm and playfully ran his fingers along the rim of the tub before gently rippling the water. The playful twinkle in his eyes pierced through the fog fell upon the face of Jun Wuxia, seemingly staring at her eyebrows. "Why are you here?" Jun Wuxia asked, furrowing her brows, the flower petals on the water covering her. "If not here, where should I be?" Jun Wuyao questioned in return, laughing. "You left earlier." Jun Wuxia did not see Jun Wuyao on the way back, and has gotten used to his long periods of absence. Jun Wuyao smiled, his slender fingers dancing upon the warm water. "The stench of blood was too strong and I had to clean myself up. How could I allow you to see me in that state?" After which, Jun Wuyao abruptly stood up as his tall stature bent over and leaned in towards her, his handsome face only a breath away from her. "Come, tell me if you can smell it." His actions were so sudden yet so natural when he closed in on their distance. Jun Wuxia was completely caught off guard, as his masculine scent descended upon her. There was no stench of blood and sweat, only a refreshing masculine scent greeted her. "You, go out first." Jun Wuxia subconsciously tilted her face away as she felt her cheeks flush. She faintly felt there was something about the scene that was not right. "Why? I have already washed myself thoroughly, right?" Jun Wuyao smiled at her, without the slightest intention to leave as he asked her in his enigmatic voice. Jun Wuxia frowned. "Stop worrying, isn't grandfather back safe and sound? This expression doesn't suit you." Jun Wuyao raised his hands and reached out as he trailed his wet finger gently between her eyebrows, smoothing out her frown. "Being gloomy all day doesn't suit his girl." Jun Wuxia looked at him, as her gaze rested on his rosy lips that were slightly apart. She froze for a moment before squeezing out a thank you. Jun Wuyao's hand did not leave her face as he brushed her delicate cheeks softly. His eyes were warm as he looked at her, giving her a devilish smile. "Thank me? For saving grandfather." Jun Wuxia replied awkwardly. If it wasn't for Jun Wuyao's timely arrival, she might have lost someone precious to her. Although Jun Wuxia was cold and aloof, she still knew basic courtesy. After all, he had saved her important family member. Jun Wuyao gently wiped the droplets of water over her red luscious lips with his thumb. La test novls on n velby/.co. "There is no need to thank me, I've said it before, I'm staying on because I want to repay my gratitude, didn't I?" Jun Wuyao looked at her with a twinkle in his eyes, revealing another sly smile. Saving Jun Xian was a piece of cake for him. Whether Jun Xian lived or died made no difference to him. However, he knew that it did matter to her, and all he wanted was for her to be happy. As long as she was happy, he'd do anything. Jun Wuxia looked at him with a hint of disbelief. Using repaying his gratitude as an excuse? She had long threw that excuse out the window. Wuxia. Jun Wuxia felt that something was amiss, however he had saved Jun Xian earlier and she decided that she should be more tolerant towards him. If you really want to thank me, can I change it for something else? Jun Wuyao's deep purple eyes seemed to be ablaze as he looked longingly at her lips. As long as it's something I have. Jun Wuxia replied calmly, if it's about making medicine, as long as he asks for it and it's within her means, she would definitely refine it for him. Jun Wuyao could not help but let out a chuckle when he saw her answer so seriously as she had on a grim expression. Who would believe that this was the very same girl who had started a huge massacre just hours ago? Looking at her now, she was really like a white piece of paper. Of course you have it. What is it? Jun Wuxia's expression turned grave as she looked at him in earnest. Well, you said that as long as it's something you have, you promise to give it to me, right? Jun Wuyao was in no hurry to respond to her question. Yes. Well then, this is a choice you've made yourself. He chortled as a devilish grin spread across his face. Suddenly, a feeling rose up in Jun Wuxia's heart that something seemed off, but before she could think further, Jun Wuyao had already closed in on her. Jun Wuxia flung her eyes open wide, she felt something warm and tender pressing against her lips. Warmth spread in her mouth, and a rush overcame her as her lips tingled. Find the new ST ovals on n/velben.com. Jun Wuxia wanted to retreat in protest, but within the confines of the wooden tub, she had no room to back into. Before she could resist further, Jun Wuyao held the back of her neck in a strong hand and pulled her face closer tenderly. You promised, you can't back out. And remember to breathe through your nose. Having lightly tasted it, Jun Wuyao was unable to pull himself away. He was drowning deep within those eyes. He panted lightly as he whispered the reminder, and without waiting for a reply, and dived headlong into another kiss. Jun Wuxia's mind went blank, Jun Wuyao's breath tickled her cheek, all her strength seemed to seep out of her, and she was unable to struggle. Jun Wuyao went deeper, slowly savoring. In his yearning in the sweetness of the moment, Jun Wuyao lifted her up from the warm water, and pulled her into an embrace within his strong arms. The little black cat who sat outside the bath, saw Jun Wuxia lifted and embraced by the unashamed Jun Wuyao, and it nearly dropped its jaw in shock. It knew its mistress was clueless about relationships between a man and a woman, and this scoundrel was taking advantage of that and stealing the pure innocence of its mistress. My master! You have to resist. Push him away. What kind of gift and thanks is this scoundrel asking for? That is an outrage to your modesty. Kill him quick. Stick him with your needles. Make him a hedgehog. Die, you lecher. It was no use. Jun Wuxia's brains was not functioning and did not receive the little black cat's thoughts. The little black cat could only weep the futility and at the loss of its mistress's first kiss of her 2 lives stolen by this shameless and despicable lecher. The little black cat was about to lose its mind. And what made it more sad was, it was not the lecher's match in battle. It could only stare quietly, swallowing back its tears, and mourn for its mistress's lost innocence. After a long while, Jun Wuyao reluctantly parted his lips from Jun Wuxia's. Jun Wuxia had not recovered and her eyes were glazed. Jun Wuyao smiled and draped a robe around Jun Wuxia, and carried her out of the bath. You are so tempting to eat, a pity. Jun Wuyao carried Jun Wuxia over to her soft bed, looking at her cheeks, pink from her bath, her lightly closed eyes, and ran his fingers longingly across her face. Too early. Though delicious, but was not time to pick and savor. To a connoisseur, he waits till the flowers blossoms, before he picks it in its most beautiful form. And Jun Wuxia was still a bud waiting to blossom, it was not time to pick it. Wait. We'll still have to wait. Grow up fast. Jun Wuyao said in a low voice. You. June Wuxia snapped awake. She lifted her hand and the robe draped upon her slipped off her shoulder. In that moment, the room was silent. Jun Wuyao glanced haltingly, eyebrows raised, and his amusement deepened. "Get out!" Jun Wuxia pulled the robe around her, staring murderously at him. "Bring me my needles." "Sure, I have received my gift of thanks, and sincerely. It was the best gift I have ever received." Jun Wuyao laughed impetuously, his eyes showing joy. "We still have a long road ahead, we have time. Isn't that right?" His first taste of the flower left a lingering fragrance in his mouth. The mischievous Jun Wuyao left laughing, and the little black cat hiding in the corner jumped onto the bed. With a serious expression, for a cat, it sat upon the soft bed, looking at Jun Wuxia, with her cheeks flushed red. "Mistress, we need to talk about life." "Huh?" Jun Wuxia, with her robe pulled tightly around her, turned to face the little black cat, replied quizzically, eyebrows raised. Her lips were still slightly swollen, and traces of the rush of sensations that overwhelmed her earlier remained, leaving a tingling feeling. "You grew up in an environment closed from the world. You had never encountered anything outside of medicine. You had never experienced, and hence have no common knowledge of human-to-human interaction. Although you joined the organization thereafter, you holed yourself up in the lab, and all your assistants were female and you had no interaction with members of the opposite sex. That has led you to lack common sense in your interactions with the males in general." The little black cat looked sternly at Jun Wuxia. Find the new ST ovals on n/velben.com. In the long years she lived in her previous life, she had not interacted with a man alone, and she was defenseless against advances such as this. If the lecherous Jun Wuyao was allowed to have his way, its mistress will be swallowed up whole one fine day. That must not be allowed to happen. So, Jun Wuxia did not know what the little black cat was driving at. So, just like today, it was pure. With a whoosh, the soft pillow flew into the little black cat's face, before it could finish the sentence. "Meow! Shut it!" Jun Wuxia turned a bright shade of red, and she did not want to hear anything about what happened earlier. The little black cat was speechless. "Mistress! That expression on your face. It does not suit you. You need lessons urgently on interpersonal skills between men and women." Jun Wuxia had refused to let it say anymore, and it can only sulk scratching its claws at the foot of the bed. Jun Wuxia dressed and regained her usual composure. She sat down at the table and cupped her face in her palms, staring at the lotus just beginning to bloom. The lotus has begun to flower and its fragrance grew stronger. Jun Wuxia could feel her spiritual strength growing and developing. The power that she gathered in her palm glowed red and it was getting stronger as well. Enveloped within the lingering fragrance, Jun Wuxia's calm returned. The plan to have the crown prince take over the throne was happening earlier than expected and her spiritual power was not strong enough. In all the 7 stages, evolving to the next stage was always extremely difficult. Evolving the red aura of the spirit was the least difficult one, and it took an average person 3 years to evolve them from red to orange, while it took the gifted ones about 2 years. To advance to yellow from orange, it required twice the amount of time. 6 years. The stronger the spiritual powers grow, the longer the time it requires. And the gap between the average person and the gifted one amplifies the further they advance. Those blessed with the gift can reduce the time needed to develop the powers and pursue greater heights impossible to most. For the average human and those less inclined, if they stagnate and spend too much time on a particular level, the chances to achieve the higher stages are greatly reduced. If a person evolving an orange aura of the spirit to yellow took more than 12 years, it would be impossible for him to evolve his yellow aura in this life. Jun Wuxia was still unfamiliar with the spiritual powers of this world, she was unable to judge how far she had come with her spirit's red aura. The situation at hand did not allow her to wait. Removing the threat to the Jun family must take priority. There wasn't much time left. Find the new st ovals on n/velben.com. Within the Qi imperial palace, the emperor sat within the study, his face threateningly dark. Mo Xianfei sat meekly in a corner, keeping his head lowered. All within one night, the men who ruled these lands tasted for the first time the bitterness of defeat, and had their pride and authority trampled into dust. You useless piece of trash! Look what you have done! How long had Jun Wuxia been tagging behind you? You didn't even realize what she was capable of. And now, she has kicked mud onto our faces. I have been humiliated. The emperor stared angrily at Mo Xianfei. He would not have ever dreamed the lass that was detested and shunned by the people would turn into the heroine revered by all. The series of events that unfolded before them tonight could not have been the work of a willful and unruly little lass. Mo Xianfei kept his head lowered. Ever since they stepped into the imperial study, he had been chided, and he could find no answer in rebuttal. I don't know how she turned out like this. When she was with me, she was not dumb, not I wouldn't call her intelligent. Or she would not have been deceived to go to the cliff. Mo Xianfei tried to say in defense. How did she become so intelligent? You have the cheek to bring that up. I reminded you that no matter how much you disliked Jun Wuxia, bear with it for the sake of the Lin Palace. And you showed your hand prematurely instead. You are lucky Jun Xian does not suspect you, or he will not spare even you. What's done is done, but Jun Wuxia still survived. That was really dumb. The emperor raged on. He was not mad that Mo Xianfei struck them early, but angry at the fact he did not root out the crux of their problems. Jun Wuxia still lives. If Mo Xianfei had succeeded, tonight would not have happened. Father! If I had not made my move, how could I get close to Yun Xian? I disliked Jun Wuxia, but you wanted me to play along, in view of not offending them. Then you wanted me to get close to Bai Yun Xian. As a disciple of the Qingyun clan, she would not even have looked at me if I was still caught in the engagement with Jun Wuxia. Mo Xianfei was dismayed that Jun Wuxia could survive a fall from such a high cliff. The emperor stared angrily at Mo Xianfei, but knew he spoke the truth. In fact, the emperor was not entirely oblivious to Mo Xianfei's actions, but had tacitly approved them. Unfortunately, his scheme failed, and Jun Wuxia survived, and underwent an earth-moving change. With things having reached such a stage, it's no use crying over spilt milk. Our hostility towards the Lin Palace has been plainly exposed as Jun Xian survived, and there is no way we can change that fact. What Jun Wuxia did tonight was just a prequel to bigger things to come. She had been in close contact with the Crown Prince, and has invited him to the Lin Palace. It seems they have formed an alliance. The emperor astutely concluded the gravity of the situation. Father, you mean? Jun Wuxia is planning a regime change with the Crown Prince, and Mo Xianfei paled. The emperor nodded heavily. Just at that moment, an eunuch came to deliver a new message. After reading the scroll on hand, the emperor's face turned pale. This Jun Wuxia dares to act so brazenly. He clenched his fist till his knuckles turned white. Imperial father, what is the matter? Mo Xianfei was startled at his father's outburst. Find the new st ovals on n/velben.com. The emperor flung the scroll angrily at Mo Xianfei, seething in rage. Mo Xianfei scrambled to catch it, and his face also lost all color after reading the contents. She actually had the entire Rui Lin army blockade up the whole imperial city? What is she up to now? What is she up to? Ah! This girl really wants to get rid of me. The whole imperial city is now indirectly placed under the Ruilin army's control. I can't even get my forces in to protect me. She clearly wants me to abdicate. She wants me to abdicate. Using such tactics, she really is very heartless. The emperor felt as if there was a noose around his neck being held by Jun Wuxia, and she was slowly tightening it, as he found his breathing erratic and he started gasping for air. No wonder she invited the crown prince to return to Lin Palace with her. She was afraid that I might get rid of him if I had found out her intentions in advance. If there's no candidate to ascend the throne, she won't force this hand on me. Thinking how intricate her planning was, the emperor really wanted to vomit blood. Mo Xianfei's face turned as white as sheet. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Jun Wuxia was so capable and to have exploited various reasons to put them in such a tight spot. How did she pull it off? What was in that mind of hers? How could she think of so many plans? Then what should we do now? You can't be thinking of handing everything over to her on a silver platter, without even putting up a bit of a fight. Mo Xianfei started to panic. The relationship he had with Jun Wuxia was now rotten to the extreme, since he had broken off the engagement. If she had designs on the emperor's throne, he would definitely get embroiled in it and he would have no means of escape. Stop panicking. Things won't be going the way she planned. Quickly, send some of our people to go out of Imperial City under the cover of the night in disguise. The emperor's eyes were full of malice as he narrowed them, seething silently in rage. The moon hung in the sky as the cold night breeze blew into the imperial study. The emperor stood by the window as he looked out, staring at the moon in deep contemplation. There were some shuffling movements at the door as an eunuch scrambled to bring him some news. All the people he had sent out had lost their heads. Not a single soul made it out of Imperial City. All of them had beast contractual spirits. The emperor felt his heart ache as he bellowed at the poor eunuch who brought the ill news. He had not expected that they would be so easily wiped out. He had actually made sure they were under the guise of the commoners. He did not think that the Ruilin army would actually dare kill commoners. Won't they afraid of arousing the wrath of the common people? However, no matter what beasts they had, be it aerial or land beasts, Ruilin army had shot them down mercilessly. The emperor slumped onto his chair as his thoughts were thrown into disarray, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Nobody was allowed out of Imperial City. They had fully locked down the entire city and he had no means to get help from outside. Go! Quickly summoned by Yin Xian. The emperor hollered. He suddenly remembered he still had a hidden card. No matter what, Bai Yin Xian was still Qingyun clan sovereign's disciple and even he did not dare provoke them. Relying on their great influence, Bai Yin Xian was his hidden trump card. Only she had the power to reverse the situation. Mo Xianfei quickly brought Bai Yin Xian to the imperial study. Her face was black to the extreme. Being awoken in the middle of the night, she was in a very bad mood. She was on a cold war with Mo Xianfei and now he actually dragged her out in the middle of the night while she was having her beauty sleep. She gave a perfunctory curtsy to the emperor. May I know what is so important that your majesty had to invite me over so urgently for? Miss Bai, time is at stake. I really need you to extend your grace. We need to seek your assistance in some matters. The emperor resumed his dignified poise as he gave her a warm smile. Bai Yin Xian was slightly startled. She had went to bed earlier today and had no idea of the huge changes the winds had brought about to the kingdom of Qi. What on earth happened? Bai Yin Xian asked when she saw the pale-faced duo and put aside her irritation for having her sleep interrupted. The emperor cast a glance from the corner of his eyes at Mo Xianfei and in tacit understanding, he put up a front of solemnity and related the night's events. In his narration, he twisted the facts to drag Bai Yin Xian into the picture by saying that Jun Wuxia's incredulous actions were due to her jealousy and anger at being spurned by Mo Xianfei for Bai Yin Xian. Jun Wuxia has locked down the imperial city, to force me to hand you over to her. How can I bear to do that? Rest assured, even at the cost of my life, I will ensure you remain safe. Emo Xianfei held Bai Yinxian's hands tightly in his, looking like nothing in the world mattered more to him than her lovely self. Bai Yinxian was stunned in silence and looked blankly at Emo Xianfei. You said, Jun Wuxia wants you to hand me over to her? Her eyes wide with shock. Jun Wuxia dares to mess with me. Does she not know the might of the Qingyan clan? Yun Xian. I will not let her have her way. That lunatic will get to you only over my dead body. Emo Xianfei hugged Bai Yinxian tightly, unwilling to let go. The emperor looked on in approval, and tacitly nodded at Emo Xianfei. Emo Xianfei smiled, his face hidden away from Bai Yinxian. Jun Wuxia has overestimated herself. She thinks she had rendered me helpless by locking down the city? It's just the Ruilin army. Bai Yinxian pushed Emo Xianfei away in anger. She was touched by the Emo Xianfei's deep feeling for her, but Jun Wuxia's actions were an affront to her dignity. A mere miss from the Lin Palace to face her? What a joke! Seeing that she had bought the story, the emperor and Emo Xianfei felt like rubbing their hands in glee, but they kept their facades on, looking aggrieved for the affront to Bai Yinsun. Yun Xian, you have a plan? Emo Xianfei asked. Bai Yinxian nodded and raised her hand. Worn on her index finger, a shiny gold band started to shimmer in a white glow, and a white glowing butterfly coalesced with that light, flapping its translucent wings, a beautiful sight to behold. This is my contracted spirit. Butterfly of compassion, the Min butterfly. It is capable of transformation. In the night, it will not be seen. The Ruilin army has the imperial city locked down? That remains to be seen. Bai Yinxian laughed. She had harbored a deep dislike for Jun Wuxia all this while, and now she dares to openly go against her? That works out just fine for her. It is time the young miss of the Lin Palace learned her place and realize how minuscule the Lin Palace is. She can crush them with a wag of her finger. Visit N0VL/BEIN. For the best novel reading experience. That's fantastic! With the Min butterfly, no matter how capable Jun Wuxia is, she cannot stop us from sending for reinforcements. Yun Xian, it is all in your hands. 150 miles southeast from here, there is a garrison. Once you send the news out, the army will deploy and the Ruilin army will not be a threat. Emo Xianfei lit up with joy. He was right to choose Bai Yinxian. No matter how brutal Jun Wuxia was, she commands only an army of 100,000 here. With the rest of the Jun family's army stationed at the borders, they will not back it back in time even if they rode their horses to death. Bai Yinxian glanced at Emo Xianfei and prodded her butterfly. It fluttered its wings and flew out the window, the translucent wings blending into the dark of night, invisible to the eye and seemed to have disappeared. Garrison? No, I informed my master. She will let Jun Wuxia learn the hard way, the Qingyan clan is not to be trifled with. The emperor and Emo Xianfei were devastated. Inform the Qingyan clan? The Qingyan clan was far distant from the kingdom of Qi. How long did they have to wait? If they had sent for help from the nearby garrison, it would have only taken days at most for reinforcements to arrive. Now, help will only arrive from Qingyan clan 800 miles away. How long will their journey take? During that period, what atrocities would Jun Wuxia put us under? Yun Xian. It would be inappropriate to trouble Qingyan clan over such a trifling matter. As a guest of the kingdom of Qi, we should resolve these issues ourselves. Emo Xianfei panicked. By the time Qingyan clan gets here, they might all not be alive anymore. Bai Yinxian replied, the Min butterfly is incapable of speech and only my master can decipher the message which I sent through the butterfly. If I had sent it to the garrison, no one would have understood. Find updates on n/v/elben.co/m. Emo Xianfei's shoulders slumped. He just remembered that spirits generally can only communicate with their owners, and not to any other. Only just realizing that, Emo Xianfei was deflated. For a moment there, he had thought they were saved, but the chances seemed really slim right now. Seeing Emo Xianfei forlorn and downcast, Bai Yanxian said with knitted brows, "The Min butterfly is very fast. My master will send help in 2 weeks if all goes well." Considering the distance they had to travel, that was fast. But with the Ruilin army under Jun Wuxia, if she makes her move. Emo Xianfei was terrified. Having witnessed Jun Wuxia's bloody massacre, he was afraid of her next move. She might think she possesses the capability to harm me. Get some men to prepare these, I know how to drag this out. Bai Yanxian's eyes narrowed dangerously. What are you going to do? Emo Xianfei had never seen Bai Yanxian so cold, and felt a little jittery about it. He felt a cold wave of apprehension. Bai Yanxian's lips curled in malice, her eyes dripped with venom. You said Jun Wuxia has garrisoned her Ruilin army within the imperial city? If I can render the whole Ruilin army here immobile, wouldn't her army of 100,000 become useless? Do not forget, the poison you gave Lin Yuyang came from me. Emo Xianfei jerked up. To capture Jun Xian, he had gone to Bai Yanxian for the drug. It first messes up the mind, driving them to lunacy, and introduces violent poison into the body, inducing the person to bloat and explode. Remnants from the poison dissipates into the air after the explosion, makes anyone who smells it weak, losing their strength. Poison like this was unheard of, and Emo Xianfei had it tested on people to verify the claimed effects before he gave it to Lin Yuyang. It was due to the poison that they were able to capture Jun Xian that easily. Nevertheless, it was very potent malevolent poison, and even Emo Xianfei was shuddered at its effects. Emo Xianfei had a pretty good guess what Bai Yanxian was planning. Yanxian, you have a plan in mind to incapacitate the Ruilin army of 100,000 soldiers? Emo Xianfei asked, his eyes bright with fervor. Bai Yanxian smiled coldly, piece of cake. The Qingyun clan uses poison as well as they can administer medicine. With the imperial city locked down, the people were filled with unease. They were not aware of the struggle between the Lin Palace and the imperial family. They were told the attackers who ambushed the second prince have not been completely eradicated, and the sealing of the city was necessary to prevent their escape. With the people restless, Emo Qianyuan started to mingle among them frequently, caring for them, addressing the popular sentiment. Within a few short days, Emo Qianyuan's standing and reputation improved by leaps and bounds and had totally overshadowed Emo Xianfei, becoming the prince of choice by the populace. Jun Wuxia laid low during this period, shutting herself up and cultivating her spiritual powers. Mistress, shouldn't you strike while the iron is hot? The little black cat laid by the edge of the lotus pond, swishing its fluffy tail back and forth over the water. Jun Wuxia sat at the stone table, observing the gradually blossoming lotus, replied, "It is not time yet. To allow Emo Qianyuan to take the throne legitimately, he needs to garner the support of the people." If she had wanted to forcefully plant Emo Qianyuan on the throne, she would have done it on that night. The emperor was a vicious man, but he enjoyed good support from the populace. She clipped his wings and sealed his escape, and allowed the emperor to stay on the throne to allow Emo Qianyuan time to ease himself into the throne. If she was to be the hand behind the change of regime, she wanted it done legitimately and with the approval of the people. It was not for Emo Qianyuan, but for the good of Lin Palace. It did not matter who sits upon the throne, as long as the Lin Palace was not threatened. The little black cat nodded in understanding. Its mistress was a genius. She sees things to the littlest detail in her plans to protect the Lin Palace, but a complete dolt in the other aspect. The little black cat was deep in thought, whether to broach the topic on relationships between men and women when it suddenly screeched in surprise. Meow! The black feline leapt away from the pond side in a flash, and while still airborne, it noticed a chubby little doll clinging on its tail. Jun Wuxia stared in surprise, as little Lotus bit determinedly on the cat's tail, holding on while the little black cat dragged him all over the courtyard. "You imp! Let go!" The pain on its tail made the little black cat cry. It raised its claws, turned and scratched wildly at the soft and plump little Lotus. Little Lotus's snow-white skin was soon covered in countless bleeding scratches. Wah! In pain, little Lotus finally released the tail from its mouth, curled up on the ground, whimpering in tears. Jun Wuxia got a headache, seeing what she was going to have to deal with. She walked over and picked up both the angry little cat and little white Lotus each in one hand. "Idiot! You bit on my tail." The little black cat pointed accusingly. "Sniff. Sniff. I didn't know. I was in the water and I saw this black thing waving and thought it was food." Little Lotus whimpered, pouting. "What lies? You are a plant spirit, you do not need to eat." The little rascal must be doing it in revenge for the times he was bullied by me. New N0VEL chapters are published on N0V/E/LBIN/co/M. No. No. It wasn't like that. Little Lotus, frightened by little black cat's aggression, shrank back in fear. Truthfully, he did not know why he bit little black cat's tail. It was rather fuzzy, unable to recall how he swam to the edge of the pond and bit on little black cat. By the time he was aware, he was scratched all over by the little black cat. Jun Wuxia watched calmly as the tiny duo continued squabbling. She lifted the little black cat onto the table and turned to remove the Lotus from the basin it was kept in and handed the basin to little Lotus. "Throw the wine in there away." It was recorded in the ancient book that when cultivating an imperial blue snow lotus, do not reuse the jade nectar left over in the basin. When the wine falls to a level that does not cover the roots, it must be changed as soon as possible. Hence, she had always poured the excess jade nectar into the lotus pond. Little Lotus nodded and toddled to the pond, hugging the basin tightly. As he moved as fast as his tiny legs can carry him towards the pond, the pungent aroma from the basin filled his nostrils and his cheeks grew rosy. He turned around to peek. He saw Jun Wuxia staring intently at the lotus. He involuntarily gulped down his saliva and wiped off the excess that was about to dribble down the side of his lips. This was all unwanted, right? Hence, it was all right to drink a little. Little Lotus shifted the basin closer to his mouth. New N0VEL chapters are published on N0V/E/LBIN/co/M. "What are you doing?" The little black cat suddenly screamed. Little Lotus panicked upon hearing the scream and got rid of the jade nectar by pouring it all down his throat. He choked and coughed till he turned red, and turned to look at the little black cat in fear. "No. Nothing." Little Lotus stammered. The little black cat jumped off the table in a flash and walked over to little Lotus. Little Lotus backed away from little black cat, his tiny feet bringing him to the edge of the pond. Do not come closer. You drank the wine in secret." The little black cat narrowed its eyes and looked at little Lotus in the eye. I did not." "Arg!" Following little Lotus's scream, he fell into the lotus pond. Splash! Little Lotus fell in with a big splash. The little black cat sat there stunned. It just wanted to scare the little guy, and he panicked and fell into the water? Stop the nonsense. Jun Wuxia looked helplessly at the noisy duo holding the lotus in her hand. The little black cat shrugged, waiting for little Lotus to surface. After a while, it still did not see the chubby figure anywhere. Will water plants drown? The little black cat wondered as he walked to the water's edge. A hint of worry was felt. Just as he reached the pond's edge, a dark shadow grew in the water, rising fast to the surface. A drizzle of water droplets trailed from the white figure that flew out of the water and scattered across the ground. It was a handsome silver-haired youth. His clothes of silver and white were coated with a thin layer of mist. As he descended towards the ground, the scattered water caught the sunlight and scintillated like scattered diamonds. Meow! The little black cat had transformed into its black beast form and loped to stand between Jun Wuxia and the stranger. The silver-haired youth descended gently, his bare feet stepping lightly on the wet stones, his wet hair swept to the back, a handsome face glowed. "It was you, who was always bullying me?" the silver-haired youth asked, brows furrowed, his strikingly blue eyes staring at the black beast. "How useless, bullied by a mangy cat." "Tisk!" The silver-haired scowled, anger apparent in his eyes. Jun Wuxian narrowed her eyes at the youth who suddenly appeared in her courtyard. "Who are you?" The silver-haired youth's face was flushed red as he looked at Jun Wuxia and asked, "You can't even recognize your own contractual spirit?" Jun Wuxia was stunned. She had only one contractual spirit. The black beast stared in wide-eyed wonder at the silver-haired youth. Chubby? He was not certain. The silver-haired youth cringed. "You are the chubby one. I look absolutely magnificent. Which part of me is even remotely chubby?" The black beast was at a loss for words. Who can tell him what is going on here? How did that soft and cuddly chubby transform into this suave youth? Did he mutate? I am the Imperial Blue Snow Lotus, or you can call me Drunk Lotus. Do not associate me with that little lump of chubbiness," the silver-haired youth said with his arms crossed, in indignation. He grew quite a bit in arrogance as well. The black beast looked at him in a different light. "All right, let's get down to business. You have often bullied me. Did you enjoy it? Come. It's time to settle some scores." Drunk Lotus narrowed his eyes. Just as Drunk Lotus and the black beast were about to move, Jun Wuxia stood up. "You are my keeper and in turn, my mistress. I will not attack you, but this fellow here has bullied me for the last time. I will show him." Drunk Lotus did not dare to show Jun Wuxia any disrespect. "Where is the basin for the lotus?" Jun Wuxia asked calmly of Drunk Lotus. Drunk Lotus hesitated. "Give," Jun Wuxia said simply. "In the water." Drunk Lotus gulped, irrationally afraid of the cold tone Jun Wuxia was using on him. "Bring it here." Jun Wuxia glared. Drunk Lotus quivered, and in the next moment, he plunged into the pond, with a big splash. Moments later, the handsome youth stood dripping wet, holding out the basin in front of Jun Wuxia. "You can transform?" Jun Wuxia asked, looking at Drunk Lotus from head to toe. Drunk Lotus replied, "I was one with the Imperial Blue Snow Lotus, but there was an accident during my cultivation, and I had been trapped within that little body ever since. If I am soaked in alcohol, I can revert temporarily." "It was you who bit the little black." Jun Wuxia was puzzled, as Little Lotus would never get aggressive with the little black cat. "Yes. Getting scratched every day, anyone would be mad. The amount you poured into the lotus pond every day was too little for me to revert, but allowed me to take over the consciousness of Chub. TSK, I mean the little one." Drunk Lotus gritted his teeth, staring angrily at the beast sitting by Jun Wuxia. The beast tried to hold it in but burst out laughing uncontrollably. Drunk Lotus lost it. A sleek blur streaked onto the massive beast. And poof! A mist enveloped the body. The beast felt something soft, squishy, and dripping wet clinging upon its face. When the mist dispersed, a whimpering and terrified little lotus clung on its snout, big teary eyes looking right into its own in fright. The next moment. Wah! Little Lotus wailed as he clambered off the face of the beast and scampered with his tiny legs to hide behind Jun Wuxia and staring at the frightful black beast. How did he end up on that beast? It was so scary. Within the Imperial Palace, Missouri Xianfei looked on nervously at the 50 Yulin army soldiers with Bai Yunxian standing beside him. Behind them several palace maids held up trays of medicinal wine. Get the latest chapters on n/velbin.com. Yunxian, you asked to summon them here, what do we do next? Mo Xianfei queried. Bai Yunxian looked at the 50 Yulin army soldiers with a sinister gleam in her eyes. I have something good for them. This is medicinal wine from the Qingyan clan. It greatly speeds up the development of spiritual powers with your training. With the Ruilin army running rampant, we need to raise the power of the Yulin army as well. Mo Xianfei looked at Bai Yunxian blankly and hesitated a moment but kept his silence. The 50 Yulin army soldiers were joyous at the news. They were just ordinary soldiers, and having been suddenly summoned by the second prince, they were rather antsy. Over the past few days, with the Ruilin army having the imperial city locked down, the Yulin army was powerless to retaliate, and they were forced to hole up within the imperial palace. The emperor had not made any moves either. That night's clash with the mighty Ruilin army had the Yulin army turn into mice. They did not dare engage the Ruilin army in any form of conflict. The men were thinking that they would be thrown into an arduous mission, but what a surprise! They were presented with such a heavenly gift. All things from Qingyan clan were treasures beyond compare. You men are the selected elite of the Yulin army, and protecting the emperor is your duty. This medicinal wine will help you become strong within a short period of time. Bai Yunxian waved her hand forward and the palace maids brought the wine to the soldiers. The Yunlin army soldiers held the cups gingerly, looking at their cups longingly. Sinister malice flashed just a moment in the eyes of Bai Yunxian and quickly returned to normal. Drink up, brave soldiers, you shall gain the strength to protect the emperor, she coaxed tenderly. The 50 soldiers downed the wine in a single gulp. The bitter medicinal wine burned in their bellies, and the soldiers started to feel hot, the effect showing on their bodies as they turned a shade redder. They could feel the spiritual powers within them churning, as though they were growing, and the soldiers rejoiced at their perceived heightened powers. The Jun family has been antagonizing the imperial family, and you men shall become the heroes that saved the imperial city. Tonight, you will be secretly deployed to several allocated stations spread throughout the imperial city. Once you are there, stand down and hide your identities. Stay within the rooms provided and concentrate on your training till the day we launch our counterattack, the day you see glory. Bai Yunxian swept her eyes over the soldiers as she incited the men into fervor. They were bestowed with the rare medicinal wine from Qingyan clan and entrusted with such an important mission for the imperial family. It seemed their moment has come. To soar to new heights. No one among them doubted Bai Yunxian but were extremely grateful for the favor shown to them. For now, go back and rest up, and disguise yourselves as common citizens. You are the hope of the kingdom. Do not allow your identities to be exposed as the safety of the imperial city lies in your hands. Bai Yunxian beamed at them, her pretty face seemingly to shine with pride for them. The Yulin army soldiers were captivated and stared foolishly for a long while, till Mo Xianfei's irritated look drove them scrambling out. After the 50 chosen ones left, Mo Xianfei dismissed all the palace maids, leaving just Bai Yunxian and him alone in the courtyard. With no other eyes on him, Mo Xianfei's tensed expression took on a sliver of worry. Yunxian, what are you up to? The medicinal wine, wasn't that to be used on the Ruilin army? Why? Why have you given them to the Yulin army soldiers? Over the past few days, Bai Yunxian had been refining something in utmost secrecy. Even Imo Xianfei was in the dark on what she was up to and only knew that it was to be used against the Ruilin army. She had not given him any details and she spent all day cooped up refining. She had finally stepped out and had prepared everything. Why was it administered on the Yulin army then? Bai Yunxian gave a low laugh, her eyes had a glint of cold as her mouth curled up slightly. Like a venomous spider weaving its web, she looked at Imo Xianfei, rest assured, the wine will be used against the Ruilin army. But... No buts. You think the Ruilin army soldiers are idiots? Give them poison and they will take it gratefully? Bai Yunxian sneered at Imo Xianfei, insinuating at his simplicity. You remember the effects of the pills I gave you? What I gave the Yulin army today uses a different route but ends up with similar effects. Bai Yunxian explained, licking her rosy lips. Imo Xianfei was shocked. The effects of the pill given to Lin Yuyang was only too clear to him. But, summoning the Yulin army soldiers here just for this purpose? Yunxian, you intend to use them as sacrifices? Why didn't you tell me? I could have provided you with ordinary palace maids and eunuchs. The Yulin army is all we have now, isn't using them as a sacrifice a bit excessive? Bai Yunxian looked at Imo Xianfei with exasperation. What do you know? The effects from the medicinal wine will be amplified with the spiritual powers of the soldiers. How much spiritual powers can palace maids and eunuchs command? It will not be enough to bring out the desired effects. Place them at various locations, remember to spread them out throughout the city, to ensure that at the moment of explosion, the poison would spread in the shortest time possible. That is efficiency. The spiritual powers of palace maids and eunuchs are incomparable to soldiers of the Yulin army. However incompetent, the soldiers should have at least achieved an orange level. The spiritual powers within them will upon implosion, spread the poison faster, stronger. What? You want the poison to spread throughout the entire imperial city? Imo Xianfei fell back a few steps, stunned in silence. He had not expected that Bai Yunxian's scheme would implicate everyone in the imperial city. Visit novilbin.c/m for the L-test updates. Has she lost her mind? How many people lived in the imperial city? I have to. The Ruilin army number over 100,000 and they are all over the city. To poison all of them, naturally I have to spread the poison to encompass the whole city. The medicinal wine I brewed acts as a catalyst to amplify the spiritual powers of the person when ingested. When the spiritual power is pushed to its limit, the person's physical body will be unable to contain the exponentially surging spiritual powers and will explode. The poison will then disperse widely into the air. Anyone who smells it will immediately be poisoned, with the same effects, resulting in a series of explosions, spreading the poison further throughout the imperial city. The Ruilin army, even with their numbers, cannot escape my poison. Bai Yunxian was maniacal, that ruthlessness overtook her pretty countenance, twisting it, where she looked just like a malicious demon, horrifying to look at. Imo Xianfei deployed the 50 Yulin army soldiers to various locations in the imperial city, spread it out with none in close proximity under instructions from Bai Yunxian. Imo Xianfei had been uncertain of Bai Yunxian's intentions. But, with her explanation, he finally understood. Bai Yunxian wanted the poison to spread to the commoners. Once the people are infected with the poison, the chain of bodily explosions will spread quickly and thickly into the air, and will in turn infect the Ruilin army no matter where they are in the imperial city. Even the vicious Imo Xianfei was chilled at the insidious methods of Bai Yunxian. She had dragged the people of the entire imperial city into their graves. Yunxian, you. Imo Xianfei stepped back in horror, and color drained from his face. He had always perceived Bai Yunxian to be a haughty girl to be spoilt by his excesses, and although she appears cold, she was not a complicated girl. Seeing her today, he realized he did not even know the girl. hundreds of thousand people in the imperial city, and she intends to kill them all without batting an eyelid. Bai Yin-hsian looked at Mo Xianfei coldly and accused, if it was not for your incompetence, would you have asked me to step in? Are you developing a conscience and worrying for those wretched commoners now? It dawned on Mo Xianfei. She was right. I persuaded her to help, didn't I? But he had never expected Bai Yin-hsian to be so terrifying. If Jun Wuxia was deemed vicious, at least all the people she killed had schemed against the Lin Palace, and she did not point her blade at anyone innocent. As for Yun Xian, in order to achieve her goals, she disregards everything at all costs, even when the lives of innocents numbering in the hundreds of thousands were at stake and were to be sacrificed. Rest assured, I have the antidote on hand, just have the people in the imperial palace consume it beforehand. If you are concerned for the wretched commoners, I will hand you the antidote after the Ruilin army has been poisoned, and you can become the prince that saved the people from the poison. Wouldn't that be better? Bai Yin-hsian replied. Mo Xianfei considered that prospect, and the fear melted away. He stepped up to stand beside Bai Yin-hsian and held her hand. You think of everything, Yin-hsian. If they can rid themselves of the Ruilin army and the Jun family, what's the harm in sacrificing a bunch of commoners? After the Ruilin army gets poisoned, he can show up as the people's savior with the antidote, saving them from the poison, elevating greatly his standing as the preferred prince for the people. Bai Yin-hsian laughed gently, leaning into the embrace of Mo Xianfei. What you covet, I will bring to you. But remember, after the Ruilin army is poisoned, let nobody lay a finger on Jun Wuxia. Leave her alone? Mo Xianfei was confused. Bai Yin-hsian lifted her eyes full of venom. Find up Tedovals on n/v/elbin.co/m. Killing her off just like that is letting her off too easy. I will dismember her, cut off her tongue, gorge her eyes out, and stuff her in a barrel of poison and pure torment before it can appease the affront she has inflicted on me. Anyone who goes against her will taste death like never before. Mo Xianfei laughed warily, his fear creeping back into him after hearing those words. He could not help but gulp his saliva as he felt chills running down his spine. Comparing it to Jun Wuxia's massacre, Bai Yin-hsian's scheme was truly insidious. He could not help but wonder who was the true devil. Well, truckers, that's all for this part. See you all in the next video.